Chapter 1. Global Eerie Live Broadcast. Eerie National Luck Instance. Parallel World. Great Xia. Jincheng City.A man in a deep sleep was awakened by a loud noise. Dazed, Liangxiao sat up from the sofa and looked around, only to see a completely unfamiliar scene. Liangxiao was momentarily confused. Wasn't he just playing poker in the office with the new girl Xiaomei? How did he end up here? Did he cross over? Filled with questions, Liangxiao was drawn to the countless bullet comments surging on the computer screen. As he approached, the majority of the bullet comments reduced, and Liangxiao finally saw what was being played on the computer. Global Eerie Live Room? Silently reading these words seemed to activate some kind of button that a wave of intense pain struck him, and a tide of memories instantly flooded into Liangxiao's mind. After absorbing the memories, Liangxiao couldn't help but swallow hard. He had indeed crossed over to the parallel world version of himself. This world was not as prosperous and peaceful as his previous life. Since the Red Moon rose 3 years ago, the entire world had entered an apocalypse. To summarize it in 8 words, Eerie World, forced game. In this world, every human, regardless of age or gender, could be pulled into the Eerie World to participate in instances. Completing an instance would yield rewards, even granting extraordinary powers, but failing would naturally lead to death. What was the survival rate for those who entered the Eerie World from Huaxia? Terrifyingly low. As of 3 years later, this survival rate had not improved much. Out of 100 who entered the game, only a rare few would walk out. Even if the country actively organized members to enter Eerie instances and created life-saving strategies for the public, it still paled in comparison to the overwhelming number of instances in the Eerie World. Because of this, everyone in this world lived in fear, most dreading to become the chosen one by the Eerie World. And just now, something even more terrifying had happened. 3 years after the global Eerie game began, a special national luck instance was launched where 3 random citizens from each country would be selected as contestants for instance exploration. If the contestants completed the instance, not only would they receive huge rewards, but the country they represented would also gain enormous benefits. If they failed, the contestants would be wiped out, and their country would face horrific penalties. Liangxiao was not particularly concerned about what the horrific penalties were. He was only feeling the consequences of failure for the chosen contestants. After carefully browsing through the memories of his original self, Liangxiao felt like the sky had fallen. Even disregarding the impending Eerie National Luck instance, in ordinary Eerie games, contestants who failed had only 2 outcomes. Either they were left severely injured and barely hanging on, or they died. Knowing this, Liangxiao fell silent. 2.5 minutes later, Liangxiao's eyes suddenly burst with a fiery light. Rather than sit and wait for death, he might as well work hard immediately. Nodding seriously, Liangxiao got up and closed the window, then walked solemnly towards a shrine, gazing at the densely packed spirit tablets. Suddenly, Liangxiao dropped to his knees, grabbing a handful of spirit money stacked beside him and throwing it into the nearby furnace. Old man and mom and dad, considering how much money I burn for you every day and night, you must bless me not to be chosen by the Eerie World. It's not that I'm cowardly, it's just that we have no special talents or abilities. If I go in, it would not only be seeking death, but also endangering millions of citizens of Great Xia. After performing the ritual and lighting the incense, Liangxiao was about to get up. The strange chill suddenly swept through, and Liangxiao shivered, touching his left arm only to find it ice cold. Have I been chosen by the Eerie World, or am I about to suffer a heavy blow? In reality, Liangxiao's pupils contracted, and the hair on his body stood on end. Just as this thought arose, a familiar voice instantly echoed in his mind. Dear Liangxiao, congratulations on being successfully chosen to participate in the special National Luck Eerie instance. For your own safety and for the well-being of your country, please do your utmost to complete the Eerie instance. This was the last angry curse before Liangxiao's consciousness fell into chaos. At the same time that Liangxiao's consciousness plunged into chaos. Global Eerie Live Room. The empty live room, just opened by an inexplicable great force, almost instantly surpassed 1 billion viewers. Regarding issues of their lives and fortunes, people around the world had every reason to pay attention. At this moment, the originally dark, global Eerie Live room suddenly revealed rows of bloody large characters. The first National Luck Eerie instance is as follows. Evil Sanatorium. Task details. The Evil Sanatorium from the Eerie world is almost a place every patient dreams of. Even those who are terminally ill can extend their lives for a while here. However, for some unknown reason, the longevity characteristics of this famous sanatorium have recently shown signs of distortion, and the high-ranking officials of the Evil Sanatorium are crying out for help in vain, reluctantly seeking assistance from the outside world. Task difficulty. High risk. Evil Sanatorium. The moment the instance information was announced, people from various countries immediately began to discuss fervently. But before they could thoroughly discuss the high-risk difficulty rating of the instance, the text in the Global Eerie Live room changed again. Contestant information from various countries begins to be announced. The 3 contestants from the Eastern country are as follows. Name, Miyamoto Ikaru, gender, male, age, 40, occupation, on my OG level, mid-level evil spirit, instances experienced, 17. Name, Miyamoto Musashi, gender, female, age, 27, occupation, on my OG level, peak wandering spirit, instances experienced, 6. Name, Ito Makoto, gender, male, age, 28, occupation, on my OG level, early evil spirit, instances experienced, 12. The people of the Eastern country were excited. Yoshi, this time it's a sure win. This time, our Eastern country will definitely be the first country to clear the instance, and we might even achieve the highest rating. Woo! A lineup of 3 top on my OG. Plus, this is a detailed strategy instance aiming for a high rating is a piece of cake, right? What you're saying is nonsense right now. I just want to know if the Chinese can match our excellent lineup. The 3 contestants from the Great American Empire are as follows. Name, Johnson, gender, male, age, 30, occupation, Navy SEAL, level, early evil spirit, instances experienced, 13. Name, Bob, gender, male, age, 24, occupation, Chainsaw Butcher member of the Spirit Communication Troops, level, late evil spirit, instances experienced, 21. Name, Fiona, gender, female, age, 22, occupation, new member of the Spirit Communication Troops, level, mid-level wandering spirit, instances experienced, 0. However, the second contestant information announced was not from Great Xia, but the lineup also made the American people cheer. Very good. This dungeon isn't too difficult for our country. When the time comes, we can find the higher-ups in the East to get the most detailed strategy guide. We will definitely succeed. Not just succeed, we can aim for the highest completion rating. Feel free to come for our East detailed strategy guide. The people of the East will always stand with the people of Great America through thick and thin. Compared to the smugness of Great America and East overdrawing familiar dungeons, the citizens of the Great Xia Empire appeared much more dejected. The Dungeon Evil Sanatorium is not friendly to them, as the number of people selected to enter it over 3 years has been extremely low and not a single person has come out alive. Moreover, with Great America and East jointly sealing off the detailed strategy for this dungeon, which is already rated as high risk, it will only become more difficult. In the public's perception, to break through such a high-risk dungeon, only players with demon-level strength might be able to clear it. And now, 3 years since the bizarre world has descended, how many players from the Great Xia Empire are above demon-level strength? Very few. We must select members from our Great Xia Supernatural Bureau to enter. With hundreds of millions of people selecting a few thousand, the odds are too small. Even if we can't select members from our Supernatural Bureau, we should at least select members from the Zhonghua Yang Palace. Heavenly spirits, I am willing to trade 50 years of my brother's singlehood for our Great Xia to select a high player with demon-level strength or higher this time. Why the hell would you sacrifice your 50 years of singlehood? As the masses eagerly awaited, the contestant information was announced. Contestant identity information for the Great Xia Empire is as follows. Name, Liangxiao, age, 19, profession, Hell Money Merchant, cultivation, none, experience in bizarre dungeons, 0. The moment the relevant information appeared, the faces of all Great Xia citizens changed instantly. 19 years old, and he's just an ordinary kid who hasn't even experienced a bizarre dungeon. It's over, it's over. If this kid had some special advantage, I could tolerate it, but what the hell is a Hell Money vendor? Everyone, our chances of success in this National Fortune dungeon are almost non-existent. It's better to buy a coffin early to avoid increasing the family burden when disaster strikes. Seeing the emotional instability among their citizens, the Great Xia officials quickly released an announcement. Everyone, don't panic. This bizarre dungeon has a total of 3 contestants. Please trust that our Great Xia has a wealth of talent. Even with a burden, we can clear the dungeon smoothly. Looking at the announcement released by their country, the citizens of Great Xia felt somewhat reassured and anxiously awaited the identity information of the remaining 2 contestants. Chapter 2. Evil Sanatorium. Will Great Xia be doomed? The 3rd contestant from the Great Xia Empire, name Tu Hong, age 29, profession enforcer, cultivation, early wandering soul, experience in bizarre dungeons. 3. What the hell? I successfully traded my brother. The gap between an enforcer and a petty thug is still quite far. At least Tu Hong is better than a hell money-selling kid, right? He has 3 experiences in the bizarre world. Just as the citizens of Great Xia breathed a sigh of relief, the contestant information from other countries was also announced. Almost instantly after the contestant identity information for the Great Xia Empire was revealed, the citizens of East began to mock. Ha ha ha! The East Asian sick man truly deserves the title. Such a big country has only one person to show for it. These foolish Chinese people are still self-satisfied. Don't they know that in the bizarre world, a strong person bringing 2 useless weaklings is worse than going solo? Don't worry, the Great Xia Empire will definitely fail this dungeon after all. The clearing condition for this dungeon requires 2 strong individuals. I can't believe it. A bunch of defeated dogs dare to bark. How can the Great America Empire not even keep their dogs in check? Our Great Xia Empire must teach them a lesson. Do you want to experience the day when little devils surrender again? The already agitated citizens of Great Xia could not stand the provocation from these beasts and collectively retaliated. The elegant language of Great Xia surged, instantly silencing the East's defeated dogs. There were also voices from the Great America Empire. Do you think your Great Xia Empire can compete with my Great America Empire for world dominance? Whether before or after the bizarre apocalypse, you are not qualified. And you, Great America Empire, are you even worthy to bark? A bunch of people equipped with the world's most advanced gear and enjoying ample supplies can't even beat our vastly inferior predecessors. You might as well wash up and sleep. Seeing the citizens of Great Xia united as one, the overwhelming insults silenced even their little brothers, forcing the citizens of Great America to hurriedly throw out a sentence before quickly leaving the keyboard that a strong player can only match 2 useless ones. In a Great Xia without talent, you can only rely on your tongue. Just wait for the terrifying punishment after failing the bizarre dungeon. When the time comes, we'll come to greet you warmly while you cry for help. That I can't believe it. Although they had scared off 2 picky individuals, their last sentence struck deep into everyone's hearts. Indeed, what does it matter if they won the verbal battle? The key issue is still the upcoming bizarre National Fortune dungeon. However, compared to the 3 top Yinyang masters from the East or the 2 strong leaders from the Great America Empire, the configuration of the Great Xia Empire indeed seemed rather unremarkable. In that moment, the citizens of Great Xia fell silent. That very moment, the senior officials of the Great Xia were holding a high-level meeting. Li Zhenghua, you are in charge of the Great Xia Supernatural Bureau and should lead this meeting. Please speak first. The elder at the forefront spoke solemnly. Hearing the elder's appointment, Li Zhenghua did not decline. With a serious expression, he directly began speaking. To be honest, this meeting was not proposed by the old monarch, but by me. The sole purpose of urgently convening this meeting is to announce a very significant piece of news. I hope everyone can prepare themselves psychologically before hearing it. After a pause, Li Zhenghua continued. This significant news is, according to reliable information, our bizarre dungeon requires 2 highly experienced players to cooperate to clear it. If we rely on only one player, the outcome will be death. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Everyone's expressions turned grim. Even the old monarch's face darkened. After a long while, a voice broke the silence. Director Li, does this mean that our chances of passing this National Fortune dungeon are absolutely impossible? Once this voice fell, everyone turned to look at Li Zhenghua. Exactly. Li Zhenghua nodded tightly, gritting his teeth. Seeing Li Zhenghua confirm, the right minister took a deep breath and then looked seriously at the old monarch in the main seat. Old monarch, I suggest we abandon this National Fortune dungeon and preserve that precious opportunity for external assistance. This time, let's prepare for disaster, ensuring that the next National Fortune dungeon can clear with the highest quality. As soon as these words were spoken, the other high-ranking officials present all echoed in agreement. Director Li is right. Rather than betting on that illusory miracle, we might as well place everything on the next round. Even if the Great Xia Empire is unlucky, we can't be this unfortunate every time, can we? Hearing the others almost simultaneously support the viewpoint of the Right Chancellor, the old man remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. Let's do as Zheng was said. On the other side, am I dead? When consciousness returned, Liangxiao found himself in an extremely unfamiliar place. Welcome to the eerie world, my precious human. This is your first entry into the eerie world. Hope you have fun and enjoy yourself. Listening to the voice that seemed to resonate from his heart, Liangxiao felt as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping through his mind. Out of 100 people, not even 10 make it out alive from the dungeon. And you expect me to have fun? If you want to have fun and enjoy myself, I wouldn't mind having many beautiful wives too. After internally complaining for a while, Liangxiao finally lifted his head to survey his surroundings. The sky was dark gray, and there were no paper cranes outside the window. On the blood-scented street, there wasn't a single shadow of a person in sight. All he could see was layers of dark red mist blocking his view. The only visible structure in front of him was a giant sanatorium. This sanatorium appeared as a castle-like building made of deep black stone, with walls covered in twisting, writhing vines. The vines wrapped around chunks of flesh or remnants of human bodies, and as Liangxiao's gaze fell upon them, they seemed to come alive, writhing as the blood and flesh within began to ooze fresh red blood. Current dungeon, sinful sanatorium. Task details. Warm reminder, game rewards will be distributed based on player ratings. We hope all players can engage sincerely in the game and experience the beauty of the eerie world. After reading the game introduction, Liangxiao took a deep breath and strode forward. As he stepped into the sinful sanatorium, a pungent smell of alcohol mixed with blood immediately hit him. Two figures soon came into Liangxiao's view. As they sized him up while approaching, a man in a vest couldn't help but scoff. Damn it. Being chosen for some National Fortune dungeon is one thing after all. I'm not unwilling to contribute to the country. But why do I have to encounter such a useless brat who hasn't even grown up yet? Tu Hong pointed at Liangxiao, his face unable to hide his disgust and disdain. Hey buddy, I told you it was likely a coward scared to enter, didn't I? Having gone through 3 eerie dungeons and successfully becoming a ghost cultivator with ghostly powers, he could tell at a glance that the Liangxiao in front of him was a complete newbie. While ordinary eerie dungeons emphasized individual ability, National Fortune dungeons tested team comprehensive strength. In this terrifying dungeon where life was not guaranteed, having Liangxiao around was equivalent to a significant increase in life-threatening risks even before they started. Duan Qiming pressed down on Tu Hong's arm while nodding reassuringly at Liangxiao. All right, your harsh words won't help after all. We still need to work together to clear the dungeon. Their conversation hardly registered with Liangxiao, who simply directed his gaze forward. He had a gut feeling that this first-ever National Fortune dungeon was definitely not simple. But just as Liangxiao lifted his head, a tall nurse in high heels and white stockings, with an enchanting figure, appeared before the 3 of them as if she had teleported. Chapter 3, Talon Awakening. The world is silent. So beautiful. Tu Hong, who had been constantly belittling Liangxiao, couldn't help but be dazzled the moment he saw the newcomer. In this place filled with a chilling atmosphere, such a beautiful white-haired elder sister was like a clear spring. Aside from her overly fair skin, her figure, temperament, and appearance were all more beautiful than any woman in the real world. Such external conditions can indeed attract a thug like Tu Hong. Is it good-looking? Aye. Before I could finish my sentence, whoosh. A flash of white light, faster than the eye can catch, flashed by. Thud. Blood gushed out, and a head with a look of fear still on its face fell to the ground. Blood flowed from the corpse in all directions. Looking at the headless body on the ground, the white-haired, seductive nurse holding a scalpel smiled sickly, her laughter trembling like flowers in the wind. As a result, her alluring figure, tightly wrapped in a nurse's outfit, became even more enticing due to her trembling body. Such a scene even made many old lechers of the Great Xia Empire overlook the foolishness of insulting Tu Hong, as they began to seriously appreciate the beautiful view. However, the next scene that appeared made this group of old lechers unable to help but wake up. Hey man, it's normal for us to feast our eyes. But why are you staring so intently too? Sure, it's fine to look at beautiful women in the real world, but a stunning female ghost? TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this what foolish Chinese people are like? People are dying right in front of you, yet you're still enchanted by mere beauty, simply seeking death. Who says I, a lecher, have no emperor? Eastern dogs get lost. The real reason that excited the people of Great Xia was that young Liangxiao, who was also in the bizarre world, was staring intently at the smiling white silk nurse. In fact, while staring at the white silk nurse, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. After witnessing his violent act of murder, young Liangxiao still gazed eagerly at himself without fear. The smile on the white silk nurse's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. Boom! A surge of ghostly energy erupted from the delicate body of the white silk nurse, and she then tightly gripped the scalpel, her murderous intent unabashed as she approached young Liangxiao. Yet, young Liangxiao remained unmoved. Was he scared silly? Of course not. It was because the moment the white silk lady appeared, young Liangxiao suddenly heard a voice that only he could hear. Congratulations, lucky player young Liangxiao. You have obtained the qualification for talent activation. Talent. In the bizarre apocalypse that had lasted 3 years, according to official statistics from Great Xia, there were no more than 100 people with talents. And he actually obtained the qualification for talent awakening. In an instant, young Liangxiao's heart raced with excitement, completely focused on the panel in front of him and the prompt sound echoing in his mind, completely unaware that danger was gradually approaching. Talent awakening completed. Congratulations. Player young Liangxiao, you have obtained the unique, forbidden level talent proximity to the dead. Proximity to the dead. Any ghost coins you have burned or possessed in the real world will be equivalently converted into ghost coins. And every 7 days in the bizarre world, special items available for purchase with ghost coins will be refreshed for you. Proximity to the dead comes with affiliated talent 1. Amiable. You do not need to do anything. The initial favorability of any ghost or monster in the bizarre world towards you will rise to neutral and will change according to the situation. Proximity to the dead comes with affiliated talent 2, beneficial influence. Whenever you use money to command ghosts to do things, there is a chance of forced success. The chance is assessed based on the strength and wealth of the ghost and the reward you offer. Under the intense focus of everyone, the stunning white silk nurse slowly brought the scalpel closer to young Liangxiao's neck. It's over. The dungeon hasn't even officially started, and 3 contestants are about to fall. The many citizens watching the live broadcast in the real world couldn't help but clench their fists in disappointment and anger. Now they are completely finished, with not a shred of hope left. The 2 men, symbolizing strength, have fallen first. Do they still expect the remaining harmless girl to clear the dungeon? At this moment, the Global Bazaar livestream chat was surging. I received news that the foolish contestants from Daxia still hadn't officially started the game. It made me laugh to death. A useless person with his head full of women. A cursed thing selling paper money is just useless. Compared to our country's contestants, they are simply worlds apart. They even have the foresight of their companions dying, yet still let lust cloud their minds. TSK, TSK, TSK. The poor people of Daxia only have sharp tongues. And compared to the 2 useless ones that fell before they even started the official dungeon, our country's contestants have already embarked on the path to deal with the troublesome Sadako. The difference here, I don't want to elaborate. Useless Daxia, prepare to face disaster. Watching the mocking comments scrolling past in the chat, although the people of Daxia were still continuously counterattacking, their emotions were still greatly affected. It was one thing to be confronted and magnified by others, but they also had to acknowledge this as a fact, which indeed felt very uncomfortable. Glancing at the provocative words of the people from various countries on the screen, Li Zhenggua's eyes burned with fiery rage. These damn beasts, we Daxia are just unlucky. Do they really think there is no one left in Daxia? Li Zhenggua suddenly slammed the table and, in front of all the high-ranking officials present, dialed the red phone. Transmit my orders The supernatural agencies are to initiate a massacre operation and kill all the hidden spies from other countries in the border counties to set an example. As for the venerable elder sitting in the main seat, he simply watched Li Zhenghua issue the command with a calm gaze, showing no intention of stopping him. After Li Zhenghua finished giving orders and sat back down, cursing under his breath, the old man slowly began to speak. Zhenghua, I have long taught you that in the face of major events, one should maintain a calm demeanor. The orders issued are not wrong, but it is indeed a foregone conclusion that our contestants from the Great Xia are incompetent. Do not let the words of the outside world affect your state of mind. All right, this conference will conclude here. Continuing to watch this live broadcast is meaningless. Everyone should go down and prepare to endure the impending disaster. The old man was about to end this meeting. After all, the accurate news from Li Zhenghua had already stated. This copy requires at least 2 people to cooperate to clear, and now, before the game has even officially started, they're going to directly reduce 2 players. Is there any need to continue watching? But unexpectedly, the next second, something happened that made everyone present's eyes widen in shock. The murderous-looking nurse in white suddenly changed her gaze to a friendly one, and the surgical knife that was pressed against young Liangxiao's neck had vanished without a trace. As for her mouth, which had been twisted into a dangerous smile, she merely extended a rosy tongue to gently lick the bloodstains on young Liangxiao's face. All the viewers watching the live broadcast were stunned at that moment. As soon as he regained consciousness, an extraordinarily beautiful face appeared before him. Perhaps he had seen it before entering or had already mentally prepared himself. At this moment, young Liangxiao surprisingly found himself feeling incredibly calm. He observed the other person's actions and realized she was helping to clean the dirt off his face. Young Liangxiao couldn't help but smile. The subordinate talent activated. Now, it was time to try detecting the second subordinate talent. As the white-clad lady licked the blood off his face, young Liangxiao suddenly reached out and touched the delicate cheek of the woman in front of him. So obedient. In an instant, the whole world fell silent. Chapter 4. Are you risking your life for pleasure? Thick gift crab. No wonder it's the mysterious and ancient East. Even though they don't know why they've escaped a disaster, they still insist on being reckless and courting death. TSK, TSK, TSK. The sick man of East Asia has never been just talk. This time, the rare Daxia people did not attack foreign citizens first, but most of them were complaining about Yang Liangxiao. There was a person dying right in front of you, and you were lucky to have the chance to save your own life. What are you doing now? Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Letting this foolish dog in is just adding trouble for Daxia, right? I've said it before. How can a cursed thing like a seller of ghost money be linked to our Daxia's fortune? This is bound to bring bad things, and look, isn't it already coming true? The entire bizarre global live stream chat was wildly surging, and at this moment, almost all eyes were focused on the live stream of the participants belonging to Daxia. Other countries also have fools, but they are nowhere near as stunning as those from Daxia. One idiot dying is enough, but the script hasn't even started, and we're already facing a double whammy. Who can withstand this? No one can. At this moment, the people of the Great Xia were staring at Yang Liangxiao with eyes filled with anger, as if they were looking at an enemy. Such a situation has made the people of various countries laugh so hard that their stomachs hurt. A bizarre world, right? Duan Qingming quietly raised his head, and his small eyes were filled with great confusion. Are you really going to be reckless and risk your life? At this moment, people around the globe seemed to foresee the tragic scenario of Yang Liangxiao being torn apart. However, what happened next made everyone in front of the screen feel as if their worldview was about to collapse. Feeling the warm touch on her cheek, Phyllis was momentarily stunned, and then her gaze suddenly became extremely fierce. A chilling, killing intent instantly filled the room. You're looking for death. Phyllis's hands shot out claws, suddenly aiming for Yang Liangxiao's neck. She intended to directly take the head of this human who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Danger approached rapidly. Yet Yang Liangxiao showed no fear at all, instead revealing a hint of excitement. Look! Phyllis's sharp claws abruptly stopped in midair as she looked at the few ghost coins in the man's hand with some confusion. This is just a guy who has just arrived in a bizarre world. Where did you get those ghost coins from? Putting that question aside, just based on his previous lighthearted actions. He thinks a mere few hundred ghost coins can dismiss her? What a dream. Name, Phyllis, race, vampire, age, 300 years, affection level, neutral hostile neutral. Seeing Phyllis's changing affection level towards him, Liangxiao knew that the force of Ida Fu Run had taken effect. However, the reason she didn't immediately change her attitude was simple. It must be that the money was not enough. A few hundred ghost coins just to touch my face? Goldie. Phyllis coldly continued her attack. But the next second, she froze in place again. My dear lady, I sincerely apologize for my previous behavior. May I ask if you would accept my apology? Liangxiao smiled and extended his right hand, revealing a whole stack of ghost coins in his palm, roughly estimated to be over 10,000. Upon seeing this, Phyllis's previously furious expression instantly retracted, and a faint blush even appeared on her stunning face. Phyllis quickly took the bills Liangxiao offered, and her gaze towards him immediately changed. With a sudden change in attitude, of course, I accept. This esteemed sir. It's rare to meet such a dashing human like you. If you wish to touch my cheek next time, just give me a heads up, or I might be startled. All right, I understand. Liangxiao nodded and continued. Please explain all the relevant work matters to us. Yes, sir. Phyllis obediently nodded. Sir, while working in our sinful sanatorium, you must adhere to 3 principles. Otherwise, it can lead to fatal consequences. First, do not let the patients feel dissatisfied. Second, you must complete the daily prescribed workload. Third, do not leave your room at night. As for the specifics of the daily prescribed work, someone will explain it to you once you enter the Sinful Welfare Institute. Do you understand, Mr. Yang? Phyllis asked softly. I understand. Liangxiao smiled and nodded at Phyllis. Smiling sweetly back at him, Phyllis immediately turned and coldly said, Did you understand? I understood. I understood. Mr. Yang, this way please. Phyllis smiled and personally helped Liangxiao push open the sanatorium door. Just as Liangxiao was about to enter the sinful sanatorium, Phyllis suddenly reached out and grabbed him. Mr. Yang, wait a moment. Mr. Yang, this is my ID badge. If any guests try to give you trouble, you can show this. It should give me a bit of face. Head nurse, Phyllis. After glancing at the ID badge in his hand, Liangxiao smiled and gently kissed Phyllis's jade-like hand. Thank you, Phyllis. This is a token of my appreciation. I hope you accept it. Holding tightly the stack of ghost coins he received, Phyllis's beautiful face blossomed with an even brighter smile. No need to thank me. I wish you a pleasant work experience, Mr. Yang. After giving Liangxiao a light kiss on the cheek, Phyllis twisted her waist and walked away. What the hell? Aren't we in the same bizarre instance? Why do I feel like you came here to flirt with girls, while I'm here under immense pressure to survive? And even aside from the original murderous bazaar, why am I suddenly so interested in the ghost coins in your hand? Are you really entering the bizarre world for the first time? Where did you get so many ghost coins? You should know that I have fought for my life in this bizarre instance 19 times and have only earned a few thousand ghost coins. Moreover, almost all of those ghost coins were spent on survival or clearing instances. Chapter 5. Silence at the Top. Disgusting work uniform. He currently has only about 100 ghost coins in total. How many ghost coins did Liangxiao spend just to tease a beautiful ghost? Roughly estimated to be around 10,000, right? My goodness, that's 10,000 ghost coins. In reality, if you wanted to spend that 10,000 ghost coins, let alone tease beauties, you could easily invite several popular female stars for a night. And now you're using that to tease and bribe a beautiful ghost in the instance? Although you did succeed and gain the other person's favor along with a strangely effective ID badge, isn't that cost a bit too much? Could it be that ancient saying, money can make ghosts push the mill, has really taught this kid something? I have money. I have hundreds of millions in cash. Does that mean I can also pave my way in the bizarre world with money? Perhaps, maybe, possibly. But no, absolutely not. This guy from Great Xia, who clearly has a problem with his brain, should have died for sure. How could he survive and even gain favor through just some cash? This must be a flaw in the bizarre instance. My Great Eastern Japan has not even gained NPC favor, so why should you Great Xia people be able to? This must be a problem with the bizarre instance. I suggest a repair. Foreign citizens expressed strong protests, especially the people from Eastern Japan and the Great American Empire, who were the most agitated. Faced with this group of fools, Our great Xia citizens naturally demonstrated exceptional communication skills, successfully teaching them not to bark any further in no time. In the capital of Great Xia, in a spacious conference room filled with all the high-ranking officials, there was currently absolute silence. They looked at the constantly swirling barrage on the screen before them, and almost everyone seemed a bit dazed, not knowing what to say. The heavy atmosphere lasted for a long time before it was broken by Li Zhenghua, the head of the Supernatural Management Bureau. Old Sovereign, do we need to continue this meeting? Seeing Li Zhenghua pass the buck to him, the old man twitched the corner of his eye slightly and then expressed his serious attitude. Our great Xia Empire has a long history spanning thousands of years, during which countless outstanding figures have emerged. It is completely unacceptable for us to judge a person solely based on their appearance and resume. This was true in ordinary times, and even more so in this era of bizarre dungeons and disturbances, so we should correct this immediately. What the old sovereign said is absolutely right. Almost everyone present nodded in agreement. Since this young man, named Liangxiao, is exceptionally mysterious, he has naturally formed a hard requirement for cooperation to clear the dungeon. Therefore, I believe it is necessary to continue this meeting, as it concerns the first Great Xia Bazaar National Fortune Dungeon, and each of us should keep a close watch to ensure we have enough understanding of it. What do you all think? I think the old sovereign is right. I agree. I also agree. Seeing that no one objected, the leading old man nodded in satisfaction. In that case, the meeting will proceed as usual. Then, the old man shifted the topic to the silent Li Zhenghua and the right chancellor. Zhenghua, old Li, it seems you both misjudged this time. There are still hidden talents among our great Xia people. Hearing the old man's teasing, the corners of both men's mouths twitched. Meeting everyone's gaze, Li Zhenghua, who had initially solemnly stated that this bizarre national fortune dungeon would undoubtedly fail, awkwardly made an excuse to leave. Watching Li Zhenghua's awkward retreat, the old sovereign and the right chancellor exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. Previously, they believed this dungeon would surely fail, but the strange displays shown by Liangxiao gave them a sense of reassurance. Discussing national affairs in an extremely tense atmosphere is ultimately not as effective as discussing them in a relaxed state. Isn't it? The old monarch and the right prime minister both burst out laughing at the same time, and smiles appeared on the faces of all the other leaders. On this side, Liangxiao, who was in a strange world, reached out to wipe the corner of his mouth and smacked his lips. Liangxiao couldn't help but sigh. He had to admit that aside from the slightly cold skin and overly pale complexion, the sensations of touch and feel from Phyllis, this female ghost, were absolutely unimaginable for an ordinary person. Could it be that the tales of Ning, Kaiqian, and Nie Xiaoqian would truly manifest in his life? As soon as the thought emerged, Liangxiao immediately shook his head to deny it. Although these female ghosts were exceptionally beautiful and rare in the human world, thinking about such things now would definitely be joking with his own life. Just considering the gap in cultivation, whether he would be drained dry was still a question. One must be strong to forge iron. Liangxiao sighed deeply and then stepped first into the black hole before him, buzzing. After a moment of dizziness, Liangxiao successfully entered the sinister sanatorium. Inside the sanatorium, the previously sensed mixed smell of alcohol and blood was even more pungent, causing Liangxiao to furrow his brow uncontrollably. Frowning, he surveyed his surroundings. There were only a few strange beings wandering the corridor, while more doctors and nurses were coming and going. Heart-wrenching screams continuously came from the patient rooms, but the nurse ghosts walking in the corridor seemed to be deaf to them, as if they had long since become accustomed to it. Just as Liangxiao was observing his surroundings, a middle-aged female nurse approached him. "You two newcomers, come with me to change into your work uniforms, and then I will explain your work duties." Soon, under the guidance of the middle-aged female nurse, the two entered the changing room. The wardrobe was filled with work uniforms, but almost none of them didn't make one feel nauseous. The clothes appeared to have been soaked in blood multiple times, with numerous inexplicable stains on them. Either there were brain matter splattered on the collar, or the pockets were stuffed with intestines, or there were traces of crushed hearts on the clothing, or In short, from Liangxiao's perspective, wearing these things was not only uncomfortable, but utterly repulsive. Chapter 6. Go and give me a clean one. A sinister voice came, and both of them turned their heads simultaneously. Under their gaze, the middle-aged female nurse's face, which initially looked relatively normal, gradually twisted into a lewd smile. Her mouth stretched wide, the corners lifting grotesquely, and, finally, it was visible to the naked eye. As the nurse revealed her true form, drool dripped incessantly from her sharp teeth. She was just an ordinary strange female nurse, yet she possessed the strength of a low-level evil spirit. Although, based on his own cultivation and strength, killing this slit-mouthed woman would be no difficult task. That capable human kid had obediently put on his work uniform. And you, an ordinary person with no sign of power, dare to remain indifferent? You foolish human are looking for death. The slit-mouthed woman shrieked in anger, her low-level evil spirit aura suddenly erupting as she opened her gaping mouth to bite Liangxiao. This kid, meanwhile, the Japanese audience, closely watching the bizarre live broadcast, couldn't help but laugh. It was one thing to be weak, but to act all high and mighty in this world where lives were as cheap as grass. Can't you people from the Great Xia endure a bit of hardship? A bunch of useless creatures only seeking enjoyment, simply unworthy to be on the same continent as me. I bet 3,000 yen that this kid was definitely in the newbie protection period. As long as his teammates don't intervene, he is undoubtedly dead. Compared to the ridicule and mockery from the Japanese people, most of the Great Xia audience did not continue to blame Liangxiao this time. Because Liangxiao had already refreshed their understanding twice in a row, they had a vague feeling that this young man seemed to be beyond normal reasoning. Under the intense gaze of nearly half the world's population, Liangxiao, who was locked in by a surge of murderous intent, didn't even change his expression at all. In fact, the next moment, he even smiled back without fear. Old lady, I suggest you rephrase your words and obediently go get me a normal work uniform. What the hell? You clearly are in grave danger, yet you still have the audacity to warn the other party? But this time, before they could even voice their thoughts or type out their words, the change in the scene left them wide-eyed. Give me. The slit-mouthed woman suddenly stomped the ground, leaving a footprint, and then lunged at Liangxiao. However, the next second, her body stiffened and paused in place. The originally ferocious blood-stained teeth slowly retreated, replaced by a flattering smile. Stay right here, esteemed sir. I will immediately fetch you a clean and flawless work uniform. Go ahead. After receiving the few hundred ghost coins tossed by Liangxiao, the previously furious slit-mouthed nurse seemed to have transformed into a different person. At your service, sir. Bowing deeply to Liangxiao, the slit-mouthed nurse dashed off at an exaggerated speed toward another location. Sir, may I assist you with changing? Since entering this bizarre national fortune instance, Liangxiao had been continuously refreshing his understanding, although he didn't show it. He wanted to slap himself upon recalling that he initially thought Liangxiao was a brainless waste. If this Liangxiao, who had such performance upon first entering the bizarre world, was considered a waste destined for death, then what did it make him, an experienced player in this bizarre game? Acting so submissively? Was he even less than a dog? At this moment, nearly all the citizens of Daxia were filled with excitement, as messages like thunder continued to flash in the bizarre live stream room. What? I'm telling you to keep barking. I want to ask those beasts who spoke disrespectfully just now. Why have you suddenly gone quiet? Our Daxia has an abundance of talent. How can you worthless ones even think of taking advantage? I now declare that Liangxiao is the new hope of our Daxia. In the live stream room of the Eastern Japan country, 2 men and 1 woman wearing ugly and disgusting work uniforms were rushing between various wards while wearing wooden clogs. Suddenly, Gongbin Wushuang stopped and pulled the middle-aged man beside her. Father, look. Saying this, Gongbin Wushuang handed the high-tech communicator in her hand to Gongbin Ichiro. Upon closer inspection, it was filled with various events that occurred after Liangxiao entered the bizarre world. Could this Daxia person also be a natural psychic hidden within the Daxia Empire? Gongbin Ichiro frowned and muttered to himself. Natural psychic? Gongbin Wushuang's eyes were filled with curiosity. Father, what does that mean? A natural psychic is someone who can detect the bizarre aspects of the world at a young age and will automatically awaken their own talents by the age of 20, possessing powers that ordinary people find hard to reach. The one hailed as the future of the Great America Empire, Fiona, is a natural psychic and, moreover, a highly gifted one. She has just awakened her talent for less than a month, and her cultivation has naturally reached the mid-level of wandering spirits. This is the terrifying aspect of natural psychics. Chapter 7. The Peak of Evil Ghosts and the Anger of an Old Woman. If this guy named Liangxiao is also a natural psychic, then what is his talent? I'm not sure, but based on the current information analysis, his talent should be related to a female ghost affinity. Gongbin Ichiro speculated. In the live stream room of the Great America Empire, the three participating team members gathered together, and Johnson took the initiative to speak. Now that everyone is here, I will say it directly. This time, we may not only compete with Eastern Japan for the first round clearance reward of the National Luck Instance, but also compete with the Daxia Empire. Hearing this, Bob immediately stared at Johnson and asked back, Isn't this National Luck Bazaar instance supposed to require at least 2 strong individuals to cooperate in order to pass? The initial information was incorrect. You all were focused on completing tasks earlier and didn't notice the newly updated news. After a moment, a strong killing intent flashed in Bob's eyes as he said coldly, This guy named Liangxiao is definitely also a natural psychic, and judging by his affinity with female ghosts, the Daxia Empire might really have a chance to compete with us for the first clearance reward. Damn, luck really is something. Hitting the jackpot with a key character who is all about female ghosts. I must not let myself encounter this lucky bastard in a bizarre instance. Otherwise, I will definitely chop him up. Glancing at the two who also showed no concealment of their killing intent, Fiona, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up. No need to worry. From the current perspective, even if his talent level isn't much different from mine, he merely has a significantly limited supportive talent. Such a talent that does not enhance combat power at all isn't worth comparing with me. If we collide head-on, I can take him down in one move. Fiona's tone was calm, as if she were recounting an established fact. Watching Fiona's confident azure blue eyes, Johnson and Bob almost simultaneously burst into laughter. How could a talent that lagged behind Daxia compare to the top talents of our Great America Empire? After changing into comfortable work clothes, Liangxiao, led by the slit-mouthed nurse, arrived at a ward. Once the slit-mouthed nurse left, Liangxiao couldn't help but glance at the other 2 wards deep in the corridor. According to the detailed description from the slit-mouthed nurse, their job was to deliver medication to designated patients in the ward every day and ensure they took it. For the first 3 days, they would deliver medication to the patients in this ward. And if they could discover the source of the bizarre occurrences in the evil sanatorium within those 3 days, they would successfully clear the task. If they failed to find the source of the bizarre events within 3 days, starting from the 4th day, they would have to deliver medication to 2 wards simultaneously. By the 7th day, they would have to deliver medication to all patients in 3 wards at once. With the slit-mouthed nurse's kind, money-driven reminder, Liangxiao successfully learned 2 crucial pieces of information. The patient in the first ward was at the evil ghost level, had a fairly good temperament, and there would be no life-threatening issues with normal medication delivery. The second ward's patient was at the early fierce ghost level, had a very violent temperament, and a slight misstep could result in severed limbs. Failing to meet his demands would lead to immediate death. As for the patient in the third ward, the information was unknown. She only knew that no one was allowed to enter after the deputy director of the sanatorium had gone in many days ago. Dead by the 7th day, after going over the hints given by the slit-mouthed nurse, Liangxiao took a deep breath and pushed open the ward door with the medication in hand. As he opened the door, a bald old woman without eyes immediately came into view. She sat on the bed, gripping a newspaper tightly in her hands, reading it intently with her empty eye sockets. Seeing this, Liangxiao really wanted to ask, how can you read anything without eyeballs? Despite his thoughts, he suppressed the urge deep inside. Although he had a great start, he wouldn't act recklessly in uncertain situations. Perhaps bizarre things can read newspapers without eyes? Quickly calming his mind, Liangxiao handed the medication tray to the old woman in front of him. Grandma, you need to take your medicine now. Just put it down wherever. I'll take it right away." The old woman didn't even bother to turn her head, casually dismissing Liangxiao with a few words. Liangxiao just waited and waited. Soon, 2 hours passed. The old woman, who was intently reading the newspaper with her empty eye sockets, showed no sign of taking her medicine. In fact, she didn't even move the newspaper in her hands. If it weren't for her body twitching slightly from time to time, he would have suspected she was about to fall asleep. "Grandma, you should take your medicine." Young Liangxiao reminded her. "Okay, I'll take it right away." Another 2 hours passed. Young Liangxiao said kindly to the eyeless old woman, "Grandma, it's almost dark. If you don't take your medicine now, I want to be able to complete my task. You need to take the medicine right now." "Oh, this time." The old woman couldn't even bring herself to say a complete sentence. She moved a little perfunctorily and fell silent again. Damn it. Even a couple in a romantic relationship can't withstand the impact of a simple "oh." And now you're using this to test a stranger who has good intentions for you? At this moment, Yang Liangxiao could no longer hold back and shouted, "I command you to take the medicine right now." As soon as his voice hit the air, the elderly woman, who had seemed relatively normal aside from her eyes and head, completely changed her demeanor. She slowly lowered the newspaper in her hands, and her skin, which had appeared normal, began to burn inch by inch. At such a short distance, Yang Liangxiao could even smell the unpleasant charred scent of flesh burning off her body. "Did you just say, you command this old one to take the medicine?" The blind, elderly woman slowly sat up from the sheets, her body engulfed in flames, with only her blood-soaked eye sockets drawing attention. But just as her hollow eyes filled with blood, a terrifying killing intent erupted explosively. This is an evil spirit. Peak level. Chapter 8. The Terrifying Old Woman. The evil spirit level peak. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. This lucky kid from Great Xia definitely didn't expect to encounter a tough opponent in the simplest hospital room. Now I declare that the luck of the Great Xia people has come to an end. No matter how well he can charm the female ghost, he absolutely cannot stop a furious peak-level evil spirit from taking action against him. The beautiful dream of the Great Xia people successfully clearing the bizarre National Luck Dungeon is about to shatter. He. Looking at the barrage wave triggered by the Eastern Japan nation, almost all the Chinese audience watching the live broadcast showed no signs of anger or embarrassment. Aside from realizing the opponent's peak evil spirit level strength, their hearts did indeed race a bit faster, but they had no doubts about Yang Liangxiao's actions. Their previous landers had already been shattered too many times by Yang Liangxiao's own peculiarities. Under Yang Liangxiao's repeated operations that refreshed common people's understanding, the people of Great Xia have developed, to some extent, a blind trust in him. This is a man who can bring miracles to the entire Great Xia Empire. That is why they are keeping silent now. All the people of Great Xia are ready to wait for their god Yang to forcefully break through the doubts with his strength. And then they will pursue victory and strike the drowning dog. I'll put it this way. I bet my life against yours. If God Yang dies, I will immediately end my life. Otherwise, you will be mysteriously taken in 3 days. However, compared to the calmness of many, a small number of hot-blooded brothers who admire Yang Liangxiao's style couldn't help but throw out harsh words. Just as the brothers threw out their harsh words, the scene changed. Boom! A majestic aura erupted from the old woman, instantly blowing everything in the hospital room to pieces. Fortunately, Yang Liangxiao tightly protected the medicine in his arms. Otherwise, he would have been finished. Damn it! Looking at the strange old woman who was about to pounce on him, Yang Liangxiao raised his eyelashes and a fierce light flickered in his eyes. Step 1. Yang Liangxiao quickly took out an identity token. The moment the identity token of Felice was revealed, the previously furious, strange old woman instantly calmed down. The blood that had been oozing from her hollow eyes stopped, and the raging fire surrounding her slowly extinguished, revealing charred flesh beneath. It really works. Yang Liangxiao's heart stirred, looking at the identity token in his hand. The strange old woman stared at Yang Liangxiao for a long time before slowly speaking. For Felice's sake, I'll spare your life this time. Be more careful next time. I can't guarantee that I can control myself every time. Now get out. Saying this, the strange old woman was about to drive Yang Liangxiao out of the room. But this time, Liangxiao panicked. If you drive me away now and don't take the medicine, won't I still die in the end? Thinking this way, Liangxiao decisively activated his unique money ability. The purchasing power of ghost coins in the strange world is far beyond that of human currency. Possessing ghost coins is equivalent to having cultivation resources, which is even more tempting to the strange beings than human desires in some ways. Even if this strange old woman truly has no interest in money, Liangxiao is still unafraid. After all, his subordinate talent, too, is described as follows. Elderly respect. Whenever you use money to command ghosts to do things, there's a chance of forced success. The chance is based on the ghost's strength, financial resources, and the reward you offer. From a literal perspective, this talent is simply conceptual. As long as he has enough ghost coins, he is almost invincible, because as long as he takes out enough money, not to mention evil spirits, even red-clothed evil spirits and ghost kings must obey his commands. I'll say it again, you will take the medicine immediately. While shouting, Liangxiao threw 2,000 ghost coins onto the strange old woman's bald head. As she looked at the 2,000 ghost coins on her head, the strange old woman's raging fire was about to burn again. But she had spoken 2 words, and Liangxiao seemed to have anticipated it and continued to launch a follow-up attack. Slap! A crisp sound echoed. This time, Liangxiao directly took out 8,000 ghost coins and smashed them on the strange old woman's face. You are doing this for my good. After that bloodied and mangled face smiled at Liangxiao, the strange old woman obediently accepted the medicine he handed over. Then, under Liangxiao's watchful eyes, she began to take it. The strange old woman crushed the bottle with one hand, catching the liquid in her left hand, while a sharp knife suddenly appeared in her right hand. Without saying a word, she started to clean the rotten flesh with a knife. One cut after another, both rotten and normal flesh were sliced off by the strange old woman, as the flesh and blood were just cut off and fell to the ground. The strange old woman began to control the liquid medicine in her left hand to drip onto the wound. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dark green liquid fell onto the exaggerated wound, immediately producing a sharp sound of a strong acid reaction, with milky white gas continuously swirling around. However, the strange old woman seemed to be devoid of any sense of pain, absorbed in her own work. Such a scene made Liangxiao, who is engaged in the business of selling ghost money, feel a twitch in the corner of his eye, let alone the many people who haven't even experienced the bizarre game firsthand. Ugh, wow. At this moment, a large group of the less resilient citizens of the Great Xia were frantically vomiting by the trash bins. But even while vomiting, they patriotically did not forget to wash away the attacks from those Eastern Japan citizens. Eastern Japan's defeated dogs. Hurry up and speak, ugh. Don't you like barking like dogs? Even if our young god has bad luck, so what? Even if our young god is assigned to the most dangerous ward group, so what? Our Great Xia will use strength to break all doubts. Looking at the constantly jumping and highly aggressive barrage of comments in front of them, many citizens of Eastern Japan were so furious that their veins bulged. Even if they wanted to refute, they couldn't find any reason to do so. After all, they indeed mispredicted the situation again. As for trying to argue back, that was even less likely, as they could barely utter a word, while the Great Xia citizens had already sent a whole screen of friendly greetings. Chapter 9 Side Quest. There's a rule that is wrong. Strange World, Evil Sanatorium. Liangxiao felt a bit uneasy as it was his first time personally experiencing such a situation. After watching for just 2 minutes, he was ready to turn and leave. However, just as he was about to turn around, a kind voice reached his ears. Child, do you want to hear about what happened to this old woman? Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully triggered a side quest. The Old Woman's Burden. Quest requirement. Listen to the old woman's heartache. Quest reward. Unknown. Huh. The strange game notification echoed in his mind, and Liangxiao immediately turned around, decisively bringing a stool to sit respectfully by the old woman's bedside. Grandma, if you're willing to talk, I would be very happy to listen. Hearing Liangxiao's words, the odd old woman paused her gruesome task of peeling away flesh from her body, then chuckled softly. All right, since that's the case, let me tell you about myself. Even 200 years later, I still remember it vividly. As the strange old woman continued to peel away flesh, She lifted her head to gaze out the window, a look of nostalgia on her face. None of this really matters. No matter how miserable or troublesome he was, he will always be my good grandson. However, as the child grew older, he would often ask me about his parents when he saw other children with theirs. I don't know how many times I called my son and daughter-in-law about this. When a fire broke out, I immediately called for help from my son and daughter-in-law. But they only asked one question: shouldn't I be the beneficiary after you die? At that moment, all the blood vessels in my head burst, and I couldn't move at all. In my final moments, I could only watch in despair as my grandson was engulfed in flames and burned to death right in front of me. At this point, the strange old woman took a deep breath and continued, "I don't blame them for wanting me dead, but they should never have treated my good grandson's life as a joke." So after that, I held on to my resentment and tortured my son and daughter-in-law, who squandered my inheritance for 7 days until they died. After they died, I even extracted their bones and made them into a chair. Wow! Liangxiao jumped up from the bone chair. Looking at the chair, clearly made from bones of different sizes and shapes, he felt a chill run down his back. However, after jumping away from the bone chair, Liangxiao seemed to think of something, and his expression instantly returned to a serious and calm state. Casually moving the bone chair a little, Liangxiao comforted her earnestly. "Grandma, the journey of life is long and full of uncertainties. We should all know that encountering things that overturn our understanding is quite normal. For this issue, we also need to learn to view it from multiple angles. You should think like this: the ones who truly suffered more are not you, but your malicious son and daughter-in-law. After all, what you lost was just a beast that didn't love you, while they lost a great mother who selflessly dedicated herself. Although time heals all wounds, we can't just stay in the darkness of emotional black holes waiting for the light. Can we, Grandma? I believe your good grandson wouldn't want his kind grandmother to remain downcast forever." As Liangxiao's words fell, ding, "Congratulations! You have successfully completed the side quest, the Old Woman's Burden. Reward has been issued to your inventory. The Strange Old Woman's Favor. Substitute Doll 1 can replace the host's death once as a passive trigger." Hearing the chilling and eerie game notification, Liangxiao felt immensely wonderful at that moment. Substitute doll. This is simply the one thing he wants the most, without exception, right now. Liangxiao could hardly resist the urge to hug the strange old woman in front of him and kiss her fiercely. Looking at the strange old woman who was smiling at him, Liangxiao's mouth twitched slightly. Well, a kiss was still out of the question. Seeing that the strange old woman had completely used up her medication and left a parting remark, Liangxiao turned around contentedly and left the first ward. "Grandma, you should rest early. I'll come see you tomorrow. Good child." But shortly after leaving the first ward, a gentle and slow voice echoed in Liangxiao's ear again. It was the voice of the strange old woman. "Child, if I remember correctly, one of the 3 principles you need to follow is absolutely wrong. Perhaps it would be more in line with your youthful nature to explore more, as long as you ensure your own safety." Upon hearing this, Liangxiao's pupils suddenly constricted. One of the 3 principles is absolutely wrong? The paid Phyllis hadn't mentioned this to him. Was it due to insufficient favorability, or interference from the rules of the strange game world? He still clearly remembered those 3 behavioral guidelines that must be followed. First, do not let the patients feel dissatisfied. Second, must complete the daily required workload. Third, do not leave the room at night without permission, according to what Phyllis said. Failing to complete any of these rules could lead to fatal consequences. But now the strange old woman actually said that one of the principles is absolutely wrong. Based on the latter part of her words, Liangxiao could almost instantly pinpoint that 3rd principle. The strange old lady meant that he should try not to stay in the room at night. Liangxiao squinted his eyes, contemplating something in his mind. Chapter 12. The Destruction of the Stick Nation. Disaster Strikes. What Liangxiao did not know was that shortly after he left the dormitory, the old television covered in intestines suddenly began to flicker erratically. At one moment, the screen completely fell into black and white. At the same time, a disheveled figure slowly crawled out from within. "You are damned." But as soon as she lifted her head, she stood there as if frozen by a spell, staring blankly with lifeless eyes. The dormitory that had been inhabited for years was suddenly empty at this moment. The Sadako here was lost in confusion, while on the other side, Liangxiao was equally perplexed. The entire corridor was eerily quiet, with no unusual sounds coming from the surrounding rooms. It was as if the entire evil sanatorium had entered a normal night, where every strange occurrence would peacefully drift into sleep. How could it be so calm and ordinary? After hiding in the corridor for nearly an hour without discovering anything unusual, Liangxiao, skeptical of the situation, muttered to himself, "If everything's calm and ordinary tonight, what is the point of this mission?" He clearly remembered the task description given by the bizarre game the moment he entered this world. In the original evil sanatorium, even those in critical condition could be helped to extend their lives for a while, but recently, the longevity feature of this famous sanatorium has shown signs of distortion. The higher-ups of the evil sanatorium have racked their brains without results and have no choice but to secretly seek help from the outside world. Liangxiao speculated that the fundamental reasons for the distortion of the longevity feature were probably a few. First, someone among the higher-ups was embezzling funds, leading to the compromised quality of the sanatorium's exclusive high-efficiency medicines, causing adverse reactions in patients. Second, someone was maliciously hunting the critically injured and defenseless bizarre entities here. Third, before Liangxiao could finish his speculation, the originally bright light blue lamps suddenly began to flicker, just as he turned his gaze towards the ghostly lanterns. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed throughout the corridor. "Ah, it's here." With a thought, a large bundle of ghostly coins appeared in Liangxiao's hand. Gripping the bundle tightly, he felt a surge of calm and immediately ran towards the direction of the scream. Soon, he arrived at the door of the room. Without any hesitation, Liangxiao grasped the doorknob and yanked it open. Whoosh! As the hospital room door swung open, Liangxiao shouted loudly, "Everyone stop it!" Almost simultaneously with his shout, he was ready to throw the bundle of paper money at the bizarre entity in front of him. But the scene before him left Liangxiao stunned, his mind seemingly frozen, unsure of what to say. From the moment the scream rang out to his arrival took no more than 3 minutes. Yet only a severed limb remained at the scene. Was the bizarre in this hospital too weak, or was the one attacking him too powerful? Liangxiao was uncertain, but he had already identified the fundamental reason for the damage to the evil sanatorium's reputation. It was undoubtedly because of the bizarre entity that was rampantly attacking patients in the dark. With this realization, Liangxiao let out a long sigh, preparing to leave the room and see if that bizarre entity would continue to wreak havoc. But just as he stepped out the door, a cold, merciless broadcast suddenly spread throughout the bizarre and real worlds. All contestants from the Korean team have been wiped out. The bizarre national fortune instance has failed. Punishment disaster will descend in 3 minutes. All citizens of Korea, please prepare. What the hell? In just a moment of distraction, the 3 Koreans next door were completely wiped out? Didn't they have 3 somewhat competent contestants in the competition? I'm not sure. Logically, the average strength of the Korean team should be at the peak of wandering spirits, so they shouldn't have been wiped out on the first day. Whatever. It's not our world suffering. If they suffer first, we can just watch and see if this so-called bizarre national fortune instance is really as terrifying as the game rules say. You're right. The Global Bazaar live broadcast room was in a frenzy of discussion, and 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The disaster was about to descend. As the eyes of the global audience focused, the screen of the Global Bazaar live broadcast room suddenly zoomed in on the scene from Korea. Clearly, the bizarre world wanted everyone to see the devastation being wreaked upon Korea. The viewers of the live stream weren't foolish. They all turned their serious gazes towards the screen. "No, Mom, I'm still young. I don't want to die. Damn it, you 3 contestants, I'm so mad. Wah. Oppa, I'm scared. Don't grab me, Appa, I'm scared too." As the people of Korea trembled in fear, a bizarre atmosphere began to spread. Thick dark clouds surged in the sky, rapidly spreading like a torrent of black water. A fierce wind rose, howling through the streets and alleys, producing a chilling wail. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning sliced through the sky like a sword, followed by a deafening thunderclap that seemed to shake the earth. Just as all the citizens of Korea looked up in terror, a torrential downpour began to pour down. This is just an ordinary rainstorm, but every drop of rain is an eerie crimson color. exhibiting extreme corrosiveness the moment it touches anything. When it falls on human bodies, it quickly rots their flesh and blood, rapidly penetrating bones and internal organs. This blood rain is lethal upon contact. With just this wave of blood rain, it has instantly claimed the lives of over 100,000 citizens in the Korean nation. But is this the only punishment from this bizarre world? Obviously not. Amidst the tragic wails of the Korean populace, waves of disaster began to erupt. The ground started to tremble slightly. At first, it was just a minor shake, but soon it became violent, with the stone slabs on the streets cracking and huge fissures spreading like the claw marks of a demon. From these cracks, clouds of black mist surged upwards, spreading a nauseating stench. The mist seemed alive, twisting and changing, gradually coalescing into various grotesque shapes, some resembling clawing monsters, others appearing like strange ghosts. Regardless of their appearance, they all shared a common trait. The moment they solidified, they charged towards the terrified populace in all directions. The horrifying one-sided massacre spread through every street and alley in the Korean nation. Chapter 13. 1/3 of the nation evaporates. At the same time, the rivers in the Korean nation began to flow backward, the water turning pitch black and emitting an evil glow. Strange creatures occasionally surfaced, with sharp fangs and glinting eyes, rushing into inhabited houses to unleash slaughter. At this moment, it seemed that some districts in the Korean nation were lucky enough to escape the external calamity. But in reality, the bizarre disaster still loomed over them. In places unseen by the public, citizens of the Korean nation walked up to tall buildings with vacant eyes and blank expressions, then jumped off. Bang, bang, bang. Groups of flesh splattered on the ground, creating a gruesome scene, yet the crowd behind continued to surge forward relentlessly. The disaster brought by this bizarre national fortune dungeon has cast a shadow over the entire Korean peninsula. The horror of such punishment is so great that in the country of the thousands of people die every second. West 8. Pass my order. All national personnel immediately go to rescue. Use all your trump cards, and the country will reimburse you after the consumption. You must protect more people to survive. Although the president of the country issued an emergency order very promptly, the effect is still minimal. In the face of the bizarre rules, human lives are like grass, are the weakest anomalies at the evil spirit level. And that strange blood rain is even more corrosive than strong acid. I just saw a late-stage wandering soul cultivator who was completely dissolved into a pool of blood after only a few minutes in it. Have you noticed those who jumped off buildings voluntarily? Their death rate is not slower than being slaughtered by the anomalies. The punishment for failing to pass the calamity has truly shocked the people of various countries. If they previously held a glimmer of hope, thinking that even if their country faced a calamity, they could rely on various means or their own strength to successfully avoid this punishment, those thoughts have instantly vanished upon witnessing the scale of the calamity that has befallen the country of Korea. Such a large-scale disaster, and yet still hoping to take shortcuts to avoid it? Isn't this just a pure joke? At this moment, the people of various countries had a completely new understanding of the bizarre national fortune dungeon. Amid the heart-pounding anxiety of countless citizens, the terrifying disaster that ravaged the Korean nation finally began to slowly subside. Although the punishment lasted less than 30 minutes, it still left the entire country in a cruel nightmare. Once a prosperous city now lay in ruins, with skyscrapers toppled and the remains of concrete and steel resembling silent behemoths, telling of the merciless power of the disaster. Dust and smoke filled the streets. Abandoned vehicles lay scattered like discarded toys. The city's lights had long been extinguished, replaced by darkness and deathly silence. Fear and despair were etched on people's faces. Survivors were ragged and empty-eyed, and the once lively and bustling city now echoed only with faint and continuous sounds of pain and sorrow. Despite the absence of rain, water flowed continuously along the broken roads. It was not clear rainwater, but the bright red blood flowing from each corpse. At that moment, the eerie voice of the game echoed throughout the world once again, causing people everywhere to erupt with various emotions. The disaster punishment belonging to the Korean nation has ended. Given that this is the first time for various countries to participate in the National Fortune Dungeon, this rule has specially granted you a half-hour grace period this time. You do not need to specifically count the death toll. An hour ago, the Korean nation had a population of 32 million, and now only 20 million are left alive. I hope all countries and participants take this as a warning and do not treat the bizarre National Fortune Dungeon as a joke. Finally, I wish everyone a pleasant experience in the bizarre game. Listening to the eerie game's announcement again, most of the people from various countries couldn't help but curse angrily. Damn your game. A single punishment kills tens of millions, and you still have a nerve to call it grace? If it weren't for the grace, would you have wiped out more than half the population of our country? Beastly world, beastly heavenly path. It's not even us participating in the bizarre dungeon. So why should we be affected by their failure to clear it? Oh my God. I truly beg the representatives from our country in the bizarre National Fortune Dungeon, please don't court death. Glancing at the disaster that had befallen the Korean nation, Liangxiao felt a slight shock in his heart, but ultimately did not lose composure. Quickly shifting his gaze away from the screen showing the disaster in Korea, he took the opportunity to switch the channel to the great American empire. Compared to him, who was still eating popcorn, the three representatives from the great American empire were completely focused, not even paying the slightest attention to the screen in front of them. They swiftly formulated policies and began to implement them. In a dormitory, Fiona and Bob, the chainsaw butcher, pretended not to hear as they ate at the dining table, sipping whiskey. However, while eating and drinking, they were also tightly communicating. When Sadako appears, we must quickly kill her so that Johnson can successfully control her. And only then can we hand her over to the higher-ups to complete this National Fortune Dungeon. Understood. Bob nodded silently. Soon, a figure with disheveled hair appeared on the television. It was none other than Sadako. Act now. The moment Sadako appeared, the two who had been immersed in their meal instantly flipped the table. Angel's holy light, Fiona shouted, and a pair of pure white wings appeared behind her. A brilliant golden light surged, transforming into beams that shot directly at Sadako, causing her to emit white smoke as if she were being burned. Her abilities were highly restrictive against the bizarre, and while attacking, she could largely diminish the power of the bizarre, giving her an absolute advantage in fighting against beings of the same tier. Even if there was a significant disparity in strength, her innate special ability would still take effect, though the effectiveness would naturally be variable. However, being a mid-level wandering spirit, she could weaken Sadako's strength to some extent, which was already quite impressive. After all, she was not alone. With a low, powerful rumble, the chainsaw's engine roared to life, like distant thunder rolling in the background, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Then, as the saw blade spun at high speed, the sound became sharp and piercing, like countless sharp knives crazily cutting through the air. The chainsaw butcher Bob had made his move. Chapter 10. The Top 10 Talents? Just as Liangxiao pondered while entering the employee dormitory, outside, in the human world, the barrage in the global live broadcast room was filled with question marks. What the hell? Why did the screen suddenly go black for the great Xia team? I don't know. Could it be that this product from the bizarre world also has network issues? Dude, your joke is really cold. Compared to the confusion of the great Xia citizens, the high-level officials in Huaxia were much calmer. First of all, this global bizarre live broadcast room was a creation of the bizarre game. It couldn't possibly make such a conventional error. The right minister stood up and approached the big screen, emphasizing first. All the high-ranking officials present nodded in agreement. For my analysis, I believe this little guy named Liangxiao must have received some important hint or information related to clearing the dungeon. The right minister's old eyes sparkled with wisdom as he confidently stated. What the right minister said is absolutely right. This is the most reasonable explanation. The other high-ranking officials from various countries echoed in agreement. Even the leading elder of the great Xia nation nodded in approval, saying, I also agree with old Li's viewpoint. I actually want to express some views on this little guy named Liangxiao. Please speak, old national leader. All eyes turned to the elder. The elder took a sip of his tea and slowly began to speak. Everyone has witnessed Liangxiao's performance. His talent and comprehension are almost like those of a natural explorer of the bizarre world. In my opinion, His overall talent could even rank in the top 10 within our great Xia Empire. Top 10? As soon as this was said, all the high-ranking officials present couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. The current top 10 talents of the nation were not just a simple title. What they represented was closely tied to the future of the country. It also heralded a massive supply of resources, a surge in power, and had a significant impact on the relationships of the future red factions of the Great Xia Empire. Among the current top 10 talents in the Great Xia Empire, almost all of them were descendants of prominent families behind those present. Even if there happened to be one who came from humble beginnings, they would have been recruited by a certain family at the very beginning of their rise. For every top 10 talent, the major families had invested considerable energy and resources. Now, with the elders' single statement about pushing out a top 10 talent, it was not just about disturbing their cake. It was about shaking the very foundation of their future for decades. In this situation, where their fundamental interests are at stake, these high-ranking officials, originally dedicated to their country and people, naturally display a part of human selfishness. The old monarch. Although we acknowledge that young Liangxiao possesses extraordinary talent and strength that few can match, he has started late. Elevating him to the top 10 genius ranks now seems somewhat inappropriate. The representative of the Xie family was the first to speak out. Following him, the leaders of the Wang and Lu families also expressed their opinions. Minister Xie made a valid point. Even if young Liangxiao is exceptionally talented, this is his first time entering the bizarre world. Even though he has helped us complete this national fortune instance mission and deserves great credit, it cannot change the gap in cultivation between him and the current top 10 geniuses. In my opinion, we don't need to rush to place Yang Liangxiao in the top 10 genius ranks. It will be sufficient to put him in the top 30 prodigies for now. We can always promote him to the top 10 once he has sufficient strength. Wang Zhongshu, having just shared his views with a smile, was soon followed by the serious words of Minister Lu. Both colleagues made very reasonable points, and I naturally agree with their views. Moreover, to put it bluntly, even if the old monarch insists on forcibly placing Yang Liangxiao into the top 10 genius ranks, it should wait until this national fortune bazaar instance is completely cleared. It is indeed somewhat hasty to draw conclusions before the results are in. Besides the two prime ministers, the three most powerful officials united to voice their opinions. And many other civil officials naturally did not want to lag behind, echoing the views of these three officials. Watching the dozens of top national power holders united in their stance, the old monarch fell into silence for a moment. After calmly scanning the crowd, the old monarch finally spoke with sharp eyes. Since that's the case, let us take a gamble. Although this statement from the old monarch was framed as a discussion, his tone was filled with undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, the three great officials, Xia, Chun, and Lu, exchanged glances and then nodded with smiles. They understood that this was the old monarch taking a step back under pressure. If they continued to stubbornly insist, it would be seen as breaking the rules. Moreover, achieving this result under pressure had already satisfied them greatly. In their view, even if Yang Liangxiao, who has no cultivation, seems to have a smooth journey ahead, given his reckless nature, it is only a matter of time before he encounters setbacks. Attempting to clear the instance by luck is not a simple task, let alone achieving an excellent evaluation. Each time a bizarre instance is cleared, the evaluation is based on one's performance in the bizarre world and the degree of event exploration completed. The evaluations in the bizarre game are classified into 4 tiers: lucky, ordinary, excellent, and perfect. The higher the tier, the more abundant the rewards. The difference in rewards between each tier is not merely a simple step up. As one rises in the evaluation tier, the disparity in reward quality is vastly different. Not to mention the special nature of the national fortune instance. How many can achieve an excellent evaluation in ordinary bazaar instances? Over 3 years since the bazaar game arrived, the number of participants from the Great Xia Empire in bazaar instances is at least in the hundreds of millions. Yet the instances cleared with an excellent evaluation are fewer than 1,000. If achieving an excellent evaluation is so difficult, one can only imagine how rare it is to obtain the highest level perfect evaluation. Among the vast population of Great Xia, those who can achieve such evaluations are merely a handful. Moreover, Many among them have long since passed away due to injuries or hidden ailments. This is also the fundamental reason why the three powerful ministers, Xia, Chun, and Lu, were so happy to hear the old king's retreating words. Chapter 11. The high-level conflict in the East. In their view, even if someone like Liangxiao, with his personality, could luck his way through this bizarre national fortune instance, achieving an ordinary level of evaluation would already be like smoke rising from his ancestor's grave. As for the excellent evaluation, which was many times more difficult to obtain than an ordinary level, TSK. But I didn't want to say much more. During a brief break in the high-level meeting, the large conference room was left with only the old king and the right minister present. Just as the whole meeting became calm, the right minister couldn't wait to speak up. Old king, although I don't know what you're thinking, your direct request today is really too hasty. This little guy Liangxiao, while he does seem to have extraordinary potential, is entering this bizarre world for the first time. And this first time is in an exceptionally complicated national fortune bizarre instance. To place your hopes on him achieving an excellent evaluation in his first bizarre game is simply absurd. The right minister was agitated, rambling on without restraint, expressing his opinions and views. Listening seriously to the right minister's words, the old king remained unbothered, quietly sipping his tea while watching the right minister vent. After a full 3 minutes, the right minister finally stopped, panting, looking at the old king's expression, which still showed no signs of change. The right minister helplessly slumped back into his chair. Alas, you stubborn old man, at this point, we can only hope. Seeing the obviously discouraged right minister, the old king finally revealed a hint of a smile on his usually calm and friendly face. Oldly, I understand your worries. You just think that this little guy is an ordinary person with no background, and no matter how extraordinary his talent is, he can't possibly use it perfectly, right? If he really came from a prestigious family, you might not be so agitated. Of course. The right minister gulped down his tea and shot an annoyed glare at the old king. But with that one glance, the right minister seemed to suddenly remember something and immediately asked the old king again. Could it be that this little guy has some hidden background? Hearing the right minister's question, the old king smiled mysteriously and pointedly said, "Take a serious look at all the photos of this little guy from his childhood to adulthood in his file. Don't you think he resembles a certain unscrupulous old fellow quite a lot?" Unscrupulous old fellow? Reflecting on the old king's words, a long-buried memory suddenly surfaced in the right minister's mind. At this moment, the right minister seemed struck by lightning, trembling as he spoke. "Are you saying this brat is that guy's?" The old national leader nodded firmly and immediately interrupted. "This is news left behind by that old fellow's backup plan. You just need to know about this, and we must not make it public." I understand. The right minister nodded vigorously, his eyes unable to resist looking at young Liangxiao in the image, filled with complexity and excitement. Just as the old national leader of the great Xia and the right minister were having their private conversation, the eerie world on the other side had already plunged into darkness. Ding! The gloomy bell echoed throughout the sinful sanatorium, marking the official arrival of night in this world. Don't ask how young Liangxiao knew. Just know that he has superpowers. It's dark, he murmured to himself. Yang Liangxiao glanced at the bed behind him and decisively chose to leave the bedroom. Now that he already knew the third option was absolutely wrong. Staying in this bedroom would be pure foolishness, wouldn't it? He slowly opened the door slightly and peered out, looking around and finding nothing unusual. Then, he plunged into the empty corridor. In the real world, the global eerie live broadcast room. The screen belonging to Huaxia had just returned to normal, and all the people saw young Liangxiao opening the door and leaving the bedroom. Suddenly, the confused people of the great Xia directly burst out with their national essence. "Wow, what are you doing, young Liangxiao, young Gu, young Dashen? Didn't we agree in the third principle that we shouldn't leave the bedroom at night? What are you up to now? Oh no, could it be that this guy has been riding high for too long and got so carried away with confidence that he forgot even the 3 basic behavioral principles? Damn it, my heart is racing, and I really want to lash out at this kid, but I'm also afraid he'll slap me in the face again." At one, almost the entire population of Great Xia couldn't help but question young Liangxiao's choice. Only the leaders of the beautiful American Empire and the Eastern Japan were as cold as frost. Honestly, is there someone among you who has leaked our highest secrets to that damned Great Xia Empire? The Emperor of Japan, enraged and embarrassed, slammed the table and glared at the surrounding national leaders with eyes full of anger. Looking at everything displayed on the screen, not only was the Emperor of Japan furious, but his counterparts were also extremely displeased. The numerous face slaps from the Great Xia people had frustrated them to the extreme. They had originally thought that the damned Great Xia contestant would finally trip up and give them a breather. But now, that breath not only didn't come out, but it had directly turned into a suffocating fog blocking their chests. How can they accept this? Damn it, which bastard is acting as a traitor? I want to kill him. If you are still a qualified samurai, then you should immediately stand up and commit seppuku. What the hell are you looking at? Do you think I'm the one who leaked the information? I'll kill you. The excited high-ranking officials of the East are all drawing their swords, creating an atmosphere that is about to erupt into a fight. On one side, the highest conference room in the Eastern Japan erupted into chaos. On the other side, the conference room of the Great American Empire was no better off. At this moment, all the officials in the highest conference room exchanged furious glances. And although no words were spoken, the oppressive atmosphere in the entire space was rapidly spreading at a terrifying speed, as if the conflict would explode at any moment. Chapter 14. Unexpected. Severed arms and death. Bob was tall and robust, perhaps due to his work uniform, which concealed his wild appearance. However, with one hand holding a buzzing chainsaw, a grotesque and ugly mask appeared in his other hand. As he slowly closed his eyes to put on the mask, a violent killing intent erupted from Bob. His chainsaw and mask were both specific high-level cursed objects. The moment the mask was on, Bob suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with madness and cruelty. Come on, little demon. Let me have some fun with you. He he he. This Bob is not as simple as the late-stage evil spirit displayed in the eerie game. When he pulled out the chainsaw and put on the mask, his entire aura instantly reached the peak level of an evil spirit. Don't be fooled by the fact that the peak of the evil spirit level and the late stage are only separated by a small realm. This tiny difference in the eerie world results in a terrifying power gap. As Bob approached, Sadako suddenly raised her head. A fierce expression appeared on her pale face. With a sharp scream, a heavy pressure suddenly descended upon Bob. Under the influence of this heavy pressure, Bob's body stiffened, and when he moved again, his actions were obviously much slower. However, he remained fearless because, according to the official information he received, Sadako's clone in this instance was only at the mid-level of an evil spirit. But the next second, Bob's eyes, filled with killing intent, suddenly narrowed. Something was wrong. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air came, and the careless Bob had no time to react before one of his arms was already severed from his body. Blood gushed out from the severed arm, and Bob gritted his teeth against the pain, violently swinging the chainsaw in his hand. Zzz. Sadako's claws collided with the chainsaw, producing a sharp sound of metal clashing. You bustat. The pain from his severed arm intensified Bob's killing intent, and the ghostly power within him surged into the chainsaw recklessly. Suddenly, the massive chainsaw in Bob's hand emitted a chilling metallic sheen. The teeth of the chainsaw glinted with a sharp cold light in the dim light, as if eager to tear everything apart. The next second, the chainsaw, which had been a stalemate, suddenly emanated a layer of blood light, and the deafening roar sounded like a demon's growl, breaking the silence of the night. Brilliant light. The chainsaw in Bob's hand unleashed its most terrifying power, while Fiona, seeing Bob was injured, immediately applied another weakening buff to Sadako. Bob's strength erupted, while Sadako's strength was weakened. Almost in an instant, the outcome was decided. The roaring chainsaw swept through the night sky in a wide arc, and the dazzling blood light flashed fleetingly. Ugh! Accompanied by Sadako's painful wail, she was severed in half. A surge of overwhelming ghostly energy erupted, and the Sadako that had threatened both of them instantly vanished from the room. After exiting the chainsaw butcher state, Bob's forehead veins bulged instantly. While he was in the chainsaw butcher state, his pain perception was significantly reduced. Now that his mental state relaxed, A wave of intense pain quickly surged in. However, Bob was a battle-hardened person. Even though the severe pain constantly assaulted his brain, he remained silent and allowed Fiona to bandage his wounds. Don't worry. Once we clear the level, our great American empire will definitely find a way to restore your arm. Bob nodded. After all, he was more concerned about the injuries suffered by his fellow citizens. He didn't believe the great American empire would neglect his treatment. Now that we have successfully completed our side, we just need to wait for Johnson to quickly defeat the weakened Sadako in the ward. If all goes well, we should be able to clear this first eerie national fortune instance soon. Fiona's lips curled slightly, her bright blue eyes sparkling with confidence. But if everything goes well, something unexpected is about to happen. Just as the two excitedly awaited the eerie game notification in their minds, a piercing scream suddenly pierced their ears. It was Johnson's voice. Upon hearing this familiar sound, Fiona and Bob exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Let's go see what's going on. Fiona and Bob rushed to the source of Johnson's scream at a sprinting speed. When they arrived, they found only a dying body. At this moment, Johnson was in extremely poor condition, half of his body completely missing, with a large pool of blood and intestines on the floor. The entire room was filled with an uncomfortable feeling. Didn't we already kill Sadako's important clone over there? Under these circumstances, shouldn't the main body of Sadako here only have the strength of a peak wandering spirit? At most, she should only be at the early stage of an evil spirit, right? But what is going on now? Fiona asked in confusion, her voice filled with urgency. Sadako. What about Sadako? Fiona hurriedly leaned down to Johnson's mouth. You guys succeeded over there. But the Sadako here still possesses the strength of a late-stage evil spirit. This eerie national fortune instance may be very different from usual. Be very careful. Don't let the Empire be shamed because of us. Johnson's once black hair turned white in an instant, and his aura dropped drastically, his vitality dissipating completely in just 2 or 3 seconds. There was no time for mourning. Fiona immediately conveyed Johnson's last words to Bob. After hearing Fiona's words, Bob's expression instantly turned grim. In the eerie game from 3 years ago, there was also an instance called the Sinful Sanatorium. Moreover, the Eastern country was the only one in the world to clear it, and as their little brother, the great American empire had proactively reported this strategy to them in detail. The strategy stated that the root cause of the problems in the Sinful Sanatorium was Sadako continuously slaughtering the patients within. To clear the instance, they had to kill or even capture Sadako alive. To kill or capture Sadako, both sides had to cooperate simultaneously. One team would kill the attacking Sadako clone in the dormitory, while the other team would immediately eliminate the real Sadako committing murder in the ward. Only in this way could they successfully clear the instance. Otherwise, if one side acted alone, Sadako would never suffer any damage. Chapter 15. Liangxiao's bold ideas about Sadako. In the usual eerie instances, the Sadako clone in the room was at most at the early stage of an evil spirit. And in that ward, the real Sadako would immediately drop to the peak of a ghost when her clone was killed. But in this eerie national fortune instance, not only did the Sadako clone in the room reach the late stage of an evil spirit, but even their successful killing of the clone had no effect on the main body at all. In such a situation, wanting to clear the level would make the difficulty skyrocket exponentially. The problem is quite significant. Both Bob and Fiona frowned. Although Bob, in his prime, possessed the strength of a peak evil spirit, it was impossible for him to kill Sadako's clone in the dormitory while simultaneously teleporting to kill the affected Sadako's true form. Now, the only way they thought they could force a clearance was to have Fiona in the hospital with Sadako's true form the next day, preventing him from quickly killing the patients and then escaping. Meanwhile, Bob would lie in wait in the dormitory, killing Sadako's clone at the fastest speed, and then immediately rush to the hospital to support Fiona. It was clear that they both thought of this plan, but implementing it was nearly impossible. Even if Fiona had top-notch talent, it was absolutely unrealistic to think she could restrain at least the true form of Sadako with her mid-level wandering soul cultivation. Not to mention restraining it. If Fiona dared to make a move on Sadako's true form, A single encounter would result in her head being separated from her body. They decided to explore further to see if there were any other ways to clear the level. After a moment of silence, they ultimately made this decision. In the eerie world, Bob and Fiona felt significantly downcast, while the eerie live broadcast in the real world erupted in chaos. Comments cursing the eerie game surged continuously. Screw you, eerie National Fortune Dungeon. If you want to take action against us, just say it outright. Why play these eerie games? Not only do we have to fight the eerie, but we also have to battle at least 2 entities with peak evil spirit strength. Is this something a human can accomplish? All right, there's nothing more to see. Even the Great American Empire is struggling like this. Which country's team can clear it? I dare say no one can clear it. This eerie game has come to start a massacre against us humans. The eerie live broadcast from the Great American Empire not only stirred up a great uproar among the masses, but also dropped a deep water bomb among the high-ranking officials of various countries. Boom! After witnessing the previous encounters of the Great American Empire, emergency meetings rapidly convened among the high-ranking officials of various countries. It should be noted that among the hundreds of countries globally, none of the participants selected for the eerie National Fortune Dungeon had a cultivation level exceeding peak evil spirit. If this eerie National Fortune Dungeon truly had no other means to assist in clearing it, then the chances of all countries clearing it would be less than 10%. In the Great Xia Empire, in the capital city, the reconvened peak meeting fell into silence. Although the 3 major officials were very unwilling to see young Liangxiao squeeze into the top 10 heroes, they absolutely did not want their country's team to be unable to clear this National Fortune eerie dungeon. They had already witnessed the disaster that descended upon the Korean nation, and that terrifying scale of eeriness would inflict a massive blow even on the Great Xia Empire, whose foundation far surpassed that of Korea. Moreover, this eerie descent was an indiscriminate strike, and no one could say for certain whether the center of this eerie outbreak would conveniently be within their territory. If their luck were to be that bad, they would have nowhere to cry. Looking at the serious expressions of the high-ranking officials from all countries, the elder at the forefront couldn't help but speak up. What you need to do now is to quickly analyze and deduce other possible ways to assist in clearing the level, rather than sulking here like a frostbitten eggplant. Not to mention, our Great Xia Empire's contestants haven't even faced that eerie being directly yet. Perhaps they can bring us more surprises? The matter is not yet concluded. If we all lose heart first, how can we talk about anything? The resonant voice of the elder from the Great Xia Empire spread throughout the conference hall, forcibly uplifting everyone's spirits. Listen up. What you need to do now is to arrange for the preparations below to be ready to face the disaster at any time. It's better to be prepared. Additionally, and most importantly, maintain absolute trust in our country's contestants. Yes, old country lord. The next morning, in this desolate and lonely eerie world, there was not a hint of sunlight to be seen. Young Liangxiao's awakening was solely due to the piercing sound of the bell ringing. Damn it, I'm in an eerie world, and I still have to wake up early. Young Liangxiao cursed as he put on his work clothes and stepped towards the hospital room where the old woman was. However, just as Yang Liangxiao took his first step, a message appeared before him. Looking at the suddenly emerging blue screen, Yang Liangxiao frowned and curiously focused on it. Official communication from the Great Xia Empire, the Great American Empire on the previous day. Note, only the top 10 countries in overall national strength have a right to transmit information to the participants in the eerie National Fortune Dungeon. After carefully reading the message sent by the Great Xia Empire, Yang Liangxiao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Sadako? A clone is strong as the true form, and it requires 2 people to cooperate at the same time. People in this world have a very limited understanding of Sadako. After all, Yang Liangxiao didn't find any introduction to Sadako on the official website of the Great Xia Empire. The people of the Great Xia Empire may not understand Sadako, but he does. As a classic masterpiece from his past life, he didn't know how many times he had watched this film. He is very clear about Sadako's origins and abilities, at least possessing the cultivation level of a late-stage evil spirit. Given this situation, Sadako would definitely not be weaker than her counterparts in this bizarre world, and might even be much stronger. However, no matter how strong Sadako is, it is irrelevant to Yang Liangxiao, as it is absolutely impossible to confront her head-on. What he needs to do is to properly utilize his abilities. Speaking of which, in this bizarre world, under certain unique conditions, it seems that bizarre entities can sign contracts with humans, becoming their helpers or even ghost pets. Reflecting on Sadako's true appearance after being cleaned up in his past life, a bold idea suddenly appeared in Liangxiao's mind. Chapter 16. Implicit. The injured Duan Qingming knock-knock. Politely knocking on the door, Liangxiao easily walked into the room. "Grandma, I'm here again." He flashed a bright smile at the bizarre old woman, who seemed to sense Liangxiao's goodwill and nodded kindly in response. "It's good that you're here, child." With the old woman cooperating, Liangxiao successfully completed today's task again. Looking at the bizarre old woman, her body emitting white smoke and covered in blood and flesh, Liangxiao still felt a bit of chill despite having seen it once before. Who would scrape off all the flesh before applying medicine? Which good medicine reacts with the skin to create a phenomenon almost like sulfuric acid. "Grandma, I basically completed my task for today. I came to chat with you." "Good." The bizarre old woman, her body bloodied and her eye sockets hollow, nodded. Although her face was covered in blood and her eyes were haunting, Liangxiao could clearly feel that she was touched and pleased after hearing his words. Chatting about various topics, Liangxiao talked nonstop for 2 to 3 hours. Seeing Liangxiao speaking fluently, it was as if he had personally raised a child. The bizarre old woman, now restored to her full flesh, couldn't help but smile and shake her head. "Child, you've already spent enough time with me today. I can't directly tell you the information you want, but I can give you a hint without breaking the bizarre game's rules." As soon as she said this, Liangxiao hadn't even responded before the global audience, who were already furious about the bizarre game, couldn't sit still. "Damn it, is that what you call a hint? You might as well just say it directly. That would be easier for us. People risk their lives to gain even a tiny bit of information and help in this bizarre game. And here you are. The female ghost just opens the door for you, right? We're the damn bizarre game rules. I'm reporting someone for cheating." Liangxiao didn't break the rules. Did this bizarre old woman not break them either? Hurry up and punish her. In this short time, they even forgot their anger about the unreasonable extraction of players in the bizarre game. One complaint after another poured from their mouths. At this moment, those who firmly believed that no one could pass this bizarre National Fortune dungeon began to feel a bit of hope. The final big boss of this bizarre National Fortune dungeon, Sadako, is also a female ghost. Given Liangxiao's nature, there might actually be a chance for a miracle. Realizing this, the citizens of various countries began to feel a wave of jealousy towards their national representatives, since their countries would inevitably suffer disasters. With many lives about to vanish into thin air, they naturally did not want the great Xia Empire to benefit from it and remain unscathed. God bless. Let all the contestants from the great Xia Empire be wiped out, unaware of how his series of actions had incited the world's intense jealousy. Liangxiao's eyes burst with brilliant light upon hearing the bizarre old woman's hint. If the other party made it so obvious, and he still didn't realize that Sadako would attack that hospital room tonight, then he should just restart. "Grandma." Liangxiao wanted to thank her, but the bizarre old woman waved her hand to interrupt him. "All right, child, go and prepare for your own matters. It's almost dark. As for me, I'm already very happy that you could chat with me for so long today." Nodding seriously at the bizarre old woman, Liangxiao didn't linger and turned to leave the first hospital room. Upon exiting the first hospital room, Liangxiao looked at the nameplate on the door. "This is Area D, Ward 1. Liangxiao shifted his gaze to survey the vast and sinister sanatorium, only to find that he could not see any signs for Area A, and even the signs for Areas B and C were missing. Really? Liangxiao raised an eyebrow. What he could see had at least 100 patient rooms. Could it be that all these rooms belonged to Area D? If that were the case, then it must be far from where his dormitory was located. For a moment, Liangxiao turned to glance at the closed door behind him. Now he finally understood the true reason why the strange old woman had hurried him along. She meant well, wanting him to have enough time to find the designated area. Regardless of whether it was a person or a ghost, a kind old lady always warmed the heart. Smiling and shaking his head, Liangxiao quickly set off towards the outside. After running for at least 2 minutes, he finally burst into the building that housed Area D. The moment he rushed out of the building, the pitch-black night, as dark as ink, came into view. Just now, there was still an hour until nightfall, and now, having just rushed out of the D area sanatorium, it was already night. Without time to think more, Liangxiao decisively lifted his gaze to start searching for the location of the Area A sanatorium. However, as soon as he looked up, he couldn't help but frown. Outside the sanatorium, there was not a hint of any external objects in sight. All he could see was chaotic mist, swirling in a disorderly manner, blocking all lines of sight. Damn it, he could only wait until tomorrow to search again. He had not remembered wrong. The hints given to him by that strange old woman clearly stated that he had 2 days, not just one. Returning to the D area sanatorium, just as Liangxiao was about to enter his room, he spotted a familiar figure. The clothes on him were already tattered, stained with shocking blood. It was obvious that he had just gone through a fierce battle. Chapter 17. Facing Death? I will step in. Are you okay? You must have successfully used your strange ability to lure that female ghost into not attacking you for the night, right? Damn it, Lure. You could think of it that way. Well, that female ghost appeared in my bedroom just now and engaged me in a fight. She was a level higher than me, but I managed to forcefully subdue her with the treasure from my Huayang Palace. However, according to the information passed down in our country, killing a clone unilaterally is ineffective. The next day, that clone will appear in the bedroom of any one of us again. You have seen the conditions for clearing the level. Do you have any thoughts now? Duan Qingming looked intently at Liangxiao. He now had no way out. Completing the daily tasks was already incredibly difficult, let alone dealing with the attacks from Sadako at night. He estimated that if this continued, he wouldn't even need to wait until the 5th day to enter the deadly 3rd ward. He would be ground down by Sadako's clone within 2 or 3 days. All of this was almost pushing him to the brink. That was why he wanted to take a chance and place the only possible hope of clearing the level on Liangxiao. Although from what he could see, Liangxiao, who had no cultivation at all, could barely manage to protect himself in the weird world with his innate talent. Wanting to find a way to clear the level was like dreaming in broad daylight. Isn't that so? You should take good care of yourself in the next few days. It's unrealistic for us to confront that female ghost head-on together. The only way now is for me to heal most of my injuries by tomorrow, after which I will take the risk to try and find if there are any other hidden ways to clear the game. Duan Qingming said as he handed the memory chip to Liangxiao, his expression extremely serious as he continued, "Young man, if I die, all my memories related to this eerie world will enter this chip. This chip also holds a power that can instantly kill a ghost-level entity. Keep it safe, and you must do your utmost to try and clear the game afterwards. Don't let my sacrifice be in vain, and don't let our people in the Great Xia suffer shame because of us." Duan Qingming turned around with ease, walking briskly toward his own room as if he were unafraid of death. The 3rd rule of conduct is wrong. Starting today, you should try to stay at the entrance of the 1st ward in Area D at night to avoid the attacks of Sadako's doppelganger. It's fine if you older folks aren't useful. The future of Great Xia is on our young generation. For the next few days, you just need to recover from your injuries. When it's time for you to fight Sadako's doppelganger, I will notify you. As for clearing the game, I will take care of it myself. Liangxiao's tone was calm, but his voice was filled with undeniable confidence. This kid, after a long time, he finally patted his cheek and murmured to himself in confusion. Are the kids nowadays already this good at putting on a show? In the imperial capital of Great Xia, the high-ranking officials who were seriously watching the eerie live broadcast suddenly squinted their eyes, locking onto Liangxiao's departing figure. Is it really possible for a young person without any cultivation to have the confidence to clear the game? In fact, there's nothing impossible about it. This little guy has shown us enough shock since the beginning, hasn't he? Regardless of what his talent is, have you ever seen someone who, upon first entering an eerie dungeon, can forcefully command and control a peak ghost-level entity in a state of rage? Such a feat is something even the young lord of the Great Xia Empire cannot accomplish. Once this was said, the high-ranking official who had just questioned Liangxiao was left speechless. Indeed, regardless of whether this kid's talent is like a ghostly aphrodisiac, making female ghosts unable to resist him, Just the fact that he didn't die during his first reckless venture into the eerie dungeon and instead gained unimaginable rewards is enough to leave all the geniuses in the world in the dust. Everyone, let us not dwell on this point. I still stand by my words. Trust in the young ones of the great Xia Empire. The rising sun will surely dispel all filth and darkness. The old lord made a decisive statement, silencing everyone present from uttering any words that could disrupt the morale. On the third day, in the eerie world, after quickly completing the tasks assigned by the eerie old woman for the day, Liangxiao decisively rushed out of the rehabilitation building in Area D. However, this time, Liangxiao was not leaving the rehabilitation building alone. A middle-aged female nurse was accompanying him. This middle-aged female nurse is none other than the early-stage ghost-level Kyrioko. The Kyrioko nurse accompanied Liangxiao to the outside of Area D's rehabilitation building and immediately questioned him with confusion. "Mr. Yang, why are you taking me away from the Area D rehabilitation building? I want you to take me to the Area A rehabilitation building." Upon hearing this, the Kyrioko nurse immediately showed a troubled expression. "Mr. Yang, although you're a VIP of the head nurse, even so, it is absolutely not allowed for me to take you into areas outside the designated work location. If I rashly take you to the Area A rehabilitation building, not only will my salary be significantly deducted, but I might also get beaten up. Why don't you ask the head nurse first?" Chapter 18. I command you to pick up the money. Dozens of national squads annihilated. Looking at the Kyrioko nurse's cautious demeanor, Liangxiao couldn't help but smirk. Then, without saying a word, he pulled out a stack of ghost coins and slapped them on her chest. "I need to go to the Area A rehabilitation building right now. Understand?" Looking at the stack of ghost coins in her arms, the Kyrioko nurse took a deep breath, and her previously worried gaze suddenly became incredibly determined. It is said that when the profit reaches 300, they dare to take the risk of torture. And now, the money Liangxiao gave her was far more than a 300 profit. Moreover, what Liangxiao asked her to do was merely to take the risk of violating regulations by crossing boundaries, which wouldn't take much time or effort at all, easily earning ghost currency comparable to a month's salary. Even if the Ghost Emperor were here, she would be determined to complete this deal. "Dear sir, please follow my lead. This mist contains dense hallucinogenic substances. If you don't take the correct path, you will completely lose yourself in it." After explaining this to Liangxiao, the slit-mouthed nurse handed him a rope to hold onto and stepped into the mist. Liangxiao followed closely behind, in the fog with visibility of less than half a meter. They turned east and west for a full quarter of an hour before Liangxiao finally saw a dilapidated sanatorium building covered in spiderwebs. The area sanatorium. Damn, it's hard to navigate. Once they were out of the mist, Liangxiao couldn't help but curse. Just moments ago, he had accidentally stepped off the path set by the slit-mouthed nurse. The surrounding hallucinogenic substance surged towards him desperately. If it weren't for his soul strength from 2 lifetimes, he would have likely lost himself there just from that brief exposure to the hallucinogenic substance. Even with a safety net, he still needed to be cautious. "Dear sir, in front of you is the sanatorium in Area A. You can go straight in. I have work to do, so I want to accompany you," the slit-mouthed nurse said, pulling out a bloody piece of flesh from her bosom and handing it to Liangxiao. "This is made from my hard-ass blood. If you encounter danger, you can crush it. When it is crushed, it will unleash a shockwave stronger than my full-strength attack, and I will receive a signal to come to your rescue immediately." Weird slit-mouthed woman's heart blood. Description: crushing it will give the weird slit-mouthed woman a precise location marker, and it will unleash a power comparable to a mid-level evil spirit. It is quite a valuable ghost item. Glancing at the bloody piece offered by the slit-mouthed nurse, Liangxiao took it without hesitation. "Thank you. If I need your help, I definitely want to hold back. Of course, I want to be stingy when I take action. All right, you go to your thing." Liangxiao waved his hand and turned to leave. The slit-mouthed nurse not only wasn't angry, but was instead very enthusiastic. "Sir, take care. I hope you have a pleasant task." She was actually looking forward to Liangxiao crushing the heart blood to summon her for help. If she could earn so much ghost currency just for guiding him, how much would she earn by helping him to fight? Stepping into the sinister Sanatorium. Liangxiao did not head directly to the second floor, but couldn't help but look at the dilapidated clock in the center of the first floor. At this moment, the broken clock actually showed it was 7 o'clock in the evening. 7 o'clock in the evening. Liangxiao's pupils slightly contracted. He had only left the D area sanatorium at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. What the hell? A sanatorium has modifications to the flow of time at its entrance and exit? For a moment, Liangxiao suddenly felt that perhaps this bizarre national fortune dungeon was not as simple as the news from the same country suggested. If discussing a national fortune bizarre dungeon that concerns a country's fate and the lives of its people, and it uses an identical dungeon that someone has already entered, doesn't that mean this bizarre game is far too unremarkable? At this moment, Liangxiao suddenly dared to conclude that the strange revisions to the game rules were definitely not as simple as just the bizarre cultivation. However, even though he realized this, Liangxiao didn't have the time to delve deeper. He could only remain cautious in his heart. It was already 7 o'clock, and if he didn't go and stake out early, he would waste another day. Liangxiao wasn't particularly worried about the crisis of entering the second ward. Mainly, he simply didn't want to waste any more time. Since he had already entered the strange world and had an unbeatable starting hand, he certainly couldn't continue to be timid. What man doesn't long for absolute power? In this era, where absolute military might allows one to act with impunity. If he had such a starting point and didn't strive for first place to gain even greater strength, wouldn't that be pure foolishness? He was determined to obtain the first clear reward of this bizarre national fortune dungeon. Not even Jesus could take it away from him, I tell you. After calming his mind, Liangxiao quickly rushed to the central position on the second floor. Now, he just needed to wait for Sadako's true form to attack the patient, and then use his money ability to forcibly control Sadako. Time passed second by second, and Liangxiao's nerves grew increasingly tense. Sadako's killing speed was extremely fast. He had to get there as quickly as possible, or else all that would be left would be a pile of shattered limbs and flesh. Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang in Liangxiao's ears. Has she appeared? Just as Liangxiao turned his head, a stitched monster security guard appeared in front of him. Saying this, the stitched monster security guard revealed a murderous aura and prepared to crush Liangxiao's head. What the hell? Liangxiao was startled by the stitched monster security guard suddenly getting so close. Hearing the cold words filled with killing intent, he instantly became furious. I'll take you down. Slap. In an instant, the stitched monster security guard, who was ready to kill, was frozen in place. He was slapped by a human who couldn't even harm a chicken. Stunned for a full 3 seconds, a fierce aura suddenly surged from the stitched monster security guard's body. You bastard. Roaring, the stitched monster security guard suddenly raised his fist, ready to swing and smash Liangxiao's head. But in the next second, another powerful slap landed on his face. In an instant, not only was the stitched monster security guard confused, but even the spectators from various countries watching the bizarre live stream fell silent. However, after a brief moment of silence, they quickly began an intense discussion that was as swift as lightning. Dude, shouldn't your talent only be effective against female ghosts? Liangxiao, are you this impressive? Do your parents know? It's one thing to be reckless in front of female anomalies, but now you're acting so high and mighty in front of male anomaly too? I bet this kid has been so used to dealing with female anomalies that he feels invincible, and the moment someone doesn't comply, he can't help but strike back. TSK. I thought this kid was smart and capable, but it turns out. The crowd exchanged words, as if they had already sentenced Liangxiao to death. Yet, facing the murderous stitched monster security guard, the soon-to-be-dead Liangxiao showed no signs of panic. Instead, he wore an extremely impatient expression. What the hell are you doing? I told you to pick up the money. Pick it up. Reflexively looking down at the numerous ghost coins below, the stitched monster security guard's eyes flickered with a strange light, and the terrifying ghostly aura surrounding him miraculously began to subside, even revealing a flattering smile towards Liangxiao. Esteemed sir, you must have come here for something important, so I won't disturb you any longer. Get lost. Liangxiao, holding a few ghost coins, slapped the stitched monster security guard. All right. The stitched monster security guard covered his face and obediently rolled away from Liangxiao's sight. Watching the retreating figure of the stitched monster security guard, Liangxiao couldn't help but twitch his mouth. You really do listen well. Meanwhile, in the real world, everyone watching the bizarre livestream had expressions of shock and disbelief. Shouldn't this kid's talent only work on female anomalies? Why is this stitched monster so obedient to him? I feel like it's getting dark. The world of anomalies is turning dark. Wait, is there a possibility that his talent isn't as simply irresistible to female anomalies as we thought, but rather related to the ghost coins he throws? Ghost coins. As they watched the scene unfold, many high-ranking officials from various countries narrowed their eyes. What are you all discussing for? This kid's talent is definitely related to ghost coins, and it's highly likely that it's the ability to manufacture ghost coins. Otherwise, how can we explain why he has so many ghost coins right after entering the world of anomalies? Directorly makes a good point. One of the officials nodded in agreement. However, it's still unclear whether the ghost coins this kid produces can be used for transactions in the world of anomalies. If they can, he truly has the potential to enter the top 10 prodigy rankings. If not, then I think his talent will at most push him into the genius category. What do you all think? The Minister Xie seemed to be inquiring about his colleagues around him, but in reality, he was subtly hinting at the old monarch. You must be blind this time. Thinking that a mere youth could shake our foundations is truly a delusion. As soon as Minister Xie opened his mouth, almost all the civil officials present expressed their agreement. As the monarch of the nation, the old monarch naturally understood his meaning, but he merely cast a meaningful glance at Xie, Wang, and Lu, then nodded solemnly without saying a word. Just as the many civil officials uniformly supported Minister Xie, a cold voice, seemingly rising from the depths of the soul, slowly began to echo. This is the broadcast voice of the bizarre game rules. All 3 contestants from the Gallic Empire have perished, the bizarre national fortune dungeon has failed, and disaster will descend upon the Gallic Empire in 3 minutes. Please, citizens of the Gallic Empire, prepare yourselves. All 3 contestants from the Snow Country have perished. The bizarre national fortune dungeon has failed, and disaster will descend upon the Snow Country in 3 minutes. Please, citizens of the Snow Country, prepare yourselves. All 3 contestants from the Plum Country have perished. The bizarre national fortune dungeon has failed, and disaster will descend in 3 minutes. Please prepare yourselves. A series of broadcast voices echoed one after another, leaving not only the citizens of various countries momentarily stunned, but also causing almost all high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Empire to momentarily freeze, their expressions filled with disbelief. Seeing the astonished expressions of the many civil officials before them, the old monarch, the right minister, and Li Zhenghua exchanged a fleeting, brilliant smile. As the head of the Great Xia Supernatural Bureau, how could Li Zhenghua lack this level of insight? While it is indeed true that ghost coins hold great value in the bizarre world, why wouldn't the other party kill for wealth when there is such a significant disparity in strength? There are countless examples of this in reality, let alone in a world filled with malevolent spirits. Everything he had just said was not only to set a trap for the nations of the world, but also to give these increasingly arrogant civil officials a warning. However, their trap for the nations was merely a reminder to those small countries misled by the great beautiful empire to not be used as pawns while counting money for others. If they wished to provoke our Great Xia Empire, they would pay a bloody price. But now the Gallic Empire had unexpectedly joined the fray, which was something none of them had anticipated. Quick, retrieve the footage of the Gallic Empire's contestant team. I want to see why so many teams were completely wiped out in this instant. Wang Zhongshu ordered with a grim expression. The light screen flickered and quickly displayed the footage prior to the destruction of the Gallic Empire's contestant team. In an instant, all eyes in the room turned to it. They were eager to know how the Gallic Empire, one of the top 10 powers in the world, could be completely annihilated so quickly. A few minutes earlier, one person had died, and the other 2, lightly injured, received a message from their country's high-ranking officials. The message detailed the story of young Liangxiao running rampant with ghost coins. In fact, the Gallic Empire, worried that the 2 might not have enough ghost coins, had even spent a considerable amount to forcibly send hundreds of thousands of ghost coins to the 2 contestants in the bizarre game. although they felt a bit anxious and doubtful upon receiving the ghost coins. With no other choice, they could only choose to trust the judgment of their country's high-ranking officials. The two, already injured, didn't even have time to react before they were ruthlessly killed on the spot. Naturally, the hundreds of thousands of ghost coins on them ended up in Jinzi's pocket. Chapter 19. Being pushed down and sucked by the female ghost? Why? I don't want to die. Are these contestants brainless? They still want to use money in the bizarre world? Disaster is coming. Brothers, prepare to hear the sound of shattered lives. Before dying, I must kindly greet you, you foolish commander. I curse your mother. Disaster descends, and horrific slaughter spreads among more than a dozen countries. Almost every moment, countless lives are easily reaped, blood staining the earth, enveloping these nations in an atmosphere of despair. Looking at the cruel and bloody scene on the big screen, everyone present fell into silence. Is it true that ghost coins are what allows young Liangxiao to run rampant in the bizarre world? It now seems clear that they are not. The three high-ranking officials raised their heads to look at the old monarch and the right minister, both of whom had expressions as calm as ancient wells, revealing no emotional fluctuations. However, when their gaze fell upon Li Zhenghua, they couldn't help but clench their fists. The fearless director of the Supernatural Bureau, who serves only the current ruler, looked at them with a face full of sarcasm, his eyes revealing no hint of concealment in their mockery. Just now, Li Zhenghua had decisively spoken first, intending to draw them into a trap. Damn, they naturally understood the cause and effect. In this confrontation, they were at a disadvantage. Ignoring the shame and anger of the three, the old monarch and the right minister were focused on the catastrophic scene unfolding before them. Even the top 10 Gaul Empire did not hesitate to take desperate measures. It seemed that this bizarre national fortune instance was putting immense pressure on countries around the world. Reflecting on this, the old monarch and the right minister turned their attention back to young Liangxiao. Little guy, I hope you can create a miracle. What? A brother who can be beaten to such a state by a bizarre doppelganger can also be called a genius. So what does that make young Liangxiao? Is he the favored son of the entire Great Xia Empire just by being born? At the same time, in the bizarre world, young Liangxiao was on high alert, listening intently to the sounds of the wind and grass around him. This time, he only allowed success and not failure. Just then, a sudden violent collision came from a certain hospital room, a 206. Without a word, young Liangxiao abruptly stood up and sprinted towards that room as if he were running 100 meters, being in a central position. Even though young Liangxiao was just an ordinary person without any strength, he reached room A206 in less than 10 seconds. Cautiously pressing against the window of the room to look inside, young Liangxiao discovered that Sadako had just crawled out of the old television. The first attack and collision hadn't even happened yet. Seeing this, young Liangxiao's eyes narrowed. He was now quietly waiting for the moment Sadako would strike, ready to push the door open and use his cash ability immediately. In a situation where the strength of both sides was vastly different, it was crucial to seize the opportunity to attack right after the opponent made their move. It was about to happen. Suddenly, a terrifying and eerie force burst forth. Almost instantly, it formed an overwhelming pressure on the strange entity on the hospital bed. A mere peak ghost stood no chance against Sadako, who was in the late stage of an evil spirit. It was my turn to act. Young Liangxiao grasped the doorknob, preparing to pull it open forcefully. But just as his hand touched the doorknob, the entire world seemed to freeze in time. Ping Yi's innate talent activated, refreshing this week's personal special item store. At the sound of the prompt, young Liangxiao's eyes brightened as he hurriedly directed the light curtain towards the virtual roulette beside him. Each rotation would determine the items available for purchase that week. To be honest, rather than items for purchase, it was more accurate to call them rewards for him. After all, with his rogue talent, any problem that could be solved with money in this eerie world was no problem at all. Under young Liangxiao's focus gaze, the pointer of the virtual roulette finally stopped spinning. Beep, beep, beep. The pointer's movement slowed down, and to young Liangxiao's widening eyes, it surprisingly landed on the random talent with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance. This week's item store random purchase item. Random talent. Upon successful purchase, a random talent will be automatically granted to the host. The talent level is uncertain. Price, 1 million ghost coins? What the hell? Looking at the sparkling item column in the store, Liangxiao felt somewhat unreal and suddenly slapped himself. No way, sir. As if starting with a king bomb wasn't enough, now he's getting a cheat as well. After laughing coolly for a while, Liangxiao finally made up his mind and chose to purchase. Do you wish to pay 1 million ghost coins? Yes. 1 million ghost coins have been deducted. The item will be released in 3 seconds. Watching 1 million ghost coins leave his personal account, Liangxiao felt not the slightest ripple in his heart, and even felt like laughing. If money isn't meant to be spent, what is the point? In his past life, he was just a corporate slave with no right to experience such a lavish lifestyle. Now, living again in this place, he was unexpectedly lucky enough to act as a bizarre rich man, countless times more powerful than a typical wealthy person. This feeling was simply wonderful. However, if time had not frozen right now, just the act of Liangxiao casually spending a full million ghost coins would have shocked the entire world. This is 1 million ghost coins, not 1 million federal coins. To be honest, if this 1 million ghost coins were in the real world, it might be a bit exaggerated to say it could buy a small country, but it would definitely be more than enough to buy a city. It's just that Liangxiao is unaware of how much he has spent. Otherwise, he would probably be so thrilled that he would fly to the sky. This feeling of being as wealthy as a nation is simply intoxicating. Random talent allocation successful. Congratulations to the player for successfully obtaining the talent. Pure Yang Sacred Body. At the same time, the player's personal panel has been unlocked. You can choose to view it yourself. Oh? Liangxiao raised an eyebrow and, with a thought, opened his attribute panel. Name: Liangxiao. Cultivation: none. Current remaining ghost coins: 30 million. Talent: million approaches. The paper money you have burned in the real world will be converted into ghost coins, and every 7 days. The strange world will refresh special items available for purchase with ghost coins specifically for you. Kind and approachable. You do not need to do anything. Any ghost or monster in the strange world will start with a neutral affinity towards you. Million virtues: serving people. Whenever you use money to command ghosts to do things, there is a chance for success. The probability is assessed based on the strength, financial resources of the ghost, and the reward you provide. Pure Yang Sacred Body. Your body seems like a furnace, constantly emitting strong masculine energy and extremely vigorous vitality. You are like a walking treasure in the eyes of a strange world, and you have a strong attraction to female monsters. Engaging in dual cultivation with female monsters will yield great benefits, even more effective than absorbing your vitality and blood. What the hell? Looking at the detailed description of the pure Yang Sacred Body, Liangxiao was completely taken aback. Isn't this just pure nonsense? He thought he was still in the newbie protection period, and suddenly he got lucky with a big wave of good fortune. But now it seems like this is just purely funny, right? Damn it, give me my money back. At this moment, Liangxiao felt as if there were 10,000 grass mud horses galloping in his heart. It seemed that the cold and merciless bizarre rule had actually taken the rare initiative to remind him. The pure Yang body and the female ghost dual cultivation will bring immense benefits. And even during the process of being drained of energy by the female ghost, the body will automatically capture the cold aura emitted from the female ghost, causing one's cultivation to grow slowly. Upon hearing this, Liangxiao was momentarily stunned, and then suddenly revealed an extremely radiant smile. If that's the case, then I'm not sleepy at all. Bang! The space shattered, and time froze and disappeared. Liangxiao forcefully pulled open the door. Stop fighting, everyone! His loud shout startled both fighters, and their brief glance at Liangxiao was filled with desire. However, it seemed that due to the ongoing battle, they had no energy to pay attention to Liangxiao. The patient was using all his strength in an attempt to break free from the pressure exerted by Sadako. But the long hair on Sadako's head had instantly extended, blocking all the patient's escape routes like iron wires. You can't keep killing them. Every patient you kill is my achievement. Seeing this, Liangxiao didn't hesitate and took out 10,000 ghost coins from his personal account, instantly throwing them at Sadako. Can't you hear me telling you all to stop? Looking at the pile of ghost coins, Sadako instinctively wanted to comply and cease the battle. but her eyes suddenly burst with terrifying murderous intent, and her face twisted into a snarl as she broke free from Liangxiao's innate ability and swiftly killed the patient on the spot. After slaying the patient, the malevolent aura around Sadako surged as she turned her gaze toward Liangxiao. Although her consciousness was controlled by something, her instincts told her that killing and devouring Liangxiao would be a great boon for her. Something's wrong, extremely wrong. Watching Sadako, who had fallen into a frenzy, Liangxiao couldn't help but twitch his eyes a few times. He knew it. This bizarre national fortune instance could never be that simple. Just as Sadako was about to launch an attack, Liangxiao took out another 20,000 ghost coins and threw them at her face. In total, that was 30,000 ghost coins, which would be an irresistible attraction even for evil spirits, let alone for malevolent ghosts. In an instant, the once murderous Sadako froze in place. At that moment, the surging malevolent aura around Sadako fluctuated, rising and then receding. As Liangxiao watched this scene, his brows furrowed in confusion. Was she being controlled by someone, or was there another consciousness inside her? A decisive expression suddenly appeared on Sadako's face. He saw her slowly and laboriously raise her right hand, and then, under Liangxiao's astonished gaze, she plunged it straight into her chest, pulling out a bloody heart. Then, she crushed it. Bang! Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, even staining Liangxiao's face. However, at that moment, he had no thoughts of cleaning the filth off his face. With a tense expression, he quickly moved to Sadako's side. Crouching down to hold her in his arms, even though she was barely alive, her spirit returning to normal. Looking at her pale face, Liangxiao panicked. Sister, don't die so recklessly. If you die, the only clue I have to complete the game will be cut off. What will I do if I end up in that deadly room on the 7th day? Hearing Liangxiao's useless words, Sadako's face darkened, and with a weak voice, she squeezed out a few words. Give it to me, I want. What was that? Before Liangxiao could react, Sadako, blushing with anger, pushed him down to the ground. In the global strange live broadcast room, everyone watching a live stream was stunned as the screen suddenly went black for most of the duration. What the heck, bro? What are you doing? Give it to me. I want it. Did I enter the wrong channel? With such a lustful voice and expression, I almost thought I opened a porn video. Guys, don't rush. Maybe Sadako pushing Liangxiao down is simply because she wants his life? Don't be so dirty-minded. As soon as these words fell, the only visible figure in the Daxia live broadcast room was Liangxiao's head. On that handsome and refined face, a frown of tension first appeared, then gave way to a relaxed expression, and finally, with a long sigh from Liangxiao, it was completely replaced by a look of satisfaction and comfort. Ah, so comfortable. At this moment, it was just like that moment in the past. The silence among the crowd was just like the times they had seen Liangxiao do something unbelievable before. After the thoughts settled, a barrage of comments like a tsunami surged in the bizarre live broadcast room. Ward off. Are the contestants from your Daxia empire really willing to sacrifice their dignity for victory? How can you do such a thing in public? What about respect? What about face? Where are the proper channels and methods? Where's that guy who said we were morally filthy? Come out and talk to me. It wasn't over yet. Amidst the imbalance in the hearts of many men, Liangxiao, who should have entered sage mode, unexpectedly displayed the same expression as before. Dude, once isn't enough for you? You want someone who is gravely injured and on the brink of death to serve you again? Can you act like a decent person? We're scared to death in this bizarre game, and you're just enjoying yourself as a delightful client, right? Tears of envy are flowing out from below. Chapter 20. The beautiful and innocent Junzi. In the capital of the Daxia Empire, many big shots fell into silence at the same time. Many of them tried to organize their words to speak, but in the end, they couldn't bring themselves to say anything. At this moment, even the Daxia old sovereign and the right minister, who have always supported Liangxiao, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. It was one thing to act without restraint in a bizarre world, but now you're not even satisfied with commanding the female ghost, and have gone straight to decommunication. Moreover, even if you really had the urge to make love with those beautiful female ghosts, Why not wait until you exit the bizarre national fortune instance before doing so? Although no one has ever stipulated that humans and ghosts cannot have love, you shouldn't be broadcasting it live, right? At this moment, do you still care about your own face, the face of the people of the Great Xia, or the face of the high-ranking officials around you? You are simply going against the heavens, taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling. The old ruler of the Great Xia finally spoke calmly. As soon as the old ruler's words fell, all the civil and military officials present looked at him with incredulous expressions. Their eyes seemed to say, "Old ruler, do you really believe what you just said?" Meeting the questioning gazes of the crowd, even the old ruler of the Great Xia couldn't help but feel a bit of heat on his cheeks. To be honest, he had to admit that his statement was a bit excessive. Not only the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Empire, but even those from the Great Beautiful Empire or the Eastern Japan who regarded the Great Xia Empire as an enemy, stood up in anger. How could the terrifying demon that slaughtered a whole team from their country be turned into a docile bed-warming maid in Liangxiao's hands? How could they accept this? Get someone to investigate immediately. I want to see what kind of monstrous talent this kid Liangxiao has awakened. The Emperor of the Eastern Kingdom and the President of the Great American Empire were almost tearing their hearts out to convey orders. Just as the whole world was stunned by Liangxiao's feat, the culprit, who had maintained a comfortable demeanor for nearly 30 minutes, finally began to crawl up from the ground. At the moment Liangxiao stood up, the live broadcast room of Huaxia, which had been shrouded in darkness, returned to normal. The eyes of people around the world instantly focused on the key figure like satellites. At this moment, Sadako's clothes were somewhat disheveled, exposing large patches of crystal-clear white skin. Shouldn't a ghost skin be pale? As everyone was puzzled and satisfied in their admiration, Liangxiao, who turned to look at Sadako, frowned in displeasure and directly took off his coat, throwing it over Sadako's shoulders. Dress more conservatively when you're outside. Huh? Sadako was taken aback for a moment, then nodded submissively. Oh, it's not over yet, Liangxiao said, noticing the extremely long hair that covered Sadako's face. He reached out again. Swish, swish, swish. In the face of Sadako's complete lack of defense, the light of the blade flashed. The long hair that concealed Sadako's face was completely severed, revealing a tender face that looked both shy and inviting, blushing softly. Even Liangxiao was momentarily stunned by this face. In the context of his previous life, she was originally a beautiful girl, and just lifting her hair revealed an unparalleled beauty. Now it seemed that was indeed the case. In fact, the real-life character surpassed all expectations. Even in that dim and eerie light, the beautiful girl's face looked like a carefully sculpted artwork, each inch radiating breathtaking beauty. Her face resembled a flower blooming in spring, pale with a hint of pink. Her exquisite features were perfectly distributed, with slender willow-like eyebrows resembling a new crescent moon, and a pair of clear, lively big eyes that resembled a sparkling spring, shimmering beautifully. Her petite nose was delicate and upright, and her cherry-like lips were naturally rosy. Coupled with her shy expression as she avoided eye contact, it was overwhelming. Damn it, I really can't hold back. Why didn't you say Sadako could be this beautiful? If I could spend a night with someone of this beauty, even if it was just for one night, I would have no regrets. Just thinking about this stunning female ghost being mistreated by this little brat in public makes my heart ache. Why? I just want to know why. Just because this kid is rich and handsome? At that moment, jealousy made all the men watching the live broadcast become unrecognizable. This jealousy has nothing to do with race or nationality, but solely with gender. It is no exaggeration to say that after seeing the stunning and captivating face of Sadako, almost all the men felt an overwhelming sense of envy towards Liangxiao, the essence of being a man. However, while they were envious, they did not know that just moments ago, Liangxiao had paid the price of almost all his vital energy to heal the critically injured Sadako. Although he absorbed the cold, energy from Sadako's body, which allowed him to successfully enter the path of ghost cultivation, the enhancement of his power still couldn't change the feeling of weakness in his body. At this moment, Liangxiao could only feel sore his waist, back pain, and leg cramps. How could such a state be summarized by just one word? Weak? Sadako, I can't move anymore. Can you take me to rest for a while? Liangxiao weakly waved his hand at Sadako. Ow! Sadako obediently nodded at Liangxiao, then effortlessly picked him up in a princess carry and walked steadily towards the room, enjoying the warmth enveloping him. Liangxiao's thoughts were surprisingly clear. Why did Sadako's attitude towards him change so dramatically? There are many factors involved. First, is the talent triggered by his 30,000 ghost coins. Second, he provided a large amount of vitality to support Sadako, genuinely saving her life, which made her feel grateful. Perhaps this is also why her skin is even more hydrated than that of ordinary people. Third, when Sadako was influenced by his talent and her thoughts were chaotic and rigid, she saw him and felt a glimmer of hope, so she decisively crushed her own heart, betting her life on it. Why crush her heart? It is obvious that she did it to break free from control. After breaking free and not being affected by resentment, Sadako's nature is inherently innocent and kind. Coupled with her gratitude and the enhancement of his talent, it is indeed normal for her to be completely obedient to him. Liangxiao's thoughts turned like lightning, quickly sorting out many things. Chapter 21. A man and a female ghost enter the room, and the screen goes black. Duan Qingming saw Sadako and Liangxiao, and they both noticed her as well. However, Sadako didn't even shift her gaze toward him. Only Liangxiao weakly waved his hand to greet him. Bang! No way. He didn't just see it wrong, did he? Although that profile was perfectly delicate, wasn't that hair and outfit completely identical to that of the evil ghost Sadako? Recalling Liangxiao's earlier firm declaration that he would take action, and looking at the tightly closed door, Duan Qingming couldn't help but swallow. Just based on your incredible charm that can even attract a female ghost, I truly admire you, buddy. But this time, on that screen, not only did it not show a head, but even the corner of a garment didn't appear. This time, it went straight to a black screen. In an instant, the entire strange live broadcast room erupted. Countless wild thoughts surged in everyone's minds, causing the barrage of comments to be more excited and rapid than during a calamity. What the hell? Just a moment ago I could still see a glimpse, and now after entering the room, the whole screen went black. What will they do? Don't you have any sense of the situation? Although I know that attacking the female strange base could be considered a resistance against the bizarre, isn't this way of resistance too enviable? Don't be jealous. Haven't you noticed that the Gaia's steps are all unsteady? Since he wants to enjoy himself, let him have his fun. With his lack of cultivation, if he continues to indulge like this, he'll probably be sucked dry in less than 2 days. Liangxiao naturally had no idea how much resentment he had stirred up by acquiring such a gentle little beautiful strange Sadako. Right now, he was lying in Sadako's soft embrace, weakly asking, Sadako, tell me right now, why did you insist on crushing your heart earlier? Liangxiao wasn't in the mood for gentle persuasion. Just as Sadako's nature was innocent and pure, he came straight to the point. I was sent here by someone. He said that as long as I complete the tasks he assigned here, he would take me to find my enemy. At this point, the originally gentle Sadako suddenly revealed a fierce expression, and a cold, eerie energy around her began to surge. Seeing this, Liangxiao was startled and quickly pulled out a stack of ghost coins, stuffing them into Sadako's hands, while swiftly jumping up to embrace her, gently soothing her. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Brother will definitely help you kill your enemy. Whether it was because of Liangxiao's talent kicking in or his soothing, the Sadako who was about to fall back into a violent state gradually calmed down, tentatively leaning against Liangxiao's chest and whispering. At that time, I was solely focused on revenge, so I didn't ask any questions and chose to agree. However, before coming to this place, I was required to drink a cup of water, and it was because of this cup of water that my thoughts were constantly lost in confusion, almost daydreaming about killing and completing tasks. It was only because of your earlier intervention that I seized the opportunity to break free from his control. In a way, you saved me twice. What was the task that mysterious person assigned to you? Liangxiao asked again. To regularly kill some short-lived patients and send them to the 3rd high-risk ward of the D-area rehabilitation building. As for other matters, I don't need to worry about them. He said someone would help me suppress the daily deaths of the patients. The 3rd high-risk ward of the D-area rehabilitation building? and someone helps suppress the deaths every day. The former was a room he had to go to on the seventh day, and the latter was precisely the issue described in the evil rehabilitation hospital dungeon, right? Logically speaking, as long as he killed or knocked Sadako out and sent her to the higher-ups of the hospital, he would successfully clear the dungeon. But is the truth really that simple? Liangxiao had a gut feeling that the deputy director definitely had some issues. And perhaps that third high-risk ward was the real challenge of this bizarre national fortune dungeon. Of course, all of these were just instincts. And Liangxiao himself, didn't he know if they were correct? But now, all the clues pointed to the higher-ups of the hospital. As long as he took Sadako to meet the higher-ups, everything would be revealed. But I have been controlled and killed in this evil rehabilitation hospital for at least half a year. That mysterious person hasn't appeared again, and hasn't given me even a hint about where my enemy is. As he spoke, waves of resentment uncontrollably erupted from Sadako's body. Seeing Sadako about to lose control again, Liangxiao couldn't help but curl his lips, a strange smile appearing in his eyes. Reciting softly, he pounced on Sadako. "Brother, I'm doing this for both of us. When you wake up, don't go crazy." Their lips touched, and the simple yin-yang flowing tunnel instantly formed. The masculine energy that had finally recovered within Liangxiao surged once more, radiating outward. At the same time, the cold, ghostly energy within Sadako seemed to have been summoned, automatically intertwining with Liangxiao's energy. Buzzing. In an instant, the mysterious rhythm of the Tao flowed continuously between the two. The next day, the camera belonging to the Huaxiao live broadcast room finally resumed, revealing the factual scene of Liangxiao. Just as the image of Liangxiao reappeared, men from hundreds of countries around the world nearly teared up. His teammate and a bizarre creature entered the room, and he didn't even take a peek or listen at the corner. How could he be a genius from some major force of the great Xia Empire? In my opinion, he is just a complete fool. Not to mention whether Sadako is bizarre or not. Just knowing that his teammate brought in a fairy-like beauty in this strange world, wouldn't he at least pay attention? He actually fell asleep so brazenly? I also suggest a strict investigation. It must be strictly investigated. Add 1. Chapter 22, Early Stage of the Wandering Soul. Deputy Director? Enemy. The moment the image appeared, people around the world immediately saw a naked upper body. It wasn't Sadako S, it was Liangxiao S. At this moment, Liangxiao had his eyes tightly closed, while the lovely figure beside him, full of spring light, was supporting her chin and gazing at him. Then, Liangxiao suddenly opened his eyes. Buzzing. A wisp of faint, ghostly energy slowly drifted out from Liangxiao's body, only to merge back into him again. A ghostly light flashed in Liangxiao's eyes, and a rich smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Early stage of the wandering soul. He had finally become a genuine ghost cultivator. Clenching his fist and feeling the increased strength within him, Liangxiao had a preliminary understanding of the wandering soul realm. Entering the early stage of the wandering soul, his overall strength had probably only increased several times. It wasn't as exaggerated as he had imagined. Ruffling Sadako's hair, a smile once again appeared on Liangxiao's face. But this feeling of easily enhancing his power was indeed addictive. Let's go, Sadako. First, accompany brother to complete today's task. We need to investigate what the higher-ups of the hospital are up to. Listening to brother. Sadako obediently followed Liangxiao's side. So good. Pinching her delicate cheek. Liangxiao held Sadako's small hand and laughed as he walked towards the first ward belonging to the strange old woman. Damn it, indeed. Their newly promoted female strange goddess was still being tormented by this damn guy. What they couldn't accept the most was that, clearly without any cultivation, Liangxiao not only wasn't he drained by the female strange, but had also successfully stepped into the early stage of the wandering soul. How is this possible? They're filled with doubts. Not to mention the gap in cultivation, just considering the close contact between humans and female ghosts. It is certain that one would either be instantly drained or have their state and vitality weakened. But what about Liangxiao? Not only did he finish his task and become radiant, but his cultivation also broke through. Is there still a rule of law? Is there still justice? Just as men around the world are filled with resentment, the high-ranking officials from various countries in the capital of the Great Xia Empire fell silent. Only the old ruler of Great Xia, who was previously composed, suddenly displayed an extremely radiant smile on his solemn face. Ha ha ha! Amidst the laughter, the old ruler cast a triumphant glance at the three powerful ministers. Minister Xia, my guess was not wrong, right? Minister Wang, my insight is still as sharp as ever. Isn't it? Minister Liu, you usually like to express your opinions. Why are you suddenly silent now? Seeing the old ruler seizing the opportunity to attack them, the corners of the mouths of the three ministers, Xia, Wang, and Liu, couldn't help but twitch. This time they lost the game, and they're really not convinced. They really want to know what that little kid named Liangxiao is all about. From the initial shocking transformation of the white silk girl nurse that left people completely unresponsive to her brazen demands for new clothes, forcing patients to take medicine, and making security personnel roll out of sight, and now, inexplicably developing a relationship of mutual understanding with the big boss in the bizarre instance. If these things were still within the realm of acceptance for everyone, then what just happened was simply hard for all present to accept. As for the bizarre make-love that treats human blood and essence as the most delicious delicacy that can be overlooked, even after making love, you somehow managed to successfully break through in cultivation. What is going on? Are you playing some weird version of a flower thief? Your moves are completely reshaping my worldview. Buddy, on this side, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Empire's capital were thrown into chaos due to Liangxiao's extraordinary performance. Meanwhile, Liangxiao had already finished his chatting time with his charming little companion for the day. Looking at the blushing face of Junzi beside him, Liangxiao joked a few times before gradually calming his expression. Just as he was about to leave after finishing his conversation with the strange old woman, she suddenly called him back and said something to him alone. Child, the origin of the female ghost beside you is not simple. Even if she successfully breaks free from control, she will still be involved in many matters. Are you really sure you want to be with her? Liangxiao nodded in agreement. Perhaps it was a bit of lust influencing his decision, but more importantly, with 30 million ghost coins and a death substitute doll on him, he was not afraid of those mysterious and complicated relationships. He was very satisfied with Jinzi, who was delicate and easy to push down. So there was naturally no reason to give her up. If he abandoned her just because of a possibility of being entangled, wouldn't that be a loss for him? Seeing Liangxiao's loyal and righteous demeanor, the strange old woman's gaze was both gratified and complicated. She then had no choice but to give a final cautious reminder. If you want to have her and also escape unscathed amidst the chaos, you must carefully consider the vice principal of this sanatorium. The reputation of the sinful sanatorium has already suffered significant damage, and the principal, who should have received news while away on a long journey, has yet to return to this day. Saying this, the strange old woman placed a bone seal in Liangxiao's hand. If you find yourself in danger, you can crush it, and I will rush to your side. Rubbing the bone seal in his hand, a flickering light of uncertainty appeared in Liangxiao's eyes. The words spoken by the strange old woman almost clearly indicated that there was a problem with the vice principal of this sinful sanatorium. With the principal absent, as the most powerful figure in the entire sanatorium, it would normally be extremely difficult to cope. However, fortunately, as a rich person, he did not need to worry about such difficulties. Money power could solve everything that was unwilling to reveal the truth. With this thought in mind, Liangxiao took Xinzi's hand and knocked on the door of the vice principal's office. Knock, knock. Kumin. A low, hoarse voice came from inside the office. Without any hesitation, Liangxiao took Xinzi's hand and pushed the door open. But as soon as they stepped inside and Xinzi saw the true appearance of the vice principal sitting in the chair, she instantly fell back into a state of rage, with strands of cold, killing intent uncontrollably spreading from her body. At the same time, Liangxiao, who saw the face of the other party, couldn't help but squint his eyes. This fucking vice dean. Isn't he the same disgusting old doctor from Sadako as past life who raped and abused her? Chapter 23. Calling for backup? Your daddy can do it too. As the murderous aura radiating from Sadako became unmistakable, The Vice Dean's pupils visibly contracted sharply. However, his shock was quickly replaced by a lewd and sinister expression. His gaze swept over Sadako's entire body with invasive intensity before finally settling on her delicate, alluring face. A repulsive, lascivious laugh suddenly erupted from the Vice Dean's throat. Little Sadako, who would be? He thought so many years have passed. After being broken back then, you've actually managed to restore yourself to such a tender, adorable state. Amidst his obscene laughter, the Vice Dean slowly rose from his mount. His skin bore a sickly, gray-green hue, as if it had long been steeped in rot and dampness, covered in a fine, disgusting layer of mucus that occasionally glimmered faintly, like the scales of a decaying creature. His entire body was wrapped in layers of translucent, gauze-like material that sometimes coalesced into bizarre patterns before sliding away like flowing water, exuding an eerie fluidity. No wonder Sadako would fly into a rage and lose control every time she thought of this bastard, being violated by such a monstrosity in her youth. It'd be strange if it didn't leave lifelong scars. Feeling Sadako trembling with fury beside him, Liangxiao immediately wrapped an arm around her slender waist. Pressing his lips to her ear, he whispered soothingly, "Don't be angry, sweetheart. He's just trying to provoke you into acting rashly so he can kill you with absolute confidence. You need to stay calm. Trust me, I'll help you take him down. When the time comes, I'll leave him with just enough breath for you to deal with him yourself. As for the past, it's long gone. Not to mention, your entire body has been remade now, hasn't it? Your very essence flows with my aura, purified beyond measure." Under Liangxiao's reassurance, the murderous energy around Sadako gradually dissipated, and her blood-red eyes soon returned to normal. Though she had calmed down, she remained on high alert, ready to engage the beast before her in mortal combat at any moment. Seeing that his opponent had successfully regained her composure thanks to Liangxiao, the grotesque Vice Dean's ugly face instantly darkened. His gaze sharpened like a blade as he locked onto Liangxiao and sneered. "A mere human dares to meddle in the affairs of the supernatural world? Have you lost your mind and decided you want to die? This is my final warning. If you don't leave within 2 minutes, there is only one outcome waiting for you and her, to be played to death on the spot." Played to death? The Vice Dean's words made Liangxiao's stomach churn with disgust. Without hesitation, he fired back with a beautifully crafted retort. "You motherless freak. You really are a complete and utter perverted beast. In that case, I suppose I'll just have to send you and your tragic lovebirds to the afterlife together." With a cold laugh, the eerie Vice Dean flashed a cruel, triumphant grin. "Even if you've broken free from control, what about the 2 clones forcibly separated from you, carrying fragments of your soul? Can they escape my grasp?" Still smirking, the Vice Dean suddenly produced a remote control. In an instant, a sinister wind howled. 2 figures, long hair obscuring their faces, their entire bodies radiating bloodthirsty, killing intent, materialized on the ground. With me, a peak-level malevolent spirit, plus 2 mid-stage clones possessing nearly all of your abilities. Killing you should be child's play. At this moment, the eerie Vice Principal's violent, ghostly energy surged out completely. Eerie peak level. No, it should be said to be half-step malevolent ghost level. Don't worry, little Zhengzi, after you die, I will perfectly preserve your flawless corpse in the collection vault and savor it every day. And you, this ignorant human brat, will be my stepping stone to break through to the malevolent ghost realm ahead of time. Hearing the opponent's roar, Liangxiao's expression became quite strange. Have you always been this brave? As soon as the words fell, Liangxiao simultaneously crushed the object in his hand. I can shake people too, you know. Suddenly, the wind stirred. The eerie old woman and the slit-mouthed nurse appeared almost simultaneously in front of Liangxiao. The moment the eerie old woman appeared, eerie flames suddenly enveloped her body, clearly ready for battle. Her heart not have been loosened by Liangxiao to the point that she also stepped into half-step malevolent ghost level. Don't be afraid, child, Grandma is here. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Liangxiao's mouth. Sir, I will assist you too. Another flattering voice sounded, and Liangxiao nodded in satisfaction. Now, it's 4 against 3 in our favor. But just as the great battle was about to break out, the eerie vice principal suddenly bared his teeth and roared. As an employee of my sinful sanatorium, do you want to help outsiders deal with me, the vice principal? As the roar echoed, the slit-mouthed nurse finally got a clear look at the opponent's appearance, and she couldn't help but be taken aback. She shrank beside Liangxiao and cautiously probed, "Sir, if it were anyone else, I would let you fight them, but he is one of us." Before she finished speaking, Liangxiao waved his hand. "After the matter is accomplished, 20,000 ghost coins will be handed over." The gesture was not a rejection, but rather a sign that no further words were needed. "Isn't it?" As Liangxiao's voice fell, the nurse with the split mouth suddenly unleashed her strongest power. Mid-level evil spirit. "I'm very sorry, Vice Dean, but compared to you, I would still prefer to obey the commands of a gentleman." All right. The strange Vice Dean was directly angered to the point of laughter, and all his words ultimately turned into one sentence. "There's no point in saying more. So let's see who can survive to the end." A great battle is about to erupt once again. But just at that moment, another figure pushed the door and entered. "Buddy, you didn't even give me a heads up. You can't really be thinking of soloing this bizarre national luck dungeon, right? 5 against 3. Even a dog knows that this match is a crushing defeat. Kill them. Do you really think that bringing a few helpers can challenge my authority as the dean? You have to understand, I am the master of this institute. With the right timing and location, could I possibly lose to you?" As the furious voice of the strange Vice Dean echoed throughout the office, ghostly flames suddenly lit up from all directions. Chapter 24. Ghost Level. Wastefu Yang Liangxiao. The ghostly lights flickered with erratic blue flames. Amidst the dancing flames, countless souls with grotesque human faces surged towards the strange Vice Dean. In just 2 breaths, the strange Vice Dean fully unleashed his hidden power. Forcibly crossing borders in a short time, the strange Vice Dean had now reached the early stage of the ghost level. Don't underestimate the fact that the half-step evil ghost level is just 1 step away from the ghost level. Crossing that step brings about earth-shattering changes. A bunch of filthy things. Since you have chosen to seek death, this Dean will generously fulfill your wish. Amidst the roar, the strange Vice Dean's body began to twist and swell, emitting a stench of decay and evil. Seeing this, Sadako also began to fully reveal her strength. Her long hair dancing wildly in the darkness, a hint of determination in her hollow eyes. The strange old woman beside her felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, but did not retreat. Her body was engulfed in strange black flames, and she actively attacked the strange Vice Dean. "You want to kill my grandson? You should ask me first if I agree." Seeking death. The strange Vice Dean's eyes turned savage as he launched a punch. The ghostly energy surrounding the strange old woman, which clearly exceeded his own, collided with her palm wrapped in black flames. Ziz! The smell of burnt flesh filled the air. The strange Vice Dean suffered minor injuries, but the strange old woman facing him took severe damage. One arm was almost instantly shattered, and although she quickly conjured a new arm, her aura significantly weakened. At the same time, while the strange old woman and the strange Vice Dean were engaged in a direct confrontation, Sadako cleverly approached from behind to attack. Sadako let out a chilling scream, her power exploding in an instant, unleashing a strange, vengeful force towards the evil ghost. Her hands, like sharp claws, cut through the air with fierce trajectories aimed at the strange Vice Dean's back. However, the evil ghost, clearly facing away from Sadako, let out a sinister, manic laugh, and its previously empty back suddenly sprouted a thick tail. It swung its tail, resembling a giant python, easily blocking Sadako's attack. At the same time, taking advantage of the moment Sadako was off guard, the strange Vice Dean struck her abdomen with a powerful punch. A mouthful of black blood spewed from Sadako's mouth, and her body flew towards the direction of Liangxiao. Her strength was simply too lacking against the strange Vice Dean in the early stage of the evil ghost level. Feeling her injuries, the strange old woman turned pale and urged, "Grandson, when we fight again, you must turn and run. This little girl, and I will buy you enough time." Just as it was casting its secret method, I secretly sent a message to the Dean through a loophole in its clone. "I believe as long as you survive for 24 hours while this fool searches for you, You will definitely be able to live." Hearing the strange old woman's words, Sadako also turned her serious gaze towards Liangxiao. Although she did not speak, Liangxiao understood the affirmation in her eyes. Sadako also did not believe she could kill her great enemy in front of her, and there was a high probability she would die here, so she didn't want Liangxiao to stay here and wait for death. Feeling the genuine concern from the two ghosts, Liangxiao's heart warmed. There is a line in a song that goes, "I fear ghosts, but ghosts have never harmed me. I do not fear humans. Damn it, from now on, if anyone says humans and ghosts are different paths, Liangxiao will be the first to give them a slap." However, since these two ghosts are so loyal and righteous, how could Liangxiao let them face life-threatening dangers? Looking at the strange old woman and Sadako, who were willing to sacrifice themselves for him, the global audience watching the strange live stream fell silent. Even the people of the Great Xia Empire found it hard to speak. After a long time, scattered comments began to fly up in the live stream. "Dude, this strange game is thrilling and filled with life-threatening situations at every moment. How did it turn into a harmonious team effort to fight a boss here? Damn it. But this time this kid is definitely going to mess up. It's possible our goddess Sadako might lose her life here. Was the fool young Liangxiao? Was the fool young Liangxiao?" Watching the people of the Great Xia show no concern for young Liangxiao's life and safety, the people from around the world couldn't help but express their confusion. Why are you all so calm? Although that strange old woman and Sadako are actively buying time for young Liangxiao to escape and hide, the opponent is a genuine evil ghost level. A true ghost level strange being can easily kill 3 peak evil ghosts at once. I estimate these two can last at most 3 minutes. And that would be a miracle. Are you not worried in this situation? It was clear that this group of foolish Great Xia people had no clear understanding of the ghost-level strange beings. And such ignorance leading to death happened particularly often among the Great Xia people. This sentence is said by the people of the Eastern Japan. "You damn Eastern Japan dog. You still dare to call out? Do you think your lineup can get through this? I'm very sorry, foolish Daxia people, but we actually did get through it. Please watch the VCR." Many Daxia people turned their attention to the bizarre live stream belonging to the Eastern Japan. At this moment, the 3-member school team of Eastern Japan had just handed over the severely injured Sadako to the bizarre vice principal. Just when they thought the dungeon was about to be completed, the originally smiling bizarre vice principal suddenly changed his attitude and began to slaughter them without saying a word. "What is going on?" Ito Toku was roaring while dealing with the opponent's attacks. Shouldn't handing Sadako over to the higher-ups conclude this bizarre dungeon? Baka. I don't know either. Guisu. This bizarre National Fortune dungeon is different from ordinary bizarre dungeons. Even if the exterior is the same, the internal specifics are different. Father. We can't drag this out any longer. This bizarre creature is at the half-step evil spirit level of cultivation. If we drag it to the end, we will only have a dead end. Miyamoto Miuzu cried out sharply. Hearing his daughter's reminder, Miyamoto Ikaru did not hesitate and immediately shouted, "Miuzu, use the treasures bestowed by our clan right away." Chapter 25, Blood Death Knife. Incredible operation. Good. Miyamoto Miuzu's beautiful eyes sparkled with a fierce light, and without saying a word, she bit her finger and dripped blood onto a dark red small knife. "Respected Blood Death Knife, I, a humble girl, call upon you with the most sincere wish. Please show your mercy and manifest, and slay the audacious person before us." An incantation rapidly flowed from Miyamoto Miuzu's red lips. In the next moment, the dark red small knife she held in her hands surprisingly rose into the air. In the serious gaze of the bizarre vice principal, a burst of demonic blood light suddenly erupted. As the dazzling blood light illuminated the entire office, the blood death knife had already shot out. At the sight, the originally hard-scaled chest had already been pierced by the sharp blade, creating a huge blood hole, and even at this moment, a quarter of his dark green heart had been shattered. Unprecedented pain and anger spread throughout his body, as Miyamoto Ikaru and Ito Makoto continued to beat the fallen dog in pursuit. The bizarre vice principal was completely enraged. Ghostly flames rose, and its cultivation instantly surged to the evil spirit level. But it wasn't over. its ugly body immediately began to tremble violently, and a powerful evil aura erupted from its body like a volcanic eruption. The surface of the bizarre vice principal's skin began to emit an eerie red light, which grew brighter, as if ignited by hellfire. Its muscles bulged, and the veins crawled beneath the skin like twisted dragons. Its already large body grew even larger under the pressure of the rising aura, resembling an insurmountable evil mountain. The surrounding air began to distort under this powerful aura, emitting chilling shrieks, and debris from the floor was swept into the air, forming small whirlwinds. The bizarre vice principal slowly raised its head, and two substantial beams of light shot out from its blood-red eyes, containing endless cruelty and destructive power. In this strange state, the eerie vice president emanated a level of cultivation that was far beyond that of a mere early-stage malevolent spirit. Just by roughly sensing it, one could tell that the opponent's strength was definitely not weaker than that of a late-stage malevolent spirit. How could this be possible? At the moment the eerie vice president cast a sinister glance, the faces of the three contestants from the land of the rising sun instantly turned pale, like a sheet of paper devoid of blood. Large beads of sweat continuously oozed from their foreheads, rolling down like pearls that had broken off their string. At this moment, the three people present were all trembling slightly, their bodies involuntarily shaking, every nerve stretched to the extreme. The terrifying aura completely exceeded their expectations. Faced with the bizarre vice president, even if he activated the blood death knife at the cost of his life, it would probably be impossible to kill the opponent. It was one thing to fail the bizarre national fortune instance, but would all three of them really perish here? As he pondered, Yamamoto Ikaru looked at his daughter, whose face was pale with fear, and then at Ito Makoto beside him. Yamamoto Ikaru gritted his teeth tightly, and a decisive light flickered in his eyes. In the next second, he unleashed a surge of ghostly energy and attacked. However, his target was not the bizarre vice president, but Ito Makoto. Blood erupted from his mouth, and looking at his hand that pierced through his chest, Ito Makoto's eyes were filled with disbelief. He could never have imagined that his father-in-law, his comrade, would kill him first in such a life-and-death crisis. Silence. A complete silence. At that moment, not only were all the people in the bizarre world stunned, but even the audiences from various countries watching the live stream were also bewildered. Wait, am I blind? Did my hand shake from fear, or what? It was pure amusement, an absolute spectacle. It was the first time he had witnessed a companion turning on another in a moment of danger, compared to the uproarious laughter of the global audience. The words from the Great Xia Empire citizens truly left the people of the East Japan unable to accept. Watch the VCR? Oh, shall we carefully observe your team's pig-like operations? Although they didn't understand, they were deeply shocked. The Japanese, who were living well, were indeed on a path of perversion and irrationality. Yes, just like that. If the enemy cannot be killed, then kill your teammate first. After all, something must die before you go, and it would be best to kill your daughter too, as that fits your dog-like East Japan style. Watching the frenzied barrage of comments in the live stream, every citizen of East Japan had a face as dark as the bottom of a pot, and in their hearts, they cursed Yamamoto Ikaru's ancestors multiple times. You better hope this act can turn the tide for our East Japan and help us pass this bizarre national fortune instance. Otherwise, one by one, we will go to comfort your wife. The citizens of East Japan silently vowed. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Ikaru in the bizarre world had not stopped his actions. Just as Yamamoto Miuzu and the bizarre vice president were left dumbfounded by his sudden move, Yamamoto Ikaru's blood-stained face turned to look at his biological daughter. Meeting her father's cold and ruthless gaze, Yamamoto Miuzu's heart suddenly panicked, and she couldn't help but speak. Father, you kill my fiancé. Is it now my turn? Facing Yamamoto Miuzu's tearful expression, Yamamoto Ikaru's action of drawing his sword paused involuntarily. He painfully and hoarsely said, Miuzu, it's better for one person to survive than for us all to die in. Before he could finish his sentence, Yamamoto Ikaru's pupils suddenly dilated. When he regained his focus, he found an eerie blood knife had pierced straight through his heart. Feeling the intense pain in his left chest, various emotions appeared in Yamamoto Ikaru's eyes, but ultimately settled on relief and acceptance. Good. After uttering this single word, Yamamoto Ikaru completely collapsed to the ground. His life force extinguished. Yamamoto Muzu quickly withdrew the blood death knife from Yamamoto Ikaru's left chest, using it to devour Ito Makoto's heart. Watching the eerie blood knife in Yamamoto Muzu's hand exude increasing power, the bizarre vice president slowly narrowed his eyes. He did not choose to intervene, but looked at her with a rich expression of mockery. Just moments ago, he had been heavily injured by Yamamoto Muzu's sneak attack while a half-step ghost level, and now, entering his strongest state, he wanted to see how she, at the peak of the wandering soul level, would confront him. But just as the bizarre vice president was waiting, Yamamoto Muzu made an astonishing move. Chapter 26. The East Japan team is annihilated. For national annihilations. Thud. The sound of a blade entering flesh echoed. The blood knife, imbued with terrifying power, did not pierce the body of the bizarre vice president. Instead, Yamamoto Muzu had inserted it into her own body? What the hell? First exclamation, a sense of shock, what the hell? Second exclamation, a sense of confusion, what the hell? Fourth exclamation, a furious shout that shatters worldviews. At this moment, all the audience, including the people of the land of the rising sun, were in a daze. They looked at the earlier live broadcast depicting the scene of a loving father and son, and originally thought that either of the two had to concoct a terrifying killing move with their lives. But now, not only was the killing move not executed, but you actually stabbed yourself after using the lives of two demon-level strong beings to summon the sword? What the hell is that? This can't even be described as losing one's mind. This operation is completely inhuman. In the bizarre world, under the shock of the grotesque vice president, a sinister giant mouth gradually opened wide, while Miyamoto Muzu revealed a radiant smile. Then, the delicate flesh and blood all over her body suddenly began to shrink and wither wildly. In just 2 seconds, her vitality drained away, her bone marrow disappeared, and she turned into a lifeless corpse. As for the blood-reaping knife, which had taken 3 lives after a flash of bloodlight, it did not attack, but instead vanished from the spot. This bizarre scene left the usually unflappable vice dean of the office feeling as if his worldview had collapsed, standing dazed in the wind. As Miyamoto Musashi's delicate body turned into a dried corpse, a chilling and eerie game notification echoed throughout reality once more. The Eastern Japan team has been completely wiped out, and the Eastern Japan Bizarre National Fortune instance has failed. Catastrophe will descend in 3 minutes. Please be prepared. Listening to the strange notification sound ringing in his ears, the entire population of Eastern Japan was now bewildered, their faces showing disbelief. What kind of divine wrath had they incurred? Why did the 3 Onmyoji, who appear to be normal people, turn out to be complete fools behind scenes? It was bad enough to kill teammates in the face of a great enemy, but after wiping out all their teammates, they even stabbed the already prepared sword into themselves, leading to a situation where the battle hadn't even begun and they were already completely defeated. This damn plot is something even a drama series wouldn't dare to portray. Didn't you see that strange vice president's weird and aggrieved expression at the end? Your actions have left the dignified oddity utterly bewildered. 3 minutes are up. Disaster is imminent. A terrifying calamity descends, and endless disasters sweep across the entire land of Japan in an instant. In this disaster, some people have even given up the struggle. They just wrap themselves in a blanket and lie down, quietly waiting for the horrific calamity to take their lives. In the last second before their consciousness fades, a single thought fills their minds. Having such a bastard as a contestant is our fortune. It's simply crazy. On the other side, Yang Liangxiao and the others are unaware of what's happening outside. With Yang Liangxiao's extraordinary assistance, the bizarre vice president, who forcefully climbed into the early stage of the vengeful spirit realm, finally became enraged after being injured several times. He has also entered a terrifying and furious state against Japan. Push forward. Under Yang Liangxiao's command, the strange old woman and Sadako immediately retreat, forming an absolute numerical advantage of 5 versus 1. Are you sure you want to continue fighting? As soon as Yang Liangxiao's words fell, The two immediately roared with fighting spirit. Of course, today I will follow the master's steps and change the world. Seeing the two clearly fired up, Liangxiao couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. Since they have this momentum, he reluctantly allowed them to join the battle. In fact, it didn't matter much, at worst. He would just be a bit more generous when he took action later. After all, killing this damn disgusting thing would still earn him the ghost coins he smashed out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The aura of the bizarre vice president continues to rise, making the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia who are observing the live broadcast frown. Do you think this kid can handle it? Although Li Zhonghua didn't personally experience the aura erupting from the bizarre vice president, he knew from his experience how terrifying the strength of the vice president in a furious state was. Although he was far inferior, the bizarre vice president could easily crush the 5 people on Liangxiao's side, who were at most half a step into the vengeful spirit realm. Seeing Li Zhonghua's furrowed brow, even the 3 major authorities, who initially had their own agendas, had no ulterior motives at this moment. They knew just how terrifying the strength of the director of the Supernatural Bureau was, and now that even Li Zhonghua was this worried, they were naturally even more anxious. According to common sense, a talent that can cross nearly 2 major realms to influence the bizarre is already considered one of the top talents in the world. Yet now, the bizarre vice president has not only broken through the boundaries of 2 major realms, but has even reached the late stage of the vengeful spirit realm. While I don't want to dampen spirits, to be frank, in my view, even if Liangxiao's talent continues to take effect, it can at most have an extremely weak impact. And if that's the case, it's very likely that Liangxiao and the others will be completely wiped out. Deputy Minister Liu analyzed with a solemn expression. The moment his words fell, the entire peak conference room fell into silence. If only Liangxiao and the other 2 died, that would be fine. The Great Xia never lacks talent. But the problem is the lives of these 2 are closely tied to the fate of the Great Xia Empire. They have already witnessed the terrifying calamities that have previously descended upon various countries, and the severity of these calamities is not fixed. Instead, it increases automatically with each country's overall national strength. Almost every country experiences a terrifying calamity, leading to a sharp decrease of 1/4 in the entire population. According to this, including all the top 10 countries in the world, after experiencing 4 failures, the ordinary citizens and low-level ghost cultivators in the entire nation will perish. 4 times of national destruction. This scale of massacre is an utterly devastating blow to the Great Xia Empire, a powerful nation with a large population. Chapter 27. Late Stage of the Evil Spirit? Death. Listening to everyone's analysis, even the old sovereign of the Great Xia couldn't help but feel waves of turmoil in his heart, speaking lightly about the death toll with numbers. But do you know what kind of terrifying scene can be created with just over 10,000 corpses? Not to mention that this represents the lives of 1/4 of the citizens. Taking a deep breath, the old sovereign of the Great Xia fixed a sharp gaze on the big screen and declared with certainty, "I stand by my words in preparing for the worst-case scenario. We can only believe." Feeling the violent and ruthless aura emanating from the eerie vice president in front of him, Liangxiao, who originally thought his mindset was stable, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Not afraid, but facing such a terrifying aura, the body's instincts are uncontrollable. The next moment, Liangxiao suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes, and a rare, intense, killing intent appeared in his deep pupils. This strange feeling of a real death crisis made him feel that he could not live. Kill, accompanied by Liangxiao's low shout. Such a scene elicited a wave of cold mockery and ridicule from the people of the great American empire outside. Knowing that the power gap between the 2 sides was so immense, not only did they not adopt guerrilla tactics, but they also actively engaged in a frontal battle. The great men of your country have written their books in vain. The East Asian sick man label that the Japanese people have hurled at you indeed has some merit. How can fools who can't even learn from their own existing top-notch knowledge expect to achieve a bizarre national fortune? Ridiculous. With a bunch of foolish people from the Great Xia, how dare you mock the Japanese? In my view, if it weren't for your good fortune, you wouldn't even have made it this far. Watching the continuous mockery and sarcasm from the people of the great American empire, The people of Great Xia at this moment had no thoughts of rebuttal, because they also knew that some of what the people of the Great American Empire said was indeed reasonable. However, due to young Liangxiao's previous displays of extraordinary abilities, as long as the results did not fall short, they still unconsciously believed in young Liangxiao unconditionally. Great God Yang, you must strive for success. Almost all the citizens of Great Xia were praying for young Liangxiao at this moment. In the bizarre world, under the intense gaze of the entire nation, the underworld fire erupted. Mind power tore apart. Fierce bite. The bronze cauldron fell with the blood from my heart, amidst the four loud shouts. For attacks that had almost gathered all the strength of the four of them charged towards the bizarre deputy director. Feeling the four attacks that made his flesh sting, the bizarre deputy director suddenly revealed a cruel smile. He suddenly laughed and said, I must say, your four full force strikes indeed have the potential to kill me. But this situation arises only if this director does not resist at all and just stands there foolishly, taking your attacks head on. Laughing, the smile on the bizarre deputy director's face instantly vanished, replaced by endless shadows and anger. A bunch of ignorant fools prepare to die. The bizarre deputy director roared as he was about to unleash his full power. But at that moment, an extremely bright smile entered his view. It was him, young Liangxiao, whom he had disregarded since entering a rage state. Facing young Liangxiao's mocking gaze, the bizarre deputy director's heart couldn't help but skip a beat, giving rise to a very bad premonition. However, this thought was immediately dismissed as it arose. In his raging state, his immunity to illusions could almost increase by 60%, and coupled with his explosive cultivation, he did not believe that such a small bug in the early stage of the soul-wandering realm could bring about a drastic change in the crushing battle situation. With that in mind, the bizarre deputy director redirected his attention entirely to the four terrifying attacks before him. Seeing that the bizarre deputy director seemed to have sensed something but ultimately looked down on him, the contempt in young Liangxiao's eyes deepened. Arrogance is the original sin of failure. Young Liangxiao's eyes turned fierce as he waved his robe and shouted. The bizarre deputy director was about to speak, but the next second his voice suddenly stopped. Beneath the rain of money flying everywhere, the bizarre deputy director, whose presence was originally terrifying, suddenly had a dazed expression, and his demeanor became friendly and dull. Following that, in the shocked gaze of everyone in the world, the previously brutal and savage bizarre deputy director actually obediently gave up any resistance and offensive actions, standing there in a daze, directly enduring the strongest blow from the four who had exhausted all their strength. Boom! Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, a dazzling light suddenly appeared, followed by a chillingly powerful force erupting violently from the body of the bizarre deputy director. Inside the office, the originally tranquil space was instantly shattered by this overwhelming force. The air seemed to be compressed to an extreme before suddenly exploding, producing a loud, deafening sound. The frenzied energy surged like a runaway wild horse, madly charging in all directions. The entire office was swept away by a terrifying milky white wave. Desks and chairs were instantly overturned, and documents danced in the air like snowflakes. The glass curtain wall shattered into pieces under the tremendous impact, scattering like shooting stars. Computers, lights, and other equipment also exploded, with electric sparks flashing. The light was dazzling, almost instantly blocking all vision. When the terrifying energy waves and white air currents that ravaged the entire ruin gradually calmed down, and the dust was suppressed by the rising ghostly energy, everything on the scene finally began to reveal its true form. The once relatively tidy office had already turned into a wasteland. The walls had collapsed, the ceiling had caved in, and the ground was filled with holes and debris of various sizes. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and chaos. And in the center of a massive pit with a diameter of several dozen meters, there was a bizarre deputy director, now looking like a grotesque figure, continuously wailing. The once invincible bizarre deputy director was now in a pitiful state, barely clinging to life. However, they did not give up, but kept trying to repair their own bodies. Just then, young Liangxiao, holding hands with Zhengzi, approached him. Chapter 28. The remaining Great Xia team all other nations annihilated. Liangxiao held Zhengzi's delicate hand, continuously transmitting pure energy to her, replenishing the ghostly energy that was currently lacking in her body. By the time the two reached the grotesque deputy director, Zhengzi's condition had improved significantly. Liangxiao and Zhengzi looked down from a height at the bizarre deputy director, who was still trying to repair his body. With a smirk, Liangxiao mockingly said, "I'm very sorry. Nothing is impossible." Immediately after, in the increasingly terrified gaze of the bizarre deputy director, Liangxiao stepped aside. "Zhengzi, do you remember what I said? I will help you bring your enemy to the brink of death and present them to you." Without saying much, just with tears in her eyes looking at Liangxiao, Zhengzi's gaze instantly shifted to the bizarre deputy director in the pit, and her expression changed drastically. Her black hair flew wildly, and a fierce aura erupted explosively. At this moment, Zhengzi had seemingly entered a raging state again. Her eyes filled with ghostly energy fixated on the bizarre deputy director before her face adorned with a cruel smile. "Zhengzi, listen to me." The bizarre deputy director felt a chill run through his body and instinctively wanted to beg for mercy. But before he could finish his words, a sharp claw suddenly pierced through his mouth, forcefully tearing out his filthy tongue. Zhengzi dragged the bizarre deputy director into a room. Although the crowd could not clearly see the scene, just from the continuous sounds of painful wails, it was enough for them to imagine everything. At this moment, looking at the live broadcast of the wailing sounds, the entire populace of Great Xia was completely boiling. Did we win? Am I dreaming? Liangxiao and the others actually killed a late-stage evil spirit? What Liangxiao? You should be called Yang Shun, to be honest. I knew you were a dragon among men the moment I laid eyes on you. Once you come out, I will immediately go to join you. So please don't refuse me at that time. That brat upstairs using the ID of someone from the village. I clearly remember you were the one who scolded the loudest when the contestants were announced. Now you're changing your tune. After a moment of plain surprise, all the people present from the Great Xia seemed to recall something important. The dead dog from the great beautiful empire. Why have you suddenly stopped barking? At this moment, the citizens of Great Xia worked together, almost simultaneously opening their mouths to sing sweetly, their tongues moving to speak fragrant words. Compared to the excitement of the citizens of Great Xia, the high-ranking officials appeared much calmer. They stared blankly at the light screen before them, each one dry-mouthed and unable to resist swallowing their saliva. "Lord Liu, I think your deduction seems to have some errors." Listening to the words of one of the civil officials, Lu Shilang, whose eyes were filled with disbelief, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "Does it even need your opinion? Everyone knows that his earlier confident deduction was pure nonsense." However, with a member of their own faction speaking up first, he took the opportunity to continue the conversation to avoid being mocked by that old scoundrel Li Zhenghua. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Lu Shilang's old face quickly turned serious. "It is my fault for not firmly believing in the contestants from our Great Xia Empire and making rash deductions. However, rather than reflecting on this, I believe there is something more important we need to discuss immediately. The evaluation of Liangxiao's ranking." The civil and military officials present focused their eyes, almost in unison. Uttering this phrase, they had previously thought that Liangxiao was affiliated with the old monarch, but after checking the information, they discovered Liangxiao was actually a rootless person, and even an ordinary person recorded by the Supernatural Bureau. It was clear that Liangxiao awakened his talent the moment he entered the bizarre world. Having just awakened his talent, he already possessed such strong control and commanding abilities. This kind of aptitude was definitely in the top 10 of the talented rankings. At this moment, they even felt that Liangxiao truly had the potential to reach the peak of the bizarre. With such a prodigy before them, how could they possibly hand him over to the old monarch? How could they let him fall into the hands of the Great Xia royal family? Absolutely impossible. The three great powers exchanged glances, each seeing the terrifying ambition in the other's eyes. They were competing fairly, but no matter what, they could not let this kid enter the embrace of the Great Xia royal family. Otherwise, they would never have any chance of turning things around in the future. In that moment of eye contact, they understood each other's intentions. Watching the exchange of gazes between the three, the old monarch of Great Xia slightly lowered his eyes. But there was no ripple of emotion on his face. Want to compete with me for talent? The old monarch scoffed inwardly. At the same time, the high-ranking officials of the Eastern Yamato Empire were also stunned by young Liangxiao's earlier performance. After arranging for rescue and reconstruction following the disaster, the Emperor of Yamato spoke in a grave tone. This person named Yang Liangxiao from Great Xia is a tremendous threat. Before he grows up, we must find a way to crush him in the cradle. But your majesty, how should we kill him in advance? The high official asked. I don't believe that this bizarre national fortune instance only opens once, nor do I believe that each instance is the same and isolated. As long as the next bizarre national fortune instance comes together, we must attempt to kill Yang Liangxiao first. The Emperor of Yamato's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and after a pause, he continued, of course, while sending someone to infiltrate the territory of Great Xia to assassinate this kid may sound far-fetched. We must attempt it if there is even the slightest opportunity. Otherwise, in the not-so-distant future, our great Eastern Yamato may suffer a catastrophic blow. Although after the failure of the bizarre national fortune instance, a terrifying disaster would sweep through all countries. Most of those who perished in such disasters would be ordinary citizens and those with low cultivation, which would not greatly affect the high-ranking officials of their countries. To be honest, even if one day all the people of our Eastern Yamato were to die or be injured, it would not matter much. At least by then, as survivors, they could desperately try to participate in this bizarre and national fortune instance, constantly striving for high rewards at low costs. In this way, they would eventually be able to restore their country. However, under this extreme assumption, there was one extremely important prerequisite: resources. After the arrival of the bizarre world and the emergence of the bizarre game, the production of resources in countries around the world has suffered a tremendous impact. So much so that now even world powers like the Great Xia Empire and the Great Beautiful Empire are consuming their national treasury day and night. Demand exceeds supply. Moreover, it is a situation of demand exceeding supply that countries around the world have been unable to solve for 3 whole years. Setting aside the smaller countries, just focusing on top world powers like the Great Xia Empire and the Great Beautiful Empire. Even if the resource storage of the Great Xia Empire and the Great Beautiful Empire is abundant, it ultimately cannot withstand decades or even hundreds of years of consumption. If the Great Xia Empire maintains its current population, then their treasury can only last for another 2 years. After 2 years, when the granaries are exhausted and famine spreads, social order will definitely be disrupted. And if the Great Xia Empire does not want turmoil within its own borders, what can be done? There is only one path: to seize resources from other countries, to fight to sustain the war. Realizing this, the high-ranking officials of the Eastern Yamato finally recognized certain truths. The emergence of this bizarre national fortune dungeon may very well be a catalyst. It is likely that the true will of that strange world is not to randomly kill people through bizarre games, or to wipe out a large number of individuals through the bizarre national fortune dungeon, but rather to plunge humanity into complete chaos. By then, with constant wars and killings among nations, how many people will care about the bizarre entities occasionally descending from the strange world? As time goes by, the number of bizarre entities will continue to increase, while the number of humans due to conflicts and killings will decrease. By that time, the human realm will likely become a territory for the bizarre. Thinking of this, all the high-ranking officials from the East Ing country present couldn't help but breathe rapidly. The arrival of this bizarre world is an apocalypse for the entire human race, a disaster. But can they avoid it? They cannot avoid it at all. This can actually be considered a grand conspiracy. Even if they notice this, they have already become trapped birds in the cage. If they want to survive, they can only fight desperately and grow stronger. Because only in this way can they possibly preserve the last pure land of humanity in the future. Amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, just at this moment, the eerie game announcement suddenly resounded throughout the world. Ding! The Great American Empire's participating team has been completely wiped out. The eerie National Fortune Dungeon has failed, and disaster will arrive in 3 minutes. All citizens of the Great American Empire, please prepare yourselves. The Southern Wind Empire's participating team has been completely wiped out. The Bear Empire's participating team has been completely wiped out. The announcements continued to ring out almost without interruption. For a moment, the entire world fell silent. They were horrified to discover that, aside from the Great Xia Empire, which had just killed the Erie vice president, all the participating teams from hundreds of countries around the world in the National Fortune Erie dungeon had been completely annihilated. How is this possible? Countless citizens showed expressions of disbelief. Am I hallucinating or going crazy? Even if dozens of small country teams were wiped out simultaneously in this instant, they could still understand it. But why did the participating teams, including the Great American Empire and the Bear Empire, get completely wiped out? It should be known that these two teams almost represented the peak of combat power among the participating teams, each possessing a peak existence at the level of a terrifying ghost. But now, aside from the Great Xia participating team, which no one believed in, everyone else is dead. How can they accept this? They definitely don't want to die without understanding. Moreover, even if they are about to die, they want to die knowing the truth. Those powerful teams from various major countries that managed to survive the ordeal with the strange vice president not only did not receive the completion notification, but instead seemed to witness some great horror the next second, and the screen suddenly went black. As a result, the people who wanted to understand before dying never saw the truth until their last moments. They only saw the blood-soaked heroic warriors, who simultaneously displayed expressions of horror just a second before the scene vanished. Thunder rumbled, calamity descended, and terrifying slaughter spread across dozens of countries. The sight of rivers of blood reappeared in various nations. Looking at the real-time tragic scenes of each country on that massive screen, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia, who were originally engaged in intense debates, gradually shrank their eyes and shut their mouths. Caring for the sick and administering medicine did not lead to a successful completion. Capturing Sadako did not lead to a successful completion. Defeating the strange vice president with late-stage ghost-level power did not lead to a successful completion. And now an even greater crisis is about to emerge. This damned bizarre game really doesn't want to leave any way out for humanity. Burning with rage, the old emperor of the Great Xia immediately issued an order. Sent a message to young Liangxiao right away, and explained the situation immediately. The old emperor of the Great Xia slammed the table and coldly spoke. But the next second, the senior executive responsible for information transmission looked at the scene belonging to the Great Xia live broadcast room, his face gradually turning pale. Old Emperor, I'm afraid it's too late. Looking at the shocking scene on the screen, all the senior officials of the Great Xia turned ashen. Meanwhile, in the sinister sanatorium, bang, a figure, skin torn and flesh opened, with no discernible skin or face, was heavily smashed to the ground. A mouthful of internal organ fragments mixed with blood was vomited out by the eerie deputy director. Don't get cocky, kid. All of you will accompany me to the grave. Almost in an instant, young Liangxiao realized something. Young Liangxiao suddenly turned his head, his gaze like a knife piercing in a certain direction. That direction was where the third ward was located. Just as young Liangxiao was about to lead a few people to the third ward, a faint and strange tremor broke the silence, as if an ancient creature sleeping deep within the earth was slowly awakening. The old glass windows of the sinister sanatorium, covered in cobwebs, began to emit a soft cracking sound, and at this moment, it seemed that even the air had become thick and heavy. Danger is about to descend. Chapter 29. Strange vines enveloping the entire sanatorium. Heart like ashes in that sinister sanatorium, filled with a chilling atmosphere. The night was like thick ink, silently covering every corner. The moonlight, which should have been the only solace of this quiet night, was tightly bound by heavy clouds, enveloping the entire sanatorium in a deathly silence and ominousness. At that moment, a beam of ghostly green light suddenly burst forth from a dark corner of the sanatorium, like the eye of the underworld, abruptly opening in the darkness. The light rapidly spread, transforming into countless slender vines, twisting and entangling, growing at a supernatural speed, instantly covering every inch of space in the sanatorium. These vines, unlike any known plants in the world, shimmer with an eerie glow. Their surface is covered in tiny scales that glint with a metallic sheen. Even more chilling is the fact that their tips are forked, resembling the elongated tongues of snakes. Dripping with a translucent yet fishy liquid that is fresh blood they have just absorbed from an unknown source. As the vines wreak havoc, an indescribable aura of terror envelopes the entire two sanatoriums. They seem to possess self-awareness, deftly weaving their way through corridors and between wards, making solid iron doors and heavy stone walls appear fragile and easily penetrable or torn apart in the face of this force. More terrifyingly, these vines not only destroy everything in their path, but also begin their hunt. They silently approach every room, slipping through tiny gaps or directly penetrating walls, ensnaring those patients and staff who are either asleep or filled with dread. Amidst desperate struggles and screams, the tips of the vines dig deep into their skin, greedily sucking warm blood, while those drained of their life essence quickly wither, turning into shriveled husks, ruthlessly discarded aside. The entire wicked sanatorium, under the sweep of this bizarre power, transforms into a living hell. Fear and despair permeate the air, making any attempts to escape seem utterly futile. And those strange vines, after completing this bloody feast, appear to grow larger and more powerful. They weave into a massive web in the air, completely covering the wicked sanatorium, as if to bury everything here in eternal darkness. Listening to Sadako recount the situation around them, Liangxiao's expression gradually grew serious. This is the final level of this bizarre, national fortune dungeon. At that moment, the heavy walls in front of everyone suddenly collapsed. Strange vines appeared before them, clawing and writhing. It was a genuine, peak-level, vengeful spirit. Moreover, it was a peak-level, vengeful spirit whose aura was continuously rising. A terrifying killing intent filled the shattered vice president's office, and even Liangxiao, whose mind was currently strong, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat under this oppressive killing intent and momentum. His body involuntarily trembled slightly. Every nerve in Liangxiao was tense to the extreme. In the moment he was enveloped by that killing intent, he seemed to vividly foresee his own death. Meanwhile, in the real world, a peak-level, vengeful spirit, and it seemed that it could break through to the level of a red-clothed, vengeful spirit at any moment. Most of the civil and military officials present couldn't help but rise from their seats in shock, while those who could still remain seated had their pupils constrict to the size of pinholes. This bizarre national fortune dungeon sounds nice, but in reality, the content of the dungeon is such that not only would these low-level players of the bizarre game struggle to face it, even high-level players who have entered the bizarre game over 50 times would probably find it difficult to clear this so-called sinful sanatorium. This bizarre game is clearly unhappy with the slow slaughter speed from randomly selecting players over the past 3 years. So they deliberately created this bizarre national fortune dungeon as an excuse to openly accelerate the process of our human race's extinction. The right minister couldn't help but express his anger. At the moment the strange vines spread and appeared, almost all the civil and military officials present were utterly enraged. The earlier emergence of a being capable of unleashing late-stage vengeful spirit power had already felt extremely unreasonable to them. But now, a presence that was about to step into the red-clothed, vengeful spirit level had actually emerged. Isn't this purely a joke? Not to mention that the highest cultivation level among the selected human contestants is just at the peak of the evil ghost realm. Even if 3 high-level players at the fierce ghost level were chosen, they wouldn't dare to say they could safely get through this challenge, right? After all, it's a red-clothed, evil ghost. Once it enters this realm, the slaughter of beings from the lower 3 realms is as easy as killing dogs. It's over. This time, everything is over. A quarter of the population disappearing will bring a terrifying impact on the normal operation of our great Xia Empire, right? Even if we hold high positions, can you really guarantee that none of your relatives will be affected? Even this group of high-ranking officials with vast horizons could not help but show signs of despair at this moment. It's actually not their fault. The gap between the red-clothed evil spirit and the demon level is truly beyond words to describe. Their despair is largely for the sake of the entire country. which is understandable. Even the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Empire, who are well-informed, are in such a state, let alone the ordinary citizens. Faced with the terrifying vines that seem to exude an overwhelming sense of oppression from the screen, many citizens of the Great Xia Empire in front of their computers couldn't help but turn pale. In their eyes, the cries of anguish or wails have lost all meaning at this moment. Previously, when they encountered seemingly hopeless situations, they still held a glimmer of hope for a miracle. Each time they hoped for a miracle, that young man helped them achieve their hopes with his astonishing actions. But this time, they have completely lost any hope in their hearts. This situation has fundamentally become something entirely different from reality. Do you think an ant could survive at the center of a nuclear explosion without any cover? If you think it's impossible, then you can naturally understand the despair in the hearts of the people of the Great Xia Empire as they watch Liangxiao face that strange vine on the screen. Their miracle maker, Yang, cannot possibly turn the tide this time. The Great Xia Empire is definitely going to suffer a disaster. In an instant, all the people of the Great Xia, understanding this, felt as if their hearts had turned to ashes. Chapter 30, Death Crisis, Sacrificing Life to Save. In contrast to the despair of the Great Xia people, those who had survived the disaster from various countries noticed the situation Liangxiao was facing and began to show relieved smiles. People often worry less about scarcity and more about inequality. If everyone suffered from the disaster, it would be fine. But if all the countries in the world faced terrifying attacks, while the millions in the powerful Great Xia Empire continued to live in peace, jealousy and resentment would arise in their hearts. Previously, they were feeling this way, but seeing the once invincible Liangxiao now so frightened brought them a sense of balance. Ah, how comfortable it is! Ha ha! Great Xia people, weren't you just laughing happily? Why aren't you laughing now? Keep laughing. I was wondering why the Great Xia people suddenly stopped laughing. It turns out it has shifted to my face. Stupid Great Xia people should die more, so that all the remaining resources can be handed over to our Great Eastern Japan for protection. Sir, I fear I am going to be finished. The slit-mouthed nurse, already severely injured from forcibly eliminating Sadako's doppelganger, now saw the terrifying vines that almost enveloped the entire evil sanatorium and immediately showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Ignoring the thoughts and words of the two who were gravely injured, Liangxiao focused intently on the strange vines rapidly approaching him and quickly scattered a large amount of ghost coins. A few even totaled up to 200,000. Stop moving. Liangxiao commandait loudly. Thud, thud, thud. Bundles of ghost coins continuously fell onto the strange vines. But Liangxiao discovered that his once infallible talent had unexpectedly failed at this moment. The strange vines, with their venomous fangs resembling snakes flicking their tongues, continued to wrap around him. With a death doll, it shouldn't hurt, right? Liangxiao calmly closed his eyes, unable to suppress his worry about this. It's a pity for my little Sadako baby. This is the exquisite little follower I forcibly restored at the risk of being drained dry. Oh, and the strange old lady, I will definitely burn millions of ghost coins for your spirit after I revive. Just as Liangxiao thought he was about to be killed on the spot and his mind raced, a slender figure appeared in front of him. It was Sadako. Screaming, Sadako fearlessly stood in front of Liangxiao. Even though she knew facing the strange vines head-on was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, she still did it. At the cost of her own life, she only wanted Liangxiao to survive. Boom! Sadako summoned ghostly energy to form a shield while her claws and flowing black hair attempted to counter the terrifying force. However, within just a few breaths, Sadako's ghostly shield shattered immediately. Her claws also broke apart, and her hair was directly shredded in many places. Even so, the terrifying might of the strange vines had not been completely neutralized. The overwhelming force continued to attack Liangxiao and Sadako. Seeing there was no way to escape, Sadako almost without hesitation tightly embraced the astonished Liangxiao. Boom! The dark green energy beam spewed out by the strange vines struck Sadako's back. It sent both Sadako and Liangxiao flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Sadako instinctively flipped in the air, ensuring that Liangxiao suffered no impact at all. Sadako, looking at Sadako in his arms, who was spitting out blood mixed with chunks of internal organs. Liangxiao clenched his teeth, his face filled with complex emotions. In this seemingly fatal situation, he had originally thought Sadako would abandon him and flee alone. But she not only chose not to escape, but sacrifice her own life just to give him a fleeting chance of survival? Is this what you said in the textbook? That the strange is nothing but a cold and brutal tool of ruthless slaughter? At this moment, Liangxiao felt an indescribable anger and blockage in his heart. It seemed that the severely injured Sadako sensed the intense turmoil in the man's heart, and trembling, she raised her bloodied palm, gently caressing Liangxiao's cheek, and said intermittently, "Don't be afraid, I can still send you out." As she spoke, an indescribable, terrifying, ghostly aura suddenly erupted from Sadako's entire body. In almost an instant, she broke through the threshold of a half-step vengeful spirit and continued to rise rapidly. Sadako was willing to burn all her ghostly powers just to send Liangxiao to a place of absolute safety. But at that moment, an old hand suddenly struck Sadako's neck. After feeding Sadako an eyeball, a hunched figure engulfed in flames appeared before Sadako and Liangxiao. 200 years ago, I witnessed my grandson being burned to death in a sea of fire and was powerless to help. Now my new grandson and granddaughter-in-law have reappeared before me. If I were still powerless now, then my practice of self-harm to improve my cultivation over these 200 years would just be a joke, wouldn't it? Stretching out her hand to rub Liangxiao's head, the bloodied face of the strange old woman blossomed with an unprecedented kind smile. "Here, Grandma will hold them off for you." As she spoke, the entire hunched body of the strange old woman erupted into blazing flames. The temperature of this flame was so high that it distorted space almost the moment it appeared. The strange old woman prevented Sadako from burning the fire of her soul, instead choosing to sacrifice her own life to save Liangxiao and Sadako. These idle people, if they die, what does it have to do with her? But just as the strange old woman was about to reach the same level as the eerie vines, a seductive voice suddenly rang out. What a scene of deep affection between grandmother and granddaughter. Chapter 31. Phyllis arrives. Mysterious, stunningly beautiful, and eerie. However, patient number 001. As a distinguished guest set by the director, if anything happens to you, I will have a hard time explaining it to the director. The moment the seductive voice sounded, a chilling wind swept through. Phyllis instantly appeared in front of the strange old woman. Her peak ghost-level cultivation revealed without a doubt. Almost in an instant, she suppressed the old woman's desire to burn her life. The second person wanted to die, but couldn't. With a casual wave of her slender arm, Phyllis immediately repelled the many eerie vines shooting towards her. At the same time, she turned her water snake waist and calmly approached Liangxiao's side, her enchanting fox-like eyes sparkling as she smiled at him. "Mr. Yang, didn't I give you my identity token? You encountered such terrifying danger. Why didn't you crush it to call me for help?" Listening to Phyllis's words, Liangxiao's mouth twitched slightly. "You never told me you were this strong." Phyllis gave Liangxiao a flirtatious glance. Then her jade finger gently slid across his face. "We'll settle the score later." It seemed that Phyllis's words were unproblematic, at most a little ambiguous. However, Liangxiao keenly caught the fleeting intense light in her eyes the first time she saw him. That scorching gaze was no different from a hungry wolf seeing a lamb ready for slaughter. Turning around, Phyllis's originally charming face suddenly became cold and ruthless. "Daring to act under the domain of the Grand Princess, you are simply audacious." As Phyllis's cold voice fell, a pair of enormous blood-red wings suddenly spread out from her back, while a peach-colored little tail also emerged from her waist. Phyllis is a vampire, and more so, a little devil. The moment her true form was revealed, Phyllis's aura suddenly became several times more violent. In the next second, a rich blood-colored energy surged forth. Phyllis's figure directly vanished from the spot, and by the time her figure reappeared, she was gripping a blood-colored trident, thrusting it straight into one of the eerie vines. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. However, it did not hold for long, as Phyllis poured all her strength into the blood-colored trident. A scarlet glow burst forth, and the eerie vine that had been wrestling with Phyllis instantly shattered, dark green blood splattering across the ground. It seemed that one of the vines being destroyed caused its main body to feel intense pain. Thus, the originally single vine attacking in the vice principal's office now had various eerie vines appearing from all directions. It wanted to kill Phyllis and Liangxiao's group with all its might. But facing the encirclement from all sides, Phyllis showed no fear. While retreating to protect Liangxiao, she wielded the blood-colored trident with great power. Every movement could either sever the eerie vines that dared to poke their heads out or slice through most of them. Sizzle. The dark green liquid dripping from the broken vines quickly exhibited a strong corrosive effect on the floor. However, at this moment, Liangxiao had no thoughts about the corrosive nature of the dark green liquid. The only thing he focused on was this. It seemed that even in battle, even as Phyllis continuously slashed at the vine's body, its cultivation and aura were still steadily rising. Liangxiao frowned and observed carefully. Suddenly, it seemed he thought of something. This bizarre vine summoned countless other vines not just to strangle them, but more to divert their attention and buy time. It wanted to drag out the time until it could kill more patients to achieve a breakthrough. As long as it successfully broke through to the realm of the red-robed evil spirit, even the seemingly invincible Phyllis at the same level would not be able to stop its progress. By then, it could single-handedly wipe out all 4 areas of the Sin Rehabilitation Center. But even if he understood this, what difference did it make? His talents seemed to have no effect on this bizarre vine at all. No. Liangxiao's eyes narrowed as he suddenly seemed to think of something. Foreign. Whenever you use money to command ghosts to do things, there's a chance of 4 success. The probability is assessed based on the strength, financial power of the ghost, and the rewards you offer. After carefully scanning his talent again, Liangxiao immediately understood something. His talent was indeed a concept of defying the heavens. But why did it seem ineffective against the bizarre vine now? This is not because he didn't offer enough money. A full 300,000 ghost coins could easily buy a peak-level evil spirit's life. The fundamental reason he cannot trigger his talent is he hasn't even encountered the true form of the bizarre vine. As long as he can see the true form of the bizarre vine, he is absolutely confident he can control it. At that time, Felice will be able to quickly arrive and completely eliminate the bizarre vine, and the bizarre national fortune instance will naturally be cleared. The only challenge now is how to get in front of the true form of the bizarre vine, not to mention reaching the 3rd ward, where the true form of the bizarre vine is most likely located, amidst countless attacking vines. Right now, he can't even leave the vice president's office, and even moving too far away from Felice would put him in deadly danger. Is he facing a deadlock? Liangxiao clenched his teeth and kept pondering. Does it really require the sacrifice of the bizarre old woman or Sadako to clear the instance? Just as Liangxiao was entangled in complex emotions, a cold voice suddenly rang out in the area. If you have a way to end this chaos, act immediately. I do not wish for my place of quietude to continue being disturbed. With the sudden emergence of this voice, the eastern part of the vice president's office, which had been obstructed by numerous bizarre vines, instantly solidified into layers of hard ice. Top, top, top. The sound of high heels striking the ground grew increasingly clear. In the next moment, the bizarre vines that had frozen in a solid ice shattered instantly, sending ice shards mixed with bizarre vine blood flying everywhere. Liangxiao turned his surprised gaze, only to see a figure slowly materializing. It was a woman, her aura cold, as if she were a goddess emerging from a frigid land. Her steps were steady and slow. With each step she took, it seemed the surrounding air would solidify. A long dress in red and blue fluttered slightly in the wind, yet could not conceal the chilling aura emanating from her. That chill was oppressive, like the biting cold wind of winter, sending shivers down one's spine. Her red-blue heterochromatic eyes were cold and deep, as if devoid of any emotion. Her long hair, as dark as ink, casually fell over her shoulders, adding to her cold beauty. Her face was stunningly beautiful, yet devoid of warmth, as if sculpted from ice and snow. As she stepped forward, the dust in the ruins seemed to freeze, and everything around her fell silent under her chilling presence. Although the aura she exuded was merely that of a peak-level evil spirit, for some reason, Liangxiao felt that her presence commanded an air of dominion over all. Who is this again? Before Liangxiao could even ponder, that pair of cold, red-blue heterochromatic eyes had already locked onto him. The icy yet stunning face showed a hint of confusion, as if questioning why Liangxiao remained unmoved. Under the gaze filled with doubt and inquiry, Liangxiao felt a chill run through his body, a powerful aura of authority sweeping over him, making him involuntarily feel a sense of submission. Ignoring the fact that the other party was merely a peak-level ghost, yet possessed such a terrifying presence, Liangxiao now only knew one thing. His deadlock finally had a turning point. As long as you can take me into the third ward of Area D, then I can completely resolve this turmoil. Liangxiao gathered his courage and fixed his sharp gaze directly on the other person's eyes. He raised an eyebrow and, after a brief hesitation, immediately followed in the other person's footsteps. Whether or not she was truly as she claimed, he just wanted to quickly resolve this turmoil. After all, with her presence here, even if she harbored ill intentions, Liangxiao still felt unafraid. This is the confidence brought by 30 million in savings and a death substitute doll. Watching Liangxiao leave with the suddenly appeared cold woman, the strange old woman opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately fell silent. In the real world, the people of the Great Xia, who had already fallen into despair, were now dumbfounded. From the unbelievable scene of Sadako and the strange old woman rushing to protect Liangxiao with their lives, to the confusion generated by Phyllis suddenly appearing and demonstrating terrifying power on par with the strange vines, and finally, the breathtakingly beautiful and noble cold woman stepping into the scene with an extremely strong posture, taking Liangxiao away to resolve the chaos. In an instant, all the people of Great Xia and even those from other countries felt their worldview collapse. How come the terrifying beings that originally viewed humans with disdain have now become their helpers? There must be a conspiracy. I seriously suspect that Liangxiao is the illegitimate child of some powerful entity in the strange world. Otherwise, how can we explain how he turned the strange National Fortune instance into a game where he could do whatever he wanted? Shit, even the elites of our beautiful empire cannot pass this strange National Fortune instance. What right does your Great Xia Empire have to clear it? The contestants from the Great Xia Empire feel there are unknown secrets, and I think for the safety of the global populace, they should hand over Liangxiao to reveal some hidden truths. The people from hundreds of countries around the world were green with jealousy, but the people of Great Xia were all bursting with joy. After twists and turns, they unexpectedly saw hope again in this dire situation. Shoo, everyone hold your breath. Don't disturb our great god Yang while he operates seriously. Once he completely clears this strange National Fortune instance, we will fight back against these brainless, jealous dogs. I agree. Great god Yang, you must keep it up. Walking through the blood-soaked, corpse-filled, broken alley, strange vines occasionally launched conscious attacks towards Liangxiao and the cold female entity. However, no matter how terrifying the attacks from these strange vines were, they could not come within 3 meters of the two. The cold female entity walked leisurely along the road, seemingly oblivious to the attacks from the strange vines, always maintaining her icy cold face and steadily moving forward without looking sideways. Liangxiao closely followed the cold female entity, and for that graceful body, so near yet so far, he surprisingly had no distracting thoughts. It was not that he didn't want to, but that he simply did not dare. Both possessed peak ghost-level cultivation, but the strength and aura displayed by the strange vines and the cold female entity were worlds apart. Liangxiao could even sense that as they gradually approached the third ward, the strange vines grew increasingly anxious. No matter how many bodies the strange vines summoned to try to subdue them, it had no effect at all. In the face of the strange vines' frenzied attacks, the cold female entity didn't even bother to pay attention to them. With just a thought, pure, terrifying, ghostly energy burst forth, bringing a chilling aura that effortlessly froze those strange vines attempting to block or attack them into shards. The absolute gap at this level. The scene of such dimensionality reduction struck Liangxiao, making him unable to help but think that this cold, enigmatic woman was truly a big shot, merely hiding her own aura. However, after witnessing this for the first time, Liangxiao immediately activated the detection function of a strange game with a hefty investment to explore this cold, enigmatic woman. Yet, a detection result, which cost a full 10,000 strange units, left Liangxiao feeling a sense of unreality. Name is sold. Race, spirit race. Age, 2,000 years. Cultivation, peak level of a malevolent spirit. Favorability, neutral, or with a hint of passionate desire. Is she really a peak-level eerie being, capable of launching a dimensional strike against such entities of the same tier? To be honest, the moment Liangxiao got the result, he felt like he had been tricked. However, given the absolute fairness of the eerie game rules, he ultimately compromised. Yet, for this eerie, being named is sold from the magical spirit race. Liangxiao always maintained an absolute sense of awe and vigilance in his heart. After all, he had been reborn. So how could he not understand that the more mysterious a person or thing is, the more dangerous it may be? Isn't this a huge loss? Let's stabilize and develop first. There will be plenty of beautiful girls later for him to play with. Chapter 32. The Strange Vine's True Form. Looking for death? As the wall in front of them automatically shattered, Isolde led Liangxiao directly through the distorted terrain, arriving smoothly at the door of the third ward. Standing in front of the door to the third ward, Isolde's cold expression turned to Liangxiao, and after receiving his confirmation, bang! A dull crashing sound echoed as the door, along with the wall, collapsed with a thunderous crash. This time, Isolde's way of opening the door was much more brutal than before. Go! The cold voice landed. Isolde stepped in first, followed closely by Liangxiao. In this eerie hospital room, barely illuminated by dim yellow light, every inch of air seemed to be thick with an indescribable chill, as if time itself had slowed down here. On the walls of the room, mottled bloodstains and peeling wallpaper intertwined to form intangible images, resembling the traces of countless lives struggling on the brink of death, silently telling unknown stories. In the center of this dim space, an unusually eye-catching bizarre vine became the focal point of all gazes. This vine is unlike anything found in the mortal realm. Its stem twists and coils, resembling the struggle of a lost wanderer in an ancient forest or a terrifying creature from the deep sea, emitting a faint, heart-stopping glow. The leaves of the vine are broad with sharp edges, as if they could easily slice through the air, their veins clearly visible. Yet they flow with a sheen that does not belong to this world, reminiscent of the eerie ripples that rise in the river of the underworld. Even more horrifying is that the top of this vine does not bloom with flowers or bear fruit, as one might expect. Instead, it has coalesced into various small sculptures, each with a grotesque appearance, vividly alive, as if containing independent souls and emotions. Some sculptures gaze mournfully into the void, their eyes shimmering with tears. Others bare their fangs and claws, revealing endless anger and resentment. The sculptures swayed gently with the vines, trembling slightly as if they could break free at any moment, transforming into entities that would invade everything around them. Just as Liangxiao and Isolde stepped into the ward, the tiny statues formed at the tips of the strange vines suddenly turned to face the two of them. Surrounding the bizarre vines, an invisible force rippled, creating circles of barely perceptible waves as they bared their claws, preparing to pounce on Liangxiao and the others. Boom! Just as those tiny statues detached from the tips of the strange vines, they finally unleashed their true terrifying power. In an instant, the originally peak-level, ghostly power completed its breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the realm of the red-clothed, vengeful spirit. Is it really that coincidental? Or is it the method you mentioned? At that moment, Isolde's cold voice and sharp gaze turned towards him, instantly chilling Liangxiao's heart. Rest assured, I keep my word. Casting a similarly indifferent glance at Isolde, Liangxiao didn't care about her reaction, and turned to actively approach the countless strange statues. Such a scene did not cause the slightest emotional fluctuation in his soul, but it made the hearts of all the people in the Great Xia in the real-world race suddenly. No, come on. While we know you must have your reasons for acting this way, you shouldn't play with our heartbeats like this. You might be calm, but we can't hold it together. Great Yang, please don't keep moving forward. Quickly call the beauty beside you to help you out. This is a bizarre national fortune instance. We can't possibly mock you for relying on others. To be fair, relying on others is also a skill. Great Yang, just keep doing your thing. I've already sacrificed my brother's lifelong single status in exchange for your peace of mind this time. The people of Great Xia were extremely tense at this moment, and all the high-ranking officials present were equally on edge. The lives of a quarter of the nation's population were at stake, leaving no room for them to relax. Come on, kid, you can do it. At this moment, almost everyone silently prayed for Liangxiao. You must succeed. Amid the tense emotions of the entire Great Xia nation and the envious gazes from hundreds of countries around the world, Liangxiao suddenly flicked his sleeve, revealing dozens of ghost coins in the room. Liangxiao's gaze was firm as he spoke in a low voice. In the name of Liangxiao, I offer 500,000 ghost coins as a reward. I command you to remain stiff for 5 seconds. Do you accept this order? The moment Liangxiao's voice fell, everyone present was stunned, including all the people of Great Xia. They initially thought that Liangxiao's actions were a path to self-destruction, but there was another mystery behind it. However, they did not expect that Liangxiao was merely trying to showcase his talent. You just failed to cast a spell on the eerie vine at the peak level of a fierce ghost, and now you want to use the same trick on it, which has already ascended to the realm of the red-clothed fierce ghost. Isn't this a clear sign of a problem with your mindset? For a moment, the people of Great Xia, who had once trusted Liangxiao immensely, couldn't help but feel some doubt and indignation. After all, in their eyes, as long as Liangxiao let that mysterious and powerful soul take action, it wouldn't be a piece of cake to kill this eerie vine, but there would definitely be a high chance of success. But now, Liangxiao was actually being foolishly arrogant. This is no longer just a joke about one's own life. It is treating the countless people of the Great Xia Empire as a game. With this thought, the Great Xia citizens, who had not experienced it firsthand, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. If Liangxiao really fought to his death, or if his calculations failed and he died, they would accept it. They were not disallowing Liangxiao from failing. They were simply furious because they did not want to see him make the most foolish mistake that would lead to his immediate demise. Compared to the Great Xia citizens' fear and frustration, the global audience, especially those from the Great Beauty Empire and the Eastern Japan, who were initially apathetic, suddenly erupted with mocking comments like a massive wave. Ha ha ha, this is simply hilarious. I never thought there could be such foolish people in the world. To ruin a good hand of cards, it seems the Eastern Japan people were right in their assessment. Truly foolish Chinese. I said it. How could you backward feudalists from the Great Xia possibly pass the bizarre National Fortune dungeon that our Great Beauty Empire participants couldn't clear? Don't hold on to hope anymore. Prepare to welcome disaster in your Great Xia Empire. Chapter 33, Talent Trigger. Sir, I want you. In my name, Liangxiao, with a reward of 500,000 ghost coins, I command you to be paralyzed for 5 seconds. Do you obey? In a bizarre world, Liangxiao was unaware that his one action had once again sparked a tidal wave of discussion outside. He was solely focused, with sharp eyes, on the rapidly approaching small statues in front of him. Even though they were still over 10 meters away, the killing intent coming at him made his skin ache, as if it would burst at any moment. Closer, even closer. In just a breath's time, the densely packed, menacing statues had reached Liangxiao's face. However, in the face of this unmasked, terrifying killing intent, Liangxiao felt no fear whatsoever. He simply looked through the menacing statues, locking onto the bizarre vine entity behind them. At this moment, Liangxiao completely ignored his own life and safety. After all, the worst outcome would just be the consumption of a substitute doll. He just wanted to verify whether his speculation was correct. If it was wrong, then he absolutely could not be so reckless in the bizarre world in the future. Even with his still abnormal talent, He would have to be extremely cautious, treading on thin ice. Liangxiao's heart was racing uncontrollably at this moment, and the eyes of the global audience were glued to the screen as if drawn by a magnet, never wavering even for a moment. They were also incredibly tense about the outcome. The next moment, the result appeared. The bizarre vine entity, which had been swaying and emitting strange fluctuations, suddenly stopped moving upon hearing Liangxiao's words and even slightly bowed towards him. It seemed to be obedient and submissive. Liangxiao's talent had activated. That vine, which had clearly stepped into the realm of the red dress ghost, truly entered a 5-second paralysis state, with a soul-wandering realm cultivation. To suppress a red dress ghost solely with talent? A brilliant smile spread across Liangxiao's face, and then he turned to look behind him. His gaze fell on the still cold and calm Isolde, and he said nothing, merely raising an eyebrow. The meaning was clear. You see, I didn't lie to you, did I? Isolde's ice-blue heterochromatic eyes glanced at Liangxiao with slight surprise before she prepared to step forward and completely eliminate this bizarre vine entity. But just as Isolde was about to step forward, a voice as charming as could be suddenly sounded in Liangxiao's ear. Young, there's no need to trouble our esteemed second patient. Let this little woman help you deal with these trifles. A gust of fragrant wind rushed over, and before Liangxiao could react, his arm was wrapped in a soft embrace. The next moment, an overwhelming ghostly energy suddenly erupted. Phyllis, what are you doing? Liangxiao looked at Phyllis, who was tightly hugging his right arm, with a puzzled expression. Meeting Liangxiao's bewildered gaze, Phyllis rubbed her delicate face against him, inhaled deeply, and then revealed a cat-like expression of enjoyment, saying, Mr. Yang, if you human players personally kill this bizarre vine, it will greatly increase your game rating, and perhaps even help you achieve unprecedented game scores. However, in terms of normal players' cultivation, no one could personally kill this bizarre vine. After all, even if it fell into a paralyzed state and would obediently take damage, it was still terrifyingly bizarre in the realm of red dress ghosts, and chosen players simply couldn't break its defenses. So how could this little girl help Mr. Yang achieve the feat of personally killing it? Phyllis's eyes sparkled as she pressed her soft body tightly against Liangxiao's embrace. The astonishing sensation instantly flooded his brain, causing Liangxiao to feel a rush of blood and a surge of heat. At the same time, Phyllis slightly parted her red lips. A sentence slowly emerged from her mouth, and the answer was simple. Let Phyllis briefly become Mr. Yang's servant, so that she could lend him all her strength for a short time. However, this time, Liangxiao was the first to buzz in. But I need to pay you the specified amount of ghost coins, right? That's not a problem at all, Liangxiao said with great enthusiasm, patting his chest. However, the next second, Phyllis shot him a charming glance. Mr. Yang, what Phyllis wants is not ghost coins, but you, me? Liangxiao's mouth twitched slightly as he suddenly thought of something. Pure Yang holy body, your body is like a furnace, continuously emitting a powerful masculine aura and an extremely vigorous essence. You're like a walking treasure to the eerie, and you have a strong attraction to female eerie. Dual cultivating with you will bring great benefits, even more so than absorbing your essence and blood. Oh, my pure Yang holy body, faced with Phyllis's intensely passionate gaze, Liangxiao couldn't help but feel a bit flustered, even though he knew this was a highly beneficial deal for himself. Am I going to be drained dry? Seeing Liangxiao remain silent, Phyllis smirked slightly. Mr. Yang, if you don't speak, I'll take it as your consent. Ding. Player Liangxiao and female eerie Phyllis have successfully established a bilateral master-servant contract. Either party can cancel the contract at will if there are any flaws in their hearts. As the sound of the eerie game rules echoed in his mind, the powerful, ghostly energy that had only spread in his arm suddenly expanded to his entire body. At this moment, Liangxiao finally experienced the terrifying power of the peak level of a fierce ghost. With his hands clasped together, as clusters of blood particles gathered in his palms, an extremely refined and terrifying aura continuously emanated from Liangxiao's hands. With this strike, Liangxiao almost drained all the ghostly energy from Felice. Immediately after, a cold light flashed in Liangxiao's eyes. Rip! A terrifying crescent-shaped blood blade suddenly shot out. Wherever the blood blade passed, even the air erupted with explosive sounds. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, this attack, which condensed nearly all of Felice's ghostly energy, fully unleashed its power. Boom! Boom! A rich blood-red light exploded, almost instantly obscuring all vision. Chapter 34. First clear reward. Perfect rating. At the same time, a cold and ruthless notification sound suddenly echoed in the hearts of everyone in the 100 countries around the world. The bizarre National Fortune dungeon in the human realm has been successfully cleared by someone. Announcement to the clearing team, Great Xia Empire team. First clear reward is now issued. All citizens of the Great Xia Empire will have their cultivation elevated to the early stage of the Wandering Soul Realm. Those who are beyond the early stage of the Wandering Soul Realm will receive a pure ghost energy blessing. Perfect rating clearing reward is now issued. The territory of the Great Xia Empire that has been eroded by the bazaar will be reduced by 50%. Rewarded with a life-giving spring rain, and the Great Xia Empire will have the right to designate one participant in future bazaar National Fortune dungeons. Notice, the next bazaar National Fortune dungeon will be held in 7 days. As soon as the notification sounded, the people from 100 countries around the world erupted with shouts of jealousy, anger, or confusion. Damn it, there must be some dark scheme. How could a mere early-stage wandering soul kid possess the power to command a red-clothed, vengeful spirit? Isn't that pure nonsense? Brothers and sisters around the world, let me speak first. Even if we set aside talent, do you really think it's reasonable for Liangxiao to have so many female bizarre beings helping him? Can one person really have 2 talents? I strongly demand that the Great Xia Empire make all information about Liangxiao public for the benefit of the global people. I strongly demand. In contrast to the distorted faces of jealousy from the global populace, the entire Great Xia Empire was instantly swept away by waves of ecstasy. In all regions of the Great Xia Empire, the citizens in every street and alley were first stunned, then erupted into deafening cheers, all shouting Liangxiao's name. The entire population of the Great Xia Empire was exhilarated, the joy of surviving a disaster almost causing them to faint. At this moment, however, in the peak conference room of the Great Xia, there was silence. The entire conference room was not silent due to despair or negative emotions, but rather because they were too incredulous. From the beginning of this bizarre National Fortune dungeon to now clearing it with a perfect rating, the mental shock they experienced was almost overturning their understanding. Have you ever seen a human enter a bizarre dungeon for the first time and possess such terrifying mental strength and pressure resistance? Have you ever seen a human enter a bizarre dungeon for the first time and be able to act freely because of their talent, escaping danger every time? Have you ever seen a human entering a bizarre dungeon for the first time, whose talent could cross 3 major realms, absurdly and dreamily controlling a red-clothed, vengeful spirit? Have you ever seen? For the first time in history, a bizarre National Fortune dungeon was cleared with a perfect rating. Reflecting on everything Liangxiao had experienced during this time, all the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia showed expressions of disbelief. It wasn't that they lacked composure, but simply that Liangxiao was an extraordinary anomaly. Everything he did almost refreshed the understanding that the Great Xia had constructed over 3 years regarding the bizarre world. The entire peak conference room fell silent for a long time before someone finally broke the tranquility. I have said before, trust our Great Xia people. Now, this little guy not only cleared it, but did so with a perfect rating in this National Fortune dungeon, which far exceeds the difficulty of ordinary bizarre dungeons. Are you all silent now? The speaker was the old monarch of the Great Xia. His sharp gaze swept over the 3 powerful ministers, and after a pause, the old monarch shifted his tone and said, "From now on, immediately seal Liangxiao's file at the highest level of confidentiality, and his ranking will be elevated to the top 10 young talents, with a specific ranking to be discussed." This time, the voice of the old ruler of the Great Xia did not provoke any rebuttals. In fact, everyone present lacked the qualification and courage to voice any opposition. If someone of Liangxiao's caliber, such a prodigy, is deemed unworthy of receiving the highest level of resources and protection from the Great Xia Empire, then who is qualified? If at this moment anyone dared to oppose this proposal, it is likely that many civil and military officials would directly kill them on the spot. 3 seconds after this declaration, the entire conference room remained silent. The old ruler nodded in satisfaction. Since it was passed unanimously, the decision would be implemented immediately. There was one more very important matter that the old man wanted to address. Suddenly, the old ruler of the great Xia shifted his tone, and a terrifying pressure erupted from him, sweeping across the room. Regarding the issue of Liangxiao's team, each of you present can strive for it. But it must be on the premise that he has already joined the great Xia Supernatural Bureau. If you dare to act out of selfish interests and create discord for such a young individual whose existence relates to the survival of the nation, then I, even at the cost of my own life, will eliminate you vicious dogs. The moment the words fell, a magnificent pressure spread out from the old ruler of the great Xia. He was not a ghost cultivator, and the aura he unleashed was not the cold energy of ghosts. This is the unparalleled aura of imperial authority, as well as the pure and vast energy of national fortune. It is a terrifying power possessed by an emperor, under the blessing of national fortune. The hunched body of the old ruler of the great Xia appears to the eyes of everyone like a towering mountain. As long as this mountain trembles slightly, a large rock could fall and smash them to pieces. Fortunately, the overwhelming pressure dissipated after just 1 or 2 seconds. Otherwise, the 3 major officials targeted could have shown embarrassing behavior. With sharp and cold eyes, the old ruler scanned every civil and military official present before turning to Li Zhenghua and slowly speaking. Zhenghua, you immediately send someone to the location indicated by GPS to recruit and notify Liangxiao. Understood. Li Zhenghua stood straight and saluted the old ruler. The old ruler turned his head again, slightly bent forward with a strong sense of pressure, and continued. I have made everything I wanted to say clear. I hope you all remember it. If you have anything else to discuss, feel free to do so now. If there is nothing, this peak meeting is adjourned. Nothing at all. The old ruler is right. I have no objections either. With the old ruler speaking so forcefully and clearly, everyone present naturally dared not provoke one another. Given this, the next meeting is set to be held 7 days later. Chapter 35. Sleep with high specifications, even at the cost of one's life. The first and bizarre National Fortune Summit meeting ended with the old ruler's firm words. As soon as the summit meeting concluded, almost every executive immediately transmitted their confidential messages or orders. The content of these secret letters or orders is simply this. Once Liangxiao enters the Daxia Supernatural Bureau, disregard all conditions and use the maximum resources to win over Liangxiao. On this side, the national leaders are busy running around for Liangxiao. But what about Liangxiao himself? In the eerie world, the evil sanatorium. After the bizarre vine entity was slain, the terrifying vines that spread throughout the sanatorium quickly withered, becoming completely non-threatening. However, even though the root of the chaos has been successfully resolved, the fact that the entire evil sanatorium remains in shambles cannot be erased. Ding! Congratulations to player Liangxiao for clearing the bizarre National Fortune instance, Evil Sanatorium. Considering player Liangxiao's instance completion rate is 100. Game rating, perfect. Rewards are now being issued. Peak cultivation of the Wandering Soul Realm. Position of Deputy Director of the Evil Sanatorium. 1 blood soul, perfect contract. Accompanied by the chilling voice of the bizarre rules, Liangxiao felt an explosive surge of power at this moment, as the weak stream within him now resembled a mighty river. Cultivation breakthrough. A blazing yang energy surged violently from Liangxiao's body, resonating with a cold, ghostly energy. Peak of the Wandering Soul Realm. Bang! Liangxiao casually threw a punch, directly creating a deep pit in a wall. Looking at the deep pit on the wall, and then at his own fist, Liangxiao couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. What could bring a man more joy than becoming stronger? Feeling the surging power within him, Liangxiao turned his attention to the 2 remaining reward items. The position of Deputy Director of the Evil Sanatorium, a Blood Soul Perfect contract. He knew that the so-called Blood Soul Perfect contract had entered his warehouse. But what about his position as deputy director of the evil sanatorium? Why was there not a single hint of information? Just as Liangxiao was puzzled, a warm breath suddenly blew against his neck. He lowered his gaze and saw that the frail Phyllis had completely draped herself over him. Feeling the terrifying pressure coming from his back, Liangxiao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. At that moment, a weak yet excited voice suddenly reached Liangxiao's ears. "Mr. Yang, shouldn't you fulfill your promise now?" As the other party's eyes flickered, Liangxiao seemed to foresee some terrifying scenes from Phyllis's gaze. "Brother Yang, But just as he arrived at the door of the third ward, he was met with a scene that left him dumbfounded. The great contributor of the entire Great Xia Empire was actually being pulled into a room by a stunning nurse in white stockings. Bang! As the door was heavily shut, Duan Qingming couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. In his envious gaze, there was also a strong sense of admiration. To dare to play high stakes with just a wandering soul realm cultivation, such courage and confidence could only belong to Liangxiao. "Brother Yang, take care. I'll take my leave first." Even the entire populace of Great Xia could see him as a brother, big brother, dear brother. Buzzing, he suddenly noticed that there were exactly 10 pairs of eyes, all casting scorching glances at him. Those present were the highest authorities of Huayang Palace, figures rarely seen in a lifetime. Yet now, not a single one was absent. If it weren't for Liangxiao, he wouldn't believe that he, an ordinary person, had the fortune to be in the same room with these 10 highest authorities of Huayang Palace. "Isn't it, Qingming? How is your relationship with that little guy named Liangxiao?" As soon as one person spoke, a chorus of voices immediately followed. "Qingming, have you talked to Liangxiao about the excellent benefits of our Huayang Palace? Qingming, does that little guy Liangxiao have any desire to join the organization?" Qingming, the once high-ranking elders and the master of Huayang Palace have completely cast aside any burdens at this moment. Duan Qingming could even see 5 big words in everyone's eyes. "I want Liangxiao? Masters and elders, do you think that with Brother Yang's level of talent, even if he wants to join our Huayang Palace, can he really come?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present fell silent. Indeed, with Liangxiao's talent, how could the country not take action? Only by keeping such a peerless genius in their hands can they ensure the foundation of the Great Xia remains stable forever. How could they not have thought of this? Are they foolish? No, this is purely because that kid Liangxiao is too extraordinary. Just in terms of talent, it's already abnormal, and even more extraordinary things are yet to come. Have you ever seen a human in the Soul Wanderer realm daring to play poker with a peak-level evil spirit? That's really playing with life at a high level. He truly hopes that Liangxiao doesn't smoothly clear the bizarre National Fortune Dungeon, but in the end, he actually died in the belly of a woman. Cough. A female ghost. Chapter 36. The Rain of Life Falls. The anxious high-ranking officials of the Great Xia. The clearing rewards of the bizarre National Fortune Dungeon finally descended upon the territory of the Great Xia Empire. A strange wave quietly appeared in the sky. At first, it was just a faint breath, as if the seeds of hope were just beginning to sprout in the soil of despair. Immediately after, a low rumbling sound echoed in the sky, like the ancient war drums being struck again. Suddenly, the rumbling grew stronger, and a brilliant light burst forth from the clouds. Then countless crystal-like raindrops fell from the sky like dazzling stars. Each raindrop shimmered with a mysterious glow, as if containing endless vitality and energy. The countless citizens of the Great Xia, drenched in the rain of life, felt their breath invigorated, many hidden ailments disappearing at this moment, and even everyone's physical fitness gradually improved. At the same time, the bigger change was in the decayed breath that permeated the land. Those lands eroded by the bizarre aura quickly regained vitality under the nourishment of the raindrops. The once yellowed grass and trees regained their lush green color, as if infused with new life force in an instant. In the valley shrouded in darkness, the light began to gradually disperse the gloom, and the evil aura quickly faded as if it had met its nemesis. Wherever the rain of life fell, all filth and evil were ruthlessly washed away. Those fierce demons roared in pain in the rain, their bodies gradually dissipating under the purification of this rain of life. Undoubtedly, under the cleansing of this reign of life, the comprehensive national strength of the Great Xia Empire would achieve a qualitative leap. Liangxiao, truly worthy of being your grandson, old eccentric. Feeling the pure life force seeping into his heart, the old ruler of the Great Xia stood at the highest point of Imperial View City, sighing deeply. Once the reign of life had ended, in the Great Xia Anomalies Bureau, the highest official Li Zhenghua was frowning and questioning his subordinates. Listening to the reports from his subordinates, Li Zhenhua's frown tightened even more. After clearing the bizarre dungeon, almost every contestant couldn't wait to leave that ominous place. Li Zhenghua kept speculating in his heart. After pondering for a long time, he finally threw down a sentence and hurriedly turned to leave. Continue to investigate. If there is still no news about this kid within 10 hours, immediately report to the old ruler and use high-level ghost devices to forcibly break the dimensional barrier between the human world and the bizarre world to explore the whereabouts of young Liangxiao. The bizarre world. At this moment, Li Zhenhua's speculation was not wrong at all. Yang Liangxiao was not only in trouble, but also in big trouble. Yang, I still want Yang Liangxiao. Are you okay? Liangxiao, do you like it? Master, is it okay? Time passed by second, and the breath of life stirred continuously in the room. The concept of the living and the dead being on different paths was completely erased by Yang Liangxiao at this moment. On this side, Yang Liangxiao was experiencing both pain and pleasure in the sinful sanatorium. However, on the other side, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia were extremely tense. Although this meeting did not summon all the civil and military officials, the 5 most powerful figures in the entire Great Xia Empire, 3 great ministers, the Right Chancellor, the Director of the Supernatural Bureau, and the Emperor of Great Xia, had gathered here. They were solemnly gazing at the oddly shaped crystal ball in their hands. Taking a deep breath, Li Zhenghua slowly spoke. The value of Yang Liangxiao to our Great Xia Empire needs no further elaboration. If that's the case, let's begin immediately. The 4 nodded almost simultaneously, and then each pricked their fingers to touch the crystal ball. As 5 streams of blood flowed onto the crystal ball, it suddenly began to spin rapidly, absorbing the blood of the 5, with the blood and essence of the old emperor and the other for being continuously absorbed. A clear image of Yang Liangxiao finally appeared before their eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a full 12 hours since clearing the instance, a handsome yet pale young man emerged, one hand on his waist and the other supporting himself against the wall. Looking at the pockmarked corridor and smelling the pungent stench of blood and decay, Yang Liangxiao suddenly felt that everything was so wonderful. 12 whole hours. Do you know how he spent those 12 hours? He truly didn't stop for a moment. Not for a moment. Not to mention whether he had the pure Yang sacred body. If he hadn't fortuitously broken through to the early stage of the evil ghost level, he would have probably exhausted his essence and died in the 10th hour. In the sage-like mode, Yang Liangxiao slowly took out a token from his bosom. Looking at the description, he barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Vice Director of the Sinful Sanatorium Identity Token. No wonder he wondered why the strange game didn't directly give him this token. It turns out it required a test first. Watching the image of Yang Liangxiao, the 5, including Li Zhenghua, had their pupils constrict. This condition was unusual. Was he injured, or had he been forcefully robbed of life energy by something strange? Some price? Hearing the Right Chancellor's words, the 3 great ministers couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. The some price mentioned by the Right Chancellor referred to consuming 1/10 of each of their lives. Just as the 3 great ministers were about to say something, a delicate voice came from the open door. At the same time, a charming woman with a rosy complexion and skin as white as snow with a hint of blush appeared before them. Chapter 37. Shocked National Leaders. Playing a game of seduction. Liangxiao, did you like my performance just now? Phyllis said, her eyes full of charm, tightly hugging Yang Liangxiao's body. Her posture was incredibly intimate. Performance? Remembering Phyllis's wolf-like demeanor in the room just now, Yang Liangxiao couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat, forcing a smile on his face. Of course I liked it, Phyllis. That's good. After kissing Yang Liangxiao on the cheek, Phyllis threw him a flirtatious glance and then gracefully walked away. I also really like your performance, Liangxiao. You brought me great help. I will remember this favor, and you can find me anytime you need something. Moreover, perhaps we will see each other again very soon. See each other again very soon? Reflecting on Phyllis's meaningful words as she left, Liangxiao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Looking at the image revealed before them, the 5 high-ranking officials of the great Xia Empire fell into silence. Without blood to supply, the strange crystal ball stopped spinning, and the image dissipated. However, the 5 were indifferent to this. After a long while, Wang Zhongshu finally broke the silence with a stern expression. Directorly, is this what you call a big deal? Hearing Wang Zhongshu's question, Li Jinghua's eyelid twitched, and he immediately changed the subject. Although my speculation had some errors, we did gain some valuable information, didn't we? Li Jinghua's words were suggestive. The other 4 present naturally understood the implication of his words. Entering this strange instance for the first time and successfully breaking through to the evil ghost realm. What kind of speed is this? However, what still leaves him a bit puzzled is that the dungeon completion reward only raised Liangxiao's cultivation to the peak of the Soul Wanderer realm, right? How did Liangxiao manage to advance to the initial stage of the evil spirit level in just half a day, even with the infusion of ghostly energy? Such rapid progress seems impossible. This is the first point that leaves them perplexed. As for the second point, it naturally concerns the relationship between Liangxiao and Phyllis. A human at the Soul Wandering realm actually managed to have an in-depth exchange with a peak-level malevolent spirit. What's even more outrageous is that after a full 12 hours of communication, this human didn't turn into a dried corpse on the spot, but even experienced a breakthrough in cultivation, Soul Wandering realm, malevolent spirit level, in-depth exchange, cultivation breakthrough. Suddenly, everyone present had their pupils constrict. It seemed they suddenly realized something. Phyllis, who had just exited through the door, appeared to have undergone a tremendous change in her aura. That terrifying power did not seem to belong to a malevolent spirit, but rather to a red-clothed malevolent spirit. After their in-depth exchange, both of their cultivations had broken through. Dual cultivation. This guy can actually engage in dual cultivation with a female malevolent spirit, and even cross several major realms to do so? How is this possible? Most humans are weak and naturally develop feelings of fear and disgust towards the supernatural. Moreover, the vast majority of ghosts and monsters see humans as food, making it common for humans and the supernatural to be enemies, each detesting the other. At the very least, they keep their distance out of respect. For someone to have a harmonious friendship with the monsters of the supernatural world is already an anomaly among anomalies. But what about Liangxiao today? That's simply defying the heavens. Not only can he maintain good relationships with any female supernatural beings, but he can even form a strong friendship with them, where they understand each other's strengths and weaknesses. Even more astonishing is that, under these circumstances, he not only didn't die on the spot, as would be expected, but his cultivation even soared because of this. Incredible. At this moment, even the 5 highest authorities of the Great Xia Empire couldn't help but curse. Others entered the bizarre dungeon, trembling with fear, worried that a moment's inattention could lead to death. But you? Not only did you act without restraint, but you also turned the terrifying dungeon into a hunting ground for seduction. You. Taking a deep breath, the old ruler of the Great Xia Empire spoke with an unnatural expression. Although this little guy's behavior as a Death Knight is somewhat against human ethics, he is ultimately doing it to enhance his strength and has not harmed any human in our real world. I think we should not only refrain from discouraging him, but also strongly support him. What do you think? Indeed, aside from the Death Knight aspect, his talent and abilities have truly reached an extraordinary level, as long as he can develop normally and not die prematurely at this rate. It won't be long before our Great Xia Empire has a peak powerhouse capable of directly confronting the bizarre world. The 3 high-ranking officials spoke plainly. Breathing in the fresh air, Liangxiao felt his thoughts unprecedentedly relaxed. Originally, he had just crossed over and was worried about dying right after arriving. But now, not only could he navigate the bizarre world like a fish in water, he had even shed his little virgin identity from his previous life. Reflecting on the previous fiery and intense scenes, Liangxiao felt a bit of heat in his body. I have to say, The female spirits in the bizarre world are truly enticing. Now Liangxiao finally understood why Ning Kaichan fell into depravity. Even if another man came along, he wouldn't be able to resist such temptation. Don't tell me that most men have no delusions about the beautiful spirits in the bizarre world. That's all just pretense. If the beautiful spirits they encountered weren't ruthless killers who saw them as food, they would probably bravely charge forward, even if it meant dying under a peony flower. However, at this moment, although Liangxiao felt hot, little Liangxiao didn't react at all. Liangxiao didn't find this strange. He had almost been drained dry by Felice and now didn't want to move at all. Could his second brother still have a reaction? If he could still react in this state, he would feel truly invincible. Chapter 38. The female spirit swallowed, chosen again. Feeling his empty body, Liangxiao softly called out, "Sadako, I want a hug." Buzz. As a wave of ghostly energy surged, a mysterious light array appeared. A stunningly beautiful girl with a silly expression suddenly appeared beside Liangxiao. Sadako obediently nodded and without any hesitation embraced Liangxiao. A chilly yet soft touch came, and Liangxiao contentedly closed his eyes, unguardedly drifting into slumber. Watching Liangxiao, who had fallen into a deep sleep in her arms, Sadako blinked her eyes and then closed them as she inhaled the pleasant scent emanating from him, falling asleep as well. He slept for a full 20 hours. When Liangxiao woke up again, it was already the next night. So comfortable. He rubbed against Sadako's delicate chest and, feeling very satisfied, extricated himself from her embrace. Then, with a thought, Liangxiao opened his attribute panel. Name, Liangxiao. Cultivation, early stage evil ghost. Items, substitute doll. Deputy Director's identity card of the sinful sanatorium. Talent, approachable, kind-hearted. Charismatic, physique, pure yang sacred body. Contracted ghost, Sadako, early stage fierce ghost. Ghost coins, 27 million. Glancing at his attribute panel, Liangxiao raised an eyebrow. Did a dungeon really cost 3 million ghost coins? TSK, TSK, TSK. Smacking his lips, Liangxiao stretched. It seems I need to burn some paper money. At this rate of spending, if I don't work harder, it would be hilarious if I encountered some big trouble and ended up lacking funds. Reflecting on this, Liangxiao threw a large stack of ghost coins to Sadako. Sadako, just focus on your training. Brother will call you when I need you. Okay, brother. Sadako sweetly nodded at Liangxiao. Then her body transformed into a stream of light and entered Liangxiao's body. Turning on the TV and lighting a cigarette, Liangxiao lazily lay on the sofa and began to smoke. 5 days ago, the bizarre National Luck Dungeon suddenly descended upon our human world. This dungeon is 100 times more dangerous than ordinary dungeons, and all the teams from countries around the world, except ours, suffered heavy losses, with the population decreasing by a quarter overnight. The selection of participants for the bizarre National Luck Dungeon is random and unpredictable. We hope that all citizens actively learn relevant knowledge to avoid being caught off guard when forcibly pulled into the bizarre world, causing great trouble for themselves and the nation. Similarly, we hope that experienced and capable individuals will enthusiastically sign up for the National Supernatural Bureau Exploration Team to contribute to the development of our great Xia. Supernatural Exploration Team registration hotline 888 to 404,404. Snap. After finishing a cigarette, Liangxiao decisively turned off the TV. Indeed, no matter when or where, these news programs always like to say some grandiose nonsense. If you really want to learn something, you have to rely on yourself to find resources. Complaining a bit, under the influence of dopamine, Liangxiao eagerly took out his phone to start studying. Hey, clicked the wrong thing. Quickly exiting the cloud storage, Liangxiao clicked on the official Bizarre Science website. Paper money ghosts, characteristics, greedy for money. If you have enough ghost coins, perhaps you can make them abandon their disdain for humans in the bizarre world and help you with what they can. Just after reading this page, a voice suddenly sounded. Did you burn paper money yesterday? Damn. Liangxiao, who was studying meticulously, was startled and nearly fell off the sofa. Instinctively, he grabbed the large stack of ghost coins and prepared to summon Sadako to fight. But at that moment, the voice sounded again. Did you burn paper money yesterday? Li Liang? Hearing this familiar voice, Liangxiao's mouth twitched, quickly exiting his tense state, then stood up, opened the window, and shouted downstairs, "Aunt Lin, I burned on time yesterday. We in this line of work pay the most attention to these things. Don't worry." "All right." Closing the window again, Liangxiao helplessly rubbed his cheeks, then skillfully walked to a shrine, replaced the tablet with Aunt Lin's daughters, and began to perform rituals and burn paper money. Although it was the end of the world, normal order still existed. People need to make money. If they don't, they can only starve. Others won't care about your survival. The state will only care that you're not killed by the bazaar, and whether you starve to death is none of their concern. Embracing the idea that working outside carries risks, the original self naturally accepted his father's job. Although it's not exactly decent, he earns quite a bit and has a lot of freedom with his work schedule, which aligns well with his original self's psychological expectations. However, now that he has traveled here, he already possesses ample ghost coins, and theoretically, he doesn't need to engage in this line of work anymore. He could simply burn some paper money for cash every day. Yet, considering the original self's feelings for the neighbors on this old street, Liangxiao decided not to quit this job outright. After all, helping them with some rituals is just a matter of convenience for him. After completing the ritual and lighting the incense and wax, Liangxiao had just ignited a piece of paper money when a strange cold wind suddenly howled, causing him to shiver and feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Faced with this sudden change, Liangxiao was not flustered. He merely helplessly pulled out a large stack of ghost coins and murmured to himself. Was this a strange occurrence in the real world? Or had he just emerged from the strange national fortune instance only to be selected by a regular instance? Liangxiao looked around, but he didn't notice anything unusual, and his mental state was not affected at all. Even the prompt sound from the strange game hadn't sounded. It was neither a ghostly attack from reality, nor was he about to be forcibly pulled into a strange world. So what was the reason for his sudden chill? Was the weather inexplicably dropping in temperature, or was he really so weak that he felt this cold? Liangxiao furrowed his brows in thought and turned his head to continue burning paper money. But as soon as he turned around, a beautiful face immediately came into view. With a prominent nose, rosy lips, and a pair of large eyes that seemed to speak, her overall appearance could be considered the perfect template for a neighbor's white moonlight. Of course, to see her as a white moonlight, one would have to ignore her extremely pale skin. Damn it! Just as Liangxiao instinctively swore, the pale-skinned white moonlight opened her mouth wide and swallowed him whole in one bite. Chapter 39. The Headless Strange Car Shop. Stunning black silk car model. Just as Liangxiao was pulled into the strange instance, all the detection personnel from the Supernatural Bureau frowned. "Huh?" Li Zhenghua turned to look, his tone filled with confusion. "Are you saying there's no information or trace of Liangxiao? I've already used the latest ghost devices on our Daxia satellites. It still can't find a trace of this little guy. How could this be possible?" Li Zhenghua furrowed his brows tightly. Could it be that this kid just came out of the strange national fortune instance and was immediately chosen by a regular strange instance? I think that's likely. Otherwise, how could a living person leave no trace, not even a hint of his life energy? A specialized technician voiced in agreement. In that case, let us temporarily stop satellite detection and wait 3 days before resuming. Understood, boss. In the strange world, after a moment of mental disorientation, Liangxiao found himself in an inexplicable place. The sky was dark gray, and there were no paper cranes outside the window. The streets filled with a bloody smell showed no signs of life. Looking around, he could only see layers of dark red fog blocking his view. The only thing visible in front of him was a shop. The appearance of this store is that of a castle-like building made of deep black stone, with walls covered in winding, twisted vines. Wrapped around the vines are chunks of flesh or human remains, which seem to come to life and begin to writhe as Liangxiao's gaze falls upon them, with blood continuously seeping from the wrapped flesh. Current copy. Human Head Trajectory Car Shop. Task details. The Human Head Trajectory Car Shop from a bizarre world has an excellent reputation worldwide, and countless car-loving spirits are eager to come here to purchase vehicles. However, for some unknown reason, this popular car shop has encountered a small problem and is reluctantly seeking help from the outside world. Warm reminder, game rewards will be distributed based on player ratings, and we hope all players can immerse themselves in the game and experience the beauty of the bizarre world. After reading the game introduction, Liangxiao took a deep breath and strode forward. Upon entering the store, a cold and eerie atmosphere hit him. The lighting inside was dim and strange, flickering on and off, casting twisted shadows of the sinister-looking cars on the walls, as if some unspeakable secret was being revealed. The floor was covered with a carpet made of an unknown material, featuring 3 colors, black, white, and yellow. As Liangxiao stepped onto the carpet, he couldn't help but swallow hard at the sensation underfoot. Human skin carpet. Game start. Human head. Human head bizarre car shop. Beautiful bro. I declare my life to be over. The sounds of commotion erupted, and a sense of despair instantly spread among everyone present. Setting yang Liangxiao Aside. The other 10 people, 6 men and 4 women, all turned pale, their eyes betraying intense fear. Just as the crowd was wailing in distress, a striking figure slowly approached. Top! Top! The sound of high heels striking the ground became clearer as a woman in a tight-fitting uniform and a body-hugging skirt, her legs wrapped in black stockings with letters, walked out. The woman had an alluring figure and an enchanting face, although her skin was pale with no trace of color. Her features, without heavy makeup, surpassed those of stars in the human world. In an instant, all the men present were nearly mesmerized. The dreamlike perfect car model? The thought just emerged from the depths of her heart, and a flash of red light passed by. Bang! Among the 6 men, the one with the most intense desire in his eyes had his head explode in an instant. The incident happened so suddenly that the splattered blood almost covered everyone's bodies. The woman, however, waved her hand, opened her red lips to reveal 2 sharp, slender teeth, and savored the brain matter as she swallowed it down. Truly delicious. The woman let out a seductive gasp, but hardly anyone dared to look up and appreciate her expression of enjoyment at that moment. But the next second, she found an exception. On the edge of the crowd, a handsome man with some white substance on his face was meticulously staring at her, even wearing a smile that blended surprise and satisfaction. In an instant, a ghostly mist rose all over the woman's body, making the entire space feel even colder. Who says I'm just a lustful emperor? Amidst the shocked or admiring gazes of the remaining 5 men, the woman quickly approached Liangxiao with cat-like steps. Yet Liangxiao remained unmoved. Was he stunned? Of course not. Under the intense focus of everyone's peripheral gazes, the enchanting black silk woman slowly leaned her head closer to Liangxiao's. Her red lips slightly parted, and her 2 elongated white fangs began to extend, while her dark, captivating eyes gradually turned blood red. It's over. The game hasn't even started, and this handsome guy is going to die. Several women on the scene couldn't bear to look and turned their eyes away, while the remaining men looked on with pity and admiration. Our model, if I can survive and get out of here, even if it's across mountains and rivers, I will definitely build a monument for you at your birthplace. But the next second, something happened that left all the men present with their mouths agape. She frowned, looking at Liangxiao with a questioning expression, and asked, "Do you know Phyllis?" Hearing her question, a smile involuntarily crept up the corners of Liangxiao's mouth. He knew he had misjudged. This black silk model in front of him, who looked almost identical to Phyllis, was definitely her sister or younger sister. Facing her unfriendly gaze, Liangxiao grinned and said, "I not only know Phyllis, but I also have a very close relationship with her. If you don't believe me, you can try to contact her and confirm whether what I said is true. It's best if what you said is true. Otherwise, I will turn you directly into my private blood bank, sucking you dry every day until you wish you were dead." With a cold glare at Liangxiao, Fiona immediately turned around and walked away to contact Phyllis. Chapter 40. A brand new instance. Little sister-in-law Fiona, you really are with him. This is your first time. How can you be with a human? Well, fine, I'll be a bit nicer to him. Top top. After finishing the call, Fiona walked towards Liangxiao with an unhappy expression. What? I didn't lie to you, big sister or little sister. Looking at Liangxiao's smiling face. For some reason, she really wanted to punch him hard. Don't think that just because you have that kind of relationship with my sister, I'll 1T let you die in this game instance. I'll tell you directly, I wish you would die in this instance. With a fierce glare at Liangxiao, Fiona turned and walked into the store. Little sister-in-law? At this moment, the 5 men and 4 women listening nearby almost all showed expressions of disbelief. What had they just heard? A human actually referred to the female anomaly of the bizarre instance as sister-in-law? What the heck? When did humans also become able to marry the female anomalies of the bizarre world? In that moment, the 9 people present suddenly felt their worldview, which they had painstakingly built over the past 3 years, collapse in an instant. Just as the 5 men and 4 women were struggling to comprehend this, Fiona, who had just entered the store, suddenly cast a cold glance at them. What are you still doing in a daze? Are you looking for death? A thick aura of killing intent instantly filled the room, causing everyone to shiver and snap back to reality. They hurriedly lowered their heads, following Fiona's lead with trepidation. Amidst the rush to keep up with Fiona, one handsome guy continued to stroll leisurely. Watching Liangxiao's relaxed demeanor, everyone couldn't help but envy him. We all went through 9 years of compulsory education. Why can you be so outstanding? Fiona obviously noticed the laid-back young man behind her and couldn't help but say, Liangxiao, you better hurry up or I'll laugh my head off when you die in this head-tracking car shop because you didn't hear the rules. Although her tone remained icy, the concern hidden in her words was evident to everyone. Thanks for your concern, little sister-in-law. Liangxiao smiled and nodded at Fiona, but his pace didn't quicken in the slightest. You. Seeing Liangxiao's shameless attitude, Fiona became furious. After struggling to find suitable words for a long time, she immediately turned her angry gaze to the 9 people beside her. What do you mean by walking so slowly? Can't you understand the ominous words? As she spoke, a blood blade flew out. The last man in line suddenly lost an arm, blood spraying from his shoulder. Hearing the painful screams in his ears and looking at Liangxiao, who still wore a nonchalant expression, everyone couldn't help but grit their teeth. Why are you taking your anger out on me when he provoked you? The 9 people present wanted to angrily question Fiona, but ultimately lacked the courage. Compared to venting their emotions, their lives were more important. Just then, one of them seemed to suddenly remember something. He raised his head and looked intently at Liangxiao's face, locking eyes with him. The figure of the legendary character from the Great Xia Empire suddenly overlapped in his mind. Liangxiao. He is the Great Yang. The suppressed excitement in his voice reached the ears of the other 8 people, and everyone froze. They quickly looked up and seriously examined Liangxiao, finally revealing expressions of extreme joy. Yes, he is the Great Yang. His physique and eyes are exactly like those of the Great Yang in the bizarre livestream. It's this kind of fearless, unflappable demeanor, even in the face of disaster. We're safe now, as long as we stay low and wait. The Great Yang will definitely lead us to victory. The chatter erupted, and the sudden good news even made the man suffering from the pain of his severed arm regain his composure. 9 pairs of eyes, as if seeing a lifeline, suddenly turned towards Liangxiao. Such a burning gaze is even more affectionate than seeing one's own parents. Facing the crowd's attention, Liangxiao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. After just participating in a bizarre national fortune side quest, has his fame already reached such heights? He touched his chin, and a sense of pride emerged in his heart. Besides the steady growth of his own strength, it seemed that being admired and having a pleasant reputation indeed captivated the man. Seeing Liangxiao looking so self-satisfied, Fiona couldn't help but twitch her lips. She immediately raised her voice and said, "Everyone quiet down. I will now announce the specific precautions for your bizarre game." Fiona cast a cold, sharp glance at everyone present except for Liangxiao, then slowly began to speak. While working at our head trajectory car shop, you must adhere to 3 rules. First, do not let the customers feel dissatisfied. Second, you must complete the daily workload. Third, absolutely do not open any room casually. If you violate any of these 3 rules, you will bear the consequences. Next, let me announce the list of staff members. 2 cleaners, 3 car models, 5 receptionists, Liangxiao, Zhang Zhun. In 2 minutes, our shop will start operating, so please each take on your responsibilities. After stating the rules, Fiona shot another cold glance at Liangxiao, then turned and left. You better remember the rules. I will definitely not give you any special treatment. All right, take care. Little sister-in-law. This copy is something he has never heard or seen before, and it is obviously a newly refreshed instance in a bizarre world. Compared to the older instances that have references, this newly appeared instance poses a significantly greater challenge for human players, to the extent that the average survival rate worldwide is less than 5%. If you were to normally enter this instance of the head trajectory car shop, Liangxiao would definitely be in a panic. But now, with Liangxiao's fearless chuckle, the doors of the head trajectory car shop burst open. Today's big promotion. All models are 20 off, and certain limited models can be heavily discounted with a membership card. Dear esteemed guests, if you pass by, don't miss out. Almost as soon as the announcement sounded, a dense sound of footsteps immediately erupted from outside. Chapter 41. Standing on a moral high ground? I'll kill you on the spot. So many customers so quickly? Liangxiao was a bit surprised. He turned to look at Phyllis and noticed Fiona sneering at him. Just as Liangxiao nodded to himself, a piercing scream echoed through the shop. Liangxiao turned to look, only to find a woman staring pale-faced at a certain spot, her eyes filled with fear. Where the woman was looking, a massive stitched monster was gaping its bloody mouth, viciously biting down on the arm of a small-framed man. Creak! Blood sprayed out as the small man's arm was severed. With his arm bitten off, the small man's face was marked with unmistakable pain and anger. He howled and tried to quickly distance himself. However, the stitched monster that had bitten off his arm showed no intention of letting him go. 3 thick, oddly shaped arms suddenly locked onto the small man's body, and the next moment, that bloody mouth was ready to swallow the small man's head. The stitched monster actually wanted to swallow the man whole on the spot. I'm here to buy a car, and you don't even say a word of welcome. Do you look down on me? With a cold smile, a terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped the thin little man. No, I don't want to die. In a panic, the thin little man immediately shifted his gaze to Liangxiao, not far away. Master Yang, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and save me. The thin little man's tone was urgent and commanding as he spoke to Liangxiao. Upon hearing this, several men nearby also whispered in agreement. Master Yang, please make a move to save him. The more people we have, the more strength we can have to clear the instance, right? You are the national luck contestant of the Great Xia Empire. You can't just stand by and watch us die. Master Yang, you're our idol. Please take action. Glancing at the 2 women and 1 man who spoke, and then at the thin little man who felt it was only natural for him to be saved, Liangxiao couldn't help but laugh in anger. Under the gaze of the crowd, Liangxiao stepped away from the spot and walked straight towards the stitched monster that was about to swallow the thin little man. Noticing Liangxiao's movements, the stitched monster's cold eyes immediately shifted to him. What? You little ant want to help him? The stitched monster asked Liangxiao in a hostile tone. Master Yang, take him down. He actually doesn't put you in his eyes. Hurry up and take him down and save me. Looking at the thin little man barking in front of him, Liangxiao's eyes suddenly turned cold. Don't worry, I'll save you right now. Hearing Liangxiao's words, the thin little man's tense body finally relaxed. Master Yang, I knew I didn't make a mistake. Before he could finish speaking, the thin little man's voice abruptly stopped, and his pupils instantly became vacant. Under the wide-eyed gaze of the 4 men and 4 women, Liangxiao suddenly reached out his right hand and plunged it into the thin little man's chest. Then, to the astonishment of the stitched monster, Liangxiao pulled out a warm, still beating heart and crushed it violently. Blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, the 8 Chinese people present were stunned. Even the onlookers and the stitched monster were bewildered. After a while, the stitched monster, regaining its senses, immediately revealed a fierce smile. Do you know that this guy's heart is the most delicious? If you take it away now, I can take some parts from you as compensation, both emotionally and logically. With that, the stitched monster threw the corpse, which still had its eyes wide open, onto the ground and prepared to attack Liangxiao. But just then, a crisp voice suddenly sounded. Smack! In this situation, Liangxiao not only showed no fear, but also gave the stitched monster a heavy slap. The slime bubbles on its face burst, and feeling the fiery pain on its face, the stitched monster suddenly surged with a strong aura of resentment. "Damn human ant, are you looking for death?" It roared, preparing to strike Liangxiao with lethal intent. But at that moment, a light and airy voice rang out again. "I just dealt with this guy and actually forgot to deal with you. You kneel down, immediately crawl over and clean up that idiot's corpse. Then come back to find me." Speaking coldly, Liangxiao pulled out a stack of ghost coins and slapped the stitched monster again. Buzz! A strange wave spread out. Almost instantly, the once menacing stitched monster changed its demeanor, replaced by a fawning smile. "As you command, my esteemed sir." With a thud, it knelt down, and then the stitched monster crawled towards the skinny man's corpse as Liangxiao had ordered. Meanwhile, Liangxiao, who had just commanded the stitched monster, locked his cold gaze onto the three people who had just spoken. "If you like to play the saint, then go ahead and do it yourself. I own nothing to anyone here, and if you dare to talk nonsense to me again, I guarantee I'll send you straight to the afterlife." With that, Liangxiao waved to the stitched monster. "Come over. Let me show you the car you must buy today." "All right." The stitched monster happily followed Liangxiao as he left. Watching the duo's retreating figures and the large pool of blood left on the ground not far away, the other five couldn't help but swallow their saliva, secretly relieved. "Fortunately, I didn't speak out," they thought, casting sympathetic and pitying glances at the three with the grim expressions. In this perilous and strange world, not only had they attracted the attention of the anomalies, but they had also offended the only powerful deity who could protect them. Wasn't that just plain foolish? They really wanted to ask these three one thing. Yang the Great is awesome and brings glory to the nation. What does it matter to him whether he saves you or not? Helping you is a favor. Not helping you is his duty. What do you get off thinking it's your right? Meanwhile, the three still stood there, looking at Liangxiao's back with unfriendly gazes, their lips moving as if they were muttering something disparaging about him. Chapter 42. The Proud and Protective Little Sister-in-Law. Introducing a beautiful woman for $1,000. Just then, three blood whips suddenly struck heavily against their backs. Smack! The blood whips, with sharp hooks, tore through their clothes and flesh, ripping at least 3 centimeters deep. In an instant, their backs were a bloody mess. Three cries of agony rang out simultaneously. However, in response to their wails, Fiona, who had unleashed the whips, spoke coldly. "What are you still doing standing there? Don't you want to work?" The three, trembling from the pain, were filled with grievance and anger in their eyes. Yet they didn't even dare to meet Fiona's gaze, only cursing her in their hearts, gritting their teeth against the pain in their backs. They each headed towards their respective workstations. However, as they walked, they couldn't help but cast a veiled glance at Liangxiao, filled with resentment. But their so-called subtle looks were completely transparent to Fiona. Narrowing her beautiful eyes, Fiona chose not to pursue the matter further and turned to enter her office. Meanwhile, watching the figure enter the office, Liangxiao couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Proud little sister-in-law. I have to say, these beautiful female anomalies are quite adorable. After a moment of reflection, Liangxiao refocused his attention on the stitched monster. What is your budget? Originally, it was 20,000 ghost coins. Now it's 23,000 ghost coins. 23,000 ghost coins? Repeating the stitched monster's car-buying budget, Liangxiao pulled out this week's performance assessment form. This week's performance assessment criteria: sales of 200,000, passing, sales of 500,000, ordinary, sales of 1,000,000, excellent, sales of 5,000,000, perfect, sales of 200,000, just a pass. Looking at the performance assessment criteria, even Liangxiao couldn't help but blink. You might say that selling 200,000 in a week is not difficult in top car dealerships. But you have to understand one thing. Here, the sales of 200,000 do not refer to Daxia currency, but ghost coins. According to the exchange rate in the real world, one ghost coin is worth 150 Daxia coins. And this exchange rate is still more valuable than it appears. In the actual exchange process, the value of ghost coins only goes up, not down. So here, the weekly sales of 200,000 equates to selling vehicles worth a total price of 10 million. 10 million in a week. And that's just the passing line. The minimum standard to ensure you don't die in this bizarre instance. As for the perfect rating, it requires a terrifying weekly sales amount of 250 million Daxia coins, 5 million ghost coins. This FING. At this moment, even the exceptionally talented Liangxiao couldn't help but twitch his lips. He really wanted to say something about this bizarre rule. If you really want to eliminate this group of gamers, why not be decisive and find an excuse to kill them all without hesitation? What is the point of setting an almost impossible goal like this? Sigh. Liangxiao pouted and instinctively glanced at the men and women who were also looking at the performance assessment standard sheet. As expected, everyone present showed a look of despair. 5 million ghost coins? Narrowing his eyes, Liangxiao suddenly had some thoughts. In that case, you should pick this car. Following the direction pointed by Liangxiao, an oddly shaped car that looked quite good immediately caught the attention of the stitched monster. He liked both its appearance and style, but when his gaze landed on the price, his expression suddenly turned bitter. The price tag displayed a number he couldn't even dare to imagine. 50,000. He didn't know how many years he had saved, and he had barely managed to gather 20,000 ghost coins. Now Liangxiao wanted him to buy something for 50,000 ghost coins. Wasn't that asking for his life? With this thought, the stitched monster, controlled by money and talent, seemed to show signs of going berserk again. However, seeing this, Liangxiao was not panicked. Instead, he revealed a confident smile, as if everything was under his control. If I tell you to buy, then you can buy. With that, 3 thick stacks of banknotes suddenly appeared in Liangxiao's hands. This is a full 30,000 ghost coins. Looking at the ghost coins in Liangxiao's hand, the originally furious stitched monster suddenly calmed down, and a flattering smile bloomed again on its ugly face. However, it was not blinded by the money and reached out to take it. Even though it was a monster, it understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. So, it rationally asked, "Sir, what do you need me to do? Just say it, and I will do my best." Satisfied with the stitched monster's reaction, Liangxiao nodded and then asked, "Do you have a match?" "What do you mean by that, sir?" Liangxiao waved his hand impatiently. "Yes, sir, please tell." The stitched monster's eyes suddenly burst with brilliant light. "As for the arriving female ghost, I will first assess their looks. If they meet the standard, I will give them an unforgettable gift. If they do not meet the standard, I want to let them leave empty-handed. I will give each of them 1,000 for their appearance fee. Is it that simple?" The light in the stitched monster's eyes became even brighter. "Yes, it's that simple," Liangxiao confirmed with a nod, then personally led the stitched monster to complete the car purchase procedures and handed him the remaining 3,000 ghost coins after the purchase. Driving out of the dealership in a brand new expensive car and feeling the 3,000 ghost coins in his pocket, the stitched monster felt as if everything was a dream and couldn't help but feel a bit dry in the mouth. Gulp. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, the stitched monster shouted loudly and immediately stepped on the gas, speeding towards home. "Boss, please wait a moment. I will make sure my woman completes what you instructed as quickly as possible." Chapter 43. The charming young woman. "Please save me. This. Just open an account. And it's still 50,000 ghost coins?" Even the tone is commanding, like giving orders to a servant. Looking at Liangxiao's performance, suddenly reaching a quarter of the passing line, everyone present couldn't help but exchange glances. How long has the game been going on? And you're already in the zone? Is this the strength of Master Yang? For a moment, all the human players present felt that the bizarre dungeon they entered was worlds apart from Liangxiao's. Compared to everyone's shock, Fiona, who was watching the live broadcast in her office, couldn't help but frown. She knew that the stitched monster was just an ordinary working class in the bizarre world. After covering family expenses, the amount of ghost coins he could save in a month was very little. Just to buy a car he loved. Priced at 20,000 ghost coins, he had to save for a full 5 years to gather enough. But now, under Liangxiao's instructions, He actually took out 50,000 ghost coins with a wave of his hand to complete the purchase. This stitched monster has either dug up someone else's ancestral grave or robbed the dead, right? Shaking her head and casting aside these unrealistic thoughts, Fiona couldn't help but glance at the handsome man leisurely smoking in the picture, remembering how he had just thrown a ghost coin to command the stitch monster. Fiona's eyes flickered. Your ability is related to the ghost coin, isn't it? But how could a human who just entered this strange world possess so many ghost coins? Fiona was somewhat puzzled. In this bizarre world, a monthly income of 500 is barely enough to make ends meet, while a monthly income of over 3,000 is considered middle class, and those earning over 10,000 are in the wealthy high-income bracket. As for monthly incomes of hundreds of thousands, or even millions, these situations only occur with those ghost kings, or even ghost emperors. Even the strongest under the ghost kings, the red-clothed evil spirits, after working tirelessly for a month, can barely earn tens of thousands. As for her, being at the peak of the evil ghost level, thanks to some connections, she just barely meets the standard of the red-clothed evil spirits. And what about Liangxiao? With just a wave of his hand, he throws away their entire month's salary as if it were waste paper, staring at the deep-eyed, languid-looking Liangxiao on the screen. Fiona couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. Just then, a wail suddenly echoed in the shop, causing Liangxiao, who was smoking, to glance over. It was a charming young woman, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, tightly held by a grotesque, long-tongued ghost. No, I don't need you to buy a car anymore. I don't want it. The young woman cried out in desperation, trying to struggle, but finding it completely futile. With her meager, ghostly cultivation facing the late-stage, long-tongued ghost. It was merely like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Watching the tear-streaked face of the young woman, the grotesque, long-tongued ghost seemed even more excited. Ha ha, there's no such thing as not needing. I smell the scent of your milk, and I suddenly find myself very interested in you. Don't worry, I want to kill you, and after I drain your mammary glands, I will definitely buy a car. It sounds nice, but is it really the case? A strange creature finding an opportunity to attack humans would never give up such a delicious meal. It is almost certain that after this young woman is dragged into the room, she will not only suffer inhuman torment, but will also absolutely be devoured alive. While grinning evilly, the long-tongued ghost forcibly pulled the young woman toward a room. The masked staff nearby turned a blind eye to the long-tongued ghost's actions, not even casting a sympathetic glance at the young woman. In their eyes, humans were merely toys to be played with and used to fill their stomachs. Whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with them. They didn't want to care, and at this moment, they even preferred that the young woman be more compliant. After all, if the car dealership sales went up, wouldn't they also receive higher bonuses? As they got closer to the door, the young woman kept casting pleading glances at those around her. In response to her gaze, most of the women present looked away with sympathetic eyes, while some felt a sense of schadenfreude. As for the men, although there was anger in their eyes, they ultimately chose to remain silent. The highest cultivation among them was merely at the early stage of evil ghost, while the rest were generally at the mid to late stage of the wandering soul realm. A single person trying to rescue that young woman would have a death rate of 99.99%, compared to the desire to help others. They felt their own lives were more important. Didn't a certain gentleman say it before? In this situation, a gentleman does not intervene, coldly observing this scene, watching the angry crowd with clenched fists who dare not even speak. Liangxiao shook his head indifferently. In his view, given the number and overall strength of everyone present, as long as they rushed forward together, they could at least fight evenly and forcibly rescue the suffering young woman, if not injure that long-tongued ghost. But clearly, no one dared to be the first to stick their neck out, because no one knew if, during the implementation of the previously agreed decision, someone would falter out of fear and act in bad faith. If one person breaks their promise, it could lead to the demise of everyone else. It is precisely because of this human suspicion that the fate of the young woman was sealed. Is this behavior wrong? Not at all. Being indifferent when it doesn't concern oneself has never been considered wrong, especially in such an environment. However, just as the young woman was about to be completely dragged into the room, she seemed to think of something. She suddenly raised her tear-streaked face. Her eyes filled with hope as she cast a glance towards Liangxiao. Lord Yang, I have lost my husband, and I now have a daughter who was born not long ago with special abilities. According to the common knowledge of our great Xia Empire, my daughter's talent is definitely among the top tier, and she is already capable of activating her powers. If you could kindly say me this once, my daughter will be obedient to you and serve you faithfully, and her talent will surely bring you great benefits. Lord Yang, I beg you to save me. With a final shout, at the moment when the long-tongued ghost turned its gaze towards Liangxiao, the young woman made a decisive move, forcibly breaking free from the grip of the ghost and kicked it hard. Then, using the reaction force, she dashed towards Liangxiao, kneeling on both knees about 100 meters away from him, and knocked her white forehead to the ground while pleading. Lord Yang, please save me. I can give you anything I have. Chapter 44. The pure Yang fire burns the evil ghost. Perhaps because of Fiona, the strange employees did not have any malicious intent in their eyes when looking at Liangxiao. They were simply indifferent. As for the remaining 7 men and women, their emotions were complex and varied. Would this Lord Yang really come to their rescue? The 7 did not hold much hope for this possibility, and to be honest, even the widow felt the same. The reason was simple. They all believed that Liangxiao was the kind of person who was indifferent and only cared about himself. Why did this young woman speak up? Because she believed her appearance was still decent, and her child indeed had a good bargaining chip. With all this, she was betting that Liangxiao would come to save her. At the same time, seeing the young woman continuously bowing and begging for help from Liangxiao, the long-tongued ghost suddenly became furious. Damn aunt, it is your honor that I want to favor you. Do you think you could be saved just because of your aunt companions? With an angry roar, the long-tongued ghost suddenly shot out its tongue, which had sharp barbs, towards the back of the young woman's head. No problem. Although dying will take away some fun and vitality, I can still enjoy it. Feeling the increasingly terrifying killing intent in her mind, the young woman glanced at the still indifferent Liangxiao and ultimately shook her head in despair. It's over. My poor child. 2 lines of tears streamed down her pretty face as she tightly closed her eyes, preparing to face death. Sigh. Some people from the great Xia Empire present shook their heads in pity, unable to bear to look away. But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out lightly. Congratulations. You have successfully caught my attention. I now announce that in this scenario, you cannot die. As soon as the words fell, Liangxiao, who had been standing still, had already appeared behind the young woman. Human aunt? You dare to say that? Gripping tightly onto the long-tongued ghost's rapidly extending tongue, Liangxiao glared coldly at it. Feeling the pain from his tongue being gripped with such strength, the long-tongued ghost couldn't help but become enraged. A mere early-stage, evil ghost dares to challenge me? Since you seek death, I will send you to die. The long-tongued ghost shouted angrily, preparing to attack Liangxiao. Seeing this, the young woman quickly screamed a warning. Lord Yang, this long-tongued ghost is at the late stage of the evil ghost level. You are at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation. Quickly activate your talent. Follow me. You need to speak less and do more, understand? Young Liangxiao, feeling the long-tongued ghost closing in, not only remained calm, but even turned his head to coldly remind the young woman. Stunned by Liangxiao's cold gaze, the young woman obediently closed her mouth, but her bloodshot eyes were still fixed on the hand that was about to come crashing down on Liangxiao's head. How dare you insult the people of Great Xia? The moment the words fell, a vast power like the blazing sun erupted from Liangxiao's body, illuminating the entire strange car shop. The brilliance was overwhelming, pure, and strong, as if it could penetrate endless darkness. The might of the pure Yang's sacred body was unmistakable. The scorching power that erupted from Liangxiao's body spread rapidly along the long-tongued ghost's tongue like a raging sea of fire. What is this? The long-tongued ghost's pupils constricted, and even its forward momentum halted. It clearly sensed the deadly danger from this power, so it immediately switched from offense to defense, desperately trying to resist the spreading flames with all its ghostly power. But under the scorching of the pure Yang's sacred body's fire, any cold, ghostly energy seemed utterly futile. No, how is this possible? The flames blazed fiercely, burning the long-tongued ghost inch by inch amidst its incredulous screams. And its once arrogant figure gradually twisted and dissipated until it turned into nothingness. Looking at the long-tongued ghost's remains in front of him, Liangxiao's face turned slightly pale, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. This ability is a new power he comprehended during the early stages of breaking through the ghost realm, hidden beneath his soft exterior. Today, the effect of this power left him in awe. However, in this scene, it was simply too eye-catching for everyone present. What did they just witness? A human in the early stages of the ghost realm battling a tongue demon in the late stages, not only avoiding being easily killed in a few moves, but also overturning their understanding by instantly defeating the opponent. What's going on? Dude, weren't you just breezing through with pure talent and a carefree attitude? How come now you're showing top-notch offensive skills too? Are you even human? At this moment, no one was worried about the safety of the young woman. Nor did anyone care why young Liangxiao suddenly took action. They only noticed one thing. Wasn't this young Liangxiao only entering the bizarre dungeon for the second time? How did he already reach the level of a malevolent ghost? This is simply impossible. Could it be that those damn foreigners are right, and that the young god of Huaxia is indeed a top-tier insider in the bizarre world? Yang Liangxiao believed that his ability to unleash the power of the pure Yang sacred body to easily annihilate the long-tongued ghost was not a big deal. But in the eyes of the married woman at that moment, it was extremely dazzling. Isn't it? The young woman who was just crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom is now filled with the relief of having survived, while crying and laughing. Xiaomei continuously thanked young Liangxiao, ignoring Xiaomei's expressions of gratitude behind him. Yang Liangxiao merely turned his gaze towards the staff member who looked troubled and hesitated to speak. The employee had killed a client in broad daylight, even going so far as to kill supernatural clients from the original world. The impact of this behavior is extremely severe. According to the rules of the head trajectory car dealership, they would immediately fire him and personally execute Yang Liangxiao as a form of punishment. However, due to Yang Liangxiao's previously displayed strength and his close relationship with Fiona, they didn't dare to speak up, let alone take action against him. They did not want to be killed by Fiona on the spot due to a moment of impulse. Watching the safety personnel caught in a dilemma, Yang Liangxiao smiled and even took the initiative to approach them. Chapter 45, Xiaomei. Thank you, Master. Dude, that guy just now was maliciously provoking the employees and intentionally insulting us, right? The staff member, who was originally in a difficult position, was momentarily taken aback by these words, but the next second, feeling a stack of cash suddenly appear in his arms, he immediately displayed an extremely high level of professionalism. With a cold gaze, he scanned everyone present and then loudly stated, "How dare someone cause trouble in our car dealership? Such a crime deserves punishment. To thank Mr. Yang Liangxiao for his courageous behavior, I have decided to grant Mr. Yang the right to use a luxurious bedroom. What do you all think?" As soon as he finished speaking, a vast power suddenly erupted from his body. The safety officer was unexpectedly a formidable and eerie figure. Upon meeting its gaze, all the other ghosts present averted their eyes, unable to suppress their inner grievances. "How can we dare to oppose you after you said that?" Seeing everyone remain silent, the safety officer nodded in satisfaction. "Since that's the case, I will immediately give the reward to Mr. Yang." Taking out a key from his pocket, he placed it in Yang Liangxiao's palm. The previously cold and ruthless safety officer's expression suddenly changed, replaced by an extremely friendly smile. Glancing at the key in his hand, Yang Liangxiao smirked and patted the officer's shoulder. Everything was understood without words. Standing a step behind Yang Liangxiao, Xiaomei lowered her gaze in silence, appearing obedient. It was clear that she had taken Yang Liangxiao's earlier words to heart. Casually lying down on a sofa, Yang Liangxiao took out a cigarette and lit it with a snap of his fingers. Exhaling a long puff of smoke, he turned his gaze to Xiaomei. With her curvy figure and mature charm, combined with a pretty face marked by tear stains, it was undeniable that Xiaomei could stir the desires of countless men. With such qualities, she should be quite popular in the normal world. However, it was unfortunate that after the arrival of the Eerie game, many orders had undergone significant changes. Women with such looks would not only fail to become useful assets, but would also attract a lot of trouble, just like the long-tongued ghost from earlier. Don't think that all ghosts are ugly. Most have minds similar to humans, in their hunting and playing with targets. The more beautiful and delicate humans naturally align with their preferences. But did Liangxiao care about trouble? In his principles of doing things, ability and loyalty were secondary. The most important thing was to feel comfortable. Whether he was lecherous or not, it was hard-earned to start with a trump card, and if he didn't enjoy it, what was the point of living? However, to be fair, judging from Xiaomei's performance from the beginning until now, Liangxiao could almost conclude that this charming young woman was definitely not just a pretty face. She fully met the criteria of a follower. With this thought, Liangxiao reached out to grasp Xiaomei's chin, lifting her slightly lowered head. Looking into her consciously evasive eyes, Liangxiao spoke in a serious tone. I have only one requirement for my subordinates: absolute obedience. Do you understand? You should grasp the concept of absolute obedience, right? At this point, Liangxiao paused and continued. I'm not entirely the kind of shameless person who forces others into prostitution, so I'll give you another chance to choose. If you can do it, then you can be my subordinate in the future. The countdown begins. Now, I give you 3 minutes to think. After saying this, Liangxiao closed his eyes and lazily immersed himself in smoking. Master, I can do it. I want to follow you. Master? Young Liangxiao, who had closed his eyes to smoke, suddenly jolted, almost choking on the smoke he inhaled. Opening his eyes to see Xiaomei's expression that was both hesitant and inviting. He couldn't help but take a deep drag of his cigarette, feeling a surge of emotion. Is this really a young woman? This is truly too understanding. Feeling extremely excited inside, Liangxiao's expression remained calm. Since that's the case, I should also give you a welcome gift. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaomei felt a large bundle of cash stuffed into her arms. A quick glance revealed it was no less than 500,000. This is not the Great Xia currency, but a universal 500,000 ghost coins for both worlds. Holding the 500,000 ghost coins, Xiaomei instinctively wanted to decline. But at that moment, Liangxiao casually waved his hand. No need to decline. You can take this gift as your work fee. I also don't want my subordinates to lack a decent ghost tool. If you encounter a small evil spirit and have to trouble me, that would be too annoying. Well, thank you, master. Xiaomei gave Liangxiao a deep look and decisively accepted this shocking gift without further pretense. At this moment, Xiaomei felt that Liangxiao in front of her had become increasingly mysterious. First, he easily passed through a bizarre national luck dungeon that was difficult for countries worldwide to clear with a shocking worldly approach. And now he demonstrated terrifying strength capable of instantly defeating a ghost-level anomaly in his second ordinary bizarre dungeon. Coupled with his extraordinary talents, Xiaomei suddenly felt that she had truly found a good master, one with a bright and promising future. As long as she could stay with Liangxiao, she would be willing to give everything. She even had a feeling that her newborn daughter, whom she regarded as her lifeline, would find a most suitable man because of this decision. Just as Xiaomei accepted the gift he presented, Liangxiao seemed to think of something suddenly and opened his mouth to inquire about her daughter. But at that moment, an excited shout echoed in the auto shop. Boss, my wife and I are here to complete the task you assigned. Chapter 46. A Class 1 School Flower Level Female Ghost. Are we playing matchmaker? The excited voice came. Liangxiao turned to look, only to see the previously mentioned stitched monster and a flamboyantly dressed, drowned ghost jogging over. Looking at the drowned ghost's beautiful face and slim figure, and then glancing at the stitched monster whose appearance could only be described as abstract, Liangxiao couldn't help but twitch his mouth several times. He now seriously suspected that this peak-level evil ghost-stitched monster had definitely captured his wife's heart with money. Besides that, he couldn't think of any reason for the drowned ghost to be infatuated with him. After muttering a few words in his heart, Liangxiao stood up and walked towards the two ghosts approaching him. What's up? Have you notified the people? How long until they come? This is Lord Yang, right? Listening to my husband, I knew Lord Yang must be handsome and impressive, and now that I see, it truly is so. No wonder you can achieve great things. The drowned ghost released Liangxiao's hand and shouted as she walked towards the outside of the auto shop. Sisters, stop standing outside. Hurry in to meet our handsome Lord Yang. Okay, coming, sister. MMM. Looking around, all the men and male ghosts present were brightened by the sight. There was a female ghost wearing a white long dress, the hem fluttering in the wind, light as a cloud, with long hair cascading like a waterfall, covering half of her face, revealing only a pair of soul-stirring eyes that seemed to contain endless sorrow and resentment. There was also a female ghost in a red qipao, her figure graceful, curves exquisite, with lips as red as blood, a slight upward curve at the corners of her mouth carrying a hint of mysterious smile, her gaze exuding charm and allure. Furthermore, there was a female ghost in black ancient attire, her hair styled up with a silver hairpin, her expression cold and her temperament aloof, her gaze carrying a sense of pride and authority. The beautiful female ghosts lined up and slowly walked in a car shop, which was marked by human head trajectories, although their footsteps were light and silent. This scene was no less explosive than a planet colliding with the Earth in the eyes of the onlookers. Seeing the dozen or so young female ghosts, each comparable to the most beautiful girls in the human world despite not having top-tier looks, Liangxiao couldn't help but ask the stitched monster brother beside him, "Dude, what does your wife do?" "Boss, my wife used to be a social butterfly in school, and later due to some fortunate circumstances, she became a madam. But these girls are all clean. They just need some quick money for various reasons. If you find someone you like, as long as you're willing to spend money, you can definitely have fun without worry." "What the hell? A madam and a social butterfly?" Liangxiao's eyelid twitched a few times as he looked at the line of more than 10 female ghosts, who still had quite a gap compared to the Fiona sisters, and couldn't help but feel a bit skeptical. However, he quickly tossed this skepticism out of his mind. He truly did not believe that this bizarre world had that damned cosmetic surgery. Just as Liangxiao's thoughts were swirling, the drowned ghost had already brought the dozen or so school, flower-level female ghosts to him. In the wide-eyed gaze of the many humans, the female ghost simultaneously bowed and greeted, "Hello, Master Yang." Looking at those white ravines, Liangxiao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Compared to his past life, he had never experienced such glory. Do you understand the impact of facing such a scene as a former 9-to-6 worker? Coughing lightly twice, Liangxiao forcibly suppressed the corners of his mouth that were rising and said, "I hope you all have prepared mentally before coming here. Now I'll ask again. If you agree, please give me a token. I will summon you to my room for a detailed chat." Once this was said, everyone present, whether it was the bizarre employees or the few human players, couldn't help but be stunned. "Not you, dude. A detailed chat in the room? It's one thing to have an affair with the supervisor's sister, but now you're openly playing the selection of brides? Aren't you afraid her sister will tell on you? Aren't you afraid the inspectors from this bizarre world will come to talk to you? To get more than 10 school flower-level beauties at once? Do you really have a conscience to go for it? You must not agree. You must not agree." Under the watchful eyes of all the male beings present, after a brief hesitation, the beautiful female ghosts in front of Liangxiao all took out their own tokens and handed them to him. At this moment, the contract is established. Liangxiao, while stuffing a pile of tokens into his storage ring, said with a slight smile, "Since that's the case, the contract is established. Now I shall also keep my promise. Come on, you can choose any vehicle here." With a wave of Liangxiao's hand, over a dozen beautiful ghost girls present cheered and surged in all directions. "By the way, you two, the vehicles you choose will be registered in her name." Liangxiao pointed at 2 ghost girls and then turned to point at the clearly bewildered Xiaomei behind him. "Me?" Xiaomei, who was suddenly mentioned, blinked her beautiful eyes and repeated in confusion, "Why aren't you going to follow them?" Liangxiao shot her an annoyed glare. "As you command, master." Xiaomei obediently nodded and then followed suit to do the introductions and record the choices. At that moment, a weak voice suddenly came from behind Liangxiao. Lord Yang, look at my." Liangxiao turned around and saw the drowned ghost looking enviously at the group of ghost girls selecting their desired vehicles while eagerly looking at him. "Oh, I was so blinded by the beauty earlier that I almost forgot to reward my contributors. That's a serious offense." Liangxiao slapped his face to force himself to wake up then addressed the obviously distracted drowned ghost. I said earlier it was 1,000 each, right? Let's not stick to that. I'm very satisfied with this batch, so good work as a reward. Chapter 47. The selection of brides ends. Bringing the girls into the room. After slapping a thick stack of ghost coins onto the drowned ghost's ample chest, Liangxiao casually walked towards the group of beautiful ghost girls without a second thought. Lord Yang, you're here. Seeing Liangxiao approach, the ghost girls, who were initially a bit reserved, instantly opened up. Lord Yang, your figure is amazing, even more streamlined than the muscle ghosts in our eerie world. This car looks quite nice. Do you think it suits me, Lord Yang? The school flower-level ghost girls intimately linked their arms with Liangxiao, almost pressing their faces against him. Feeling the cold and soft touches all around, Liangxiao forced himself to suppress the corners of his mouth that were rising, continually reminding himself in his heart, I'm doing this to enhance my strength, all for preparing for the next time I enter the national fortune instance. It has nothing to do with my lust. I am a pure and virtuous person. After continuous self-hypnosis, Liangxiao's expression became increasingly serious, and he even boldly wrapped his arms around the slender waists of two graceful female ghosts without changing his expression. I think this car suits your temperament very well. It has a spacious interior and a high roof, not only suitable for you, but also for us. Liangxiao commented quite seriously. Meanwhile, watching Liangxiao continuously pull out money for each of the school flower-level beauties to sign contracts, all the human players present showed extremely distorted expressions. What the hell? Can money really allow one to do whatever they want? Can being rich make one above the law? At this moment, they really want to ask a question. Didn't this young god just enter the bizarre world for the second time? How could he possibly have so many ghost coins? 130,000 ghost coins? It's just a small matter, as long as you like it. Faced with the intimate and coquettish behavior of the female ghost, Liangxiao waved his hand and paid a full 130,000 ghost coins for the car purchase. Lord Yang, I love you. Mua, after receiving the car certificate and keys, the female ghost suddenly jumped into Liangxiao's arms and gave him a deep kiss on the cheek. Looking at the school flower-level female ghosts with their deep affection, all the male creatures present couldn't help but clench their teeth again. Ghost coin dealer. What you're selling is probably not ghost coins, but real ghost coins, right? Otherwise, they couldn't explain Liangxiao's extravagant spending. Previously, in the National Luck Bazaar Dungeon, those who had personally experienced the Bazaar game noticed that Liangxiao had a lot of ghost coins. At that time, they thought that Liangxiao's parents or relatives were high-level players of the Bazaar game, and it was just an accident that they passed away, leaving Liangxiao a huge fortune. This is why Liangxiao could take out so many ghost coins during his first National Luck Bazaar dungeon, maximizing his abilities with his talent and thriving in the entire dungeon. But now it seems that everything doesn't add up. Even if Liangxiao's high-level player parent died accidentally, leaving him a large sum of money, it shouldn't reach such an amount. How much has Liangxiao spent in total from the first time he entered the National Luck Bazaar dungeon until now? Excluding some expenses they might not even be aware of, just based on the expenses they clearly know, it is roughly estimated to be a full 5 million ghost coins. And that's 5 million ghost coins, not 5 million Chinese yuan. With 5 million ghost coins, not to mention in the real world, but even in this bizarre world, you could easily hire a Ghost King-level absolute powerhouse to work for you. Moreover, it seems that Liangxiao definitely has more than just a few million in his pocket. Have you ever seen someone who, knowing there are endless dangers behind them, panics and uses up all their trump cards in a situation with minimal sense of crisis? Unless that person is an idiot, they would never act like that. As the only top talent in the world who has cleared a bizarre national fortune dungeon that requires 3 people to cooperate solely based on his own abilities, Liangxiao is clearly not an idiot. Therefore, his behavior of spending a full 5 million ghost coins to achieve the highest task evaluation while casually flirting with girls is absolutely within the range he can accept. There's even a possibility that this 5 million ghost coins spent is trivial compared to all the ghost coins Liangxiao possesses. Gulp. Just thinking about this made all the human players present feel a dryness in their mouths. If 5 million ghost coins is nothing to him, then how much does Liangxiao have in savings? 50 million ghost coins, or even hundreds of millions. The thought just spread here, and everyone present couldn't help but shiver. The current richest person in the ghost currency of the Great Xia Empire only possesses a mere 10 billion or so, and that is after accumulating results for a full 3 years. And what about Liangxiao? He has just entered the second bizarre dungeon, and his cultivation has barely reached the evil ghost level. Suddenly, all the human players present dared not think any further. Everything about Liangxiao was too bizarre. Countless normal theories failed to make sense of the situation, yet miraculously appeared in his case. They even felt it was only natural. A storm surged in the hearts of all the human players present, but Liangxiao remained completely unaware. After Liangxiao finished signing the contract and glanced at his sales reaching 3 million, he took a school flower-level female ghost by the arm without any scruples and walked towards the luxurious room handed to him by the safety officer. The school flower-level female ghost showed no resistance to Liangxiao's intentions. Instead, her pretty face was filled with excitement and anticipation. Which family's first night could fetch a price of over 100,000 or 200,000 ghost coins? Only she, today, had struck it rich by encountering a true wealthy man like Liangxiao. She was extremely satisfied with this transaction. In fact, at this moment, almost all the school beauty-level girls wanted to stay by Liangxiao's side as little canaries. They didn't even need to actively ask Liangxiao for money. As long as he was happy and satisfied, any random gifts of money he gave them would likely far exceed what they could earn from their own hard work. Because of this thought, the other unselected girls cast envious and jealous glances at the elegantly dressed girl in the Cheongsam. Those who were closer to the source of opportunity would benefit first. The selected qipao-wearing female ghost must be the one with the greatest advantage in achieving the goal of staying by Liangxiao's side. Watching the rows of dazzling female ghosts cast envious and jealous glances at the qipao female ghost, the one responsible for closing the door, Xiaomei, couldn't help but show an extremely complicated expression. Chapter 48. Caught in the act? Furious Fiona. She was certain that she had followed a good master. However, this master didn't seem to be an honest person. Or to put it more realistically, the master she was following was probably a legendary figure in the entire human world. While Ning Kaichun sleeping with a ghost was merely a rumored story, her master had not only made it a reality, but had even boldly surpassed it. Reflecting on Liangxiao's actions just now, Xiaomei couldn't help but twitch her eyes. Given the nearly 3 million ghost coins Liangxiao had just spent, let alone selecting a consort in the human world, he could easily establish a harem. But what about Liangxiao? His tastes were particularly unique, and his methods particularly special. He insisted on playing a cross-species game, wanting to satisfy his own desires on the spot, while quickly completing his task. Oh, my master, only you could handle playing with female ghosts like this. After sighing in her heart, Xiaomei suddenly froze as if recalling something behind her, and then she unconsciously swallowed hard. If Liangxiao was so unrestrained even with female ghosts, how abundant must his own vitality be, and how rich must his resources be? In such a situation, if one day Liangxiao wanted her to serve him at night, could she really handle it? Just as Xiaomei obediently waited outside the door. Inside the room, Liangxiao wasted no time and pushed the qipao ghost onto the wide, soft bed. Lord Yang, looking at Liangxiao in front of her, the dignified expression on the qipao ghost's face faded, replaced by a rich shyness and a pitiful look. Damn, even ghosts can be like this? Meeting those big, watery eyes, Liangxiao couldn't help but blink, forcibly calming his mind before preparing to begin their dual cultivation journey. But just then a cold, piercing voice suddenly came from outside the door. Get out of my way. Boom! The violent, ghostly energy surged, shaking the entire bedroom where Liangxiao was located. The sudden situation caused Liangxiao, who was about to make a move, to freeze in place. Liangxiao turned his head in surprise. Could that voice be? Just as he was about to step outside to see if Fiona had come, a loud bang echoed. The originally closed door was instantly pierced by a long black silk leg, and the terrifying force even caused cracks to spread around the doorframe. Liangxiao looked up to see Xiaomei had been knocked unconscious on the ground. However, Judging by her aura, she didn't seem to have sustained any serious injuries. She had simply been knocked out by Fiona's attack. What are you doing? The moment Fiona saw young Liangxiao, her eyes suddenly turned icy. When her gaze fell on the disheveled Qipao ghost on the bed, a terrifying killing intent instantly filled the entire room. After having a relationship with my sister, you're cheating too? As she questioned, Fiona stepped up to young Liangxiao and tried to grab his neck. Sensing Fiona's movement, young Liangxiao, who had initially wanted to explain, also turned cold. 200,000 ghost coins kneel. With a flip of his hand, 10 stacks of ghost coins were evenly spread out in front of him. In an instant, Fiona, who had just been furious and about to strike, suddenly seemed to lose all her strength and collapse to the ground. How is this possible? Fiona wanted to get up, but found her body felt uncontrollable at that moment, unable to move an inch. Looking at Fiona, kneeling on the ground with an expression of indignation, young Liangxiao took out another 200,000 ghost coins and threw them on the ground. Another 200,000 ghost coins. I want you to obediently give me a massage while listening. How dare you? I will definitely kill you. Hearing young Liangxiao's words, Fiona screamed in her heart and was about to attack him. But the next second, the words that came out of her mouth suddenly turned gentle and alluring. All right, master. Immediately, as waves of turmoil surged through Fiona's mind, she moved her long, shapely black silk legs and came behind young Liangxiao. Sitting cross-legged, Fiona gently placed young Liangxiao's head on her crossed thighs and then extended her fair hands to begin massaging him softly. Feeling the amazing sensation on his head, young Liangxiao squinted slightly and slowly spoke. There is something you might not have understood. At this point, young Liangxiao stood up from Fiona's embrace. He raised his eyes to meet the terrifying light that was constantly trying to emerge from the depths of her beautiful eyes and continued. The reason I say I'm your brother-in-law is that I have a strong sense of responsibility. No matter if the other party is a female ghost or a woman, as long as she gives her clean self to me and wishes not to part, I will acknowledge her identity. But ultimately, your sister cannot bind me. What we have is merely a transaction, and I am also her benefactor. If you want to use this relationship to obstruct me from doing anything, be careful I treat you as an enemy. As he said this coldly, a surge of terrifying beauty yang fire erupted from young Liangxiao's body. After personally using this power to slay a ghost, he had become increasingly adept with it. Damn it! Hearing young Liangxiao's words, Fiona's heart was ablaze with fury. She didn't care whether it was Phyllis who initiated the relationship with young Liangxiao. As long as he had done it, he should be responsible for her sister. Although having multiple wives and concubines is common in the ghostly world, that is a privilege only powerful ghost kings can enjoy. What about young Liangxiao in front of her? Although his combat power seemed exceptional, capable of instantly killing a late-stage evil ghost with his early-stage evil ghost strength, so what? He was ultimately just a tiny ant. A tiny human ant at that, with no background and no strength. What right did he have to touch other female ghosts? These thoughts were the real reason for Fiona's anger. Chapter 49. The Qipao ghost who is thirsty and restless, almost flowing. Young Liangxiao was unaware of what Fiona was thinking. He was merely speaking his mind. After giving Fiona a cold warning, he suddenly changed his tone. As a peak ghost, and likely of extraordinary origin, you should be well aware of our human situation. Your sister must not have told you that this head trajectory car shop is actually the second time I entered an eerie dungeon, because she doesn't know either. What? Upon hearing young Liangxiao's words, Fiona, who had been feeling restless, was suddenly shaken to her core, her disbelief swirling wildly within her. She was fully aware of the eerie games that descended into the human realm and the space rifts or passages that allowed entry into the human world. Naturally, she knew the humans who participated in eerie games could earn ghost coins, ghost artifacts, and even benefits for cultivation as long as they successfully cleared the levels. However, in terms of cultivation enhancement, this was utterly insignificant for them as true ghostly beings. For humans to quickly improve their cultivation through eerie games was akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. One misstep could lead to instant death, and even the rewards gained from such risks were not proportional. From her perspective, for a human to advance from the wandering soul realm to the evil ghost realm, even the top players in the human world would need to go through at least 5 eerie dungeons. These 5 bizarre dungeons require them to risk everything to strive for excellent evaluations. Only then can they elevate these mere 5 bizarre dungeons to the level of malevolent spirits. However, obtaining an excellent evaluation for a bizarre dungeon is not an easy task. The more one wishes to explore and discover within a bizarre dungeon, the greater the risks they must bear, making it easier to meet an untimely demise on the spot. The barely surviving passing evaluation yields too little benefit for them, but striving for a high evaluation can easily lead to death. Therefore, when their own cultivation and power reach a certain level, these human powerhouses will no longer choose to actively enter bizarre dungeons. This is also the fundamental reason why top human powerhouses are so rare. A top player needs to go through 5 excellent rated bizarre dungeons to be promoted to the demon level. But what about Liangxiao? He actually said that the car shop with human head tracks he arrived at was just his second dungeon? Doesn't this imply that the bizarre dungeons he experienced before were not only unprecedentedly difficult, but under such circumstances, Liangxiao also achieved the rare perfect rating? Fiona suddenly felt that her previously raging emotions had somehow calmed down. Judging solely by these 5 points, the man before her might indeed have the qualifications to establish a harem in the bizarre world. With this thought, her intention to kill Liangxiao on the spot instantly vanished. After all, having a powerful brother-in-law with infinite possibilities for the future was extremely beneficial for her. With Liangxiao's talent, intelligence, and the abundant funds he seemed to possess, it wouldn't be difficult for him to secure a place in the bizarre world. At that time, she would have another reliable backing in that strange realm. With this in mind, Fiona's gaze towards Liangxiao softened a bit. However, she soon squinted her eyes again. Even if Liangxiao establishing a harem was acceptable, what about his earlier disrespectful behavior towards his sister-in-law? This is absolutely unforgivable. She must teach the other party a lesson. Just as Fiona's thoughts raced, Liangxiao, who was facing her, continued speaking. As for why I was able to elevate my cultivation to the evil spirit level after experiencing just one bizarre instance, it's not solely because I received a perfect evaluation and that the instance was extremely difficult. It's more because of my talent. As he spoke, Liangxiao removed the aura concealment talisman that Fiona had given him before leaving. The moment the aura concealment talisman was taken off, an aroma that resembled a delicious delicacy instantly penetrated the nostrils of all the spirits present. Even Fiona, who was clearly under control, couldn't help but have her pupils constrict, revealing a look of desire. As for the female ghost in the Cheongsam not far away, she was even more unbearable. This sudden incident immediately stirred her boundless desires, to the point where her gaze at Liangxiao became intense, and she desperately wanted to pounce on him and engage in intimate activities. However, due to Fiona and Liangxiao's previous extravagant behavior, the Cheongsam ghost had to forcibly suppress her terrifying desires. Yet, visibly, her legs began to rub against each other unconsciously. Catching a glimpse of the Cheongsam ghost posture not far away, Liangxiao smiled proudly. He continued, I don't need to say much. You should already understand the usefulness of my talent. Yes, you're right. It's about dual cultivation, because I can dual cultivate with female ghosts. Absorbing yin and supplementing yang, my cultivation can rapidly advance. The eerie world is fraught with dangers, and the randomness from eerie games brings terrifying dungeons. Time is tight, and the tasks are heavy, so I have to keep finding pure yin ghosts without leaks for the most efficient cultivation. This is also why I specifically chose. I specifically selected suitable female ghosts. After saying this, Liangxiao snapped his fingers, releasing his control over Fiona, and calmly asked, Now that I've explained my situation, do you have anything to say? If not, your brother-in-law needs to get down to business right away, as I can only stay in this car shop for a maximum of 7 days. During this time, I need to improve my cultivation as much as possible to have a better chance in the next eerie dungeon. Liangxiao spoke logically, his gaze fixed intently on the enchanting face in front of him, eagerly awaiting her reaction. He looked at Fiona, while the Cheongsam ghost beside him was also staring at Fiona with great urgency. As a sister-in-law, why don't you just leave? Hurry up. The Cheongsam ghost dared not speak, only urging herself silently. She was already irresistibly drawn by the aura emanating from Liangxiao. If she couldn't vent her feelings properly, she felt she might go crazy. Chapter 50. Persuasion? Seduction. Just as the Cheongsam ghost's heated gaze was fixed on her, Fiona, regaining control of her body, suddenly stood up without a word. Seeing Fiona get up, Liangxiao thought she had recognized the situation and was ready to leave, out of sight, out of mind. But the next moment, Fiona's actions filled Liangxiao's mind with questions. Instead of walking towards the door, Fiona walked straight towards the Cheongsam ghost. Under the Cheongsam ghost's bewildered gaze, Fiona spoke coldly. You? Immediately, get out of here. From now on, you don't need to come to this branch of the car shop. I declare you blacklisted. What the hell? Upon hearing Fiona's sudden cold words, the Cheongsam ghost's joyful smile instantly froze, and she immediately cast a pitiful look towards Liangxiao for help. She truly didn't dare to provoke Fiona's bad luck, so she could only seek Liangxiao's assistance. She didn't want to exploit ghost coins for free. She genuinely wanted to complete the transaction. Noticing the Cheongsam ghost's gaze, Fiona's eyes became even colder, and her peak ghostly aura erupted. A terrifying, gloomy ghostly energy instantly filled the luxurious room, causing the temperature to plummet rapidly. Aren't you leaving? What are you waiting for? If you don't drive away within 3 minutes, you'll stay here forever. A blood-red whip covered in spikes appeared in her hand, radiating murderous intent. She wasn't joking, nor was she merely trying to intimidate the Cheongsam ghost. She genuinely wanted to kill her. Seeing her benefactor frowning without any intention of speaking, the Cheongsam ghost bit her red lip and hurriedly dashed towards the door. I'm leaving right now. I'm leaving right now. However, as she passed by Liangxiao, she whispered a message. Daddy, you have my token. Just call me when you have enough time and the right place to complete the transaction. What the hell? Hearing the Cheongsam ghost's whisper, Liangxiao, who was initially in a bad mood and ready to see what Fiona was really up to, nearly lost control of his expression. Could the originally dignified ghost have such a stark contrast after being touched so deeply? At that moment, Liangxiao suddenly had a deeper understanding of a saying. The world is a whore. It only shows its full beauty to money and power. After the qipao-wearing ghost completely disappeared from his sight, Liangxiao immediately shifted his slightly cold gaze to Fiona. I have made it very clear earlier. If you insist on pushing your luck. Liangxiao hadn't finished speaking when he was immediately interrupted by Fiona's voice. Dual cultivation. Mostly based on the combination of your vigorous yang energy and our female ghost cold yin energy, right? I admit that the virgin yin of a female ghost is undoubtedly extraordinary for dual cultivation, but that is also inextricably linked to the type and cultivation level of the female ghost. At least I think we don't need to take the final step. Just relying on other intimate actions as a bridge for ability transmission can match the effect of acquiring that virgin yin. Fiona's sudden words left Liangxiao completely bewildered. That's true, but our relationship is that of brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Seeing Liangxiao instinctively wanting to refuse, Fiona immediately frowned in dissatisfaction. What brother-in-law and sister-in-law? I agree to dual cultivate with you only to keep you in check for my sister, making sure you don't stray, even if it means sacrificing myself. If my sister finds out, she can only thank me. Moreover, to put another way, don't let the good water flow into outsiders' fields. I advise you not to be ungrateful. What do you mean by not letting the good water flow into outsiders' fields? Listening to Fiona's shocking words, Liangxiao's mouth almost stopped twitching. His life had been incredibly exciting since he crossed into this world. Things he never dared to imagine happening before were now occurring one after another. To be honest, he didn't even want to collect sisters. But Fiona is a peak ghost-level being. How can a mere evil ghost cultivator like him resist? What was that saying? Oh, since you can't resist, then relax and enjoy. Now, Liangxiao was self-hypnotizing and unwillingly pulled into Fiona's cold and soft embrace. A night without words. The next day, the clock at the human head trajectory auto shop rang. Soon, under the varied gazes of countless people and ghostly beings, a figure emerged, leaning against the wall. Master, are you all right? Seeing Liangxiao, pale and leaning against the wall, Xiaomei, who had been waiting outside the door, immediately ran to his side and helped support his swaying body. Observing Liangxiao's extremely poor complexion, Xiaomei couldn't help but think to herself, this shouldn't be right. With her master's strength, dealing with a late-stage evil ghost should be a piece of cake. Normally, it should be that the sultry Qi-Pao ghost couldn't get out of bed, right? But why was it Liangxiao who was leaning against the wall now? Could it be that the female ghost really embodied the concept that there are no fields that are ruined, only cows that are exhausted? Just as Xiaomei was lost in thought, a stunningly beautiful woman with a rosy complexion walked gracefully out of the room. Looking at those iconic long and perfectly rounded black silk legs, who else could it be but Fiona? Fiona, the master's sister-in-law? Why is she also inside? At this moment, Xiaomei felt as if she had been struck by lightning. After a while, she finally sorted out what had happened after she fainted yesterday. It turned out that it wasn't her master exerting his power to successfully persuade her furious sister-in-law to overlook his infidelity. Instead, he had directly seduced his sister-in-law, asking her not to mind those matters. My goodness! In an instant, even Xiaomei, as a woman, couldn't help but admire Liangxiao with great respect. This ability, let alone in a strange world, is probably a unique existence even in the human realm. Yet, his all-powerful master has managed to achieve this. Suddenly, Xiaomei felt that she had found a sturdy thigh even thicker than an elephant's leg. Liangxiao, who was being supported, had no desire to feel the warm touch of Xiaomei's skin at that moment. He was completely focused on Fiona, who wore a teasing and proud expression, filled with endless resentment. Chapter 51: Fiona's Revenge. In the past few hours, he had deeply realized the meaning of being drained and what it looked like to be crazily obsessive. Originally, with his initial evil ghost cultivation level and Fiona's peak ghost level, although it was somewhat strained, if he held back a little, his condition wouldn't be affected at all. After all, he had the pure yang sacred body as an endlessly supplying energy source. However, having an inexhaustible energy source doesn't mean one can withstand being in a constantly empty state. Last night, Fiona was completely different from her usual cold and imposing demeanor. Once her hair was tied up, her personality instantly changed. In that moment, Liangxiao even felt as if Phyllis had appeared on his waist, demanding wildly. At that time, Fiona claimed she was helping him maximize his cultivation, but after thinking it over seriously, Liangxiao suddenly realized that this was not genuine help at all. This is clearly Fiona's revenge for him manipulating her. A blatant act of revenge, touching the endless emptiness on both sides of his lower back. Liangxiao raised his hand to point at Fiona as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately chose to remain silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but that he couldn't. If he spoke now, he was sure his tone would be utterly weak. He didn't want to embarrass himself to this extent. Seeing Liangxiao raise his hand and then helplessly lower it, Fiona couldn't help but burst into laughter, just as she was about to enter the office. She even deliberately turned her head to take a look at Liangxiao, a rich expression of provocation appearing on her beautiful face filled with spring water. Damn it! Watching Fiona's deliberately provocative expression, Liangxiao couldn't help but clench his fists and resolutely thought, a gentleman does not let go of a grudge. You damned woman had better not let me surpass you one day, or you'll be in for it. Once again, he found himself resting on a familiar lap pillow, with familiar jade-like hands massaging his temples. Enjoying the soft warmth coming from the mature woman, Liangxiao was continuously mobilizing his pure yang sacred body to try to restore his energy. At the same time that Liangxiao's energy was rapidly recovering, the ghostly energy within him, which had previously been drained and weak, finally burst forth with his own breath. Still in the early stage of the evil ghost level. But at this moment, Liangxiao's early stage was just a step away from reaching the mid-stage. After a night of dual cultivation, both painful and pleasurable, his cultivation had significantly improved. With his energy slightly restored, Liangxiao finally had the strength to ponder other matters. Today was the second day. He could stay in this bizarre instance for a maximum of 5 more days. In these 5 days, he needs to cultivate with Fiona 3 more times, and finally, he He must leave one day to find and resolve the true cause of the abnormalities at the head track car shop. Although he could rely on the top weekly sales to gain a higher game rating, if he does not address the anomalies at the head track car shop, given the peculiar nature of this strange game, even if his sales exceed 5 million, Liangxiao dares to conclude that he will be used as an excuse by the game rules to forcibly lower his rating to an ordinary level. The difference between an ordinary rating and a perfect rating is a full 2 tiers. One can easily imagine how much the completion rewards differ between the two. Would Liangxiao let go of something that could be easily obtained? Obviously not. However, those things are matters for the future. Right now, Liangxiao only wants to do one thing: to conserve his energy. He is already mentally prepared for the fierce battles of the night. Just as Liangxiao's thoughts were drifting, the 3 men and 3 women beside him, including Xiaomei, were filled with indignation. The women looked at Xiaomei with envy. Not to mention, just being Liangxiao's servant, with what Xiaomei has obtained, they would even be willing to be treated like dogs for him. Unfortunately, they were no match for Xiaomei in terms of figure, appearance, or even special attributes, so they could only feel jealous. Compared to the envy and jealousy of the women, the men present harbored similar feelings towards Liangxiao. Not only did he have a close relationship with the manager of the Strange Instances car shop, but now he was also openly indulging in entertainment. Watching Liangxiao enjoying himself with the charming beauty in his arms, their desire to report him skyrocketed. But despite their thoughts, they didn't dare to provoke Liangxiao at all. This is not just because of Liangxiao's own strength and his ambiguous relationship with Fiona. It is simply that even if Liangxiao openly slacks off, his work remains completely unaffected. His slacking off is entirely reasonable. As for why it is reasonable, everything must start with that obedient and sweet Sadako. Just after Liangxiao, pale-faced, leaned against the wall to exit, Sadako, dressed in a white long dress that exuded a sense of first love, inexplicably appeared by his side. Immediately, without Liangxiao needing to say a word, Sadako began to seamlessly take over the reception work that was originally his. Compared to the human Liangxiao, the beautiful, eerie, and powerful female Sadako is clearly more attractive. As a result, almost 80% of the customers who came to buy cars went to her. Watching the sweet Sadako skillfully receiving customers, all the men present couldn't help but grit their teeth and ask themselves, is the gap between people really that huge? Fighting at night and resting during the day. As his cultivation steadily improved every day, Liangxiao also led a happy and fulfilling life in this bizarre instance. Time passed day by day until the 5th day, when Liangxiao, as usual, came to his senses from the embrace of a beautiful woman and sensed that something was amiss. Although he seemed to be overwhelmed by lust these days, at moments of wisdom, he was constantly observing everything around him, trying to deduce and imagine what unusual aspects might lie within this seemingly ordinary, surface-com car dealership with its human head trajectory. Previously, he had only grasped some superficial details and ruled out a few possibilities. Until now, he finally gained a clearer understanding of certain things. On the 2nd day, setting aside Xiaomei, the group of 4 men and 3 women had transformed into 3 men and 3 women. Liangxiao had also noticed this point. However, he did not pay much attention to it first. He initially thought that the suddenly vanished man had merely violated some rules or had angered something strange in the store and was killed on the spot. However, Chapter 52, Abnormal, a headlong dive into the female staff changing room. It wasn't until the following days that Liangxiao completely confirmed the abnormality of the situation. On the 3rd day, the number changed to 2 men and 3 women. On the 4th day, it changed to 2 men and 2 women. On the 5th day, which is today, the number once again decreased, becoming 1 man and 2 women. There were no mistakes in work, but every day, 1 person disappeared and died. This is the anomaly. Moreover, this steadily decreasing number of people seems to not only affect human players, but also the strange employees here. After so many days of observation, Liangxiao can conclude that the disappearances do not occur during the daytime working hours, but rather during the restful nights. The first rule is to ensure that customers do not feel dissatisfied. The second rule is to complete the daily workload. The third rule is to never casually open any room. reflecting on the three basic principles that Fiona initially laid out. Liangxiao squinted his eyes, and a mysterious smile curved at the corners of his mouth. With the experience from the last instance, Liangxiao knew without thinking that the key to uncovering the true anomaly of this bizarre instance lies in the third principle. However, one must always be prepared to face an attack for violating the basic principles. Name: Liangxiao. Cultivation: mid-level evil ghost. Items: substitute doll. Deputy Director's ID of the Sinful Sanatorium. Talent: approachable, kind-hearted. Persuasive. Physique: pure yang sacred body. Contracted ghost. Sadako: early-level vengeful ghost. Ghost currency: 22 million. Glancing at the substitute doll lying comfortably in the system space and the more than 20 million balance. Then looking at Sadako, who was working diligently, Liangxiao felt no panic at all, and even felt a bit like laughing. He wanted to see just how terrifying the attacks would be after violating the basic principles. He was confident that he would get a perfect score. Even Jesus wouldn't change that, he said. Time flew by, and the leisurely work hours quickly came to an end, leading to a relaxing evening. Creak. The sound of the door lock turning echoed. Liangxiao casually walked out of his luxurious bedroom, looking at the map Fiona had given him. Liangxiao walked decisively in a certain direction. First stop, the female staff changing room. Don't ask why. It's just that his intuition told him there was definitely something going on inside. There was no fancy lock-picking process. With a swift kick, Liangxiao smashed the old door to pieces. Lock-picking was out of the question. It would never happen in this lifetime. He didn't enter the female staff changing room to hide and conveniently take sneaky photos. He was simply there to complete a secret task in the mission. Why would he need to pick a lock? As soon as he entered the changing room, a strong fragrance filled Liangxiao's nostrils. Glancing at the various intimate garments hanging on the rack, Liangxiao's expression remained calm and unperturbed, with not a trace of excitement stirring within him. These things are not attractive for themselves, but for the owners who have worn them. Now, no one knows who has worn them, and to Liangxiao, these things are just a pile of useless fabric. Looking at them even once feels like a waste of time. Just at that moment, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly reached Liangxiao's ears. Has someone arrived? Liangxiao turned his head with an inexplicable expression, his gaze deep as he looked towards the door. Almost simultaneously as he turned, a group of people filed in. No, to be precise, it should be a team of anomalies that entered the changing room one after another, immediately surrounding Liangxiao. The killing intent surged. Almost every anomaly that looked at Liangxiao had a fierce and terrifying expression, as if they were about to attack at any moment. Seeing so many familiar faces glaring at him with undisguised murderous intent, Liangxiao frowned. Are they being controlled? Just as this doubt arose in Liangxiao's mind, the anomalies surrounding him spoke coldly in unison. Violating the third principle must be executed. The moment the voice fell, all 8 anomalous employees present immediately launched an attack on Liangxiao. Just as the attacks from the 8 anomalous employees were about to land on him, Liangxiao not only showed no intention of activating the pure yang sacred body, but also leisurely snapped his fingers. Snap! In an instant, terrifying gravity was exerted on the 8 anomalous employees who had attacked. As a result, before they could fully unleash their full force strikes, they were forced to kneel on the ground. Brother Liangxiao, are you okay? Jinzi, hidden in the shadows, rushed forward to Liangxiao, looking concerned. I'm Fina. Sensi. Seeing that Liangxiao was okay, Jinzi breathed a sigh of relief. Then her eyes filled with a murderous aura as she stared at the 8 anomalous employees pressed to the ground by her gravity control ability and slowly said, Dare to think of hurting my brother Liangxiao. You really deserve to die. As she spoke, Jinzi's long hair suddenly became hard and thick, like black snakes writhing, ready to shoot towards the 8 anomalous employees struggling on the ground. But just as Jinzi was about to deliver the final blow, Liangxiao reached out and grabbed the slightly irate Jinzi. Jinzi, don't be anxious, just knock these employees out. Killing them would waste time, after all. This car shop is barely considered our own business. Our own shop? Bang, bang, bang. A series of afterimages flashed, and Jinzi swung her pale hand, suddenly knocking all 8 anomalous employees, who were forced to lie on the ground, unconscious. However, the real reason they fainted was not because Jinzi struck their necks, but because she grabbed their heads and slammed them onto the ground, causing them to faint from the violent impact. All 8 anomalous employees were bleeding profusely, without exception. Brother Liangxiao, you want to knock them out, is that right? Looking at Jinzi, who appeared harmless and seemed to be seeking praise, Liangxiao felt touched, yet couldn't help but helplessly pinch her little nose. How can I see that beneath your obedient and cute appearance lies a black-hearted heart? Hee. Jinzi smiled sweetly, then affectionately linked her arm with Liangxiao's. Brother Liangxiao, let's not stay here any longer. I feel that if we go outside now, we should still be able to see some useful scenes. Jinzi suggested, her eyes flashing with a cold, sharp light. Let us go. Liangxiao nodded and led Jinzi towards the door. Chapter 53. In the apocalypse, kill the Holy Mother first. Is there really a problem with the changing room? Just as Liangxiao and Jinzi stepped outside, they immediately heard a struggling voice. Following the sound, Liangxiao saw a man being tightly carried on the shoulder by 2 anomalous employees. The man in question was one of the 3 who had previously stood on the moral high ground, prompting Liangxiao to take action. Meeting the pleading gaze of the other party, Liangxiao seemed to ignore it, simply smiling as he turned his attention to the side to Jinzi. Is this the useful scene you mentioned? Jinzi nodded. Although she had not been summoned by Liangxiao in the past few days, as Liangxiao's contracted spirit, she was still well aware of the previous events even while in a contract space. She did not want Liangxiao to suffer any grievances. She wanted Liangxiao to witness the other's death firsthand, a great relief. Gently ruffling Jinzi's hair, Liangxiao suddenly seemed to notice something else and shifted his gaze to another place. It was their ordinary accommodation room for human players. At that moment, the door of this room was slightly ajar, and with Liangxiao's eyesight, he could clearly see 2 pairs of eyes inside. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that the remaining human players in this instance were those 3 virtuous women. Indeed, good people don't live long, while calamities linger for 1,000 years. But this was fine. It gave him the opportunity to act personally. Under the puzzled gaze of the 2 pairs of eyes behind the door, Liangxiao, who had been hiding with Jinzi, suddenly stepped out openly. His destination was the room where the other 2 virtuous women were peeking at the situation outside. Liangxiao quickly arrived at the door, then suddenly yanked it wide open. Simply hiding in the dark to watch couldn't compare to experiencing it firsthand. Sensi, come. Help me bring them both along to personally experience what will happen next. Liangxiao wore a kind smile on his face. What personal experience? I don't want to experience it. The 2 women, one begging for mercy and the other still not realizing the situation, attempted to threaten Liangxiao. In this scene, Liangxiao couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. You're not sisters. You've gone a bit crazy from fighting in real life, haven't you? Let's not even talk about the lawlessness of free-for-alls in bizarre dungeons. Just consider this. If the 3 of you die, who will be left to share information about this new dungeon? As soon as he said this, the female saint who had been fighting turned pale and quickly tried to plead for mercy, but strands of hair, as solid as steel, instantly wrapped around them. It was Sadako who had made her move. In front of the ghost-level Sadako, these 2 mere peak wandering spirits had no resistance at all and were completely bound. Sadako controlled the hair to seal the women's mouths, and then revealed a cold smile, saying, "It's too late to plead for mercy now. Don't dirty my brother Liangxiao's ears anymore. Since you never understood the principle of killing the saint first in the apocalypse, let me help you understand." With that, Liangxiao and Sadako approached the 2 strange employees who were restraining the male saint. Under the blank stares of the 2, Liangxiao smiled and explained, "Although I don't know if your nightly captures are restricted by rules, now that I'm here to help you catch someone, we can take care of all 3 at once. This should only benefit you, right?" While speaking, Liangxiao pulled out a stack of ghost coins and tossed them into the arms of the 2. He knew they were clearly being controlled, but now he wanted to play a game of manipulation himself. Isn't it? Almost at the moment Liangxiao threw out the ghost coin, The two strange employees who were originally filled with murderous intent instantly became docile. Control successful. Squinting his eyes, Liangxiao asked again, "What other conditions do I need to meet to blend into your team? Just put on a mask, wear this work uniform, and follow us." After quickly putting on the clothes handed to him, Liangxiao immediately followed the pace of the two and walked in a certain direction. About 2 minutes later, they arrived outside a room. The sign on the door of this room reads, "Male Staff Changing Room." Male Staff Changing Room? Liangxiao's mouth, hidden beneath his mask, couldn't help but twitch. He didn't expect that the changing room he randomly chose actually had a problem. Although the root of the real problem wasn't in the female changing room, but in the male staff changing room. But let's just say that there is something wrong with the changing room. Just as Liangxiao was lost in thought, two other strange employees pushed the door open and entered directly, with Liangxiao dragging one of the saints in tow. However, after entering the changing room, everything around them seemed normal, and there was no sign of anything amiss. At that moment, one of the strange employees suddenly thrust his hand into his left chest under the watchful gaze of Liangxiao's slightly dilated pupils. Blood sprayed as the strange employee, with a blank expression, held his heart in his hand. Then, as his consciousness faded, he squeezed out the last bit of strength he had and inexplicably crushed his heart right there. Boom! The heart exploded. The strange employee suddenly collapsed, but his body strangely melted into the ground. As the strange employee's body completely dissolved before him, the previously normal changing room suddenly underwent a transformation. The lights flickered erratically and, after several flashes, shattered completely. The entire room was plunged into darkness. However, this darkness did not last long, as it was soon illuminated by a rich blood light. Liangxiao looked up and found that at some point he seemed to have arrived in a strange space. In the center of this space was a huge blood-red lake. At a glance, one could clearly see various corpses that had not yet been fully corroded. At that moment, a large number of strange employees, with blank expressions and lifeless eyes, were muttering something toward the blood lake. As they muttered, one after another volunteered to jump into the blood lake to commit suicide. With each strange jump, the color of the blood lake visibly deepened. Just then, the murmuring suddenly stopped, and those lifeless eyes turned toward Liangxiao and the others. Chapter 54. The formation is complete. Will the little sister-in-law die? Swish, swish, swish. Under the gaze of those lifeless eyes, even Liangxiao felt a rare, tingling sensation on his scalp. Although he knew these strange employees were being controlled, the act of pulling out their hearts and crushing them to commit suicide, all while remaining expressionless, was indeed shocking. Fortunately, as their gaze gathered, someone raised a question. How can you bring 3 human sacrifices at once? Didn't the rules state that you would be killed on the spot? That's because I found a human as a companion. What? As soon as the words fell, the controlled strange employees simultaneously revealed expressions of anger and disbelief. However, their expressions quickly returned to calm. It doesn't matter. Even if some human ants know, it's fine. The fact that you can bring 3 human sacrifices at once and shorten the working time by 2 days is already a great achievement. As long as we successfully set up the formation, our tasks will be completed and each of us can live the life we want. The strange employees with hollow eyes murmured and immediately moved toward the 3 saints bound on the ground. As the crowd approached, the 3 bound individuals began to struggle violently. But no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free from their restraints, only able to listen quietly as the footsteps symbolizing death grew clearer. Just as the group of strange employees was about to reach the 3, a shadow flashed, and Liangxiao stood in front of them. Seeing Liangxiao suddenly blocking their way, the 3 saints, who were already in despair, instantly burst forth with brilliant light in their eyes. They had no hope. But Liangxiao was actually going to make a move. This exceeded their imagination to such an extent that each of their eyes was filled with immense joy. However, soon, as Liangxiao's faint voice rang out, the joy of surviving after the disaster was forever etched in their eyes. If I'm not mistaken, the success condition of your formation must require living people as sacrifices, right? If that's the case, then I'm sorry. You want to be able to harm my sister-in-law as shop. Snap! Liangxiao snapped his fingers. 3 blazing flames suddenly appeared on the 3 saints, which quickly transformed into roaring fires, swiftly reducing the 3 of them to ashes. This scene came abruptly and swiftly. The group of strange employees, who thought their task was about to be completed, didn't react in time, not even the 3 holy mothers who were burned on the spot, passing away without any understanding of what happened. They died in such a bewildering manner. Stunned for a full 3 seconds, the group of strange employees revealed extremely sinister expressions, all of them surging with ghostly energy, ready to launch an attack on Liangxiao. They were merely a group of malevolent spirits, and Liangxiao was not afraid at all. With pure yang fire rising around him, he was prepared to engage in a brawl against dozens of them. But just at that moment, the crowd that had stepped forward suddenly stiffened in place, and the surging ghostly energy came to a halt. Young Liangxiao frowned, feeling somewhat puzzled. What was going on? But in the next second, a series of beautiful and melodious explosion sounds rang out, successfully clearing his confusion. Bang, bang, bang. Almost in an instant, the originally angry and fierce strange employees exploded into pieces. Not only that, first their heads, then their torsos, and finally their limbs. After a flurry of explosive sounds, severed limbs and broken arms filled the surroundings, and drops of blood of various colors unconsciously gathered, naturally flowing into the crimson lake below. As these different types of blood successfully merged into the crimson lake, the lake suddenly erupted with an extremely dazzling and eerie blood light. With this eerie blood light shooting into the sky, a gigantic skull suddenly appeared before Liangxiao. Damn human ants! How dare you ruin this king's good deed? Although I must admit you disrupted my plan. Even so, the formation that only differed by 3 human sacrifices is enough to destroy this car shop. At this point, the deep, hoarse voice paused, then continued with a hint of mockery. I heard that the manager of this car shop seems to be your sister-in-law? Then I am very sorry. Due to your interference, the formation that could have killed her along with you has evolved into a slightly better one. Under such circumstances, even if she manages to survive in the end, she will definitely be executed on the spot for violating that woman's rules. A final warm reminder. That woman's method of execution is to continuously suck the opponent's blood, keeping them teetering on the brink of consciousness and fainting for 49 days, driving them to madness and death. You can witness the wonderful scene of your beloved sister-in-law being drained by a stranger every day. At this point, the eerie skull gradually dimmed as the blood light dissipated. Just before it completely vanished, it seemed to remember something, and then a rich mocking smile appeared on its face. Oh, right. I almost forgot. This barrier is made up of countless struggles between life and death. And you, a mere human, have no chance of breaking through. Just obediently stay here and die alone in solitude. Meanwhile, I will specially record the precious scene of your sister-in-law being drained to death and burn it for you at your grave. That woman, stupid dog skull, destroying the car shop, and the strange vines that want to destroy the evil sanatorium. Catching these keywords and recalling the recent events, Liangxiao felt as if he had been drawn into the conflicts and grudges of certain powerful beings in this bizarre world. What kind of situation is this? Shaking his head helplessly, Liangxiao quickly took out a token from his pocket and activated it. Evil Sanatorium Vice President Identity Token. Effect. The ghost energy reserve of the player possessing this item will increase by 30%, and each month, player Liangxiao can use this token to arrive at the Evil Sanatorium 3 times from anywhere. Buzz buzz. The old, worn token emitted a dark luster. And at the same time, Liangxiao disappeared from a spot. Now was not the time for him to be lost in thought. He had to quickly seek help, or else his damn proud beauty sister-in-law would really be in danger. Chapter 55. Kicking down the door to see Springlight. Red-clothed, evil spirit level skull. Buzz buzz. By the time Liangxiao's thoughts cleared from his daze, he had already arrived at the evil sanatorium. The sanatorium, which had been destroyed by the strange vines, was miraculously restored to its former state. Except for some minor flaws in a few places, it was almost indistinguishable from how it looked before the chaos broke out. After surveying the surroundings, Liangxiao rushed into the first patient room in a hurry. "Grandma, I need your help." Young Liangxiao dashed toward the head nurse's office with the strange old woman. Bang bang. Seeing the door tightly locked, Yang Liangxiao kicked it open without saying a word. How dare you? With a roar, a terrifying aura of a red-clothed, evil spirit erupted. But soon, that violent aura dissipated. The instinctively erect eyebrows of Phyllis immediately transformed her expression into one of surprise and charm. Without caring about her still unprepared attire, she pulled Yang Liangxiao toward her body. Liangxiao, it's only been a few days and you're already so eager? But it's fine, you came at the right time. In the scene, the strange old woman quietly helped them close the door. Gulp! As his hand touched that soft skin, Yang Liangxiao couldn't help but feel a rush of emotions. But soon, he composed himself and said sternly, Now is not the time for our romance. Something has happened to your sister. If we don't hurry, we'll just have to watch your sister being executed publicly. Yang Liangxiao spoke rapidly, succinctly explaining the situation to Phyllis. Upon hearing Yang Liangxiao's explanation, the charming expression on Phyllis's face immediately vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. Damn beast. With his filthy character, how does he deserve our young lady? Spitting out a curse, Phyllis quickly changed her clothes and took Yang Liangxiao out of the room, just as the three of them hurried along at high speed. At the Human Head Trajectory car shop, with a low and eerie chanting sound breaking the silence of the night, the blood-red formation seemed to be suddenly activated by an invisible hand. The air was filled with a suffocating metallic smell mixed with the smell of blood and oil, creating an indescribably terrifying atmosphere. Suddenly, the previously silent cars in the shop seemed to come to life, their lights eerily flickering on and off like the eyes of hell, watching everything in the darkness. The first to respond was an old black sedan. Its body began to tremble irregularly. The doors creaked open slowly, without a driver, as if some force was controlling it. Following that, one by one, the cars seemed to be pulled by invisible chains, starting up with engines roaring like the roar of beasts, deafening. At this moment, a strange black shadow could be vaguely seen surging continuously over the car body. The various cars were no longer still metallic machines, but had transformed into terrifying monsters with their own will, madly crashing into everything in the narrow store space. Each collision was accompanied by the sharp sound of twisted metal and the horrific wails of objects being torn apart. The most horrifying thing was that these cars seemed to possess an instinct to devour. Their front bumpers resembled gaping maws, frantically gnawing at everything in the store. Parts on the shelves were swallowed one by one, scattered tools were dragged beneath the cars, and even the sturdy walls trembled under their relentless impacts, cracks spreading like spiderwebs. Amidst this chaotic turmoil, the blood-red array shone even more brightly, as if it were the source of all this terror, enveloping the entire car dealership in an ominous red light. Witnessing everything happening before her eyes, Fiona, who had hurriedly exited the magic array, was filled with rage. In just a few short minutes, the damage in the entire car dealership had reached the monthly revenue. If time was stretched a little longer, it would soon hit the breaking point. The person behind this plot clearly wanted her life. Stop it all. With a furious shout, Fiona instantly revealed her true form as a bloodbat. A pair of enormous blood-red bat wings unfolded from her back, slowly flapping with a soft puff-puff sound. Lightly hovering in midair, Fiona's long black hair danced wildly in the wind, and her black eyes had quietly transformed into blood-red, swirling with boundless fury, radiating a chilling light. As her claws extended, Fiona suddenly vanished into thin air. Accompanying this was the eruption of terrifying, ghostly energy. Chains of blood-red materialized out of nowhere, instantly binding the many strange car monsters that were madly destroying everything in the store. The peak strength of a vengeful spirit was evident at this moment. But just as Fiona was about to step forward and completely deal with the strange creature possessing the various cars, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Look how much my treasures love your store's items. Why not let them have a good feast? As the voice echoed, Fiona's pupils suddenly constricted, and she immediately leaped backward. Just as she escaped, a terrifying force crashed down, smashing the floor several meters deep. Oh, not bad reaction. Dust flew up as a massive figure slowly emerged, its gaze towards Fiona filled with mockery. It was an extraordinarily large skeleton, every bone shimmering with a faint cold light, as if carved from the hardest cold iron. Its skull was particularly striking, with hollow yet deep eye sockets flickering with strange blue light, and dozens of fine cracks clearly visible on the forehead, a testament to its past violent killings. It held a gigantic bone hammer, surrounded by a peculiar aura of intertwining death and life, stepping forward slowly. Each of its steps, which should have made a significant noise, appeared light and silent. However, it did not diminish the imposing presence of its cultivation, as every step sent tremors through the ground. This is a red-clothed, fierce, ghost-level entity? Feeling the opponent's unmasked aura of power, Fiona's delicate face instantly turned ugly. Chapter 56. Arriving in time. Mouth-to-mouth medication. But she never expected that the other party, in order to sabotage the car shop's leadership, not only used great supernatural powers to incite all the employees to conspire against her, but even went so far as to send a red-clothed, fierce, ghost-level monster to attack her. Even if she could survive the opponent's attack, she ultimately could not escape death. This is a deadlock. With thoughts racing like lightning, Fiona realized this, and her beautiful face instantly turned incredibly ugly. No one can remain calm after knowing their death is inevitable, even if she is a peculiar being. She can only fight. Fiona took a deep breath, and her gaze became resolute. Stomp! Her high heels shattered the ground as Fiona, like a shadow, charged towards the white-boned skeleton before her. Seeing Fiona take the initiative to attack, the blue flames in the skeleton's eyes flickered slightly, and it sneered with disdain before raising its hammer to counterattack. Overestimating herself, the battle erupted in an instant. Fiona moved like lightning, agilely weaving around the white-boned skeleton, using her nimble body and precise striking techniques to dodge the deadly blows of the bone hammer time and again. She tightly gripped a pair of specially made metal claws, each swing accompanied by a sharp slicing sound, attempting to leave marks on the skeleton's hard frame. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew, and the sound of metal clashing echoed continuously. Despite Fiona's exceptional combat skills, she still couldn't penetrate the unimaginable, terrifying defense of the skeleton. Each of her strikes only left faint white marks on the opponent, but every hit sent vibrations through her arms, making it hard to withstand. As time passed, the gap between the ghost level and the red-clothed ghost level gradually became apparent. Fiona had to exert 100% of her focus for every attack, while the white-boned skeleton hadn't even taken her seriously from the beginning. It was like a cat playing with a mouse, continuously accelerating to wear Fiona down. And within a short quarter of an hour, her breathing began to quicken, and every jump and dodge became particularly laborious. The white-boned skeleton noticed this and smirked slightly, its previously relaxed offensive suddenly turning fierce. This farce should come to an end. With a cold shout from the white-boned skeleton, Fiona's energy surged but then faltered due to her immense physical exhaustion, exposing a flaw. The skeleton seized the opportunity and struck her head-on with its massive bone hammer. Boom! The tremendous force tilted. Fiona flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the cold stone wall. She pierced through 3 walls before finally coming to a stop. Wow! Fiona coughed up a mouthful of blood, instinctively trying to struggle to get up, but the sharp pain in her chest rendered her almost immobile. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, flowing down her delicate white neck, staining her chin and collar. Meanwhile, the white-boned skeleton had already appeared in front of Fiona, surveying her enchanting body. Its 2 pools of ghostly blue flames filled with contempt for the weak and appreciation for beautiful things. Such a beautiful girl. If it weren't for the time constraints, I would definitely enjoy you thoroughly, but now I can only crush you myself. Watching the white-boned skeleton's lewd and regretful expression, Fiona's eyes flashed with extreme unwillingness, but in the end, she closed her eyes in despair. Is the gap really this huge? The white-boned skeleton swung its massive bone hammer, ready to strike Fiona down heavily. However, at this moment of life and death, a loud, cold shout suddenly echoed throughout the chaotic auto shop. I offer 1 million ghost coins for you to kneel immediately. Time limit: 3 seconds. Although 1 million ghost coins are indeed tempting, If I kill you myself, isn't that still? Just as the white bone skeleton was about to accelerate to hammer Fiona down, it turned its attention to the source of the voice. But as soon as it lifted its massive bone hammer, an inexplicable great power suddenly descended upon it, with almost no resistance. It realized that the strength in its hands had dissipated in an instant. Even its legs inexplicably lost their ability to move, and, just as the word said, it knelt down on the ground. It had already won the battle, just a step away from delivering the final blow, yet it knelt in shame before the defeated. The white bone skeleton barely had time to feel shock and anger before a surge of blood-colored energy instantly knocked it dozens of meters away. Bai Quangfeng, you dog of a loser, how dare you hurt my sister? Accompanied by Phyrus's furious roar, the blood tide surged and rapidly enveloped the white Quangfeng, who had lost control of its physical body. Phyrus rushed towards the flying Bai Quangfeng to deliver the final blow, while the bizarre old woman and Sadako, who had successfully broken through to the initial ghost level due to a twist of fate last time, were commanded by Liangxiao to suppress the vehicles controlled by the ghostly beings. As for Liangxiao, he was naturally busy taking care of his almost shattered little sister-in-law. Why did you bring my sister here? Cough, cough. Shouldn't you also be trapped in the barrier? Looking at the handsome man in front of her with a hint of worry, Fiona asked, her pale face coughing up blood. Seeing that the other party was not focusing on recovering from her injuries, but rather concerned about these trivial matters, Liangxiao instantly became furious. Shut up. First, take the medicine and recover. You. Fiona was stunned by Liangxiao's sudden outburst, causing her to momentarily forget to speak. Consequently, seeing this situation, Liangxiao directly pinched her delicate face impatiently and personally delivered the pill into Fiona's red lips. What do you mean? Hurry up and recover. Liangxiao glutted at Fiona fierce. Can't we talk nicely? Why do you have to be so fierce? Fiona mumbled softly, her face slightly red, but she didn't hesitate and immediately began to adjust her cultivation. Liangxiao didn't hear Fiona's soft mumble because at that moment, he was quickly heading towards the fierce battle between the white-boned skeleton and Phyrus. Chapter 57, Bai Quangfeng's Exploding Mental State. On the way, Liangxiao's expression was icy, and his deep eyes occasionally flickered with intense, killing intent. Not to mention anything else, just regarding Fiona, he had already had such an intimate experience with her. He had basically regarded her as his possession. Now that his beloved item was nearly shattered by someone else, how could he not be angry? You brat, wait for me. I'm coming for you right now. At this moment, while Liangxiao was sprinting at full speed on the other side, Bai Quangfeng was engaged in an intense battle with Phyrus. Bang, bang, bang. Terrifying waves of energy continuously spread outward, further shaking the already cracked walls. At the center of the storm, the collision between Bai Quangfeng and Phyrus hardly ceased for a moment. How did you break through to the red-clothed, evil spirit level? With your situation, shouldn't it take at least 4 or 5 more years to achieve that? While facing the enemy, Bai Quangfeng asked in astonishment. He thought to himself that the power Phyrus unleashed was even more terrifying. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, it was extremely difficult for her to defeat Bai Quangfeng, let alone kill him. After all, Bai Quangfeng in front of her was a mid-level red-clothed evil spirit, a powerful being who had accumulated decades of experience. Phyrus, having just broken through to the early stage of the red-clothed evil spirit level, was already doing remarkably well to be evenly matched with him. If a typical early-stage red-clothed evil spirit were to battle Bai Quangfeng, they would probably be killed on the spot within 3 moves. Bai Quangfeng sneered coldly and then provocatively said, even if you've broken through to the red-clothed evil spirit level, your cultivation is still vastly inferior to mine. Do you think you can kill me all on your own? Are you just trying to make me laugh? Just as Bai Quangfeng finished sneering, a deep voice suddenly questioned, what if I join in? The unexpected voice caused Bai Quangfeng to pause, making him cautiously release his aura and quickly distance himself from Phyrus. He nervously looked towards the source of the voice. Although his cultivation was indeed higher than Phyrus's, it only gave him a slight advantage in battle. Winning this fight quickly was impossible. He was nearly evenly matched with Phyrus, and if another red-clothed evil spirit were added to the mix, he would be in serious trouble. But when he turned his gaze, he found an incredibly young human male walking in with a face full of killing intent. A human? Bai Kuangfeng was first taken aback by the identity of the newcomer. Then a strange expression immediately appeared on his face. A mid-level, evil spirit human ant. Who gave you the courage to interfere? Do you really think my bad luck is something anyone can touch? Saying this, Bai Kuangfeng swiftly vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already hovering above Liangxiao, wielding a massive hammer. A vicious smile spread across Bai Kuangfeng's face as he swung the ancient hammer with all his might while mockingly saying, "Although I don't know the relationship between you and the two sisters, Phyrus and Fiona, based on your willingness to risk your life to fight alongside her, it seems you two are quite close, right? You're not interested in the prodigies of my bizarre world, but rather in mere human ants." What would Phyrus say if she heard that? Diverting some attention to Phyrus, Bai Kuangfeng laughed maniacally. "Now, let me personally turn your beloved into a meat pie." Whoosh! Bai Kuangfeng's massive hammer swung through the air with tremendous force, almost shattering the surrounding atmosphere. The enormous bone hammer crashed down towards Liangxiao with overwhelming power. So, he now wanted to see the expression of despair and pain appear on Phyrus's stunning face as she desperately tried to stop him, but was powerless to do so. But what was the result? In that fleeting glance, Bai Kuangfeng not only failed to see the expression he desired, but he also caught a glimpse of rich mockery on Phyrus's unmoving face. What was going on? Bai Kuangfeng was filled with endless confusion. But what happened next almost shattered his bizarre worldview. Just as the bone hammer in Bai Kuangfeng's hand was about to strike Liangxiao completely, a voice echoed softly. Instantly, he halted his force, standing there unguarded. Hearing this somewhat familiar voice from Liangxiao, Bai Kuangfeng's eyes flickered with blue flames, his expression puzzled. Has this guy gone crazy? As his enemy, he actually spoke in a commanding tone, instructing him to act. "What the hell did you owe me?" With this thought, the thick and strange energy surrounding Bai Kuangfeng once again surged into the bone hammer in his hand. If this hammer is executed, I'm afraid that not only will Liangxiao not be able to eat meat pie, but even the area within a radius of 10 meters will turn into powder. Go to hell. The killing intent on Bai Kuangfeng's face was unmasked. At the same time, Liangxiao finally finished his complete sentence. "With my 1,000,000 ghost coins as a contract. Go." Accompanied by a pile of ghost coins thrown at his feet, Bai Kuangfeng, whose bone hammer was less than 0.1 centimeter from Liangxiao's head, found himself unable to control his body in disbelief. Gathering all his ghost power into his hands, he forcefully countered the originally powerful and forceful strike. The terrifying reaction force pressed down on his arms, causing even his hard arms to develop fine cracks, as if they could shatter with the slightest touch. How is this possible? Enduring the excruciating pain, Bai Kuangfeng quickly distanced himself. How could a mid-stage human ant at the evil spirit level have the ability to influence a red-clothed evil spirit? This is impossible. I don't believe it. Bai Kuangfeng shouted angrily. He had previously thought that the sudden loss of control over his body, which prevented him from finishing Fiona off in one go, was due to Phyllis using some secret technique or a precious ghost artifact at a critical moment. But now it seemed all of this was because of this human ant in front of him. Chapter 58 Run? Sorry, you can't escape. Don't believe it, but you have to. Phyllis sneered and, seizing the moment when Bai Kuangfeng was distracted, suddenly activated her power. Dense blood-red lasers shot out, covering Bai Kuangfeng like a storm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Facing this attack, Bai Kuangfeng tried his best to resist, but ultimately, due to his injuries, his right arm was completely shattered. Enduring the intense pain, Bai Kuangfeng quickly formed a series of mysterious seals. With a face twisted in rage and anger, he glared at Liangxiao and Phyllis, speaking in a low voice. "With this strange kid's assistance, I admit I can't win against you. But if I want to leave, you can't stop me." The mysterious seals formed, and the blood-red magic circle reappeared, enveloping the already dismembered Bai Kuangfeng like a blooming flower of blood. Under the protection of the magic circle, Bai Kuangfeng seemed to think of something, and the anger on his face eased a bit. "By the way, do you really think that just breaking my arm means you have one? Using my arm as a price to complete the task and conveniently taking the life of your beloved beautiful sister, I profit. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter, the blood-red magic circle suddenly burst forth with brilliance, and in the next second, it was about to teleport Bai Kuangfeng away from this place. Hearing Bai Kuangfeng's laughter, Phyllis's expression turned a bit ugly. Clearly, she realized that in the half hour they had just spent traveling, the losses in the car shop had far exceeded the red line. In this situation, almost the only outcome waiting for Fiona was execution. Bai Kuangfeng, if anything happens to my sister, I will kill you. Phyllis gritted her teeth. Her eyes filled with intense killing intent as she stared at Bai Kuangfeng. Looking at Phyllis's threatening words, Bai Kuangfeng laughed instead of being afraid. I'm waiting for you to kill me. Just then, Liangxiao spoke coldly. Phyllis, if you want to kill this beast, why wait until later? Phyllis looked at Liangxiao in confusion. She knew that Liangxiao could use different amounts of ghost coins as a contract to realize his innate abilities. However, the ability to forcibly control Bai Kuangfeng's body stiffness or make simple movements was already incredibly powerful. Now, Liangxiao actually said he wanted to kill Bai Kuangfeng without waiting until later. What did that mean? Phyllis was filled with confusion. Could it be that his talent was so terrifying that as long as the money was enough, he could make the opponent commit suicide on the spot? However, this thought just emerged and was immediately dismissed by Phyllis. If Liangxiao's talent were truly so unreasonable, then it would be unthinkable. Listening to Liangxiao's words Bai Kuangfeng, who had already been through 2 incidents, couldn't help but feel nervous. A mere human ant, don't be so pretentious. While making threats, Bai Kuangfeng urged all the remaining ghost power in his body to its peak, his spirit tense as he watched Liangxiao. Although he didn't believe that Liangxiao could still kill him in such a bizarre way at this point, he couldn't afford to let his guard down when it came to life and death. Having climbed to this position with the power of a red-clothed evil spirit, who wants to die? Ignoring Phyllis and Bai Kuangfeng's tense gazes, Liangxiao's indifferent voice continued to sound. In fact, Phyllis's prediction wasn't wrong. Relying solely on a mere 10 million ghost coins to forcefully control a powerful red-clothed evil spirit to commit suicide was indeed too exaggerated. But what if he only wanted the opponent to reveal their weakest point? Liangxiao immediately shouted, with my 10 million as a contract, I command your body to stiffen for 3 seconds and voluntarily expose your fatal weakness. Is that acceptable? A whole 10 million ghost coins swirled behind Bai Kuangfeng, and at the same time, an inexplicable force descended upon him once more. Phyllis, immediately draw on my strength. Hearing Liangxiao's voice, Phyllis was momentarily stunned, somewhat confused, but still followed Liangxiao's instructions without hesitation. The temporary contract was re-established, and Phyllis suddenly transformed into a wisp of blood mist that merged into Liangxiao's body. Feeling the power surging wildly within him, Liangxiao finally couldn't help but reveal a brilliant smile. As Liangxiao's cold voice fell, vast and brilliant flames suddenly erupted. The source flames of the pure sacred body manifested explosively. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as the source flames of the pure sacred body appeared, the originally cold atmosphere around them instantly disappeared. The eerie chill unique to the strange world was purified by the blazing yang energy at this moment. At this moment, surrounded by flames, Liangxiao appeared like a fire god, under the terrified and incredulous gaze of Bai Kuangfeng. A pillar of flame suddenly erupted from deep within the car shop of the human head trajectory. The fiery column of light blazed brightly and heatedly, soaring into the sky. Boom! Boom! In almost an instant, everything within a radius of several dozen meters was reduced to ashes by the raging flames. The fierce flames swept through every inch of this space, and the dazzling light inevitably attracted outside attention. After several seconds, the intense and powerful column of fire gradually dissipated, revealing a patch of land that had been carbonized to a depth of several meters. Apart from the blood-red magic circle, which had not yet completely shattered but had already lost its previous vitality, the entire space was empty, seemingly on the verge of disappearing at any moment. This included Bai Kuangfeng, who was at the mid-stage of the red-clothed evil spirit. The blood-red mist seeped out from Liangxiao's body, recoalescing into a curvaceous figure. Looking at the handsome man in front of her, who was in the process of thoroughly destroying the blood-red magic circle, Felice covered her mouth, which had involuntarily opened wide. Her beautiful eyes filled with endless shock. He really killed Bai Quangfeng. Compared to Felice's astonishment, Fiona, who had rushed over to assist her sister but had only recovered half of her injuries, wore an expression of disbelief. She had witnessed the towering column of fire that Liangxiao had condensed with her own eyes. He truly killed a battle-hardened red-clothed evil spirit with a mere human body and the mid-stage cultivation of a minor ghost. Her eyes were fixed on Liangxiao's back, and she felt somewhat dazed. In her daze, she recalled her own dissatisfaction from a few days ago. For a moment, Fiona herself couldn't help but want to laugh. If such a talented and resourceful powerhouse was unworthy in the strange world of the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, then it seemed everyone in this world could only practice monogamy. Chapter 59. Sisterly Meal. The spring night lasts more than a moment. Ignoring the extreme shock in the hearts of the two, Liangxiao's gaze was firmly fixed on the nearly shattered blood-red magic circle in front of him. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, strands of pure yang flames began to crawl over the blood-red magic circle. Boom! The flames surged. The already fragile magic circle could no longer hold on and began to completely collapse. Watching the blood-red magic circle dissolve and disintegrate like snowflakes before him, a flickering light shone in Liangxiao's eyes. The consumption of a full 10 million ghost coins, even if he didn't know the gold content of ghost coins, was certainly a substantial amount even in regular currency. Such a large sum of money made even him feel a bit pained. But why did Liangxiao have to kill that white skeleton? It wasn't just because of Fiona. It was more because the arrow was on the string and had to be released. At that point, it was clear that he and the other party had become mortal enemies. The next time they met, it would be either you die or I live. In order to avoid creating any unpleasantness for himself and to prevent attracting the attention of many powerful beings in this strange world too quickly, he was willing to spend 10 million ghost coins to use Felice's power to kill him on the spot. Besides, he had already completely resolved the troubles of the car dealership regarding that person's head. He didn't believe he wouldn't receive a perfect evaluation. In summary, Liangxiao believed his decision was absolutely correct. While Liangxiao's actions were mostly for himself, they looked different in the eyes of the two women. Felice walked over to her sister, looking at Fiona, whose expression was clearly complex, and couldn't help but tease her. Fiona, although we've said since we were young that we either won't marry or will only marry one person, you really took action when a brother-in-law was delivered to your door. 10 million ghost coins just to kill the one who hurt you, and we don't even know if he paid any other price. TSK. Looks like the little sister is still quite attractive. Hearing Felice's teasing words, Fiona's pale face, which had turned white due to her injuries, immediately flushed with a few shades of red. The goddess in black silk, who appeared cold to the outside world, still showed a little girl's demeanor in front of her older sister. Just as the two women were teasing each other, a sweet voice rang out. They turned to see Sadako jogging over to Liangxiao and tightly hugging one of his arms. At that moment, the two women, who had been teasing each other, suddenly felt their mood plummet as they recalled the word chaos in Sadako's words. However, the losses of the car dealership had already far exceeded the red line. Touching the red line meant death, let alone exceeding it by so much. As a store manager, Fiona could hardly escape blame and was almost certain to die. Unless Liangxiao could pull out another 10 million ghost coins to specifically purchase bizarre cars to make up for the sales. 10 million ghost coins. One exaggerated amount. Previously, Liangxiao forcibly killed Bai Quangfeng with this amount, which was somewhat influenced by his own concerns. But now, with so much money being invested, to make him pay such a high price simply for a woman is quite something. To be honest, even the anxious Felice couldn't bring herself to speak at this moment. Don't be fooled by Liangxiao's extravagant spending and think that ghost coins are not worth much. On the contrary, the value of ghost coins is extremely high. The previous 10 million, plus another possible 10 million later on, totals 20 million ghost coins. You can't even buy 10 beautiful ghost wives with that. As a betrothal gift, It might even be enough to marry 10 red-clothed ghosts, and the women coming to deliver themselves would be countless. Knowing this, both women present fell silent. Seeing their silence, Liangxiao lowered his eyes slightly, secretly amused, and casually wrapped his arms around their waists. Liangxiao smiled and said, "Ladies, I put in so much effort. You should at least reward me a little, right?" Upon hearing this, Felice and Fiona's moods instantly plummeted. With Liangxiao's nonchalant tone, they naturally thought he had decided to give up on saving Fiona. However, after a moment of composure, the two women exchanged flirtatious glances and actively wrapped their arms around Liangxiao's arms. The die is cast. Even if she ultimately has to die, she wants to maximize her own value, whether to satisfy her inner desires, help Liangxiao break through his cultivation, or to increase her sister's weight in Liangxiao's heart. Letting go of her pride, she accepted sharing a husband with her sister. After all, Liangxiao spent 10 million ghost coins to have a mid-stage red-clothed ghost accompany her in death, and she was quite satisfied with that. She wasn't the kind of woman who didn't know better. From a distance, as the three people in the ruins entered the room, the eerie old woman slowly walked over to guard the door. "Oh, my flirtatious grandson." The eerie old woman shook her head helplessly. The soundproofing in the luxurious room of the strange car shop was top-notch, so no one could imagine the intense confrontation that was taking place inside. As the saying goes, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. But what if the spring night lasts far longer than a moment? Its value might be beyond measure. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After an unknown amount of time, a mysterious magic circle in the messy room burst into light. It was the teleportation magic circle that opened to leave the eerie world. In the luxurious room, which was wet all over, the two women leaned against each other, their bodies soft and their faces flushed. They watched as the teleportation magic circle gradually faded away, and their eyes turned red simultaneously. Fiona's only hope had also left, so her outcome was clearly, ultimately doomed to die. Although the red-clothed ghost was indeed a top-tier combat force, it still meant nothing to that woman. "Sister, don't cry. That scoundrel isn't cold-blooded. Over 10 million ghost coins have already been spent, so we must learn to be content. I've seen it. His nature isn't bad, and he's not the kind to get tired of new things. If you follow him well, there will definitely be a bright future ahead. So don't worry about me. I will be in heaven." Fiona choked on her words, not even finishing before a familiar voice interrupted. Chapter 60. Returning to the Human World. While Meyer is being interrogated. "Before you cry and whine, it's best to take a look at the gift box on the bedside." The warm voice belonged to Liangxiao. Upon hearing it, the two women froze for a moment before shifting their gaze to the bedside table in the distance. When they opened the gift box on it, Felice and Fiona's eyes widened in shock almost simultaneously. Inside were two exquisitely crafted car keys that looked as if they were drenched in blood, along with an invoice and a letter. Felice took out the letter and read it aloud quietly. "Looking at your previous desperate expressions, you really didn't think that with your looks and the special bonus of being sisters, I would let you go, did you? Be honest and stay by my side as my ghostly wives. Consider these two cars as my betrothal gifts to you. Just accept them with peace of mind. If you're truly moved, I suggest you change your appearance next time like sprouting bat wings. That would be great, Shy. JPG, by the way, remember to tell that grandma of mine to pick up the cars. I've also ordered her a fully automatic Eerie vehicle." Putting away the envelope, the two women's gazes fell on the invoice. It clearly stated the car purchase price, 12 million ghost coins. At this moment, both Phyllis and Fiona felt as if they had been struck by lightning, their minds completely in disarray. In the human world, in a relatively cozy bedroom, a handsome man was leaning in the embrace of a sweet woman. "Brother Liangxiao, is that kind of thing really so fascinating to you? Even if it is, Jinzi thinks you should pay more attention to your health. Just look at your pale face." As she stroked Liangxiao's astonishingly pale face, Jinzi couldn't help but speak up. If it weren't for the fact that she could still clearly sense the rich vitality within Liangxiao trying to regenerate, she would have suspected that he had been drained completely. He had turned into a dried corpse. Hearing Jinzi's words, Liangxiao, who had been reflecting on the ups and downs of life and the bright future ahead, suddenly twitched the corner of his mouth. Even though speaking was exhausting, It was a matter of a man's dignity. Liangxiao forced his weary eyes open and explained firmly, Jinzi, let's not talk about whether this thing is enjoyable or not. Your brother Liangxiao is doing this purely to enhance his cultivation. I am definitely not the kind of person who is driven by lust. After a pause, Liangxiao continued, this point is actually not important. It's not a big deal for a man to be a little lecherous, but the key issue is your brother Liangxiao is absolutely, definitely, certainly not suffering from kidney deficiency. My current weakness is solely due to the aftereffects of a forced breakthrough. Do you understand what I mean? Little Jinzi? Liangxiao looked at Jinzi with burning eyes, hoping for her affirmation. MMHM, I understand. Jinzi smiled and nodded. Seeing that Jinzi understood, Liangxiao let out a long sigh of relief and relaxed back into Jinzi's soft embrace, soon entering a state of rest. Watching young Liangxiao, who had closed his eyes to recuperate, Jinzi couldn't help but silently chuckle and mutter to herself, a man who is determined to be strong is really adorable. Meanwhile, in the Daxia Empire, Linen City, a pretty young woman was being interrogated in a tightly closed room. You entered a new and bizarre instance called Head Trajectory Car Shop, and you're the only one to survive? Looking at the record book on the table, a member of the Daxia Supernatural Bureau frowned and couldn't help but repeat, including players like Xiaomei and Ma Baohua, who are both mid to late-stage evil spirits. A total of 10 people died, and you, a peak player in the Wandering Soul realm, are the only one who miraculously passed? That's the fact. Do you understand that it is not only the duty of every citizen of Daxia, but also a legally mandated task to disclose in detail the bizarre instance you experienced to our Daxia Supernatural Bureau? The member of the Daxia Supernatural Bureau asked again, to which Xiaomei calmly replied, Of course I understand, but may I ask, what does this have to do with me? I already told you everything in detail 15 minutes ago. At this point, Xiaomei, who had remained calm throughout, finally showed an expression of anger. She suddenly slammed the table and pointed at the member of the Daxia Supernatural Bureau, loudly questioning, I am not a criminal, and I am not responsible for your unwarranted interrogation. Saying this, Xiaomei turned and attempted to rush out of the interrogation room. You, watching Xiaomei, who was impervious to reasoning, the member of the Daxia Supernatural Bureau opened his mouth in anger, but at that moment, a deep voice suddenly rang out. Xiao-san, let her go. Boss, but I said, let her go. Watching Yang's expression turned serious. Seeing this, Xiao-san instantly deflated, obediently stepping aside and allowing Xiaomei to leave. Watching Xiaomei's graceful figure gradually disappear, Xiao-san couldn't help but take out the record book in his hand and speak to Hua Qingyang, boss, based on the rules and tasks of the instance she described. How could she, with her mere peak Wandering Soul realm, possibly pass? Xiao-san argued earnestly. Even if she is pretty and can sell her body to entice those male spirits to buy cars, how could male spirits be like us humans, only seeking that? Moreover, she doesn't even have a scratch on her. She must be lying. Listening to Xiao-san's analysis, Hua Qingyang narrowed his eyes slightly, and after a moment of silence, finally spoke, all decisions must be based on evidence. Whether she is lying or not, we must let the facts speak. She successfully exited the bizarre instance and received the completion reward. That is an undeniable fact. We cannot handle this with subjective judgment. We must not wrong an innocent person. At this point, Hua Qingyang's gaze sharpened a few degrees. And Xiao-san, you best not have any other thoughts about that woman. Although her deceased husband was not a public official, he was a top player in his day. It's possible that she survived thanks to the things left by her late husband. Anyway, he had given his warning. If that kid sought his own doom again, he couldn't be blamed. Sigh. By the way, where exactly did the great Yang go? Chapter 61. Dual Cultivation with Jinzi. Xiaomei's message. At Yang Liangxiao's home. After a few hours of recovery, Yang Liangxiao was jolted awake by a chilling voice. The rewards have been distributed. Yang Liangxiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The last perfect level clearance had granted him impressive cultivation and 2 absolutely top-tier treasures. This time, he was very curious about what he could gain again. Ding! Congratulations to player Yang Liangxiao for clearing the bizarre dungeon. Head track car shop. Given that player Yang Liangxiao has completed the dungeon with a completion rate of 100, the game rating is Perfect. Rewards are now being issued. 20 years of pure cultivation. Talent Eye of Insight. Buzz. A stream of extremely pure, ghostly energy appeared out of nowhere and then flowed into Liangxiao's body. Nourished by this pure, ghostly energy, Liangxiao felt all the pores in his body expanding, and his cultivation level, which had already reached the mid-stage of a malevolent ghost due to dual cultivation with Fiona during their first night, began to loosen up again and rapidly rise. In just a few minutes, Liangxiao's cultivation had already reached the late stage of a malevolent ghost. At the same time, the trend of this cultivation rising had not stopped and was still spreading continuously. After an unknown amount of time, Liangxiao slowly opened his eyes. Swish! With a casual swing of his fist, he could easily create a gust of wind. In just over a week since he crossed over, he had transformed from an ordinary weakling into a peak existence at the malevolent ghost level. Every time he felt the powerful energy surging within him, Liangxiao couldn't help but smile. Which man in the world doesn't like the feeling of such a surge in power? Not to mention that this surge of power for Liangxiao came without any effort, almost entirely through leisure and entertainment experiences. After swinging his fist, Liangxiao reined in his mind and turned his attention to the new talent in his talent column. Name: Liangxiao, cultivation, peak malevolent ghost, talent, insightful, amiable, virtuous, eye of insight. You possess a pair of eyes that can perceive everything. Under these eyes, all information is revealed, and anything you wish to know can be uncovered. Even the color of the underwear the other person is wearing today or their favorite position. Physique: pure yang sacred body. Items: Deputy Director's ID card of the Sin Rehabilitation Institute. Substitute doll. Looking at the description of the Eye of Insight, Liangxiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Just the ability to explore various information was enough to make him feel delighted. The saying, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated, is not just a simple phrase. As long as he masters enough information, even the most difficult bizarre dungeons can maintain a very high probability of clearing, and even the most unreasonable and powerful bizarre entities cannot kill you without reason. Not to mention, after discovering the opponent's weaknesses, combined with his rogue conceptual talent, it would be nearly unsolvable. Ignoring the latter part of the description, Liangxiao's gaze fell on the last column of the attribute panel. Remaining ghost coins. 5 million. Only 5 million left? The corners of Liangxiao's eyes twitched slightly. In these two bizarre instances, he experienced things that an ordinary person would never dare to imagine, relying on his cash ability. He was so carefree and unrestrained while spending at that time. Now that he's calmed down, Liangxiao realizes what he has actually squandered. To pass through these two strange instances without any taboos, he almost spent the equivalent of several buildings. But do you think Liangxiao regrets it? Of course not. First, he not only comfortably and fearlessly achieved a perfect clear of the National Fortune Bazaar instance, which has a death rate of 99. Second, he successfully acquired 2 stunning twin wives who are red-clad, vengeful spirits. Third, the money he spent brought him numerous personal benefits. In summary, Liangxiao does not feel that he wasted any money at all. If money is not meant to be spent, then what is its significance? Moreover, he finds it incredibly easy to obtain ghost coins. While others struggle to get ghost coins, for him, it's just a matter of burning some paper money. Heh. With a light chuckle, Liangxiao did not immediately get up to replenish his financial support, but instead focused his gaze on the sweet and lovely face of Sadako. Pinching her face, which seemed like it could be squeezed for water, Liangxiao suddenly smiled at her and said, Sadako, would you like to experience a fast and side-effect-free cultivation method? Huh. If you really want to, Brother Liangxiao, I can consider it. Upon hearing this, Liangxiao suddenly pushed Sadako down onto the bed. After a few hours of rest, he felt he was ready again. He was already at the peak of the evil spirit realm, and the 2 girls, Felice and the other, had even entered the realm of red-clad, vengeful spirits, leaving only Sadako slowly waiting in the initial stage of the vengeful spirit realm. How could that be acceptable? Time is tight, and the task is heavy. He is a good man who enjoys helping spirits, and today he must help Sadako at least break through a realm. But just as Liangxiao's hand was about to reach its destination, a message came in. It was an urgent message from Xiaomei. Huh? Seeing this, Liangxiao halted his actions, furrowing his brow as he began to read the message. After finishing the message, his frown deepened even further. Xiaomei had just informed him that the national authorities were actively searching for his whereabouts. Liangxiao could completely understand this. After all, with his extraordinary performance during his first entry into the bizarre dungeon, it was likely that not only the national agencies, but also various factions within the Great Xia Empire wanted to recruit him. He was not against joining any faction or national agency. He understood the principle of finding shade under a big tree. Forget about any restrictions, given what he had demonstrated. It would be a stroke of luck to join any of these factions, and would they dare to make any demands? Quietly recovering his strength in Sadako's embrace, he was waiting for recruiters from various factions to come knocking. However, Liangxiao keenly noticed something strange. The national agencies had begun searching for his whereabouts vigorously 5 or 6 days ago, but why had they not shown up until now? Moreover, they even had to specifically inquire about Xiaomei, who had just miraculously survived the new bizarre dungeon. This shouldn't be the case. Liangxiao was quite puzzled. Given the terrifying efficiency of the national agencies when they were fully operational, it was hard to believe that they had been searching for 5 or 6 days. Yet, not only had no official members come to find him, but he hadn't even seen a shadow of anyone from outside forces. Chapter 62. Instead of racking your brain, it's better to... Something was off. Very, very off. Liangxiao tightly gripped the white dough, his thoughts spiraling. For a moment, he didn't even realize he was squeezing too hard. A cry of pain escaped, and Sadako frowned beautifully, pulling Liangxiao down beneath her. Brother Liangxiao, how can you space out during such an important matter as improving your cultivation? Hiss. On one side, Liangxiao is enjoying extreme happiness, while on the other side, the entire supernatural bureau of the Great Xia is in a state of turmoil. Since the directive was issued 5 days ago, almost every district's supernatural bureau has dispatched all personnel to thoroughly investigate Liangxiao's whereabouts. However, the only result they have obtained is no trace. Various signs even indicate that Liangxiao does not exist within the borders of the Great Xia Empire. Looking at the report in his hand, Minister Xie couldn't help but frown and said, Director Li, even if you don't want us to extend an olive branch to that little fellow Liangxiao, there's no need to fabricate a false report, is there? Exactly. Director Li, Wang Zhongshu naturally took over the conversation. Our Great Xia Empire values fairness above all. We cannot allow one hand to cover the sky. Don't you agree? Compared to the smoothness of the two, Deputy Minister Liu was much more direct. He almost pointed directly at Li Zhenghua and said, the former emperor personally instructed that as long as he is one of your Great Xia Supernatural Bureau's people, he could be anyone's person. Isn't it a bit excessive to keep him hidden behind your back? As long as he enters our Great Xia Supernatural Bureau, am I still afraid of outsiders snatching him away? And you wanted to make a false report? Have you all been kicked in the head by a donkey? Having been puzzled and anxious about this matter for a long time, Li Zhenghua finally exploded after being provoked by these 3 powerful officials. He suddenly slammed the table, pointing at the 3 most powerful and influential officials in the Great Xia Empire, and directly started cursing. You suspect me, but I also suspect that you took the initiative to secretly abduct that kid Liangxiao, disregarding the former emperor's orders. As the cursing battle was about to begin, a hoarse yet powerful voice suddenly rang out. As some of the most powerful and esteemed figures in our Great Xia Empire, do you really enjoy arguing like shrews? How about this? I will serve as a witness today, and instead of blaming each other, let us have a fight right here. The one who survives will be the victor. How about that? As soon as the voice fell, the 4 people who were previously at odds immediately ceased hostilities, bowing slightly to the former emperor and saying, Former emperor. The former emperor walked into the room with his head held high and took his seat at the head of the table. He first glanced at the 4 people present, then spoke. You don't need to speculate too much about the whereabouts of that kid Liangxiao. None of you have interfered with him, nor can anyone cover up his whereabouts. As for why we cannot find him despite mobilizing the entire nation, it may involve deeper matters. At this point, the former emperor paused and continued, Not being able to find him or win him over does not mean we cannot choose him to represent our great Xia Empire in the national fortune's strange copy, does it? Once this was said, everyone present revealed a knowing smile. This is indeed the case. If Liangxiao's disappearance does not interfere with any forces or patterns, and can bring more benefits to the great Xia Empire, they really don't need to care about his whereabouts. The next day at dawn, the warm sunlight pierced through the darkness, illuminating the two people sleeping in each other's arms. Liangxiao's complexion was unusually rosy. After gently kissing the beautiful woman in his arms, who was covered in red marks, he lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and then exhaled a dragon-like plume of smoke towards the gradually brightening sky. After battling with Sadako all night, although he had not directly broken through the barrier from the evil ghost realm to the fierce ghost realm, Liangxiao could clearly feel that he would complete the breakthrough in no time. To be precise, under the premise of no copy summons and daily dual cultivation with Sadako, he would break through to the fierce ghost realm in less than 10 days. In just a short span of 20 days, he had grown from an ordinary person into a powerful figure in the fierce ghost realm. How exaggerated that is, people would hardly believe it if told. After all, the world's top players in strange games take a full 6 months to break through from a newcomer to the fierce ghost realm. And what about Liangxiao? He only needed 20 days. The exaggerated speed of his cultivation ascension makes it hard to believe he is human. Although he doesn't know when his next Bazaar dungeon or the National Fortune Bazaar dungeon will arrive. Ensuring that his weapons and ammunition are sufficient is the most important thing for Liangxiao. As for the strange questions reported by Huang Meyer about what to do before getting intimate, Liangxiao doesn't want to pay attention to them any longer. To each their own. Anyway, even if things develop in this way, he can still smoothly climb to the top of the world. Whether there is a big tree to provide shade is really not important. Instead of pondering, it would be better to engage in dual cultivation. Shaking his head and casting aside the mixed thoughts in his mind, Liangxiao then shouted out loud, "Ladies, today is my birthday, and I'm giving out some benefits. If you need anything today, feel free to come to me. All the costs for burning paper money and performing rituals are free." As soon as these words were spoken, the originally quiet street immediately became lively. "Xiaoyang, are you kidding? Xiaoyang, my late husband has his birthday in a few days. I'll burn some paper money for him today. Happy birthday, Xiaoyang. We won't take advantage of you. Here's an egg from my old hen at home. It's much more nutritious than those from live chickens. Take it." Amid the cheers and teasing from the neighbors, Liangxiao smiled as he crazily burned paper money. 100, 200. Super jackpot. Savings of 20,000. While burning paper money to increase his savings, Liangxiao couldn't stop smiling. His joy at that moment was not only because he could clearly see his savings increasing, but also due to the rare and friendly atmosphere among the neighbors that he experienced in his previous life. Interacting with this group of neighbors, he felt they lacked the mixed malice of normal humans and were very pure. This is excellent. Chapter 63. Eliminate Liangxiao at all costs. 6 days after the first bizarre national fortune instance was cleared, flirting with the innocent girl on the street, burning paper money, and diligently training. 7 days after the first bizarre national fortune instance was cleared, discovered that the innocent girl was actually a contrast bitch, extremely unhappy, burned paper money fiercely, and trained super hard. 8 days after the first bizarre national fortune instance was cleared, just as Liangxiao was about to begin his morning exercise, a cold and strange voice reverberated throughout the world. The second bizarre national fortune instance has now started, with contestants randomly selected from various countries. The bizarre national fortune instance has started again. Liangxiao raised his eyebrows, stopping his actions. He wanted to see if his luck would be bad enough to be selected again. The second bizarre national fortune instance is as follows. Blood Hospital No. 3. Task details. As a well-known private medical institution in the bizarre world, it has the most renowned reputation within a 1,000,000-mile radius, with countless patients viewing it as a life-saving paradise and countless doctors seeing it as a dreamland. Task difficulty. Nightmare. What the hell? Only one person from the Great Xia Empire could clear the high-risk level difficulty. And now what the hell is this nightmare level difficulty? Is it even scarier than high risk? Isn't that just nonsense? Just the two words alone suggest it's scarier than high risk. It's over, it's over. This time it's highly likely to be game over again. If this bizarre game continues like this, doesn't that mean every extra day lived is a blood profit? I just hope the rules of this bizarre game are a bit kinder. If I really draw a top-tier player, there might still be a chance to clear it. Global citizens are lamenting everywhere. The last high-risk difficulty National Fortune Bazaar instance was terrifying to that extent, and, in the end, there was even the appearance of a red-clothed ghost. Now, it's good that another nightmare-level instance has popped up. What does this mean? Are they trying to push our human race towards a dead end? Just as global citizens were continuously complaining and hoping, many high-level officials in the peak meeting room of Great Xia couldn't help but frown. Nightmare-level difficulty? Although they weren't clear on what this new difficulty represented, it was easy to guess that all the high-level officials present knew that this bizarre National Fortune instance was fraught with danger. The last high-risk difficulty National Fortune Bazaar instance had already resulted in the terrifying appearance of a red-clothed ghost, and now there was an unknown nightmare-level difficulty. All the high-level officials of Great Xia had enough reason to suspect that there might even be a Ghost King-level strongman appearing next. Ghost King level. Just thinking about this, all the high-level officials present couldn't help but feel a pause in their hearts. If a Ghost King level bazaar being really appeared, then no matter how extraordinary Liangxiao's talent was, he would absolutely have no power to fight back. In fact, before Liangxiao even noticed the appearance of the Ghost King level bazaar being, he was already separated from his head. At this moment, everyone present exchanged glances and then spoke in unison. Old Sovereign, we suggest directly designating a top player at the Ghost King level to participate in this dungeon. The moment this thought was put into action, a cold suddenly rang out. Contestants must be at the level of a fierce ghost or below, at most, fierce ghost level. Listening to this eerie game rule, the faces of almost all the high-ranking officials present turned grim. This bizarre game clearly still wants to push them to their deaths. After a brief silence, they had no other opinions and collectively decided on one candidate, Liangxiao. Although they could look for high-talent individuals still at the peak of the evil ghost level to participate in the bizarre National Destiny dungeon, it was ultimately better to let Liangxiao, who had already practiced killing the red-clothed evil ghost, participate directly. After all the high-talent individuals at the peak of the evil ghost level they could think of almost had no strength to cross borders and kill the red-clothed evil ghost. It is extremely difficult to fight across great realms in the bizarre world. In comparison, Liangxiao, a miracle walker they had yet to fully comprehend, was more qualified to participate in the dungeon. With tacit approval, the exclusive rights belonging to the Great Xia Empire were activated. Congratulations. You have successfully chosen Liangxiao as the contestant for this bizarre National Destiny dungeon. Looking at the successful rule prompt, all the high-level officials from various countries present breathed a sigh of relief. Although they could not send top players with high cultivation levels, they were satisfied to have Liangxiao represent them in the National Destiny Bazaar dungeon. Buzz, a cold, eerie aura mixed into the air, causing everyone in the world to feel their heart rate accelerate with every breath. Under the tense gaze of the crowd, the Bazaar live broadcast room finally revealed the list of contestants. Now announcing the related information of contestants from various countries. Great Xia Empire contestant. Name, Liangxiao. Age, 19. Occupation, member of Huayang Palace. Cultivation level, peak evil ghost. Number of bizarre dungeons experienced, 2. Almost at the moment the contestant information was announced, a wave of shock swept through all nations around the globe. What the hell? Peak evil ghost. Holy crap. This person from Great Xia has reached the peak of the evil ghost level after only experiencing 2 bizarre dungeons? My god, please tell me this isn't real. This person from Great Xia must be the illegitimate child of the bizarre game. I want to report this corruption. Compared to the mindless complaints and disbelief of the masses, the high-level officials of the world's nations were clearly not fools. Based on the information revealed by the bizarre game, they quickly began a detailed discussion. No, even if this Liangxiao successfully cleared both bizarre dungeons with perfect ratings, it is still impossible for his cultivation to be raised to the peak of the evil ghost level so easily. I estimate that during the past few days of downtime, the Great Xia Empire must have granted him numerous relevant spiritual treasures for absorption, which allowed him to reach the peak of the evil ghost level in just 10 days. What you said makes perfect sense. Sato Kuin's analysis is very accurate. Amidst a chorus of agreement, the emperor of the Eastern Yamato nation suddenly said coldly, "But even so, the fact that this great Xian man, Liangxiao, has jumped from an ordinary person to the peak of the evil ghost level in just 10 days cannot be disputed. We must admit that in terms of the talent he has displayed, he already far exceeds everyone in the world. At this point, not only the Eastern Yamato nation, but also the highest authorities of nearly all nations around the globe wore grim expressions as they issued deadly orders. If conditions permit, we must spare no expense." Du eliminate yang Liangxiao. Chapter 64, The Second Bizarre National Destiny Dungeon. Contestant list announced the high-level officials of the 100 nations actually had reasonable grounds for their conjectures. Just based on the cultivation rewards from the two bizarre dungeons, Liangxiao could only have his cultivation raised to the early stage of the evil ghost level at most. To elevate from the early stage to the peak of the evil ghost level in such a short time would indeed require consuming extremely high-grade treasures. And only a powerful national machine could produce such a vast amount of heavenly and earthly spiritual treasures without damaging one's foundation. However, what they did not know was how the high-level officials of Great Xia, who they speculated had spent a great deal of resources on Liangxiao, reacted after seeing Liangxiao's related information. Great Xia Empire, imperial capital. In that magnificent hall, the high-level officials of Great Xia were originally either engaged in serious discussions or quietly listening. They all straightened their bodies, as if frozen by a spell, dumbfounded in place. Their eyes filled with shock. It was an indescribable bewilderment. Even the usually calm and wise face of the old monarch was now filled with disbelief. Some people slightly opened their mouths, seemingly wanting to say something, but were so shocked that they couldn't utter a sound. Others let the documents in their hands slip away unnoticed. Their thoughts seemed to freeze in that moment, and past experiences and composure were shattered by this sudden impact. The entire space was filled with a tense and shocking atmosphere, with only the heavy sound of breathing reminding the world that they were in extreme shock, unable to extricate themselves. After a long time, someone finally broke the silence with a dry throat. That, if I remember correctly, he was an ordinary person just 10 days ago, right? Indeed. So, does that mean that after perfectly clearing another bizarre dungeon, he managed to raise his cultivation level from the mid-early stage of the evil ghost level to the peak level in his spare time? It should, possibly be like that. Gulp, gulp. With this question and answer, a series of swallowing sounds echoed throughout the peak conference room. They originally thought they had overestimated Liangxiao's talent, but now it seemed that they had still underestimated the level of his genius. He had managed to elevate himself from the mid-stage of the evil ghost level to the peak of the evil ghost level all on his own. What concept is this? Liangxiao's breakthrough speed has almost overturned the entire Great Xia Empire. No, the worldview that took the entire world 3 years to construct. At this moment, all the senior officials of the Great Xia looked at each other and noticed the fiery light in each other's eyes. No matter what, even if it meant marrying off their own daughters, they had to find a way to draw this prodigy, Liangxiao, into their camp. Even a single person like him could make their families immortal for hundreds of years. Regardless of whether Liangxiao would need our external hints and assistance in the upcoming national fortune instance, we must take the initiative to contact him and find out exactly where he is. This is our only chance to track his whereabouts. As soon as this proposal was made, everyone present unanimously agreed. The conversation splits into two sides. The information about the participants in this bizarre live broadcast is still being announced. Contestant from the Eastern Japan, name, Ichiro Sasaki, age, 36, profession, ghost exorcist. Level, mid-level evil ghost, number of bizarre instances experienced, 51. Contestant from Taiching country, name, Basolna, age, 50, profession, curse master, level, late stage, evil ghost. Number of bizarre instances experienced, 66. Contestant from the Great Beauty Empire. Name, Wadeburn. Age, 38. Profession, Captain of Spirit Communication Team, 369. Level, Late Stage, Evil Ghost. Number of bizarre instances experienced, 53. Contestant from the Bear Country. Name, Ivankov Mina. Age, 29. Profession, Grand Princess of Bear Country. Level, Mid-Level, Evil Ghost. Number of bizarre instances experienced, 42. Watching the series of participant information, the citizens of the first 4 countries became excited. Woo! It's stable now. This time it's really stable. In this second bizarre national luck instance, each country has only 1 contestant, so there's no fear of having a deadweight. Jo, Big Yo. Our Ichiro Sasaki from Eastern Japan is a well-known top player. The first completion reward of this bizarre national luck instance must be ours. TCH. Our Master Basolna from Taichin Country should get to know it well before boasting that you can get the first completion reward. Master Basolna can stop children from crying at night. Looking at the people from various countries continuously boasting about how amazing their contestants are, the citizens of the Great Xia country were filled with disdain in their eyes. They had no desire to engage in useless verbal disputes with these short-sighted fools. Although they acknowledged that the contestants from the top-ranking countries were mostly at the Evil Ghost level, and high-level players at the Evil Ghost level are ranked globally. But so what? You must know that the contestant representing the Great Xia Empire is Liangxiao, the Great God Yang. Previously, their Great God Yang could slay the red-clothed Evil Ghost even with just the Soul Realm level. Now, he has directly broken through to the peak of the Evil Ghost level. So killing these mid-level Evil Ghosts is as simple as killing a dog. Meanwhile, a wave of bizarre energy spread from the real world. The selected contestants from various countries instantly entered the bizarre world. Before the consciousness blurred, Liangxiao, who had only put on a pair of shorts for safety, couldn't help but turn dark in the face. I really can't believe it. After a while, the bizarre live broadcast revealed a clear image, setting aside the various contestants. A handsome guy in Angry Bird underwear in the center of the venue almost attracted all the attention of the audience worldwide. The man was none other than Liangxiao, known as the Morning Star of the Great Xia Empire. The Great God Yang. Silence. Still silence. After a moment of silence, the global audience began to flood the screen with comments. Setting aside everything else, the people of the Great Xia Empire are indeed extraordinary. Not only do they act without restraint, but even their appearance style is unique. I noticed some differences from that Angry Bird. I finally understand why I look almost identical to him. Yet that group of female weirdos only likes Liangxiao. I now have enough reason to suspect that this guy named Liangxiao definitely has half of his bloodline from a black person. Chapter 65. Nightmare Difficulty. Perverse Killing rules. The audience outside was buzzing with discussions about Liangxiao's explosive appearance. And the contestants from various countries who were forcibly brought to the bizarre world were also dumbfounded by Liangxiao in front of them. Oh my God! The sound of gasps kept coming, and pairs of confused, shocked, bewildered, and disgusted eyes were crazily focused on Liangxiao. Facing everyone's gaze, Liangxiao twitched his mouth, quickly put on his clothes, and then forced himself to speak calmly. If I say that I was just teleported here right after taking a shower, and this appearance was not my intention, would you believe it? The crowd did not speak, but the pairs of eyes filled with disdain and disbelief had already said it all. Seeing this, Liangxiao opened his mouth, wanting to say something more. At this moment, a hand rested on Liangxiao's shoulder. Liangxiao turned his head to see a dark-skinned man flashing a big white smile filled with kindness and understanding. It's okay. Brother Yang, we're all men here. You don't need to explain. We all understand. Besides, with that angry little bird of yours, you could easily endorse CK underwear. As soon as these words were spoken, most people present nodded in confusion. What are you talking about, dude? Liangxiao turned to look at the understanding face of Brother Heizi, and at that moment, he really wanted to slap him across the face. What do you know? You idiot! Have you ever considered that what you think is kindness may actually be a greater malice towards others? Just as Liangxiao's mind was in turmoil, a dull and hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Dear, beautiful, or handsome human players, please come in. Once you enter the hospital, I will explain all the specific rules to you. As the unpleasant sound of the seemingly old bellows echoed, it instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. But when all the human players frowned and shifted their gaze towards him, a smile that was more grotesque than crying slowly appeared on his dry, gaunt face, as if there was no flesh beneath it. With the emergence of this smile, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him. It was like a bomb that had just exploded, and the horrifying aura surged forth from him, overwhelming the entire venue like a tidal wave. The breath seemed to come from an endless abyss of darkness, carrying a bone-chilling coldness and a terrifying sense of oppression, like a frenzied beast clawing and pouncing into every corner, making the air tremble. The crowd swept by this aura. Those players in the ghost realm could still resist it to some extent, but the group of human players at the evil ghost level instantly turned pale. That cold aura continuously seeped into their bodies, as if icy frost was pressing against their veins, ready to freeze them to death on the spot. Although Liangxiao was also in the evil ghost realm, he was not like ordinary people now. The mere pressure of a red-clothed ghost was nothing to him. He had already killed more than one. However, in the next second, as he scrutinized it, Liangxiao's pupils suddenly constricted. In that instant, the old ghost, which had been several dozen meters away from everyone just moments ago, suddenly disappeared from sight. Immediately after, there was a splattering sound of blood. In just 2 seconds, everyone present did not focus on him at all, simply because Black Bao Kingdom contestant has died. Disaster will descend in 3 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. Dephone Kingdom contestant has died. Disaster will descend in 3 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. Flying Fish Kingdom contestant has died. Disaster will descend in 3 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. Nanshan Kingdom. Clatter, clatter. Hearing the chilling sound of a head falling, all the human contestants gathered in front of the Blood Third Hospital couldn't help but feel a chill rise behind them. Before the bizarre instance even began, 9 representatives from different countries had already died. Isn't it true that the bizarre entities in the instance must have the players violate rules or reach points that they truly detest in order to kill them? What is the situation with this guy? Is he not controlled by rules? Can he kill a will based on his whims? No. Even if this guy is the red-clothed evil spirit in the eerie National Fortune Dungeon, he must still abide by the rules. Liangxiao's deep-set eyes flickered with a faint light. Under the effect of the Eye of Insight, he saw information that ordinary people could not perceive. Name, Changshanin race, emotion ghost, cultivation, mid-stage red-clothed evil spirit, position, security guard. Introduction, this ugly old ghost, due to a tragic childhood experience, has a twisted mind and cannot accept excessive emotional fluctuations from ordinary people. Heartbeat exceeding 120. He perceives this as mockery and will immediately retaliate in anger, as killing those who mock him is his only passion for survival. To stay alive, he might even actively create situations that lead others to mock him. Evaluation. This is a purely mentally disturbed old fellow. I suggest the host eliminate this old man in advance to avoid being disturbed when the host is applauding for love with the beautiful ghost from the Third Blood Hospital. Ignoring the evaluation section of the Eye of Insight, Liangxiao couldn't help but slightly narrow his eyes. In a world filled with murderous intent, emotional fluctuations cannot be excessive. At the same time, this red-clothed evil spirit wandering in the hospital will actively trigger you to meet the killing conditions. The nightmare difficulty. Indeed, it's no joke. Liangxiao gave his own evaluation. He knew the key information, but others did not. Changshanin stretched out his hands to push open the door, simultaneously spreading his arms and smiling eerily as he softly said to everyone, "Welcome to the Third Blood Hospital." The door opened, disregarding the bloody mud on the ground. The remaining human players present all walked towards the open door. However, just as some of them reached halfway, a flash of white light appeared. Sharp rays effortlessly severed 2 heads once again, facing the rolling eyes of the dead on the ground. Everyone present couldn't help but widen their pupils. At that moment, Changshanin moved again. This time, he chose not to behead, but directly plunged his dry, sharp fingers into the chest of a human player. He slowly extracted a vibrant heart and then casually tossed it into his mouth, biting down hard before swallowing it whole. As blood splattered, The ugly smile on Nagayama's face appeared even more chilling. Are you all just going to stand there, waiting for me to carry you in on a grand sedan chair? Chapter 66. Half Dead, Global Panic. Wow. Almost instantaneously, the previously silent, eerie livestream room erupted with a torrent of discussions. What the hell is this old ghost doing? Killing at will? If the red-clothed ghost can kill at will, I just want to ask who can stop its slaughter? Woo-woo. Our representative contestant hasn't even officially started the dungeon and has already died suddenly. This time, I'm afraid for Rat. It's going to be bad. Is this what nightmare difficulty is like? This damned eerie game really doesn't want us humans to survive. Compared to the panic and anger of the public, the leaders of countries around the world furrowed their brows tightly. A powerful eerie being at the level of a red-clothed ghost. If it truly can kill without being bound by the rules of the game, then aside from those high-level human players with precious treasures and supreme talents, the remaining people present would have no means of resistance against Nagayama's assault. In this bizarre and national fate dungeon, all the participants are likely facing a grim outcome. The strength of the red-clothed ghost at the level of a fierce spirit is not something low-tier human players can contend with. Of course, unless all 80 participants present joint forces, there might be a glimmer of hope. But human hearts are inscrutable. Is it really possible for them to wholeheartedly cooperate? Obviously not. Immediate arrangements were made for all national agencies to operate, aiming to analyze the motives or vulnerabilities of this old ghost in the shortest time possible. High-level officials from around the world issued top directives, quickly mobilizing their national machinery to begin speculating and searching for all information related to this newly encountered anomaly. Meanwhile, in the Daxia Empire, at the Peak Conference Room, in the tense atmosphere of the meeting room, almost everyone present had a grave expression as they awaited certain outcomes. Contrary to the decisions of high-level officials from around the world, the Daxia Empire also mobilized all its resources to attempt to decipher the information related to Changshanin. However, due to the unprecedented appearance of Changshanin and its extremely irrational killing behavior, even with the vast power of the entire Daxia Empire, they still could not successfully decipher it in a short time. Director Huang, what is the result? Li Zhangwu Inkidat. And all the civil and military officials present turned their gazes to Director Huang, who was in charge of the Daxia Intelligence Management Bureau. Meeting the anxious and expectant eyes of everyone, Director Huang shook his head with an extremely grim expression. No way. This new red-clothed ghost, named Changshanin, has appeared for the first time not only in our country, but in the entire world. Given its profound cultivation level, we would need at least a full week to successfully decipher its related information. A week? As soon as Director Huang finished explaining, several raised voices immediately erupted. Director Huang, what the hell are you doing? You can pinpoint the minor corruption of our subordinates with precision. That is called stable and ruthless. Now, when we encounter a real challenge that requires your expertise, you tell me it will take at least a week. Some civil and military officials, who already had grievances against Director Huang, took the opportunity to exert pressure. It is unclear whether they genuinely cared for the people and the country, or if they were simply seeking to vent their frustrations. Faced with the opportunistic attacks from those officials, Director Huang gritted his teeth, his expression darkening as he opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to refute something, but ultimately closed it again. There was no way around it, no matter how reasonable and justified he sounded. The task of exploring information related to anomalies was indeed the responsibility of the Daxia Intelligence Management Bureau. And now it seemed that the burden under his jurisdiction would take a full week to lift. This is indeed a manifestation of his incompetence. It's true. The last bizarre instance ended in less than 5 days, with 90% of the participating teams completely wiped out. This time, not only is there no opportunity for three-person collaboration, but the difficulty has also escalated to a nightmare level we've never seen before. If it takes us a whole week just to analyze a piece of information, I fear that this second bizarre national fortune instance will have already ended. Not able to handle serious matters, yet running faster than a dog that smells something foul for trivial ones. TSK, TSK, TSK. Both in terms of sentiment and reason. Many officials present expressed their dissatisfaction towards Director Huang. The bizarre national fortune instance is not only related to young Liangxiao's survival, but also concerns the lives of a quarter of the entire population of the Great Xia Empire. In this situation, nothing related can be taken lightly. At this moment, an old yet powerful voice rang out. All right, the die is cast. It's useless for you to target him any further. Instead of trying to shift the blame, why not think about how to help this little guy, Liangxiao, get through this bizarre national fortune instance? The conversation split into two parts. In the midst of Chang Shanin's menacing smile, all the contestants present, except for Liangxiao, were filled with anxiety. A red-clad, vengeful spirit was glaring at them, making them feel tense. Uncertain of Chang Shanin's motive for killing, every contestant was extremely cautious in their every move. They almost sluggishly stepped into the blood-third hospital. Yet, even though they moved with utmost care, it did not slow down Chang Shanin's killing speed. Almost every 2 to 3 seconds, a contestant's life was ruthlessly taken away. Contestant from the Dance Chicken Nation has died. Disaster will strike in 3 minutes. Please prepare. Contestant from the Long Sky Nation has died. Disaster will strike in 3 minutes. Please prepare. Contestant from the Blue-White Nation has died. Disaster will strike in 3 minutes. Please prepare. Daughter Nation. Looking at the group before him, who were all poised for battle, Chang Shanin, covered in blood and entrails, smirked and said, "Thank you very much for your hospitality. Umans, I am quite satisfied with this welcoming gift. Now I will announce your task for the next 7 days, so please listen carefully." Upon hearing this, everyone present felt their hearts tighten. They could not afford to relax for even a moment, as the deaths of 50 or 60 contestants just moments ago had already sounded the alarm for them. This brand new nightmare-level bizarre National Destiny dungeon truly signifies the arrival of a real nightmare. In this environment, if they make any mistakes, not only will this nightmare descend upon them, but it may also engulf the entire country behind them. Chapter 67. Beautiful and Graceful. The Grand Princess of the Bear Empire. This time, your clearance condition is very simple. Within these 7 days, you just need to form a medical team, completing the roles of doctor, nurse, and receptionist, ensuring that the daily negative reviews do not exceed 3. Of course, to safely leave this dungeon, merely fulfilling your job responsibilities is not enough. I suggest you work harder and strive to maximize your performance assessment. At this point, Nagayama paused for a moment, then slowly raised his head again, revealing an extremely unpleasant smile. After all, there will only be 3 medical teams that can leave alive. Upon hearing this, all the contestants present had their pupils constrict to the size of pinholes. The rules of this bizarre game are simply outrageous. A total of 100 contestants representing different countries, but in the end, only 9 can emerge. Doesn't this mean that the arrival of this strange national fortune instance can erase a quarter of the population of 90% of the countries in the world no matter what? Before everyone could react in shock, Chang Shanin spoke again. Now I will announce the medical team roster. The first group members are Liangxiao from the Great Xia Empire, Ivankov Mina from the Bear Empire, and Bade from the Buston Kingdom. Isn't this shiny-haired kid the one who just caused trouble? When he saw Liangxiao looking over, the originally nervous Bardis immediately revealed a comfortable smile, his white teeth contrasting sharply with his skin color. Facing Bardis's carefree smile, Liangxiao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. This is a living embodiment of a black toothpaste. With a slight internal complaint, Liangxiao turned his gaze to another teammate, Ivankov Mina. Her long golden hair cascaded down like a waterfall, shimmering faintly under the ghostly fire, as if intricately crafted from golden threads. Her face was exquisite, with a high nose that outlined a 3-dimensional contour, and her blue eyes resembled deep lakes, exuding a rebellious light as if nothing in the world could meet her standards. Coupled with her luxurious attire that accentuated her graceful figure, this beautiful scene made Liangxiao nod lightly in appreciation. One must admit, this renowned Grand Princess of the Bear Empire was indeed a remarkable person. He even felt that she could be compared to the 2 sisters, Felice and Fiona. With her human form, seemingly sensing Liangxiao's gaze, Ivankov Mina suddenly turned her head and approached him with determined steps. Her pace was so quick that she reached Liangxiao in almost a second. Upon arriving in front of him, Ivankov Mena did not rush to speak, but slightly tilted her head to lock eyes with him. Just as young Liangxiao felt a bit uncomfortable under her piercing gaze and was about to say something, Ivankov Mena actively softened the light in her eyes and smiled as she extended her fair hand towards him. "I am Ivankov Mena. Nice to work with you." The difficult-to-approach aura around Ivankov Mena seemed to dissipate the moment she spoke, and the rapid shift in her attitude made young Liangxiao raise an eyebrow in surprise. Although he was confused, young Liangxiao instinctively reached out to grasp her delicate hand. "Yang Gongzi, I've long admired your name," given the possibility that his earlier appreciative gaze might have been misunderstood. Yang Liangxiao intended to give a half-hearted handshake and let go immediately. However, just as he released his grip, her fair hand suddenly tightened around his, the soft touch flooding young Liangxiao's mind. "You're joking, young master. I should be the one saying I've long admired your name." Her exquisitely beautiful face beamed with a radiant smile towards young Liangxiao, leaving him completely bewildered. "Are we sisters? Do we know each other before? Wasn't I just a stinky seller of paper money? How could a grand princess of the Bear Empire have long admired my name? Isn't this pure nonsense?" At this moment, young Liangxiao was completely bewildered, with countless thoughts swirling in his mind. However, in reality, what Ivankov Mena said was completely truthful. There was no falsehood in her words. The fame of the Grand Princess of the Bear Empire was not only widely spread after the arrival of the Bazaar game, but was already renowned worldwide even before that. She was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and her talents surpassed many top men. To have enough qualifications to influence her own marriage, she led a research department of the Bear Empire to technological advancements for decades at a very young age. With beauty, strength, and a unique identity and character, it would be strange if her reputation were not good. However, theoretically speaking, given Ivankov Mena's personality and vision, it was unlikely that any man her age would catch her eye, and even the prospect of her engaging with men seemed extremely improbable. Yet now, not only did she take the initiative to greet young Liangxiao, but she also made physical contact with him in public for the first time. Almost instantly, the male residents of the Bear Empire erupted in chaos. At this moment, the images of other countries suffering from disasters no longer attract their attention. At this moment, the terrifying crisis in the eerie national fortune copy could no longer bring them a sense of urgency. At this moment, all they could see was the scene of their empire's grand princess actively holding young Liangxiao's hand. What the hell is going on? Can someone please tell me? Our empire's grand princess, who is like a flower on a high mountain, not only took the initiative to engage with a man, but even held his hand. It's over. I must have drunk some fake vodka last night to be seeing this. This bastard, when I wake up, I'm definitely going to shove an AK in his mouth. Yura, my eyes must be blind. Even if this young Liangxiao is the new rising star of our friendly nation, if he dares to pursue our grand princess, I will risk everything to curse his entire family. The people of the empire were in an uproar, but young Liangxiao had no idea. All he knew was that this beautiful princess in front of him seemed a bit off. Noticing young Liangxiao's confused expression, Ivankov Mena smiled and didn't mind, continuing to hold his hand as she moved closer to him. In fact, she was half a step behind him. Chapter 68, Princess in My Arms. I'm ready to lie down. The high-ranking officials of the Daxia Empire couldn't help but raise their eyebrows at the scene before them. Although the Daxia Empire and the Bear Empire had always maintained a good relationship, the arrival of the strange game had naturally made the overall environment much more subdued. They had long heard of the Grand Princess, the daughter of the Bear Empire's ruler, who was regarded as the future hope of the entire empire, and even met her in person. Her proud and independent character, looking down on any man in the world, left a deep impression on them. However, this deep impression was more positive than negative, as Ivankov Mena indeed had the strength and appearance to disdain all her male peers. But now, Ivankov Mena was actually behaving unusually, approaching young Liangxiao in such a feminine manner, which was unimaginable for all of them. In this case, as a fellow abnormality, Ivankov Mena should not exhibit such unusual behavior. Is this really a matter that the senior officials of the Bear Empire have entrusted to Ivankov Mena, or do they have other intentions? All the high-ranking officials present are speculating on this question. At this moment, Liangxiao, who is in the lobby of the Third Blood Hospital, is unaware of the intense brainstorming taking place among his country's leaders. He is currently extremely confused by Ivankov Mina's actions. He is not narcissistic enough to think that he could attract a woman of Ivankov Mina's caliber simply with his charm. It's obvious. Ivankov Mina's sudden closeness to him definitely has ulterior motives. However, what those motives are, Liangxiao does not know and does not want to understand. Even if he knew, could he stop it now? When the soldiers come, the generals meet. When the water comes, the soil covers. Since this grand princess of the Bear Empire has taken the initiative to approach him, he no longer needs to act like a gentleman. With this thought, Liangxiao releases grip on Ivankov Mina's hand and instead wrapped his arm around her slender waist. The soft touch quickly came, but Liangxiao did not concentrate on enjoying it. Instead, he carefully observed Ivankov Mina's state. Soon, he noticed that after his touch, her body only stiffened for a brief moment before returning to normal. In fact, when she met Liangxiao's desirous gaze, she even moved closer to him. Liangxiao raised an eyebrow, pleased to enjoy the moment. However, the audience outside was filled with jealousy and resentment, almost turning the evil sword immortal into an invincible state. You son of a gun, Liangxiao, from now on, I declare you my lifelong enemy. Liangxiao, you really deserve to die. I wouldn't mind if you just played around with all the female stars of your great Xia Empire. But how could you even target our Bear Empire's only goddess? Can you imagine that a man could have enough charm to make the ice goddess Mina melt on her own? I don't know about imagining, but all I know is that I just want to say 666. Compared to the concerns of the general public, more of the peculiar gaming experts were focusing their attention on the 7th personnel list that was revealed. 7th Medical Team, Ichiro Sasaki from the Eastern Japan, Basulna from the Tai-Ching Nation, and Wade Byrne from the Great American Empire. This medical team not only has the strongest overall strength, but there is also a more important point. The countries behind them are all at odds with the Great Xia Empire, and it can even be said that they are hostile in a situation where only the top 3 teams can survive. They seriously suspect that the medical team will definitely take ruthless actions against Liangxiao's competing team in the Erie instance. This concerns Liangxiao, who is a rising star, as well as Ivankov Mina, who is hailed as the future hope of the Mao Xiong Empire. They have no choice but to hold endless expectations. As for that little black kid, Dazed, it's better not to mention him. These speculations from the high-level players in the bizarre game are indeed not wrong, because the facts are as such. Just at the moment their medical team roster was announced, a consensus was almost simultaneously reached among the top officials of many countries worldwide. Basulna, if you have the opportunity to eliminate Liangxiao in the strange National Fortune dungeon, you must strangle him in the cradle. If you allow him to continue to develop, he may become a formidable enemy of our Tai-Ching nation. Wade Byrne, the president orders you to spare no effort to attempt to kill Liangxiao, and he will notify Basulna to coordinate with Ichiro Sasaki. Oh, by the way, let me remind you that your wife and children are eagerly expecting you to display your prowess. Sasaki-kun, please cooperate with Wade Byrne-san's work. For the sake of our shared interest between the Eastern Japan and the Great American Empire, you may even have to sacrifice your life if necessary. Not only the orders from the 3 highest authorities of Tai-Ching Nation are the same, but among the 30 contestants present, apart from Liangxiao's group, a total of 27 received this order. In an instant, the undisguised malice was aimed at Liangxiao and his companions, turning the already eerie and cold atmosphere even more dangerous. Glancing around at the unfriendly gazes from the crowd, Liangxiao slightly narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing across them. You better not seek your own death, Liangxiao whispered to himself. Just now, he had carefully sensed the cultivation and strength of these contestants. Excluding the medical team composed of Eastern Japan, Tai-Ching Nation, and the Great American Empire, the other medical teams posed no threat to him at all. In fact, if he seized the opportunity, Liangxiao could easily crush them. A group of peak evil spirits and a few early-stage fierce spirits actually dared to openly show killing intent towards him. Who gave you the courage? Liangxiao really wanted to ask. Yang Shun, I feel that we are in a bit of trouble. facing the unfriendly gazes of the crowd. The once sunny Bartis immediately shrank his head and decisively retreated behind Liangxiao. Glancing at the cowardly Bartis, Liangxiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then with a slight smile, he walked towards his own medical room. "Don't worry, with me here, just lie down and relax." Liangxiao wrapped his arm around Ivanovka Mina's soft waist and strode into the first medical room, showing no signs of panic. "Don't ask. Just know it's the confidence brought by the eye of insight." After completely entering the first medical room, the mysterious and obscure runes gradually appeared in the depths of Liangxiao's eyes. Chapter 69, Recruiting. Everyone shows their skills. After entering the medical room, Bartis immediately anxiously peered out through the window of the door, looking left and right. After confirming that no contestants from other countries were approaching, Bartis finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Yang Deshun, Princess Mina, don't worry, no one is coming." Bartis patted his broad chest. Hearing his voice, the corner of Liangxiao's eye twitched slightly, and then he turned his gaze to the beautiful little phoenix, Ivanovka Mina. "Mina, can I call you that?" "Of course, Liangxiao." "Well, Mina, aside from the strongest 7th group, outside there are a total of 5 late-stage evil spirits, 12 peak evil spirits, and 7 peak fierce spirits that we might conflict with. If we only consider these 24 people here, how many can you handle at the same time?" Liangxiao stared intently into Ivanovka Mina's azure eyes. He knew quite a bit about this woman from his previous life, whether before or after the Bazaar apocalypse. She was always a dazzling star. Although the Bazaar game rules show her cultivation as merely mid-stage fierce spirit, Liangxiao absolutely does not believe her strength is as simple as it appears. To thrive in the Bazaar game, how could one succeed without being cunning? Isn't this it? All of them. As soon as these words were spoken, Liangxiao and Beicher couldn't help but blink. With such a confident tone from Ivankov Mina, it was clear she was definitely a cunning strategist with a backup plan. Just then, a dreadful voice echoed through the long corridor. "The time for consultations has arrived. Please prepare to receive guests, all department physicians. It has begun." All the contestants present turned their gazes toward the tightly shut door outside, accompanied by a chilling creak. The cobweb-covered door slowly opened. In the darkness, the first patient quietly appeared, hunched over, with unsteady steps, like a lost ghost. His blood-soaked face flickered in the dim light, his eyes hollow and confused, dragging his heavy feet, step by step, into the hospital. Next, the second patient emerged, wrapped in a black robe. With a hood obscuring his face, he was unrecognizable. He walked silently, not making a sound. It was visibly clear that bloodstains marked the areas he passed through. Soon after, more patients entered the hospital one after another. Some had vacant expressions, some showed signs of fear, and others emitted low moans, moving like the walking dead through the darkness. However, when they arrived in front of rows of doors, they paused, revealing a look of contemplation. Clearly, they were also uncertain about which treatment room to go to and which physician to consult. At this moment, it was truly a test of pulling power. Liangxiao suddenly shouted with shining eyes, "It's decided, it's you, Bades. Get more patients over here immediately." "Me?" Bades pointed to himself, then showed a somewhat troubled expression. "Lord Yang, it's not that I don't want to work, it's just that I need to know what advantages I have to bring them over here for treatment." In the brief seconds that Bades asked Liangxiao this question, the medical teams in the other medical rooms were already showcasing their skills. Although attempting to take down Liangxiao was a big deal, getting their own medical team's performance ranking into the top 3 was the most important thing. If they didn't make it into the top 3, forget about any national orders. Their own lives would be at stake. In this case, who cares about completing the high-level orders of the state? First, let's boost the performance evaluation, and then we can think about taking down Liangxiao. That's the right way to go. When you come to me for treatment, I can give you an 80 discount, and I'll cover the remaining 20 of the consultation fee. Not only can I give you a discount, but we also have women who can accompany you to do some pleasurable things. As she spoke, one of the flirty nurses directly took off her underwear and threw it outside the door. Wow. For a moment, a large portion of the strange patient's attention was drawn to the 5th medical room. Such a shocking statement caught the attention of Liangxiao, who was about to explain the situation with Beicher. looking at the dirty bodies of the bizarre patients, which were 3 to 4 meters tall, and then at the height of the flirtatious woman, who was only about 1 meter 56, Liangxiao couldn't help but nod in admiration. This is what it means for talents to emerge in every generation. At that moment, a middle-aged man with graying hair stepped forward. He was none other than the contestant from the Jincheng Kingdom, Barcelona, a black-robed exorcist. Barcelona glanced at the woman, posing provocatively, and disdainfully curled his lips. "Oomph. Do you really think these bizarre creatures of at least the evil ghost level would act like the fools in the real world?" Barcelona muttered to himself, then immediately took out a glass ring and crushed it violently. Bang! The glass ring shattered with a loud noise, and, at the same time, a scream echoed as a fierce-looking naked ghost was caught in Barcelona's broad palm. The sudden sound and the wave of ghostly energy instantly attracted the unfriendly gazes of most of the bizarre patients. They coldly stared at Barcelona, as if to say, "If you don't give us a reasonable explanation, we will come up and take you down first. How dare you unleash your power in the blood-third hospital?" Under the watchful eyes filled with murderous intent, beads of cold sweat began to appear on Barcelona's forehead. But soon, he adjusted his mood and loudly declared, "As long as you come to our 7th patient for diagnosis, we will give you a brand new ghost from the soul realm for free to play with or consume. If we fail in the diagnosis, we will compensate you with 2 additional ghosts. Now, since this event is just starting, we have decided to launch a special benefit. The first 10 patients who come for diagnosis will receive not 1, but 2 brand new ghosts from the soul realm for free to play with or consume, with limited spots available on a first-come, first-served basis. Please come for treatment as soon as possible." As soon as these words were spoken, the bizarre patients, who had been distracted by the flirtatious woman, suddenly widened their eyes. Their pained faces suddenly showed enthusiasm, and almost without hesitation, they rushed towards the 7th medical room. Those little ghosts made from human souls were just as satisfying and effective for them as living humans, if not better. Chapter 70, All Eyes on Me. The bizarre patients in the entire blood-third hospital began to flock towards the 7th medical room, thanks to Barcelona's maneuver. The number of customers drawn in was simply beyond comparison with the other 10 medical teams. Such a scene fell into the eyes of the audience watching the bizarre live broadcast, sparking intense discussions. "Well said. I strongly condemn him. This way of attracting customers is simply shameless. It's unfair. Rematch. I demand a rematch." Although Lord Barcelona is a butcher who views human life as worthless, it cannot be denied that he has a patriotic heart. In this bizarre national fortune dungeon, as long as he can clear the dungeon and save millions, I think any minor mistakes can be forgiven. To the Eastern Japanese lying dog upstairs, please shut up. Okay? Even though this trio may not be strong in dealing with the bizarre, given such a large population base, they can achieve extremely high performance regardless. They could even easily crush the first medical team led by Liangxiao. The high-ranking officials of the Jincheng Kingdom are extremely pleased, while in contrast, the high-ranking officials of the other countries led by the Great Xia Empire all have solemn expressions. At the cost of many little ghosts, they simply attract uncertain bizarre patients to seek treatment. In this situation, if Liangxiao really wants to use ghost coins to attract patients, then his expenses would be enormous. In this situation, how exactly should Liangxiao break the deadlock? Many high-ranking officials of the Great Xia were intently watching the big screen, their eyes revealing a sense of anticipation. Meanwhile, in the strange world, in the first therapy room, Liangxiao glanced at the smug Barcelona and the others, shaking his head in disdain. Noticing Liangxiao's movement, the previously nervous Bardis immediately broke into a brilliant smile. "Great God, Yang, have you thought of a solution?" Bardis rubbed his hands together, beaming as he approached Liangxiao to ask. Looking at the sun-tanned face in front of him, Liangxiao disdainfully pushed Bardis aside. "Don't get so close to me, ugly. Just watch my operation." After casually throwing out a couple of remarks, Liangxiao took Ivanov Mena and walked towards the door. Noticing the numerous patients continuously flowing into the 7th therapy room, Liangxiao glanced at his personal panel, then revealed a confident smile. Name, Liangxiao, cultivation, Peak evil ghost level, talent, approachable, kind-hearted, charismatic. Eye of insight, physique, pure yang sacred body. Ghost currency, 30 million items. Vice President identity card of the sinful sanatorium, substitute doll, after a whole day of spending money. His savings had soared to a staggering 30 million. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push the mill. Now he was about to turn this saying into reality. With this thought in mind, Liangxiao suddenly shouted, "Everyone look over here!" His voice, mixed with ghostly energy, spread throughout the surroundings. Such a scene made Liangxiao's lips twitch slightly. What the cold violence! At this moment, another voice that made Liangxiao feel even more uncomfortable sounded. "Liangxiao, can you do it? Do you need my help?" Although he knew that Ivankov Mina was asking out of kindness, Liangxiao just felt uneasy all over. "I'll say it again right now. Everyone, keep your eyes on me." As soon as these words were spoken, many people watching the bizarre live stream outside showed strange expressions. Wait, could it be that Liangxiao was too smooth sailing in the last two bizarre instances and really thinks he can act recklessly, to the point where he doesn't even care about the consequences? I thought this so-called young god was some kind of inexperienced prodigy, but now it seems that it's just luck. He has all the talent and resources, but doesn't know how to use them properly. I've said it long ago, if he doesn't rein in this reckless nature, he'll definitely suffer a big loss soon. Remember, not listening to the wisdom of the elders leads to immediate trouble. Haha, I thought the great Xia Empire had produced an incredibly powerful young prodigy, but it seems he is just another East Asian sick man. The barrage of comments criticizing Liangxiao flashed wildly in the live stream, and this scene also made the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia frown. This little guy had already tried to attract attention by talking, right? Why is he not showing any ghostly currency or cultivation aura now? Still trying to draw all the bizarre attention through speech? Compared to the uncertainty of other officials, Li Zhenghua, the head of the Supernatural Bureau, gave Liangxiao absolute affirmation. This little guy is the designated candidate for the deputy director of our Great Xia Supernatural Bureau, and you have no right to question him. Just wait and see. The person I support will definitely not be a coward. As soon as these words were spoken, the civil and military officials who were about to say something immediately fell silent. The candidate for the deputy director of the Great Xia Supernatural Bureau. Even before Liangxiao officially entered the Great Xia Supernatural Bureau, Li Zhenghua had already given him such strong support. The weight contained within this is truly terrifying. In the current grim environment where bizarre games have descended and malevolent entities hunt humans day and night, the Supernatural Bureau of the Great Xia is undoubtedly the most powerful department in the entire empire. Acting first and reporting later is a privilege granted by imperial authority. Just this one right alone is enough to make nearly all the civil and military officials present afraid to touch it. It can even be said that after Li Zhenghua publicly supported him, they will probably not dare to openly slander Liangxiao's words in such occasions in the future. Glancing at the serious-faced Li Zhenghua, the other officials carefully directed their gaze to the large screen. Chapter 71. Are you putting on a show? I'll make you fly on the spot. At the same time, all the other players in Blood Third Hospital turned their heads due to Liangxiao's second loud shout. But that group of bizarre patients still had their minds set on eating children. In this way, Liangxiao couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Release the control. In an instant, a special aura belonging to the pure Yang sacred body surged through the entire hall. The intense and rich aura burst forth, instantly attracting the attention of all the bizarre patients present. The impact of Liangxiao's revealed aura was so great that many bizarre patients residing on higher floors limped out of their hospital rooms, gazing at Liangxiao with longing eyes. Facing the numerous bizarre patients who looked at him like hungry wolves eyeing sheep, Liangxiao waved his hand and said coldly, "This is 5 million ghost coins. If you come to me for treatment, and I am unable to cure your ailments, then I will willingly compensate you with this 5 million ghost coins." Accompanied by a painful scream, a head suddenly rolled to the foot of Liangxiao. "A contestant from the anti-inflammation country has died. Disaster will descend in 3 minutes. Please prepare accordingly." Another one has died. At this moment, no human players cared about Liangxiao's 5 million ghost coins. They were only looking at the headless corpse with a hint of fear in their eyes. The contestant from the anti-inflammatory nation is one of the few high-level players in the ghost realm, and now he has been easily slain again. Looking at Chang Shanin, who is grinning and returning to the shadows, the remaining contestants felt a chill down their spines. They originally thought that Chang Shanin's random killings would only last until the climbing of the stairs. But they didn't expect that even after they officially started the bizarre National Fortune Dungeon, Chang Shanin could still attack human players. If that's the case, then this guy's actions must definitely have some rules. But what exactly are the corresponding rules for his actions? Besides Liangxiao, none of the contestants present could know. Just as they were feeling anxious, the corpse that appeared on the ground was quickly devoured, and more bizarre entities were stomping their feet. After a brief moment of thought, at least half of the bizarre patients left the waiting area of the 7th sanatorium and came to Liangxiao's side. Are you the doctor? The first to reach Liangxiao was a faceless ghost dressed in a black robe. It was also the first entity to enter the 3rd hospital of blood, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. The faceless ghost slightly lowered its head to gaze at Liangxiao, although it had no face. The sense of disdain was still palpable. Are you sure what you just said is true? Naturally, Liangxiao nodded calmly. Upon receiving Liangxiao's affirmative response, the faceless ghost let out a strange laugh as if it had heard a joke. It's rare to see such a wealthy human player like you. How about this, considering the terrifying benefits you are about to bring me after you failed to treat? I might consider just taking ghost coins and not removing your body parts. As soon as the faceless ghost finished speaking, a burst of extremely young and vigorous energy suddenly erupted. 2 brilliant golden flames flickered in Liangxiao's eyes. At the same time, Liangxiao, who was originally 2 to 3 meters away from the faceless ghost, had already grabbed its neck, engulfed in flames. Liangxiao's sudden action was so fast that almost all the human players and bizarre entities present didn't have time to react. The faceless ghost, being the one involved, was even more astonished. As patients, we naturally wouldn't dare to actively attack the doctor of the 3rd hospital of blood, but if you take the initiative to attack, then we can retaliate. Realizing the terrifying grip on its neck, the faceless ghost roared in rage, preparing to unleash all its power to crush Liangxiao and savor the deliciousness alone. But the next second, something unbelievable happened. Liangxiao's deep gaze turned incredibly cold. In an instant, a vast sea of crimson flames erupted, completely enveloping the faceless ghost, which was trying to unleash its full power. When the flames slowly dissipated, a charred corpse was casually thrown out by Liangxiao. I do not allow such powerful existences in the bizarre world. And that body was the corpse of the faceless ghost. Facing Liangxiao, the mid-level faceless ghost didn't even have a chance to fight back and was annihilated on the spot. A peak evil ghost-level human easily crushed a mid-level ghost realm entity. Looking at the corpse of the faceless ghost on the ground, many bizarre patients, who had previously been filled with insatiable desire, suddenly had their eyes clear up a bit. The aura emanating from Liangxiao was extremely attractive to them, but one must have a life to enjoy it. Otherwise, even if you qualify to eat, if you disappear before you even get a taste, wouldn't that be pure comedy? The intelligence of high-level bizarre entities is not weak. Many even surpass humans. The strength that Liangxiao displayed shocked many, including his teammate Bates. Almost the moment Liangxiao killed the faceless ghost, he immediately began to cheer and praise, his joy practically overflowing. The posture of this little fanboy makes it impossible to see that he is actually a powerful high-level player at the early stage of a fierce ghost. In contrast to Bard's mindless joy, the beautiful brows of Ivankov Mina, who is behind Liangxiao, furrow slightly like distant mountains. Although Liangxiao's thunderous strike achieved the purpose of intimidating many strange patients in that group of useless human players, there are both advantages and disadvantages. The downside is that since these strange patients know that even if they fail to get treated here, they won't receive the desired reward. Will they still choose to come here for treatment? Compared to the enticing conditions offered by Basolna in the 7th treatment room, it is obvious that from now on, 99% of the strange patients will turn around and queue up for the 7th treatment room. Thinking of this, Ivankov Mina couldn't help but step forward to share her thoughts with Liangxiao. However, just as Ivankov Mina opened her beautiful red lips, Liangxiao, as if anticipating her, waved his hand and then wrapped his arm around her slender waist. No need for more words. I will take action myself. Huh? Hearing Liangxiao's confident words, Ivankov Mina couldn't help but pause, then quickly blinked and looked at Liangxiao beside her. Chapter 72. Kidney Deficiency Guy. I'm talking about you. Buzz. Liangxiao's eyes sharpened, and mysterious runes quickly emerged deep within. The Eye of Insight, activated. Your right leg was stung by a venomous bee about 7 days ago, and you felt suddenly weak while wandering in the ghostly maze yesterday. Your face turned pale, and you were sweating profusely for 3 whole days. Upon hearing Liangxiao's words, the pale-faced male ghost's complexion visibly reddened. Then, its expression suddenly turned ferocious. With the cultivation of a late-stage fierce ghost erupting rapidly, it charged straight at Liangxiao. Perhaps because Liangxiao had hit a nerve, it even disregarded the rules and intended to kill Liangxiao on the spot. Nonsense! A fake doctor like you should die. With a roar, the kidney deficiency ghost unleashed countless grotesque ghost faces behind it, extending its sharp claws to tear apart the Liangxiao who was less than 30 centimeters away. However, facing the fierce attack of the kidney deficiency ghost, which was about to land on him, Liangxiao showed no signs of panic. Instead, he put his empty left hand behind his back, just when the ghost's claws were only 0.01 centimeters away from Liangxiao's head. He moved his lips. I can cure. In an instant, the previously ferocious kidney deficiency ghost suddenly froze, and its fierce face instantly transformed into one of utmost devotion. Its body, which was leaping in midair, was inexplicably forced to stop, then it descended straight down. Thud! Kneeling on both knees. This late-stage, fierce ghost of kidney deficiency directly clasped its hands in front of its chest and shouted, Please, divine doctor, save me. What the hell? Is this even possible? Many people were left with twitching mouths at the scene before them. Behave and queue up. If I can't cure you, not only will I give you 5 million ghost coins, but I will also directly transplant my kidney to you. As soon as these words were spoken, many strange male patients at the scene were instantly shocked. What the hell? This is not some divine doctor. This is a righteous father. Liangxiao dropped the sentence and casually wrapped his arms around Ivankov. Mina walked toward the first medical room, saying nothing more, fully displaying the demeanor of a master. Watching Liangxiao swagger away while embracing his sister, the kidney-deficient ghost gradually stood up. He glanced around at all the strange patients with a serious expression and then said solemnly, just based on Dr. Yang's medical ethics, I will only seek treatment from Dr. Yang. No more talking, I need to go queue up for treatment. After finishing his sentence, he obediently lined up in the second position. The first position was merely occupied by a mid-level evil ghost-level minor anomaly. Seeing the kidney-deficient ghost stand behind him, the mid-level evil ghost-level minor anomaly trembled and awkwardly smiled. Big brother, my illness isn't urgent. Do you want me to give you the first position? Hearing the words of the mid-level evil ghost-level minor anomaly, the kidney-deficient ghost merely shot at a sidelong glance. Stop babbling, our Dr. Yang said to line up obediently. Didn't you hear? The mid-level evil ghost-level minor anomaly blinked and then cautiously said, Then, big brother, can I go in to see the doctor first? The kidney-deficient ghost wiped the sweat from his forehead and impatiently waved his hand. Go on, am I holding you back? All right. The mid-level evil ghost-level minor anomaly nodded happily and immediately dashed into the first medical room. Perhaps it was due to the exaggerated medical skills Liangxiao had just displayed, or perhaps the strength he unleashed had intimidated everyone. It could also be because, as a late-stage fierce ghost, the kidney-deficient ghost held great respect for Liangxiao, even paying attention to the usually trivial matter of queuing. The strange patients on site exhibited an unprecedented orderly appearance. At least half of the strange patients queuing in front of the first medical room were lined up in an orderly manner, quiet and neat. This scene is even more harmonious and orderly than the hospitals in the human world. Wow! Such a scene instantly widened the eyes of the people from hundreds of nations in front of the screen. Wang Chongling's mother, Tai Chi Ba Shrimp, displayed her medical skills. And even the bizarre beings known for their chaos turned into well-behaved elementary students. Can anyone tell me why this person named Liangxiao from the Great Xia not only has an unparalleled talent for ghost cultivation, but also learned medicine during the process of buying ghost money? No, he didn't just learn medicine. He even expanded to mastering ghost medicine. This Liangxiao is definitely not human. I demand a thorough investigation. I'm just 19 years old. He can diagnose diseases with a glance. He can diagnose ghostly ailments with a glance as well. This is absolutely abnormal. The faces of the people from hundreds of nations were filled with disbelief. On the other side, in the pinnacle conference room of the Great Xia imperial capital, the people from hundreds of nations were astonished by young Liangxiao's extraordinarily high medical skills, which were not particularly certain. However, many high-ranking officials present focused their attention on the fact that young Liangxiao had repeated his words a second time, which instantly attracted the fervent gazes of all the bizarre beings present. Yes, it was right here. Freeze the frame for 2 seconds. Li Jinghua's gaze was intense as he gave the command. In those 2 seconds of the freeze frame, it showed the bizarre patients who were originally ordinary suddenly looking at young Liangxiao as if they had caught a whiff of delicacies. Was this attraction a bit too exaggerated? Indeed, exaggerated to the point of being hard to comprehend. The 3 great officials, Xie, Wang, and Lu, all nodded in agreement. In that brief moment, the gaze of the attracted bizarre beings looking at young Liangxiao was even hotter than that of a man seeing a stunning naked woman. Such a level of desire is comparable to discovering something that can elevate them to great heights. Wait. Elevate to great heights? For a moment, all the senior officials present from the Great Xia looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Clearly, they had thought of a certain possibility. 2 branches of flowers, each showing its own bloom. After diagnosing the first evil-level anomaly, the kidney-deficient ghost immediately came in with a flattering smile. Dr. Yang, I didn't cut in line. I'm just the second patient. Yang Liangxiao rubbed the delicate skin at Ivankov Mena's waist and nodded calmly. I saw your efforts to maintain order outside. Please sit down. I guarantee you will be cured. At this point, Yang Liangxiao paused and spoke sharply. And you will recover in the fastest time possible. Chapter 73. A Casual Matter. Crowded. Is it really true? Adoptive father? Hearing Yang Liangxiao's words, the kidney-deficient ghost instantly held one of Yang Liangxiao's hands with an excited expression. The sincerity on its face was overwhelming, and its urgency was palpable. Watching the excited demeanor of the kidney-deficient ghost, Yang Liangxiao calmly pressed down on its hand. A casual matter. After dropping this phrase, Yang Liangxiao reached out and placed his hand on the ghost's wrist, striking a pose reminiscent of a traditional Chinese medicine pulse diagnosis. But does Yang Liangxiao really know how to diagnose illnesses? He might know a thing or two, but he definitely lacks even the level of an ordinary doctor, let alone the skills of a national-level physician. He was merely pretending. His true confidence came entirely from the eye of insight. Age, 2,000 years. Cultivation, late stage of evil spirit. Race, water ghost. Preference, enjoys doing certain things. Analysis, during a recent friendly exchange. It suddenly felt its body reaching an extreme limit, drenched in cold sweat, and found it increasingly difficult to continue doing what it enjoyed. Facing the disdain of many friendly exchanges, realizing the seriousness of the issue, it hurried to seek medical help, but the doctors in the strange world were too incompetent, with their prescriptions providing only auxiliary effects, completely useless for curing its ailments, merely treating the symptoms. After running to 18 hospitals without success, its mindset was on the verge of exploding. Condition, severe kidney deficiency. Follow the prescription to get the medicine 3 times a day, and insist for 2 weeks to be guaranteed to recover. Only 2 weeks? No. Do you remember what I said a minute ago? Adoptive father, you mentioned. Just because Yang Liangxiao lightly pricked his finger and let a few drops of blood enter its mouth. The moment it swallowed a few drops of Yang Liangxiao's blood. Boom! Not only did these drops of blood greatly improve its kidney deficiency, but they also helped it break free from the shackles that had bound it for years. Now, it has reached the peak of the evil spirit realm. It knelt down and knocked its head 3 times in front of Liangxiao. Bang, bang, bang. Adoptive father, from today on, you are my lifesaver. Whatever you need, just say the word, and I will do it, whether it's climbing a mountain of blades or crossing a sea of fire. Young Liangxiao nodded calmly. With the prescription I give you, after a week, your body can even recover to your peak state. Yang Liangxiao waved his hand. No need to say more. I like to see actual actions. Now go prepare the medicine and don't block me from seeing the next patient. Yes, adoptive father. Buzz. The cold and heavy aura of the peak evil spirit realm swept through the entire hall, causing all the strange beings present, including human players, to show extreme shock. How could treating an illness lead to a breakthrough in cultivation? No, this isn't the well-known virtual little water dragon from Pineapple Street. How did it change so much in just half an hour? No way. This Dr. Yang is truly a divine doctor. As soon as these words were spoken, the many peculiar patients present erupted into overwhelming cheers. Are you all squeezing out an egg? I'm only the 20th in line. If you dare to cut in, I'll risk my life to take you down, you old thing. Dr. Yang, forgive me for my earlier blindness. You must see more patients before you leave today. I will only go to Dr. Yang for treatment. In short, most of the peculiar patients at the scene quickly surged toward the first medical room where Yang Liangxiao was located. Even nearly 10 peculiar patients, who were being tempted by the little ghost, immediately turned around and ran to line up at the first medical room. Chapter 74, Polarization. Suddenly, among the 11 temporary medical rooms, one side was overcrowded while the other side was deserted. A clear polarization occurred. Basuna, who was watching his performance slip away because Yang Liangxiao snatched it right in front of him, nearly had his old face twisted in anger. At that moment, 2 peculiar patients suddenly spoke up. Hey, make way. Don't block the road. I also want to see Dr. Yang. Seeing those 2 peculiar patients, Boswerna couldn't help but question them. Didn't you just accept our little ghost gift? Now you're leaving too? Otherwise, with your lousy medical skills, do you think you can cure our ailments? If it weren't for that little ghost of yours, we might as well go to that flashy woman for treatment. After casually explaining, the 2 of them unleashed a ghostly aura and quickly headed toward the first medical room. Watching their departing figures, Boswerna's expression darkened like water, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Damn it, that kid from the Great Xia, I will definitely find a chance to kill you. As people came and went, Yang Liangxiao activated his inside eye, and almost every few moments he would take on a patient. In just a few hours of work, the number of patients Yang Liangxiao diagnosed had already reached 50. In contrast, the business of the other 10 medical rooms was dismal. The total number of peculiar patients diagnosed in those 10 medical rooms might not even match the fraction of Yang Liangxiao's numbers. These contestants either have broken hands or broken feet, and instead of achieving results, they have been severely criticized. In the current situation, almost everyone is injured and has gathered together. They looked at the bustling first medical room not far away and glanced at the overly cheerful Bards who was responsible for opening the door. Feeling worse than a dog on a bad day, just as a cold light unconsciously surged in their eyes, a hoarse voice sounded. Are you just going to stand here and watch? Although the old ghost rules did not specify a daily quota for customers to be treated, you have to understand that this is a bizarre national luck dungeon. Do you really think the bizarre game rules will let us easily survive with 3 teams? Bajirina stepped out from the shadows, followed by the equally grim-faced Ichiro Sasaki and Wadeburn. As soon as Bajirina spoke, everyone's expression darkened. That's right. This is a strange national fortune dungeon. From the fact that the first evil asylum only had a high-risk difficulty level, it already possessed the final move of the red-clothed ghost. This is clearly a higher-order nightmare level of difficulty, which will only be more terrifying. This damn strange game. The purpose of launching this bizarre national fortune dungeon is simply to exterminate humanity. How could it possibly lower the difficulty automatically? That old ghost, named Chang Shanin, didn't specifically mention this point, probably because he wants to play them for fools. At this moment, all the contestants present seemed to foresee a scene in the future. By then, they had gone through terrifying battles, and only 3 teams barely survived to occupy the top 3 positions. However, This bizarre world suddenly unleashed a terrifying power, crushing them right on the spot. Sorry, although you're the top 3 in performance, your actual results do not meet the standards at all. You will go to the underworld along with your soon-to-die compatriots. Chapter 75. Encirclement? Even if the King of Heaven comes, I want to enjoy it first. Imagining such a scene in their minds made them shiver involuntarily. Seeing the expressions of everyone, Wade Burns smiled dangerously and proactively said, I propose that we split into 3 groups. 1 group to provide cover, 1 group to maintain the operation of the medical room, and the last group to go and kill young Liangxiao, who severely affects the balance of the game. How should we divide these 3 groups? Draw lots. Ichiro Sasaki took the initiative to continue the conversation and then took out a bucket of bamboo sticks from his storage ring. For this decision, 90% of the National Fortune contestants expressed indifference and agreed. They were not fools and knew that thinking too much would be useless. Their medical skills were insufficient, so they could only rely on a large number of trial and error and luck to reach the next round's qualification. But the prerequisite for achieving this was Yang Liangxiao musti. Otherwise, they feared they wouldn't even get a sip of soup. With this thought, I join. I agree with Wade Burns' suggestion. I have long wanted to kill this bizarre guy who severely affects the balance of the game. This is a bizarre dungeon. He has almost turned it into a game of picking up girls. That beast Yang Liangxiao must die. At this moment, looking at the scene of the conspiring Baisolna people, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Empire looked extremely grim, although they were psychologically prepared. Given Yang Liangxiao's reckless style of conduct and his past outstanding and exaggerated performance in the game, it was easy for him to become the target of contestants from other countries. However, what the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Empire did not expect was, this day has come so quickly and even so fiercely. Except for the only friendly nation that remains neutral, more than 20 others have surprisingly reached a consensus to eliminate Yang Liangxiao first. With such a significant disparity in numbers, this is troublesome. Many high-ranking officials of the Great Xia sighed in lament. Hearing their sighs, the old monarch of Great Xia couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Have the years of peace drained the backbone from you? The old monarch of Great Xia suddenly slammed the conference table, startling everyone present. He coldly surveyed the room before solemnly commanding, although we cannot change the fact that the contestants from other countries have banded together to attack, we must at least play our part to the fullest, to eliminate this situation where the enemy is in the light and we are in the dark. As the old monarch's voice fell, Li Zhenghua immediately spoke up. As per the monarch's command, I will draft a message to inform Yang Liangxiao of this matter right away. At this moment, in the recovery room, Master Yang, who had been exhausted for a long time, was now resting on a pair of fair and slender jade legs. The Bear Princess, who had almost avoided contact with the opposite sex for nearly 30 years, was not only offering her lap as a pillow to a stranger, but was also gently extending her jade finger to massage Yang Liangxiao's temples. Buzz. Just as Yang Liangxiao was enjoying this, the sound of a message notification from the high-ranking officials of Great Xia suddenly rang out. In response, Yang Liangxiao frowned in displeasure and ignored it. After a whole day of exhaustion, even if the King of Heaven came, he would first enjoy this moment before dealing with other matters. The next second, buzz. The message notification sounded again. At that moment, Yang Liangxiao was completely furious. Bang! He raised his hand and directly closed the messaging function of the bizarre game. Seeing this scene, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia, who were extremely anxious. Yang Liangxiao's operation left everyone present utterly speechless. Are you kidding me? You're in a bizarre national destiny instance filled with crises, representing the fate of the entire country. You really think you can act like a young master from the real world, demanding to be undisturbed for a good rest after working for a while? For a moment, the expressions on the faces of everyone present, including the old monarch of Great Xia, were truly remarkable. Chapter 76, saying no with the mouth. But the body is very honest. The faces of the citizens of the Great Xia Empire were also filled with confusion. Yang, what are you doing? If you want to chase after a girl, just go ahead, but why aren't you even glancing at the messages? Even if someone needs cover and someone needs to act, There are at least 10 people coming to encircle and kill you, and with Liangxiao's own cultivation only at the peak of the evil ghost level. This time it might be more dangerous than safe. Brothers, it really isn't certain. If the team from Basolna doesn't take action, I feel that in a head-on confrontation with Liangxiao and the goddess Mena, we might not necessarily lose. Looking at the barrage sent by the citizens of Great Xia, people from all over the world were laughing joyfully. No way, no way. Could anyone really think they could just luck through a National Destiny Bazaar instance and then run rampant inside? That's not the funniest part. The funniest part is the foolish people of Great Xia, who clearly received messages from their own country's high-ranking officials, yet chose to ignore them. Ha ha ha. The bazaar may not hurt your so-called young god, but what if it's his kind? With more than 20 against 3, and with enemies hidden and allies in the open. I want to see how your young god survives. Amidst the mocking and questioning, Liangxiao, who was enjoying a massage in the first medical room, suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! With a loud crash, the originally closed door shattered and countless shards of stone and would shot towards Liangxiao and Ivankov Mena behind the door. Facing these fragments, Liangxiao merely raised his gaze. Buzz! A blazing fire rose up, forming a wall of flames that instantly incinerated those debris with terrifying heat. As the flames extinguished, 12 murderous human players came into view. Are they trying to take out the most outstanding one first? Liangxiao raised an eyebrow, finding it somewhat amusing. He had just used his insight eye to scan lightly and found that although there were a full 12 people on the other side, only 4 were players at the evil ghost level. Moreover, the highest cultivation among those 4 was only in the late stage of the evil ghost level, while the remaining 3 were merely at the early stage of the evil ghost level. With this level of lineup, to be honest, he could kill them all by himself. At most, he might suffer some minor injuries. Just as Liangxiao was about to get up and stretch his limbs, Bardis spoke up beside him. Lord Yang, just sit tight. Leave these little Karami to me and Princess Mena to handle. After flashing a grin at Liangxiao, Bardis shifted his gaze back to Ivankov Mena. Princess Mena, there are 12 little Karami here. How about we each take 6? Ivankov Mena didn't even glance sideways at Bardis' suggestion. After nodding at Liangxiao, she gracefully stepped forward. Her target was the 4 human players at the center who were at the ghostly demon level. Noticing Ivankov Mena's intent, Bardis shook his head helplessly. Princess Mena, you're not giving me any chance to show off. Saying this, Bardis's eyes turned cold. A violent aura erupted from him. With a stomp, his muscles bulged rapidly, and he shot towards the remaining 8 human players like a cannonball. This guy is also at the ghostly demon level. Everyone be careful. The 8 human players' pupils constricted, and they quickly unleashed all their power. Use all your strength, or we really will die here. Someone shouted as a reminder. In an instant, various attacks were unleashed by the 8. Brilliant lights, like shooting stars with long tails, rushed towards Bardis. But Bardis showed no fear, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, as if to say, "You think this can hurt me?" As the dense barrage of attacks approached, Bardis neither dodged nor evaded, simply extending his arms, which were as thick as ancient tree trunks, to meet the energy beams head-on. Boom! A shockwave erupted, accompanied by a loud bang. The dense attacks were instantly shattered under Bardis's immense strength, like fragile glass meeting hard steel, scattering into countless fragments in the air. After breaking the full force strike of the 8, a cruel smile suddenly appeared on Bardis's dark face. Are you ready to pay the price for disturbing Lord Yang's rest? As his voice fell, Bardis stomped the ground violently, causing it to tremble and emit a dull roar. In the next moment, Bardis's power surged again, and he instantly appeared next to the 8. Looking at Bardis, who had crossed a distance of several meters in an instant, the 8 were filled with terror and confusion. Hello! Before they could react, Bardis's massive fist swung out like a cannonball, accompanied by a rushing wind. With a loud bang, one of them was sent flying. The terrifying force tilted, causing the enemy's body to soar through the air like a kite with a severed string, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. Next, he grabbed another enemy tightly with both hands, the enemy struggling desperately in his giant grip, but powerless like an ant. Bardis pulled hard, and the enemy was torn in half under his immense power, blood spraying out like a fountain, staining a large area of land red. At the same time, Bardas was killing his opponent in the most brutal and bloody manner. Ivankov Mina was also engaging in battle. Princess Mina, we don't want to ruin your beauty, but unfortunately, you were assigned to the disaster team. Though you have an impressive reputation, we really don't believe that as a fellow ghostly demon, you could take on 4. As the words fell, the 4 of them simultaneously unleashed their full power. Attack! At a signal, the attacks they had prepared were immediately released. Sinister skulls charged forward, terrifying blood spears shot out, and a downpour of swords sealed off all escape routes for Ivankov Mina. Meanwhile, beneath her feet, a massive grayish magical circle was glowing. Pale vampire worms began to emerge from it, trying to drain Ivankov Mina's blood. Watching this scene, Liangxiao, who was lazily leaning on the sofa, couldn't help but curl his lips. You say you don't believe it, but you didn't leave out a single preparation in your hands. Chapter 77. Mina's Terrifying Power. Aldi. Under the gaze of the global populace, Ivankov Mina slowly made a gesture as if grasping at air, and a radiant golden staff adorned with runes suddenly appeared in her hand. As she held the dazzling golden staff, a terrifying might erupted. The golden light on the staff flowed like the sun's rays, shining brilliantly. Just as the storm of attacks surged from all directions, a torrent of power suddenly erupted, mighty and overwhelming, like a golden flood rushing forth. Boom! With a loud bang, the surrounding attacks were instantly shattered under this powerful force, dissipating into nothingness. The vampire worm magical circle on the ground was also instantly obliterated, with the vampire worms not even having the chance to show themselves before being purified on the spot. Immediately after, Ivankov Mina's eyes sharpened as she pointed the staff at the 4 enemies. As the cold word escaped from Ivankov Mina's red lips, the dazzling golden light shot out like lightning, striking the enemies with a devastating force. The 4 enemies widened their eyes in terror, but they had no time to react. Under this unstoppable power, they were instantly annihilated, with not a trace of struggle left. This is an absolute crushing victory based purely on strength. Although both are at the ghostly level, the combat power of Ivankov Mina is completely different from that of the 4 others. It can be described as worlds apart. Even upon close observation, Liangxiao keenly noticed something. Ivankov Mina was not using her full power. A mysterious woman? Reflecting on the obedient demeanor of this world-renowned princess of the bear, doubts surged within Liangxiao. The only explanation he could think of for this situation was that the 2 of them were lovers in their previous life. On the other side, Bardas had already violently knocked out everyone and approached the 2 like a bodyguard. Glancing at the bloodstains on the ground, Liangxiao squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. He met the unfriendly gaze of Basurna, and Liangxiao naturally knew who the real mastermind was. He then raised his right hand, flipped it downwards, and revealed a hint of a mocking smile. His lips moved, silently uttering a few words. Trash. Your father will kill you soon. Meeting Liangxiao's gaze, Basurna and his companions couldn't help but clench their fists, murderous intent rising. How dare a little brat who relied on crooked methods to clear a bizarre instance be so arrogant in front of us? He can't be under the illusion that we're like those useless fools, right? Ichiro Sasaki couldn't help but speak up. Wade Byrne coldly chimed in. A ghostly level dares to provoke another ghostly level. Let us make him realize his true self as soon as possible. Listening to the words of his 2 teammates, Basurna let out a long breath. Although this guy is merely at the peak of the ghostly level, his peculiar physique is not simple. Plus, there's that little girl by his side, whom I can't see clearly, and that reckless guy in the early ghostly level. I think we should think this through carefully. At this point, Basurna paused, then looked at the 2 with an inexplicable gaze and continued. After all, this bizarre national fortune instance doesn't just represent ourselves. If we die here, the citizens behind us are the ones who will suffer the most. The citizens represented behind them. Wade Byrne's eyes flickered slightly. At the same time, the reality was disrupted by the sudden bizarre game notification sound. Participants from Changtian Kingdom have died. Bizarre national fortune instance clearance failed. Disaster will descend in 3 minutes. Please prepare. Participants from Zhaoji Kingdom have died. Bizarre national fortune instance clearance failed. Disaster will descend in 3 minutes. Please prepare. 12 consecutive death notifications rang out, and the people across the country began to engage in heated discussions. Is Princess Mina really that strong? Can she easily take on 4 at the ghostly level? That damn Liangxiao. Is he still eating soft rice hard? I think this might be a bit excessive. The bizarre instance is already full of dangers, and now our human players are fighting each other, killing 12 national representatives at once. Isn't that going to result in 1/4 of their citizens dying? No, bro. Are you implying that Princess Mina is ruthless? You should know that it was the other side that started the trouble first, compared to the discussions among the citizens of various countries. The high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Empire were discussing deeper issues. Although we were forced to retaliate, it has directly led to many casualties among the citizens behind those countries. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't dare to make a fuss. But Wang Zhongshu naturally took over the conversation, afraid that these countries' authorities, under the handling of the President of the Great America, will want to save face and demand an explanation from our 3 countries. Explanation? What explanation? In response to the concerns of Minister Xie and Wang Zhongshu, Deputy Minister Liu surprisingly expressed a different opinion. If these little bastards dare to demand an explanation without any shame, then we will give them a lifetime of unforgettable explanations. Deputy Minister Liu slammed the table with murderous intent. Well said, Deputy Minister. Our Great Xia Empire is no longer what it used to be. If these dogs still want to oppress us with power, then let's fight. Damn it, I've been holding back all my hopes on a little brat, and it's making me depressed. I've long wanted to have a good fight. The military officials almost unanimously volunteered for battle. As for the civil officials, although they did not vocalize their opinions, their silent demeanor had already exposed their inner thoughts. While they generally hoped for a peaceful resolution, the current situation suggested that Liangxiao and the others in the bizarre national fortune instance would have to fight to the death with the remaining competitors. The Great Xia Empire should also engage in conflict with those foreign countries. Otherwise, everyone would think the Great Xia Empire is easy to bully. The Great Xia people have never been weaker than anyone. Those who offend us, no matter how far away, must be punished. This is a fundamental principle. After glancing at the right minister and Li Zhenghua beside him, seeing their determined gazes and nods, the old ruler of the Great Xia finally turned his attention to everyone present. Seeing that everyone had an unwilling and defiant demeanor, the old ruler of the Great Xia nodded in appreciation and then coldly issued orders. In that case, notify all departments to prepare for war. If nothing goes wrong, this war will arrive soon. Chapter 78. The Trouble with the Bus Lady Ghost? Night fell. Liangxiao was extremely dissatisfied with this. He still wanted to see what these famously beautiful princesses looked like in bed. TSK. Teasing without igniting the fire. You really deserve to die. Liangxiao shook his head in dissatisfaction, then focused his thoughts. A cute and charming black-haired JK girl appeared before him. Her long, shiny black hair was as smooth as silk. Her clear eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, shining with lively light. Her face was exquisitely sculpted, her fair skin delicate, and her slightly flushed cheeks resembled blooming peach blossoms in spring, enticingly beautiful. Her small nose and pink lips painted a captivating picture. Dressed in a JK uniform, she radiated youthful vitality, and beneath her plaid skirt, she revealed a pair of long, straight, fair legs. Isn't this exactly Sadako? Looking at the refreshed Sadako in front of him, Liangxiao's dissatisfaction instantly vanished. After all, beautiful women always need to dress up. Seeing Liangxiao's fiery gaze fixed on her, Sadako shyly averted her eyes and softly said, Liangxiao, could you not look at me like that? The sight of her blushing face further ignited Liangxiao's possessiveness. No. With a loud shout, Liangxiao leaped up like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Accompanied by a soft cry from Jinzi, the room was suddenly filled with the vibrant energy of spring. The next day, a heavy sound disturbed everyone's dreams. Dr. Yang, we're here to see you. Amid the excited shouts, Liangxiao's face darkened as he sat down again in that chair. This damn bizarre game actually plays this morning and evening routine. Damn. After cursing in his heart, Liangxiao once again activated his insight to begin diagnosing the illness. Name, Xiaomei. Age, 800 years. Race, toad ghost. Cultivation, early stage of fierce ghost. Description, in just 50 years since her successful transformation, she completely let herself go, taking advantage of her status as a woman to crazily flirt with the male entities of the bizarre world, changing her bed partner daily, focusing on enjoying the experience rather than possession, and has achieved a record of 10,000 conquests during this time. Symptoms: inflammation and infection in the lower body. If the host wants to play the firefighter role, she can also drive the bus. Cure plan: 3 hemostatic leaves. Dr. Yang, can my illness be cured? Xiaomei gently stroked Liangxiao's arm with her hand while squeezing her throat, meeting the seductive gaze thrown at him. Liangxiao, who initially thought she looked decent, now felt a wave of nausea. Of course it can be cured. The premise is that you need to restrain yourself a bit in the future. Otherwise, you'll end up lying on the board sooner or later. Here, the prescription. Take it for 7 days, 3 times a day, and if you abstain for a month, you'll naturally get better. Abstain for a month? As soon as these words came out, the corners of Liangxiao's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Get out! Liangxiao pointed towards the door. Hearing this, Xiaomei was about to say something more. But that moment, several cold streams of water suddenly appeared beside her neck. Did you not hear what Dr. Yang just said? The kidney deficiency ghost had somehow entered the first medical room, his expression cold as he locked onto Xiaomei. The killing intent emanated from him without concealment, making it clear that if Xiaomei dared to say another word, he would strike. The aura of a peak fierce ghost erupted, instantly making Xiaomei's complexion turn ugly. You, fine. I'm leaving. Xiaomei stomped her foot and then turned to leave, not even showing any intention of taking the prescription on the table. This guy is really going all out. After nodding in appreciation at the weak kidney ghost, Liangxiao couldn't help but glance at Xiaomei's swaying hips as she walked away. Liangxiao exclaimed, "What a big and indiscriminate bus." Shortly after Xiaomei left, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Many doctors from Blood Third Hospital cast gloating looks toward the first medical room. Ha ha ha. I was curious why that damned guy didn't come yesterday. Turns out he specifically came to mess with this Dr. Yang. Dr. Yang, Daxia. I want to see if his medical skills can cure this guy's terminal illness. If he can't cure it, then he should die. Our Blood Third Hospital does not allow such an impressive existence. What if this peak ghost can't kill that show-off kid? How could this guy not be able to kill that kid? He is not an ordinary peak ghost. Listening to the faint sounds coming from outside and facing the teasing gazes of the crowd, Liangxiao couldn't help but frown as he looked at the strange patient slowly entering the first medical room. Another eerie skeleton. Liangxiao instinctively activated his eye of insight to investigate, and the findings immediately confirmed his intuition. Name: Scorpion Demon who age 3,066 years. Race: dark skeleton. Cultivation level: peak of the fierce ghost level. Description: grateful to the skeleton ghost king. He came to the Third Blood Hospital under his orders to damage its reputation as much as possible, coupled with his own incurable disease. He gladly agreed and has already made things difficult for many doctors of the Third Blood Hospital, successfully and legally killing them. He came today specifically to kill the suddenly famous Yang Divine Doctor. Condition: soul and origin exhaustion, resulting from racial traits and countless battles. This is an incurable disease unless the host can be treated with a rare treasure. Cure plan: only heavenly materials and earthly treasures can break it. Another skeleton ghost king. Liangxiao's eyes flickered with a cold light. He remembered clearly. The mastermind behind the white skeleton that appeared in the head trail car shop was also this skeleton ghost king. From the sinful sanatorium to the head trail car shop, and now to the Third Blood Hospital. Liangxiao suddenly senset something enli. This bizarre national fortune dungeon seems to be consciously pulling him into a trap. But as for what kind of trap, Liangxiao is still unclear. Chapter 79. Terminal illness with no cure? Are you joking? There is no need to worry about the bigger picture. Let us first handle the matter at hand. Liangxiao thought to himself and then shifted his attention to the figure before him, wrapped in a black robe, Mo, Scorpion Huating. As if sensing young Liangxiao's gaze, Mo, Scorpion Huating decided not to hide his appearance any longer, directly dropping his black robe to reveal his broken and sinister face. Young Xinyi, I've already heard too much about your great reputation yesterday. Today, I traveled 1,000,000 miles specifically to see if you deserve this title. Saying this, Mo, Scorpion Huating revealed a mocking smile. He did not believe that a mere human ant could diagnose his ailment. This time, Yang Liangxiao didn't even reach out to pretend to rest his hand on the wrist of the Scorpion King. He embraced Ivankov Mina's soft, slender waist and spoke indifferently. There's no need to check your pulse. I already knew your condition the moment you entered the ward. Oh, hearing Yang Liangxiao's words, the Scorpion King couldn't help but show a hint of curiosity. The unique ailments of your race, combined with countless past illnesses and injuries, have led to the gradual depletion of your essence. As for the issue with your soul, that should be the fatal injury you sustained from a backlash of some kind of restriction when you tried to forcibly break through to the Ghost King realm and alter your fate, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the Scorpion King's eyes trembled violently with ghostly fire. He could hardly imagine that this incredibly young human ant before him could discern his condition with just a glance. Moreover, he accurately articulated all the reasons that had led to his current downfall. This kid named Yang Liangxiao is truly talented. Just based on his ability to diagnose with a glance, he deserves the title of a divine doctor. It's worth noting that even physicians at the Ghost King level cannot accurately determine his specific ailments, with such astonishing medical skills at a young age. If he is given more time for further study in the bazaar, the connections he could make and the resources he could obtain would be. At this thought, Mo Huating suddenly gasped, feeling a slight chill all over his body. His gaze abruptly turned sharp and cold. This kid must not be left alive. Otherwise, his leader would definitely not be able to achieve his goals. Understanding this, Mo Huating immediately restrained his chaotic emotions and then coldly smiled as he asked Yang Liangxiao, I admit your diagnostic skills are quite impressive, but here, Mo Huating paused, then shifted his tone, filled with murderous intent, and said, May I ask, Divine Dr. Yang, how would you treat my ailment? As he spoke, a terrifying ghostly aura and killing intent rose from Mo Huating's body. His demeanor was clearly one ready to strike at any moment. The Third Hospital of Blood once stated that if a physician in the hospital cannot even provide a remedy for a patient's ailment, that patient would have the opportunity to act against that physician at will. Such incompetent people are not protected by the Blood Third Hospital. Because of this, the crowd outside, waiting for the results, immediately cast their expectant and tense gazes. They were eager for Yang Liangxiao to end up like the previous doctors, unable to come up with a proper treatment plan and naturally killed cruelly by the Scorpion Demon. Just look at his silent demeanor. This kid definitely doesn't know how to treat or extend the life of the Scorpion Demon. Isn't that obvious? The Scorpion Demon's terminal illness is one for which there is no medical solution in the entire bizarre world. Do you really think this human kid, who just arrived in the bizarre world, can defy the odds? To be honest, this guy deserves to die. Ever since he came, the number of patients in our department has decreased significantly. Adding 1 and 1, competing for performance is tantamount to taking our lives, right? The original doctors of the Blood Third Hospital expressed their opinions one after another. Speak up, Divine Dr. Yang. You can't possibly be unable to think of a cure, right? As they spoke, the Scorpion Demon displayed a chilling smile. The ghostly aura surrounding him grew increasingly cold, showing signs of about to erupt at any moment. Just as the Scorpion Demon was about to make a move, Yang Liangxiao spoke up. I not only have a plan to extend your life, but I also have a way to completely cure you. With this statement, not only was the Scorpion Huating, who was always ready to take action, dumbfounded, but even the onlookers outside, who were relishing the misfortune, were also confused. In this entire bizarre medical world, how could a mere human ant, who is only 20 years old, know how to cure a disease that is universally recognized as incurable? After a brief moment of astonishment, Mo Huating immediately revealed a disdainful smile again. Dr. Yang, it's not good to brag. These things can be tested. Ignoring Mo Huating's cold sarcasm, Liangxiao lowered his eyes slightly and accurately reported the prescription. Seeing Liangxiao's earnest demeanor, Mo Xie was truly dumbfounded this time. He recognized two of the medicinal materials mentioned by Liangxiao. Although these two were both priceless treasures, they indeed had quite terrifying medicinal effects. Could it be that his illness really had a chance of being cured? As soon as the thought arose in his mind, he immediately shook his head in denial. Regardless of whether this terminal illness could be successfully treated with the prescription given by Liangxiao, it no longer mattered. Just the funds needed to gather all the medicinal material for this prescription were an unbearable price for him. And even his boss behind him would have to pay a heavy price to come up with that amount. Rather than betting everything on an elusive opportunity, he would rather repay his boss's kindness with his own life. Today, this kid named Liangxiao must die. With this thought, Mo Xie no longer followed any rational path. A mere human ant dares to claim they can cure my terminal illness? Nonsense, I don't believe it. Suddenly, he let out a loud roar and lunged fiercely at Liangxiao in front of him. At this moment, the power contained within the Scorpion Phantom was fully unleashed without any concealment. Just in terms of the aura emitted by this peak-level Spectre, it was already far beyond that of the previous several Spectre players. If it were a direct confrontation, it is likely that a full 100 human players at the Spectre level would not be able to match this dark skeleton before them. This is a complete, absolute gap in combat power. Feeling the terrifying pressure brought by the Scorpion Demon, even Liangxiao couldn't help but squint his eyes. But just as Liangxiao and the others were about to take action, a figure struck first. The one who acted was none other than our little brother. The kidney-deficient ghost. Chapter 80. There is something, this little brother is really going for it. Dr. Yang, how can a waste like you question me? With a loud roar, the kidney-deficient ghost similarly unleashed his recently broken through peak ghost realm cultivation. A cold stream of water surged out like a tornado, instantly knocking the Scorpion Demon, who was about to attack Liangxiao, aside. Splat! The Scorpion Demon stretched out its pitch-black bone knife and sliced through the water column before coldly locking its gaze onto the kidney-deficient ghost blocking its way. Waste. I haven't heard anyone describe me with that term in a long time. This is the first time in 1,000 years. As it spoke, the Scorpion Demon instantly vanished from its original spot. Bam! The ground exploded. The Scorpion Demon appeared before the kidney-deficient ghost like lightning. Raising its arm transformed into a black bone knife and slashed down toward the kidney-deficient ghost's head. Since you want to go to the afterlife for a mere human ant, I naturally have no reason not to satisfy you. The bone blade, formed from its own skeleton, glimmered with a cold light, flickering with a chilling, dark, ghostly aura, and struck down towards the kidney-deficient ghost with terrifying power. Facing this blow, the kidney-deficient ghost couldn't help but feel his pupils constrict, but still showed no intention of retreating, gritting his teeth and channeling all his strength to counterattack. Boom! A deafening sound erupted. The battle between the two had already moved from the first treatment room to the outside world. In a dark and eerie corner, a thrilling battle was in full swing. The Scorpion Demon emitted a strange aura, its pale bones shimmering with a cold light in the darkness. And it seemed as if two ghostly flames were burning in its hollow eye sockets. Each bone appeared to be forged through countless trials, incredibly hard, as it moved with stiff yet determined steps, continuously swinging the dark bone blade to attack the kidney-deficient ghost before it. Meanwhile, the kidney-deficient ghost had revealed its true form during this brief but intense battle. Its shape was twisted with wet, long hair hanging down in a chaotic mess like seaweed, dripping with murky droplets. Its skin exhibited a terrifying purplish-blue color, as if soaked in the breath of death for a long time. Without a moment's pause, in just 10 seconds, the two had collided countless times. Cold streams of water flew and dark blades of light crisscrossed. The buildings within a radius of several dozen meters seemed to shatter like glass amidst their fierce combat. After another direct collision that created distance between them, the moment the Scorpion Demon stabilized its stance, it immediately launched an attack. It raised the bone blade high and swung it forward violently, sending a black beam of light shooting towards the kidney-deficient ghost like lightning. The kidney-deficient ghost hurriedly dodged to the side, but the light still grazed its body, leaving a deep scar. Black mist billowed from the wound, and the kidney-deficient ghost roared in pain, but refused to back down, immediately spreading its arms wide and summoning groups of black water balls to hurl at the scorpion demon in retaliation. The water balls, filled with dark energy, traced arcs in the air, carrying the scent of death as they charged at the scorpion demon. Facing the dense barrage of water balls, the scorpion demon showed no fear, skillfully wielding the bone blade to shatter them one by one. Water splashed everywhere, but the corrosive power contained within could not inflict any substantial harm on the scorpion demon. After the steam rose, only faint white marks appeared on its pitch-black bones. At the same time, the scorpion demon seized the opportunity to counterattack, quickly rushing forward, its bone blade slashing down like a torrential storm towards the kidney-deficient ghost. The kidney-deficient ghost desperately defended, but its strength was clearly inferior to that of the scorpion demon. Suddenly, it leaped high, black mist swirling and condensing around it, and the bone blade, infused with powerful strength, swung down towards the kidney-deficient ghost. You think you're worthy to battle with me? This strike was powerful and swift, so much so that the kidney-deficiency ghost could not dodge in time and was hit hard. Ugh! It let out a miserable cry as its body flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground. At this moment, the kidney-deficiency ghost was completely at a disadvantage. It struggled to get up, but the scorpion demon was closing in, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Watching the approaching scorpion demon, the kidney-deficiency ghost trembled with its bloodied and mangled arms, struggling to rise. However, the wounds that continued to bleed had already eliminated any possibility of continuing the fight. Given the current situation, even if it fought on, it would only take a few encounters before the scorpion demon would slay it on the spot. Yet, even realizing this, the kidney-deficiency ghost showed no signs of wanting to retreat. It only knew that Liangxiao was its rebirth parent. If Liangxiao were gone, wouldn't that mean its own future death as well? In this situation, he absolutely cannot allow it to happen. He would even be willing to sever his own path of future cultivation to ensure Liangxiao's safe departure from this place. You can't really think you've already won, can you? As the hidden energy in his back, just as the kidney-deficient ghost, with a mad look on its face, was preparing to gamble its future and unleash its final trump card, a broad hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. You've already done well, my friend. Leave the rest to me. Liangxiao looked at the kidney-deficient ghost, still ready to fight desperately, and couldn't help but show a hint of admiration and appreciation. This is truly the legendary tale of 1,000-year grace. If I had known it would come to this, I would have helped that kidney-deficient ghost more back then. Who would have thought that this kidney-deficient kid would actually show up when it mattered? Dr. Yang, don't look at me like I'm out of it now. I can still. Hey, no need to be so formal, just call me boss. Boss, I really can still. Seeing the kidney-deficient ghost wanting to say something else, Liangxiao immediately waved his hand to interrupt him. No need for more words, I understand. But what you should do now is to go and rest to heal your injuries. As for the rest, I will handle it. If you say one more word, then the reward I promised you will be gone. What reward? Boss, is it the kind of reward I'm thinking of? As soon as this was said, the kidney-deficient ghost, who was just lying on the ground feeling like dying, instantly became full of energy. His eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but ask, Huh, boss, you take care of him, I'll just shut up. Seeing Liangxiao frowning in displeasure, the kidney-deficient ghost immediately realized something and hurriedly covered his mouth, trembling as he quickly fled to the side. Chapter 81. Fierce Battle. The dark skeleton going all out. The demon Scorpion Whiting, who had been quietly watching the two talk, didn't interrupt them until Liangxiao turned his head back to look at him. Whiting then revealed a slightly mocking smile. What? You, a lowly ghost-level ant, want to replace that waste in a wheel battle? How do you know unless you try? Liangxiao repeated unashingly, fully activating his pure young sacred body. An overwhelming fire surged up, and at this moment, Liangxiao waved his hands as if the air around him was ignited. A group of intense flames rose in his palms, like dancing spirits. The flames were crimson, emitting a suffocating high temperature, as if they could burn everything to ashes. Judging solely by the momentum Liangxiao was unleashing at this moment, he was not weaker than the kidney-deficient ghost, who was at the peak of the fierce ghost level. This aura? Whiting's expression froze. The ghostly flames in his hollow eye sockets fixed on Liangxiao, as he actually felt a subtle sense of threat from him. A mere peak ghost-level human ant could actually pose a threat to him. Absurd. Whiting growled in disbelief and prepared to charge at Liangxiao. Liangxiao showed no fear. He shouted loudly and pushed his hands forward, sending a massive pillar of fire rushing toward Whiting. Taking the initiative, as the fire pillar passed, the air was distorted by the scorching heat. Whiting quickly raised his bone blade to block, but the power of the fire pillar was too overwhelming, directly sending him flying. Whiting crashed heavily into two walls, the bones in his body making a painful cracking sound. Boom! Dust flew everywhere, and this unscientific scene made everyone watching the bizarre live stream outside widen their eyes in disbelief. What the hell? A peak ghost-level battle against a fierce ghost-level peak. Not only was he not instantly killed, but he even gained the upper hand? Oh my god, am I still dreaming? A peak ghost-level human can actually face off against a fierce ghost-level peak? I must still be asleep. You're telling me this is a gap that hard work can bridge? I finally understand that the biggest dividing line between people is amniotic fluid. Oh my, Yang the Great is awesome. I love you. Yang the Great, you're eternal. The faces of people from various countries were filled with disbelief, while the high-ranking officials from around the world, excluding the top of the Great Xia, looked extremely grim, given his exceptional talent for dealing with bizarre dungeons. It now seemed he had even stronger combat talent. This young Liangxiao actually possesses dual top-tier talents? His danger level assessment must be raised. By the way, have we received any news from the team we sent to look for this guy in Great Xia? We must find a suitable opportunity to eliminate him in the cradle. Otherwise, after this bizarre national fortune dungeon weakens the overall strength of our countries too much, relying on this young Liangxiao, the Great Xia Empire might just have a chance to dominate the world. Meanwhile, in the bizarre world, Blood Hospital number 3, pulling his body out of the wall. Looking at his body that had obvious burn marks, Whiting was filled with astonishment and a surge of killing intent. Even the peak kidney-deficient ghost could not break through a solid defense. Yet Yang Liangxiao, with his peak ghost-level cultivation, could easily breach it. His talent had completely surpassed the realm of normal humans or bizarre beings. If he were to continue growing smoothly, not only would his boss, but even the entire bizarre world would have to give him some respect. No doubt, after the brief collision, Whiting had already confirmed that Yang Liangxiao's talent was deserving of such qualifications. But the premise of all this was that Yang Liangxiao could grow successfully. Whiting slowly raised his head, his expression cold, locking onto Yang Liangxiao not far away, then revealing a cruel smile. To force me to go all out, you must be quite proud to die. As soon as the words fell, Whiting let out a chilling roar that seemed to penetrate the soul, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Whiting's gaze sharpened, and he began to unleash all his power. In an instant, rolling black mist surged around him, twisting and writhing as if alive, exuding a strong aura of death. The ghostly flames in his hollow eye sockets danced wildly, the light stronger than before, as if to illuminate the dark world. A powerful sense of oppression radiated from Whiting, causing debris on the ground to jump as if in fear of the impending storm. The air around seemed to freeze, making it hard to breathe. Each breath brought a chilling sense of danger and death. Every bone in Whiting's body began to tremble slightly, making eerie cracking sounds. Visibly, his originally cracked bones suddenly bulged, then bizarrely transformed into sharp bone blades. Bone blades covered Whiting's entire body, turning him into a war machine. The dense bone blades were further enveloped by dark magical power, gleaming coldly, as if they could easily cut through anything. Now, it's my time. Whiting smiled coldly. The moment the words fell, the eerie black mist was suddenly pierced open, and Whiting abruptly vanished from his spot. A terrifying sense of crisis enveloped Yang Liangxiao's heart. This is the oppressive feeling of the red-clad, evil spirit. Before he could truly clash head-on with the fully powered Scorpio Huating, Yang Liangxiao had already deeply sensed its completely different aspect. In the next moment, a sharp blade light appeared behind Yang Liangxiao's head. Liangxiao, Yang the Great. Boss. accompanied by 3 exclamations. The dark blade light cut through the air like lightning, directly descending towards the back of Liangxiao's neck. Liangxiao reacted quickly, twisting his body in advance, but still couldn't completely evade this dark blade light. PFFF. Blood sprayed as a deep wound was cut into Liangxiao's left shoulder, and it seemed that strange black particles were constantly eroding the flesh at the wound. Buzz! Liangxiao activated the blazing fire, suddenly pulling away. Sensing the abnormality of the wound, Liangxiao narrowed his eyes slightly, then used pure yang flames to incinerate the strange particles at the wound. Swish! The dark blade light came at him again, and Scorpio Huading gave Liangxiao no chance to catch his breath, continuing the assault. Gritting his teeth, Liangxiao braced himself to counterattack. Bang bang bang! The two collided repeatedly, flames and blade lights vying for power, the dispersed energy causing surrounding objects to shatter continuously. Chapter 82, Fire Fist. Blazing Fire Kill. Although the two were constantly clashing, and even though Liangxiao was merely at the peak of the evil spirit level, he was still engaged in a fierce battle with the current Scorpio Huading, showing no signs of being absolutely crushed. But this was merely a scene in the eyes of ordinary players or low-level anomalies. In fact, in the eyes of Ivankov, Mina, and others, Liangxiao had already fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Even though Liangxiao was resisting with all his might, the disparity in cultivation level between him and Scorpio Huading was too great. Even with his top-tier talent, he couldn't achieve a balanced situation with it. Almost every few seconds, Liangxiao would acquire another deep wound. In just a few minutes, the once otherworldly Liangxiao had turned into a bloody mess. In this scene, Bartis, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but tighten his fists and prepare to step forward. But just as Bartis took a step, a rune-covered golden staff appeared between him and the weakened ghost. Do you really think that with your strength, you can have a decisive impact on the battle? Princess Mina, I respect your close relationship with Lord Yang, but you can't. Bartis spoke with a rare coldness. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ivankov Mina interrupted him again. If you want to ensure that Liangxiao's injuries are in vain, go ahead and intervene. That's all I have to say. Huh? Bartis, who had been feeling terrible, was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. On the battlefield, the attacks of the Scorpion Demon were pouring down like a storm. While ruthlessly attacking, the Scorpion Demon also continued to taunt. I admit your talent is far beyond that of the human ants, but I'm sorry you appeared in the public eye too soon. Your foolishness destined you not to reach the peak. Let me shatter your dreams of becoming strong. With that, the Scorpion Demon suddenly gathered an endless, eerie black mist in its hands. It was preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the seriously injured Liangxiao. But just as it was about to strike, Liangxiao's resigned voice suddenly rang out. Has anyone ever told you that villains always die from talking too much? What? Liangxiao's unexpected words made the Scorpion Demon furrow its brows in confusion. But before it could ponder, the previously carefree Scorpion Demon suddenly widened its eyes, filled with disbelief. Because in its sight, the once weak and heavily injured Liangxiao was now surging with an incredibly terrifying vitality. The emergence of that life force revitalized Liangxiao entirely. His aura not only returned to its peak, but was also continuously pushing towards even greater heights. In this situation, it feels as if they have broken free from their shackles, breaking through the shackles. Realizing this, Scorpio Huading's eyes revealed shock. Not good. Just as Scorpio Huading was about to strike quickly, Liangxiao had already made his own move. Only now realizing it was bad, he felt embarrassed. It was already too late. At this moment, Liangxiao revealed a smile full of sarcasm. As his voice echoed, another cold voice sounded. With my 2 million ghost coins as a contract, I command you to remain frozen in place for 2.5 seconds. The ghost coins flew into the pocket of Huading, while Liangxiao also flashed to stand before him. Looking at the incredulous expression on Huading's face, Liangxiao softly said, "Fortunately, your earlier attempt to forcibly break through to the Ghost King realm caused you severe injuries, dropping your cultivation to the peak of the fierce ghost level. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to use your power and assistance to break through to the fierce ghost realm. It was precisely because of this that Liangxiao took out a price sufficient to control the red-clothed fierce ghost to perfectly trigger his own talent. Then, Liangxiao added, "Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. Otherwise, not only would I be facing death at your hands, but I also definitely wouldn't be able to complete the breakthrough ahead of time." Killing with heart. Hearing this, Xiaomei, who was inexplicably forced to stay in place, nearly spat out blood from anger. He now desperately wanted to self-destruct and perish together with Liangxiao, but found that he couldn't even open his mouth to curse. Just as a million grass mud horses galloped through Xiaomei's mind, Liangxiao's voice rang out again. "I've already thought of how to thank you." Saying this, half of Liangxiao's body suddenly transformed into a fiery state. At the same time, he swung his right fist fiercely. Fire fist. Boom! The pure yang fire covered the astonished Xiaomei with overwhelming force. The entire battlefield was instantly enveloped in a scorching light. A wave of fiery red spread out. The powerful heat wave emitted by Liangxiao's fire fist surged outward like raging tides, distorting the air under the high temperature, as if it would ignite at any moment. The broken stones and dust on the ground were lifted by the heat wave, scattering into the air, only to be burned to powder by the force. All objects on the battlefield were ignited in an instant, and a raging fire quickly spread, making crackling sounds. The flames seemed to have a life of their own, greedily devouring everything that could burn. Thick black smoke billowed upward, intertwining with the fiery red flames, creating a scene that was terrifying to behold. As the surrounding terrifying turmoil gradually subsided, amidst the gradually dissipating sea of flames, a blood-soaked figure stood upright, catching people's eyes and showcasing his charisma. The man was none other than Liangxiao. In this battle with a significant disparity in strength, Liangxiao emerged victorious. Moreover, the terrifying demon scorpion, Huifeng, had already turned to dust and scattered. Looking at Liangxiao, who was covered in blood and standing still, everyone except Ivankov and Mina, who rushed forward immediately, was dumbfounded. Everyone here includes all the anomalies and human players from Blood Third Hospital, as well as everyone in the real world watching the Anomaly live stream. Did I go cross-eyed from waking up early at 8? Is this the power that can erupt at the peak level of an evil spirit? Wasn't that guy just about to get killed? How did he suddenly become as strong as if he'd taken a blue pill? I don't understand. Is this what a miracle doctor is? General anesthesia? Punch anesthesia. Master Yang is amazing. Master Yang, I want to have your babies. Stop praising him. Even if he miraculously turned the tables and killed his opponent, does he really think he can survive with such injuries in the Anomaly dungeon? Setting aside the crisis in the Anomaly world, won't those Balcern and the others take advantage of his weakness to finish him off? Chapter 83, A Glance Back. 100 charms arise. You guessed it right, isn't it? The people outside have just started to stir up this phrase. The three from Bacerna outside the battlefield immediately nodded to the other 12 allies. As everyone's eyes met, they all understood each other's intentions. They nodded in unison. A strong killing intent surged in their eyes, and they stepped forward together towards the inside. We're going to make a move on Liangxiao. At the same time, Ivankov and Mina, who had been observing the situation, immediately entered a state of readiness upon noticing the commotion outside. Meanwhile, the kidney-deficient Ghost and Bades, who had recovered most of their injuries, also flashed to Liangxiao's side. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Liangxiao naturally noticed the situation in the distance, but at this moment, he had little mind to pay attention to those things. Although he had successfully broken through to the initial stage of the Ghost Realm in his earlier battle with the Scorpion Demon, the energy feedback from that breakthrough only helped him strengthen his internal organs, healing most of his internal injuries. However, the severe external injuries he was currently suffering had not received any assistance at all. His wounds were still bleeding every moment, and the pain continuously filled his mind. Even though his pure yang sacred body automatically nourished him with abundant energy, it would still take at least 5 hours to recover to a completely unscathed state. However, now there was the presence of Ivankov and Mina. The time to recover to peak condition is going to be reduced to an exaggerated duration. Half an hour. As long as his people can hold off for half an hour, he can enter the battle in his prime, and then, perhaps because he had just escaped from the fray, young Liangxiao's gaze towards the group, led by Baserna, revealed an uncharacteristic, cold, killing intent. He felt the tension in young Liangxiao's muscles and the terrifying, murderous aura erupting from within him. Ifan Gof mina flashet area suring smile at young Liangxiao. Don't worry, Liangxiao. Just by myself, I can help you buy enough recovery time. Glancing at the stunningly noble and mysterious woman, young Liangxiao chuckled lightly. A strange glimmer flickered in his eyes as he glanced at his balance, and he felt certain. Remaining ghost coins, 28 million. It was nothing more than using ghost coins to forcibly command some strange entities to stop Baserna and his group. With 28 million ghost coins, young Liangxiao had enough confidence to say such things. I believe in you. Ivankov Mena continuously urged her power, summoning a steady stream of holy light to heal young Liangxiao's injuries. Her face, radiating noble charm, was filled with a trusting smile. Coupled with the holy glow that surrounded her while she exerted her power, Ivankov Mena naturally appeared to be enveloped in a layer of brilliance. To be fair, the charm of Ivankov Mena's smile made even someone like young Liangxiao, who had gone through the trials of Sadako, Phyllis, and Fiona, momentarily lost in fascination. This mysterious woman was becoming increasingly difficult for him to understand. Calming his thoughts, young Liangxiao then turned his gaze to the outside world, where his eyes fell. He saw that the originally fierce group, led by Baserna and consisting of more than 10 people, was now completely blocked outside. Not only were they blocked, but they were also surrounded, unable to advance even a step, and the ones surrounding Baserna's group, preventing them from moving, were none other than the strange patients who had come to seek treatment from young Liangxiao, without even needing young Liangxiao to exert his monetary ability. These strange patients had already spontaneously helped him stop these wrongdoers. What are you blocking us for? Let us in. We are all human players. I need to discuss important matters with Liangxiao Kun. You think we are fools? What nonsense are you spouting every day? One of the strange patients spoke up, and the others followed suit, angrily cursing at the intruders. You can't really be naive enough to think we don't see through your intentions to cause trouble for the divine Dr. Yang while he's vulnerable, right? There is a huge difference between a genius like divine Dr. Yang and a foolish dog like you among humans. This blood hospital has finally reached the level of a master like divine Dr. Yang. If you scare him away or harm him, it won't just be a loss for me and my family, but a huge loss for this entire region. If you dare to move a single inch, we will fight you to the death. Watching the scene unfold, Ivankov Mena, who already trusted young Liangxiao, immediately flashed him a sweet smile. Liangxiao, you're amazing. You managed to command this group of strange people to work for you without losing a single soldier. What does it feel like to have a world-renowned, proud princess gazing at you like a lovesick girl? Young Liangxiao didn't know what it felt like before, but now he understood. This is simply more heartwarming than eating honey. Originally, young Liangxiao wanted to explain, but when he met the pair of worshipful eyes that showed no hint of falsehood, all his words were frozen together. Damn it, love whoever you want. With a beautiful woman by his side, why bother with all the trivial things? Just enjoy it. With this thought, young Liangxiao tightly embraced the soft yet resilient body of Ivankov Mena. Holding soft jade in his arms, a proud smile curved at the corners of young Liangxiao's mouth. Low profile, that's just basic practice. While young Liangxiao was casually showing off by hugging a girl, the group of Baserna, surrounded by countless bizarre patients, was about to explode with anger. Bakayuru, fuck, please remember your current actions. If this Dr. Yang suddenly disappears, don't come looking for me. But just then, Chapter 84, The Kidney Deficiency Ghost Strikes. An unexpected surprise. I'll be damned if you take advantage of the chaos. Is this creature even human? A handsome guy stood up indignantly. The ghostly energy surged around him, and cold water columns shot towards the people of Baserna. Right? The handsome guy is none other than the kidney deficiency ghost. Young Liangxiao and Ivankov Mena were both taken aback, and when they turned their heads, they found that the kidney deficiency ghost was not only gathering water columns to attack, but also making a face that seemed to be asking for compliments at young Liangxiao. Young Liangxiao, At the same time, dozens of cold water columns shot out in different directions. Basolna, Wadeburn, and Ichiro Sasaki reacted swiftly and easily dispelled the kidney deficiency ghost attack. However, the rest did not fare as well. Except for a few human players in the powerful ghost realm, all other competitors in the evil ghost realm suffered varying degrees of injury. But in the next moment, the three who had originally resisted the attack, Basolna and his companions, were immediately filled with anger. This was because the three cold water columns attacking them were not entirely filled with power. They were mixed with ordinary stinky water. Instinctively, they countered the water columns, shattering the droplets in an instant. As a result, the stinky water mixed and came pouring down on them, making it hard to avoid. The stinky water drenched them, and the foul smell immediately spread. The expressions of Basolna and his companions were almost more dramatic than each other. Such a scene instantly made all the strange patients, who were already filled with dissatisfaction towards Basolna and his companions, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Don't they look like drowned rats? They do resemble drowned rats. But I think they look more like garbage pulled out of a stinky gutter. Well said, haha, this is just too funny. Listening to the mocking laughter, both Basolna and Wadeburn clenched their fists in anger, but they held back for now due to the overwhelming numbers on the other side. Only Ikir Sasaki could no longer endure this humiliation. Bakayar, a samurai can be killed, but cannot be insulted. If you want to fight us, do it honorably. What kind of man resorts to these underhanded tactics? As soon as he said this, the citizens of the Great Xia, who were watching the bizarre live broadcast, could no longer contain themselves. It's one thing to steal our ancient sayings, but how dare you, a little dog from a small land, utter the words honorably? Isn't your intention to take advantage of our great god Yang being severely injured to launch a sneak attack? The samurai of the East Ing are all such beasts. It can be imagined that a large part of the East Ing citizens are shameless dead dogs like this. Baka, what nonsense are you foolish Great Xia people talking about? Our Sasaki-kun is an excellent embodiment of samurai spirit. It was Basolna who suggested the sneak attack on Liangxiao. What does that have to do with our Sasaki-kun? Occasionally, some East Ing citizens try to twist the facts, but they were quickly suppressed and overshadowed by our compatriots with absolute strength. A group of beasts turning black into white. Ayur. The citizens of Great Xia were easily suppressing these East Ing defeated dogs who dared not admit their crimes. Meanwhile, in the Blood Hospital number 3, Liangxiao also wore a bright smile. However, he wasn't happy about Basolna and his group's embarrassment. Instead, this foolish guy is going to die. As a flash of light crossed Liangxiao's eyes, the voice of Ivankov Mina echoed, and a terrifying aura suddenly filled the entire hall of Blood Hospital number 3. Crash! The barrier formed by Basolna and his group instantly shattered whoosh. Accompanied by a piercing sound of air being cut, Nagayama again made an appearance. With his pupils constricted, Ikir Sasaki sensed the terrifying intent to kill and immediately summoned all his strength, gripping a katana and swinging it toward the empty space. The strike was powerful enough to effortlessly behead any evil, spirit-level entity. But in the next moment, clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing erupted. Amidst the sparks, a hand emerged to block the full-force swing of Sasaki Ikuru's attack, revealing Nagayama in. Oh! Looking at the horrified expression on Sasaki Ikuru's face, a fleeting look of surprise flashed across Nagayama's withered old face. I thought you were all just a bunch of useless ants. But it seems there are still some decent ones among you. With that, Nagayama revealed a chilling smile. His dark eyes sparkled with a mad glint as he said, "This is what makes killing enjoyable." As his voice fell, a tremendous aura belonging to a mid-level red-clothed ghost erupted. The chilling and bone-piercing killing intent surged, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop incessantly. Seeing this, Basolna and Wadeburn both wanted to intervene. But just as they had the urge to act, Nagayama's frenzied gaze fell upon their faces. Those eyes held no warning. Instead, they seemed filled with anticipation. Just that one look rendered the two, who were prepared to forcibly rescue Sasaki Ikuru, completely stiff in place. Given the stakes for their nation, they could not afford to take risks. While losing Sasaki Ikuru would affect their overall combat strength, it wouldn't be fatal. Even now, with a group of useless allies, they still held the upper hand against Liangxiao and his companions. However, if they were to lose any combat power in an attempt to save Sasaki Ikaru, it would be disastrous. The best course of action now was to abandon Sasaki Ikaru. His life and death depended on his own fortune, and they needed to leave this perilous place as soon as possible. With that thought, after exchanging a glance, they both began to pull their hesitant allies off the ground, slightly bowing their heads as they walked toward the exit. Basolna and the others' choices did not surprise Liangxiao, but Ivankov Mina's words made him turn his head, meeting Liangxiao's somewhat bewildered gaze. Ivankov Mina did not explain or act confused. Instead, she smiled generously at him. Without dwelling on how Ivankov Mina knew this, Liangxiao immediately turned to look at the battlefield. In the center, where shockwaves were continuously dispersing, Sasaki Ikaru was engaged in a fierce clash with Nagayama in. Bang bang bang! The sounds of intense attacks, colliding, and Sasaki Ikaru's muffled groans of pain echoed continuously. Each time he gained the upper hand in a collision, Nagayama chose not to deliver a fatal blow, but instead opted to leave a bloody hole in Sasaki Ikaru's body. This is Nagayama toying with Ichiro Sasaki. Chapter 85. Ichiro Sasaki's Death. Baiwa Qian? Bakayuru. After yet another collision, Ichiro Sasaki collapsed to the ground, his body uncontrollably kneeling due to excruciating pain. He angrily raised his head to glare at his opponent, trembling as he prepared to continue fighting with Nagayama. A samurai can be killed, but not humiliated. You damn bastard! Ichiro Sasaki chanted to himself, forcing his battered body upright. But at that moment, Nagayama Yin's cold laughter echoed again. I have only heard that a samurai can be killed, but not humiliated. I haven't heard that a samurai can be killed, but not humiliated. As the sarcastic words rang out, an endless aura of malice surged from Nagayama-in. Bang! A violent collision sound erupted. Ichiro Sasaki's half-upright body was suddenly stomped back to the ground by a foot. His furious face made immediate contact with the ground. His features distorted. Blood flowed from his orifices. The terrifying force almost instantly knocked Ichiro Sasaki unconscious. But it wasn't over. After stomping Ichiro Sasaki back to the ground, a more ecstatic expression appeared on Nagayama Yin's shriveled old face. Bang! One foot after another aimed at Ichiro Sasaki's head, until his entire head was almost crushed and embedded in the ground's pit. Nagayama-in finally retracted his mad expression and restored his sinister demeanor. Avoiding the many fearful gazes from the bizarre patients, Nagayama-in locked eyes with Liangxiao's calm and unperturbed gaze. Seeing that Liangxiao seemed to have no emotional fluctuations, the satisfied expression on Nagayama Yin's face momentarily froze. Narrowing his eyes, after taking a deep look at Liangxiao, Nagayama-in quickly departed from the spot. Targeting me? Watching the direction Nagayama-in left, Liangxiao raised an eyebrow. The kidney deficiency ghost proudly patted his chest, saying, glancing at the proud expression of the kidney deficiency ghost beside him, Liangxiao couldn't help but show a bright smile. Who knows? By accident, this little guy really helped him eliminate an enemy. Although the absence of this enemy wouldn't affect the final outcome, the kidney deficiency ghost ultimately did something beneficial, right? Moreover, he didn't just indirectly kill Ichiro Sasaki. He also thoroughly disgusted half of the small gang led by Basolna. Thinking of Basolna and Wade Burns' expressions as they left, looking more miserable than if they had eaten feces, Liangxiao couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. This little brother kidney deficiency ghost really did a great job this time. Very good. With this thought, Liangxiao generously gave his praise. After affirming, Liangxiao took out a bottle of small pills from his pocket and handed it to the kidney deficiency ghost. Boss, what is this? Looking at the bottle of medicine handed to him by Liangxiao, the kidney deficiency ghost felt a bit curious but still cautiously asked, Boss, the blue pills inside won't be. Before he finished speaking, Liangxiao immediately raised his hand to interrupt the kidney deficiency ghost. No need to ask. It's exactly what you think it is. Take it half an hour before the event, and it can at least double your current abilities. As soon as these words came out, The corners of the kidney deficiency ghost's mouth visibly rose in excitement. "Boss, I really love you," the kidney deficiency ghost exclaimed while passionately kissing the bottle in his hands. Ignoring the little brother beside him acting crazy, Liangxiao turned his attention back to the many bizarre patients outside. Meeting the friendly gazes of the various ghosts, Liangxiao also revealed a friendly smile. In the gaze of all the bizarre patients present, the handsome man suddenly clasped his hands and said, "I, Liangxiao, thank you all for your help. To repay your assistance, all medical expenses today will be covered by me alone. Please line up immediately. Let's start today's consultations." The moment Liangxiao's words fell, a wave of overwhelming cheers erupted in the lobby of Blood Third Hospital. "Woo! Dr. Yang is magnificent. Dr. Yang, I love you. Dr. Yang, actually. Compared to you helping us cover the medical expenses, we hope you can extend the consultation time a bit more. Brothers, don't you agree? Of course. With just that little working time every day, whether we patients at the back can get treated is purely a matter of luck." Many bizarre patients expressed their thoughts. Regarding this idea, Liangxiao raised his eyebrows and decisively agreed. With so many adorable and incredibly supportive strange patients, how could he not satisfy their little needs? In that case, based on the previous statement, I would like to declare one more point. The working hours of my first medical room will be extended by 2 hours today. Long live Dr. Yang. If it weren't for Dr. Yang, the medical path in this strange world would be as long as a night without dawn. Without Dr. Yang, I feel that the Blood Third Hospital might as well close down. After today, we must go find the higher-ups of the hospital to apply for commendation for our selfless Dr. Yang. With this addition from Liangxiao, the strange patients in the venue completely went wild. The deafening cheers almost lifted the ceiling of the entire Blood Third Hospital. Back in the first medical room, after successfully diagnosing more than a dozen strange patients during their break time, Bartis couldn't help but come to Liangxiao's side and actively asked, "Even though this group of strange patients has indeed helped us to some extent today, it was still their voluntary action. Even if we don't express it, it won't affect our performance at all. Besides, Master Yang, do you know? The consultation fee for a strange patient is at least 1,000 ghost coins. Although I know you have money, as your fan, I really don't want to see you spend money unnecessarily." Meeting Bartis's puzzled and concerned gaze, Liangxiao, who was cleaning the white gloves in his hands, couldn't help but smile. "Spend money unnecessarily? You'll know when the time comes." "I'll know when the time comes." Although he wanted to say more, he also understood that the person in front of him could not be easily offended. So even though he was curious, he kept his mouth shut. Chapter 86. Establishing a 100-nation alliance to strangle Daxia. While the two were talking, Ivankov Mena stood quietly beside them. And Liangxiao and Bartis's words naturally fell into her ears without missing a word. However, Ivankov Mena did not make any comments on Bartis's doubts. It can even be said that she had no objection at all to Liangxiao's actions. Bartis was right. Almost every time a strange patient was received, it would at least cost 1,000 ghost coins for them to pick up their treatment medication. And how many patients can Liangxiao diagnose in a day? At least in the 3-digit range. Therefore, in one day, Liangxiao would have to spend hundreds of thousands or even millions of ghost coins. This consumption, not to mention in the real world, would be shocking even in a bizarre world with its astonishing price. Spending 1,000,000 ghost coins. Such a feat is something even she, the Grand Princess of the Bear Empire, cannot casually achieve. But was Liangxiao's approach wrong? Not at all. Ivankov Mena's beautiful azure eyes were fixed intently on the smiling Liangxiao, silently reflecting to herself. Just as Liangxiao was seriously diagnosing a patient in the bizarre world. In the outside world, the human realm, contestant Ichiro Sasaki from the land of the rising sun has died. The disaster has come to an end. All contestants worldwide, and those hoping to pass smoothly, should pay more attention to their own safety. As the land of the rising sun fell into disarray, an endless barrage of comments surged in the Global Bazaar livestream. What the hell? What is going on? Wasn't that kidney-deficient ghost just attacking Basolna and his group? Why is it that the one attacked by that old ghost is not the kidney-deficient ghost, but Ichiro Sasaki? Exactly. I also don't understand why Basolna and Wadeburn who were right next to Ichiro Sasaki, weren't attacked. Only Ichiro Sasaki was. Damn it, this cursed bizarre national fate instance. Saying nothing and simply trying to push us humans toward a dead end. I won't deny that. But for you representatives who want to actively cause trouble for your own kind, I think Ichiro Sasaki deserved to die. Those who seek to kill will always be killed. The global audience was filled with shock and confusion from the earlier scene. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Land of the Rising Sun looked extremely grim, their hearts filled with indignation and anger. They could never have imagined that the contestant they had high hopes for would die in such an unclear manner just one day later. Moreover, he didn't even have the chance to make a move against Liangxiao before he died. Such a result was simply unacceptable to them. The emperor, leading the group, took a deep breath after hearing the report on national losses, and then managed to regain his composure to say, "Give me the president of the great American empire on the line. I want to speak to him personally." "As you command, Your Majesty." Beep beep. Within a couple of breaths, the president of the great American empire answered the call. The screen flickered, revealing a crystal-clear image that appeared before the eyes of all the high-ranking officials of the Eastern Japan nation. Sitting at the head of the round table was a middle-aged man with heavy, mountain-like presence and blonde hair. He was none other than the highest authority of the great American empire, President Bernoulli II. President Bernoulli II clasped his hands under his chin and looked deeply at the Emperor of Eastern Japan as he greeted him. "Your Majesty, I've been waiting for your call for quite some time." Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Eastern Japan felt a jolt in his heart. "Lord Bernoulli, what do you mean by that? Do you already know what I want to say?" Hee. President Bernoulli II chuckled lightly, and then continued, "If I am not mistaken, what you want to discuss is about our need to join forces to pressure the great Xia Empire, even to the extent of sending troops, right? Lord Bernoulli, you are truly far-sighted and remarkably wise." The Emperor of Eastern Japan nodded in agreement and praised him. "No need for such flattery." President Bernoulli II waved his hand, and the light smile on his face was replaced by an endless coldness and seriousness. "Regarding your thoughts, all the high-ranking officials of the great American empire already had a proposal right after the first bizarre national fortune instance ended. And after many days of brainstorming and careful consideration, we have reached a conclusion." At this point, President Bernoulli II paused and then, with a cold gaze, said, "The conclusion is to quickly form a coalition of 100 nations and swiftly attempt an all-out strike against the great Xia Empire. As for specific measures, after the end of this second bizarre national fortune instance, I will send someone to contact you all to convene a meeting for detailed discussions and arrangements." Beep beep. A coalition of 100 nations? An all-out strike? Great Xia Empire. If we, the Eastern Japan nation, cannot live well, you shouldn't expect to fare well either. Regardless of whether you have future ambitions to dominate the world, we must crush this possibility in the cradle. Several hours passed, and Liangxiao's overtime work finally came to an end. 18 dry blood leaves, 18 doses of broken bones, 18 drops of virgin blood. 3 doses a day for 6 days will guarantee you a complete cure. Thank you, Dr. Yang. Thank you, Dr. Yang. Upon hearing Liangxiao's assurance, the strange patient immediately showed a grateful expression. "This is my token. As long as you have any matters, Dr. Yang, you can crush it at any time. And no matter how far the distance, I will come to help immediately. I hope I won't have to use it." Liangxiao smiled and accepted it without any pretense. "Of course, all of us who have received Dr. Yang's help hope that you encounter no trouble in this bizarre world." Ha ha ha. Laughing joyfully, the last patient of the day disappeared from the sight of Liangxiao and the others. Liangxiao did not rush to summon JK's sister. Instead, he focused and summoned his attribute panel. Host, Liangxiao, cultivation, early stage of the evil spirit realm. Remaining ghost coins, 27 million. Items, shy ghost panties, summon. Vine fairies lingerie, summon. Drowned ghost sanitary napkin, summon. Chapter 87, A Brief Spring Breeze. Interrupted. He spent 1 million ghost coins for the promises he made today. And this 1 million ghost coins certainly could not be spent in vain. So many summons were his reward. Among them, there are everything from peak-level malevolent spirits to eerie lower-level evil ghosts. The number is vast, with at least 100 in total. And don't mention something like 1 million ghost coins. It's not worth it to exchange for their assistance. You must understand that under the observation of the Eye of Insight, Liangxiao can be sure that when faced with a life-threatening crisis, they will truly step up. They will risk their lives to help. Isn't this reckless helper more valuable than uncertain helpers bought with money? However, to be fair, this group of strange helpers is not meant to deal with the people of Basolna. If the previous peak-level evil spirit were to face the people of Basolna, Liangxiao would still have some reservations. This is the confidence brought to him by the pure Yang holy body and the Eye of Insight. And this group of strange helpers, who were prepared in advance, is actually the backup Liangxiao left to deal with Changshanin. Although he is already aware of the triggering conditions for Changshanin's attack, he has been deliberately maintaining his emotions and heart rate within an extremely stable range over the past 2 days. Normally, it would be incredibly easy to avoid triggering Changshanin's killing conditions. However, as the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Liangxiao always has a feeling that he will inevitably confront that damned old ghost, Changshanin. At that time, it will definitely be a life-and-death situation. For this reason, Liangxiao has been fervently winning people's hearts and preparing in advance. Hopefully, that old ghost won't bring trouble to me. Liangxiao's eyes flickered, silently murmuring to himself. And then he reined in his emotions, no longer thinking about this matter. After calming his mind, Liangxiao slightly curled his lips and summoned Jinzi. Liangxiao. Looking at the fiery-eyed Liangxiao in front of her, Jinzi shrank her head, and a natural blush appeared on her fair and delicate face. This shy appearance of wanting to refuse, yet welcoming, made Liangxiao's smile even brighter. Good looks, figure, outfit, and even a physique that easily gets shy. How could such a Sadako make people get bored? Here I come, Sadako baby. With a howl, Liangxiao immediately pounced on Sadako, throwing her onto the soft bed. Just when Liangxiao had taken off his upper body clothes and was about to proceed to the next crucial step, a deafening bang suddenly rang out from outside the door. Boom! Outside the bedroom, someone was fiercely banging on the door. But the seemingly fragile door did not shatter immediately. Having experienced Fiona's sudden intrusion last time, Liangxiao, having learned from the past, naturally set up a barrier on the door every time before he went to sleep. Oh, not bad vigilance. A lackey showed a surprised expression and was ready to exert all his strength to completely shatter the formation in front of him. Break for me! With a loud shout, the lackey summoned all the ghostly energy in his body and launched a powerful punch. However, the anticipated feeling of collision did not come the next second. The tightly closed door suddenly opened by itself. As the lackey was stunned, a pale and broad hand immediately reached out from behind the door and grabbed his punching fist. Bang! When the fist met the palm, the peak-level evil ghost punch couldn't stir up even the slightest wave and was easily neutralized by Liangxiao. Liangxiao, you. The lackey raised his head, about to say something, but immediately locked eyes with Liangxiao's gaze, which was icy to the extreme. At that moment, the intense killing intent radiating from Liangxiao even refreshed his understanding of murderous aura. Just a single glance made him feel a chill suddenly shoot up from his tailbone to the top of his head. You really know how to pick your time. Liangxiao curled his lips, the coldness in his eyes almost solid ice. The moment his words fell, the lackey he was holding let out a mournful wail. Liangxiao's right hand suddenly exerted force, crushing the bones in the lackey's palm to dust with an unmatched strength. Just as the lackey let out a scream, Liangxiao swiftly threw a punch again. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the lackey was directly blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground, ultimately collapsing with a caved-in chest and spitting out blood, dying on the spot. It sounds complicated, but in this bizarre world, the scene unfolded in just 1 or 2 seconds. Some people present hadn't even had time to react when one of their allies had already perished. All of them were peak players at the evil spirit level. How could Liangxiao achieve such a crushing victory? Many evil spirit level competitors showed expressions of shock. If Liangxiao had displayed some terrifying flame to overpower that lackey, they could have understood. But the problem was, just moments ago, Liangxiao had casually thrown a punch that had directly annihilated the peak evil spirit lackey, being at the same peak evil spirit level. How could there be such a terrifying gap in physical strength? This was simply unscientific. They couldn't accept it at all. Just as these people were in a daze, Liangxiao's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Don't even think about it being unbelievable. This kid was no longer at the evil spirit level. He had successfully broken through to the early stage of the fierce ghost realm. Basolna suddenly yelled in a grim voice. The moment Liangxiao appeared, he had clearly sensed something was wrong. It wasn't until Liangxiao threw his punch and revealed a hint of his aura that Basolna confirmed Liangxiao's current cultivation level. He was naturally very clear about Liangxiao. Having only participated in 2 bizarre instances, he had officially been involved in the bizarre game for less than 3 weeks. Yet in such a short time, he had already broken through to the early stage of the fierce ghost realm. At this moment, Basolna finally experienced the feelings of his useless allies around him. Liangxiao's incredible talent was simply beyond human imagination. In just 2 bizarre dungeons in less than 20 days, he had completed a triple jump from an ordinary person to the high level of a fierce ghost. This achievement, not to mention in their Taichin country, is quite explosive even in the entire strange world. The indigenous people of the strange world would have to offer Liangxiao a cigarette upon hearing about his speed of cultivation improvement. That damn Liangxiao is simply not human. Chapter 88. The hunt begins. Before setting off, he thought that Liangxiao was merely at the peak of the evil ghost level, which is why he agreed to the proposal of the group to ambush Liangxiao at night. Because no matter how terrifying Liangxiao's innate talent was, with the help of everyone present, he had absolute confidence that he could quickly surround and kill Liangxiao before Ivankov Mena and baddies noticed anything unusual. But now that Liangxiao has successfully broken through to the fierce ghost realm, this confidence has shaken greatly. Previously, Liangxiao was at the peak of the evil ghost level and easily killed ordinary peak fierce ghosts. So how terrifying must Liangxiao's power be now that he has entered the fierce ghost realm? He can't possibly have the strength to briefly spar with a red-clothed fierce ghost, can he? The idea just flashed in Basolana's mind, and he couldn't help but shiver. If Liangxiao was really terrifying to this extent, then he only had one choice: run. Run as fast as possible. Otherwise, when Ivankov, Mina, and Baiters arrived, it would be a complete trap for them all. However, it was impossible to run directly now. He couldn't just run away immediately. It was best to find the perfect moment to escape while making Liangxiao feel disgusted. With this thought in mind, Basolana immediately shouted, "Brothers, don't be afraid. Only by killing him here do we have a chance to successfully clear the level. Otherwise, if we let him grow like this, do you really think we, who have offended him, can survive in this instance?" Everyone put in their all. No matter how extraordinary his talents were, he was still just a mortal flesh. With so many of us attacking together, I refuse to believe we can't kill him. As soon as Basolana's voice fell, poof, Liangxiao had already thrust his arm into the chest of one of the accomplices. With a squeeze of his palm, bang, the heart was crushed by Liangxiao's bare hands. Blood sprayed everywhere, instantly soaking Liangxiao's originally white clothes in bright red. The clothes were covered in blood. But Liangxiao didn't even care. He merely cast a cold, icy gaze over everyone before him. "Since you like to seek death, then I will generously fulfill your wish. Before you die, please deeply repent for the innocent citizens who will suffer unwarranted disasters because of your actions." After saying that, boom, a powerful and overwhelming ghostly aura suddenly erupted from Liangxiao's body. At the same time, he stepped forward, emanating a fiery and extraordinary aura. Under the night sky, Liangxiao stood in an open area, surrounded by flickering flames, each flicker seemingly containing extremely violent power. The moonlight shone through the sparse clouds, illuminating his cold face, and his eyes only held an endless rage disturbed by their actions. Attack! I still don't believe that, being in the same realm as a fierce ghost, he can kill so many of us alone. You, a kid from Great Xia, are too arrogant. Amidst the noisy shouts of anger, The air around tensed. Nearly 10 enemies surged forth, brandishing various sharp weapons, charging at Liangxiao. Faced with this sudden siege, Liangxiao showed no fear. Not even a hint of fluctuation in his mood. Instead, a cruel smile crept onto his lips. Now, the hunt begins. With a low growl, Liangxiao suddenly waved his hands, and instantly, raging flames erupted from his palms, transforming into two fire dragons that spiraled upward, then suddenly dove down, striking the enemy's ranks. Wherever the fire dragons passed, the air seemed to ignite, and the enemies were forced to retreat from the intense heat, some of their clothes instantly turning to ashes. Revealing terrified faces, Liangxiao moved like lightning, weaving through the sea of fire. With each step he took, the ground scorched beneath him, as if he were a walking inferno. With a wave of his right hand, flames condensed into blades sharp and deadly, easily slicing through the enemy's defenses and leaving trails of blood. Meanwhile, his left hand occasionally hurled fireballs. Amidst the explosions, enemies were either directly pierced or thrown back by the shockwaves, creating a scene of chaos and carnage. In this slaughter, where it felt like he was the only one present, Liangxiao displayed extraordinary combat intelligence. He could always accurately predict the enemy's movements, achieving maximum lethality with minimal effort. Fire was not only his weapon of attack, but also his shield of defense. Any enemy attempting to approach him would be burned upon contact with the flames surrounding him, even turning to ashes. Participants from Nanshan country have died. The bizarre instance has failed to clear. Disaster will descend in 3 minutes. Please prepare. Participants from Tiandang country have died. The bizarre instance has failed to clear. Disaster will descend in 3 minutes. Please prepare. Participants from Heishi country have died. The bizarre instance has failed to clear. As the cold broadcast of the bizarre game rules rang out, in just a short span of time, Barcelona's alliance was reduced to only 4 people. All 4 of them are undoubtedly at the ghostly realm level, while all the competitors at the evil ghost realm level have turned into charred corpses on the ground. However, the situation of the surviving 4, including Barcelona and Wadeburn, is not too good either. Apart from Barcelona and Wadeburn, who only have large areas of their clothes missing, the other 2 competitors at the ghostly realm level bear many wounds of varying severity. Is this guy really at the ghostly realm level? How could he be this strong? Gasping for breath, they looked up at Liangxiao, who had just killed several people, yet still appeared calm and collected, as if nothing had happened. These 2 injured players from the ghost realm felt for the first time that their country's decision was wrong. Why do such perverted guys have to unite with others to strangle him? Are they afraid that he will grow up in the future and that no one in the world can suppress him? They really want to say one thing now. Liangxiao is already so extraordinary. Why are you still fighting for something? It would be much more promising to honestly support this monstrous talent than to mix with those guys from the great American empire. However, regret is regret. It's too late to say these things now. They only have one choice left, to fight with all their might. Even if it means risking their lives to unleash unprecedented power, they must bite off a piece of flesh from Liangxiao. Top, top, top. The footsteps came closer, and the flame-encircled Liangxiao approached the 4 of Barcelona with an indifferent expression. This is one person surrounding 4. Chapter 89. A garment untainted by dust. Strikes to crush. You go first, we'll support from behind. Wade Burns spoke coldly, almost in a commanding tone. Barcelona immediately added, hearing Barcelona's explanation. The 2 alliance players in the ghost realm exchanged solemn nods. Then let's go. Liangxiao, I admit your talent is unparalleled, standing at the peak among all people globally. We are not as gifted as you. However, a nearly frenzied battle intent erupted in their eyes. This does not mean that we are unqualified to confront you head-on. The moment the words fell, flames that seemed to be condensed from blood suddenly appeared around the 2, enveloping their bodies. At the same time, their original cultivation aura began to terrifyingly ascend. Mid-ghost realm, late ghost realm, peak ghost realm. Boom! The ghostly energy that was not particularly strong on them surged like a black tide. A terrifying pressure filled the surroundings, immediately causing the nearby objects to tremble. Feeling the rapid depletion of life energy within them and the terrifying power surging in their bodies. The two simultaneously revealed radiant smiles. Now, we definitely have the strength to fight you head-on. In wind, gray thunder erupts. Accompanied by their loud shout, they poured all their strength into a full-force strike. Watching the two rush towards him with a terrifying attack like a bolt of lightning, Liangxiao remained unfazed. He slowly raised both hands, flames igniting instantly in his palms, initially dancing like nimble spirits, flickering. In the blink of an eye, the flames surged violently, transforming into two massive fire pythons, opening their gaping jaws to charge towards the black force. Wherever the fire pythons passed, the space warped from the heat, the scorching temperature making everything around seem like it was about to melt. Under Liangxiao's deliberate control, the flames, seemingly possessing consciousness, cleverly avoided the traps in the enemy's power, directly targeting their weak points. When the fire pythons collided with the two's all-out attack, an ear-splitting roar erupted, and the brilliance momentarily obscured all sight on the battlefield. Boom! The glaring black mist that erupted on the field blinded all the spectators, causing them to show anxious expressions. They had seen Liangxiao and the two launching their full-force attacks, but there were not only these two risking their lives to gain power on the battlefield. Damn it, this disgusting smoke again. Although I know this is a natural phenomenon, I can't help but associate it with scenes from anime. Damn it, it feels so uncomfortable. Don't let us see only half of it. Can this damn bizarre game rule not come up with a perspective function? I strongly agree. If we're going to die, let us die clearly. Add 1 and 1. Just as the national audience was murmuring in discontent within the smoke produced by the explosion, Liangxiao's deep eyes shimmered with mysterious light. The eye of insight is always open. This is the confidence that allows him to challenge a group all by himself. Roar. The sounds of ghostly wails suddenly rise, as if playing a prelude to the impending bloody slaughter. In the darkness, nearly 10 fierce ghosts and ugly little ghosts appear, exuding the aura of death, a madness ignited by forbidden laws, trading life for power. Their forms are as swift as phantoms, charging towards Liangxiao with a determination to fight to the death. The air around seems to freeze with their malice, creating a sinister atmosphere that envelopes Liangxiao like a great net. The wild wind, driven by them, becomes even more ferocious, lifting sand and gravel into the air, which then crashes down to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. They want to win by numbers, launching an all-out assault, leaving me nowhere to defend. Liangxiao activates his inside eye, showing no fear on his face, even managing a cold smile. Immediately, he waves his hands, and flames burst forth from his palms. As Liangxiao's thoughts surge, the flames seem alive, dazzlingly red and as hot as the sun descending to earth. The flames rapidly spread, forming a wall of fire that sweeps towards the fierce ghosts with overwhelming force. The firelight illuminates the entire dark space, dispelling the black mist and creating a stark contrast with the surrounding gloom, clearly lighting up every corner of the blood-soaked dormitory area of the third hospital. The fire wall pushes forward at high speed, dispersing all darkness in its path, swiftly neutralizing the power of the ghosts. Howl! The many fierce ghosts and little ghosts let out piercing screams, their unleashed power gradually dissipating under the scorching flames. Listening to the continuous wails of the ghosts, there is not a trace of pity on Liangxiao's face. His eyes sharpen, and he suddenly clasps his hands together. The flames respond to his command, instantly wrapping tightly around 2 of the fierce ghosts. The flames grow fiercer, completely engulfing the figures of the fierce and little ghosts. As the flames blaze, those many fierce and little ghosts are turned to ashes, with the dispersal of the black mist and due to the deaths of the little and fierce ghosts. Basalna and Weyburn are both subjected to varying degrees of backlash, spitting out blood. In contrast, Liangxiao, illuminated by the flames, slowly steps out from the dissipating dust around him. His clothes are untouched by dust, exuding an aura of transcendence. As for the two who burned their lives to inflict some injuries on Liangxiao, they are naturally dead beyond recovery. Having successfully reached the early stage of the fierce ghost realm, Yang Liangxiao's strength has undergone a tremendous transformation. His mastery of the pure Yang sacred body has grown immensely, allowing him to summon the pure Yang fire with even greater ferocity. The many shape-shifting techniques he employs are a clear testament to his leap in power. Watching Yang Liangxiao easily suppress more than 10 opponents solely by his own strength, the kidney-deficient ghost and baddies both let out a gasp. Wow, is this my boss, Yang God? Facing more than 10 with a disadvantage in cultivation like slaughtering dogs? To be fair, the terrifying combat power Yang Liangxiao displayed has once again refreshed their understanding. Chapitre 90, Wade Burnet Suicide, compared to the shock of the kidney-deficient ghost and baddies. Ivankov and Mina, although their beautiful eyes gleamed with light, did not show too intense a reaction. It was as if, in her view, Yang Liangxiao should possess such unreasonable and defiant combat power. Under the gaze of people around the world filled with shock, confusion, jealousy, and other emotions, Yang Liangxiao turned his gaze towards Wade Burn and Basolna in front of him. Meeting Yang Liangxiao's bone-chilling gaze, Wade Burn narrowed his eyes slightly, taking a deep breath. He said, "Basolna, it seems we also have to use a life-for-a-life approach to complete the tasks assigned to us by our respective countries. Basolna, what are you doing?" But just as Wade Burn frowned and turned to look, he was suddenly frozen in place. "Nah, bro." To his surprise, the sturdy comrade who should have been standing beside him had already vanished without a trace. Wade Burn instinctively extended his spiritual power to probe the area. Only then did he discover the trace of his sturdy comrade, who had already run 800 meters away. During the rapid escape, Basolna seemed to sense Wade Burn's spiritual energy and seriously reminded him, "Brother, you can go with peace of mind. I will definitely take good care of your wife and children. I will avenge you quickly." Hearing Basolna's words, Wade Burn nearly lost his breath. Such a scene brought a faint smile to the usually fiery Yang Liangxiao. As for Badge and the Kidney Phantom, they had already started laughing wildly the moment they spotted Basaruna fleeing. The laughter would not fade. It simply shifted to others. The citizens of the Great Xia and the people of the Bear Country all displayed bright smiles at the sight before them. "I can't stop laughing." This is the elite player who confidently claimed that this bizarre national fortune dungeon would be conquered. It turns out the elite alliance abandoned their allies and fled in a critical battle. I've really learned something new. Not to mention, the fleeing technique of this contestant from the Taiqing Kingdom is definitely among the best. Didn't you see that even the great Yang didn't react in time to his escape? I don't want to say much else. I just want to say one thing. If you can't win a 3-on-3, do you even know how to play? Looking at the citizens of the Bear Country and the Great Xia Empire, sharp and extreme taunts surged forth, while the faces of the people from hundreds of countries around the world showed a mix of emotions. The contestants from so many countries united to target just 3 people, yet they were all killed in return. They can't wash away their guilt, even if they risk their lives. "Oh, Lord Wayburn, it seems that your so-called Steel Alliance isn't as solid as you claim," Yang Liangxiao said with a grin. At this moment, the desire that he had no way to vent was also extinguished by the intense battle earlier, and his mood had shifted from the previously terrible state. Listening to Yang Liangxiao's unabashed teasing, Wade Burn's expression turned cold as he said, "Don't think you can take me down easily. If I really risk my life, you will have to bear these injuries no matter what." Arrogant and reckless brat. After cursing, Wade Burn took out a worn-out box. This is the cursed artifact. The moment Wade Burn took out the old box, he cut open his wrist without hesitation and immediately pressed the wound against the box. In an instant, the originally dilapidated and abandoned box erupted with a dazzling gray light. As Wade Burn's blood was continuously drawn into it, a chilling and eerie aura burst forth. Seeing Wade Burn take action, Yang Liangxiao narrowed his eyes and prepared to step forward to interrupt. He wasn't foolish enough to wait for the other party to prepare their deadly move before taking action. However, just as Yang Liangxiao took a step forward, a hint of madness flashed in Wade Burn's eyes. "Yang Liangxiao, you should know that being disrespectful to seniors in this bizarre world is an extremely foolish thing to do." A deafening roar erupted, and under the gaze of the crowd, Wade Burn actually reached out his hand and plunged it directly into his chest. PFF. Blood flowed, and relying on his willpower, Wade Byrne actually pulled out his own heart with his bare hands, then casually tossed it into the old box. His heart was completely devoured by the old box, and Wade Byrne's body, now a dry corpse, immediately fell powerless to the ground. Now, let you personally pay the price for your ignorance and disrespect. Dense and twisted symbols began to emerge on the surface of the box, and an endless chill surged out from within. Soon, the box began to tremble slightly. At first, it was just a minor shake, but it quickly grew more intense. Then, a black claw slowly emerged from the box's gap, with sharp nails gleaming coldly, as if it could easily tear everything apart. With the appearance of the claw, a massive figure began to crawl slowly out of the box. It was a terrifying monster, its body as black as the night, covered in rough scales, each glimmering with an eerie sheen, seemingly containing endless dark power. Its eyes burned with green flames, particularly striking in the darkness, revealing endless evil and greed. The monster's head was large and twisted, filled with sharp fangs, and a disgusting green slime dripped between its teeth. Its breath was heavy and rapid, accompanied by a nauseating stench, as if it were exuding an aura from the depths of hell. When it fully crawled out of the box, it stood upright, its enormous form nearly touching the ceiling. It opened its gaping maw and let out a deafening roar, shaking the entire room. In the next moment, its blood-red eyes, filled with bloodlust and fury, seemed to lock onto young Liangxiao as if it had already found its target. Chapter 91. Ancient Demon Beast. A Certain Death? Roar. The deafening roar struck the heartstrings, and a terrifying, abyss-like violent aura suddenly erupted from this gigantic monster. At the moment the giant monster appeared, Yang Liangxiao immediately activated his insight eye to thoroughly explore it. Name: Banders. Age: 33. 800. Cultivation: Early stage red ghost. Current cultivation. Evaluation: Banders is a product of a secret realm that borders the outside world in the bizarre world. Born in the center of blood and evil, inherently ferocious and violent, feeding on the bizarre and any living beings. The more it kills, the stronger it becomes. It once caused an uproar in the bizarre world 20,000 years ago, and after emerging from the secret realm, it unleashed endless slaughter in a quiet area, which lasted for 7 days and nights, with countless bizarre beings falling victim, directly leading to Banders successfully evolving into the terrifying Ghost King realm. After that, its terrifying growth rate and astonishing ferocity attracted the attention of powerful beings in the bizarre world, who for the first time sent 3 Ghost Kings to suppress it. Banders killed 1 at the cost of serious injury and wounded 2, successfully escaping. This remarkable achievement instantly shocked the entire mysterious world, to the extent that the domain lord in the area became furious and directly dispatched a powerful being at the half-step Ghost Emperor level to successfully kill Bandles. However, due to its uniqueness, it was nearly impossible to completely eradicate it, so this domain lord could only order it to be sealed layer by layer in a magic sealing box to summon it. At least a heart or a source must be sacrificed, and the strength of the summoned being is proportional to the life essence it has absorbed. Weakness, naturally restrained by extremely rigid and bright or supremely holy powers, which can cause it great harm. Advice: please do not be too much of a male chauvinist, and do not be overly concerned about face. Its talent is not far from the host's, and can even be said to progress side by side. If the host does not want to be crushed on the spot, please call upon your helpers to join in, especially that stunning princess with a large chest, slim waist, and curvy hips. Seeing the nonsensical message revealed by the Eye of Insight rules this time, Yang Liangxiao unusually refrained from making a sarcastic remark. His gaze was fixed intently on the Banders, his mind focused to the utmost. Just the exchange of glances made him feel an invisible pressure crashing down on him like a surging tide. That pressure seemed almost tangible, weighing heavily on his heart, causing his entire being to tense up instantly. Yang Liangxiao had a gut feeling that this big guy before him would likely be the toughest and most pressuring battle he had faced since his journey began. It was not only due to Bander's background and strength, but also primarily because this giant did not belong to the category of the strange, meaning he couldn't trigger the Ida Fu Run talent at all. However, this time, There was no need for young Liangxiao to struggle internally before seeking help from Ivankov, Mina, and the others. The kidney-deficient Ghost and Bartis, who had come upon hearing the news, had already arrived at his side. In fact, Ivankov had even reached out with her fair, delicate hand to firmly grasp Yang Liangxiao's palm, giving him a reassuring look. Just as Yang Liangxiao and his three companions were about to confront Banders, the people from various countries watching the Global Bazaar live broadcast outside revealed expressions of anticipation and joy. To be able to see this scene just a second before we suffer calamity makes me feel a bit better inside. Me too. Our country is suffering, and you Daxia people shouldn't think you can escape unscathed. Even if your contestants are strong, what good does it do? Can they withstand their life or death trump cards? Wade Byrne is an excellent ghost cultivator of our great American empire, willing to sacrifice his life to fulfill the tasks assigned by our higher-ups. So why should you, Yang Liangxiao, survive in this situation? Let me announce this openly. In this National Fortune Bazaar instance, all 100 countries globally will fail. With the barrage led by the East Ing country and the Great American Empire, their arrows pointed towards the Daxia Empire, the Bear Empire, and the Buston country forming a tripartite alliance. Looking at their words, the Daxia citizens were completely unconcerned. Have you all lost your minds? How can you be so foolish as to talk nonsense? All 100 countries will fail, you say? I ask you, have your solid allies who fled been ousted by you? No way. No way. Is there really someone so foolish as to want to endure the bitter fruit of being backstabbed? I'll put it this way. If our young god gets killed by this beast, I'll eat my words. Rest assured, our young god was already able to kill the red-clothed, vengeful spirits at the evil ghost level. Now that he has successfully crossed over to the vengeful spirit level, there is no reason he can't do it. In the Great American Empire, in the highest conference room, Bernoulli too listened to the reports from the officials around him, nodding in satisfaction. A group of ignorant Daxia people actually dared to compare Banders with those ordinary red-clothed, vengeful spirits. How foolish they are! As Bernoulli too's exclamation rang out, several voices of agreement followed. Isn't that right? The red-clothed, vengeful spirit-level Banders has the strength to fight against half-step Ghost King-level Bazaar powerhouses. I would love to know how Yang Liangxiao and his two companions can withstand that. This is the fundamental reason I have faith in Wade Byrne. I won't jump to conclusions just because he is from my family. Lord Cato Byrne, it seems that after this bizarre national fortune instance concludes, your Byrne family will receive many rewards from the president. Lord Cato Byrne, we should interact more in the future. Lord Cato Byrne, congratulations. You lords are being too polite. Our Byrne family has merely been fortunate to have the opportunity to serve the empire. Bernoulli too looked at the scene of various high-ranking officials from different countries, joking and complimenting each other with a faint smile. He did not refute the words of the high-ranking officials from various countries, nor did he try to stop them. Clearly, this president of the Great American Empire, who was himself a strong ghost cultivator, also believed, this time, it is a certain death for Yang Liangxiao and the other two. Chapter 92, Princess Mayna's Special Talent. This beast is Banders. Damn that Great American Empire. Aren't they clearly trying to exchange the lives of a quarter of the ordinary citizens of our great Xia for our future? They have actually taken this step. It seems that the pressure brought by that little brat Yang Liangxiao is indeed too great. You're just stating the obvious, with just two instances. One can elevate their cultivation to the level of a peerless monster in the ghost realm. If they were born in another country, would you be worried? I say, shouldn't you be worried about Yang Liangxiao's life and safety right now? What use is it to discuss this? Could it be that Yang Liangxiao's talent is so extraordinary that he can defy an ancient beast despite being at a whole major realm lower? As soon as this was said, the many high-ranking officials of Great Xia, who were originally amazed by Yang Liangxiao's talent, suddenly changed their expressions. That's right. No matter how extraordinary Yang Liangxiao's talent is, he hasn't truly grown yet. If such a prodigy were to perish in an instance, the corresponding loss would not be any less than the direct death of a quarter of the citizens. Just as everyone was brainstorming rapidly to think of ways to help Yang Liangxiao, a video call suddenly came through to the old monarch of Great Xia. Beep, beep, beep. Why is the leader of the bear country calling? The old monarch of Great Xia frowned, but chose to answer the video call. It's been a long time. Great Xia's monarch. As soon as the call connected, a hearty laugh echoed, showing no trace of worry about his most proud and beloved daughter being in danger. Could it be that the previous messages were all false? This thought had just emerged in everyone's mind when it was immediately denied. The news of the Bear Country's ruler favoring his eldest daughter is definitely true. This favor reached its peak after the arrival of the strange game. So why did the Bear Country's ruler behave this way in such circumstances? Could it be, after a brief contemplation, several high-ranking officials, including Li Zhenghua, flashed a glimmer of insight. Long time no see, Bear Country's ruler. After a very brief exchange of pleasantries, the Bear Country's ruler directly cut to the chase. Great Xia's ruler, I will speak plainly about what exists between our friendly nations. No problem, Bear Country's ruler. The old ruler of Great Xia gestured for him to continue. Hearing this, the Bear Country's ruler took a deep breath, and the playful expression on his face instantly vanished, replaced by extreme composure and seriousness. Great Xia's ruler, I know you must be extremely worried about the safety of that little guy, Liangxiao. Likewise, we in the Bear Empire are also very concerned about his safety. Upon hearing this, all the senior officials of Great Xia present were left bewildered. What do you mean? Are you sure you didn't misspeak? Although our Great Xia Empire and your Bear Empire are absolute strategic allies for eternity, that doesn't mean our top prodigy is equivalent to your top prodigy, right? Not to mention whether this statement is appropriate. At the very least, you should have mentioned your most beloved eldest princess when saying this, right? Otherwise, we might really think you've had too much vodka. Sensing the subtle, odd expression on the old ruler of Great Xia's face, the Bear Empire's ruler immediately continued to explain. Brother, I know what you're wondering, so let me clarify for you. Just after Mena entered Blood Hospital No. 3 and saw Liangxiao with her own eyes, she immediately sent a message. Liangxiao is her destined person, with this sentence thrown out. The strange expressions on the faces of the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia not only did not ease, but instead became even more pronounced. What are you talking about, buddy? Your eldest daughter and our nation's unparalleled prodigy are about to meet their end, and you're bringing up marriage alliances? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Under the puzzled gazes of the Great Xia officials, the leader of the Bear Country continued. As for the detailed implications behind this statement, I'll personally come to Great Xia to discuss it with you face-to-face when I have the time. For now, I only need to tell you one thing. This thing is that my daughter, Mena, possesses real strength far beyond just the ghost realm. After perfectly displaying her innate abilities, she can directly ascend to the red-clothed ghost realm without any cost. Moreover, this temporary enhancement ability can bind one person, allowing her to lend all her cultivation to them, and they can even mutually enhance their comprehension and innate talents. At this point, the leader of the Bear Country paused and meaningfully stared at the old leader of Great Xia, saying, "But this binding can only be done with one person for life. It cannot be changed or reversed unless one of them dies." Brother, with what I just said, you should understand what I mean, right? Being able to temporarily lend cultivation to another and enhance comprehension and innate talent after binding. Hearing this, everyone present had their pupils suddenly constrict, not to mention anything else. Just the fact that Ivankov Mena could elevate her cultivation to the red-clothed ghost realm would already be enough to resolve this nightmarish deadlock. As for the later enhancement of comprehension and innate talent, it would probably just be the icing on the cake for Liangxiao. What they valued most was that after binding with Liangxiao and Ivankov Mena, they could smoothly navigate through the current situation. Reflecting on the words of the leader of the Bear Country, the old leader of Great Xia fell into silence. After a surge of light in his eyes, the old leader of Great Xia decisively made a decision. In that case, they would immediately have Ivankov Mena complete the contract with Liangxiao, helping them safely overcome this difficulty. At the same time, after this bizarre national fortune instance ends, I will immediately grant Liangxiao the position of candidate for the crown prince of the Great Xia Empire, giving him enough status to marry Princess Mena, and serving as the pivot for an absolute alliance between our Great Xia Empire and the Bear Empire. Upon hearing this from the old leader of Great Xia, the leader of the Bear Country immediately broke into a satisfied smile. Brother, I look forward to the day we meet. Chapter 93. Angel Contract. Holy light and flames. Just as Liangxiao's gaze fell upon Ivankov Mena's gentle smiling face, a voice immediately made his eyes widen. Liangxiao, if I can push your cultivation to the red-clothed ghost realm, do you have the confidence to defeat him? Before Liangxiao could react, the golden magic circle inscribed with profound runes reappeared in Ivankov Mena's other empty hand. But that was not all. Compared to before, the holy aura surrounding Ivankov Mena had intensified, and a dazzling glass crown had appeared atop her head. The moment the glass crown appeared, an infinite holy brilliance suddenly erupted, and beams of light flooded the entire space. At the same time, a magic circle imprint suddenly appeared beneath Liangxiao and Ivankov Mena's feet. In the next second, brilliant golden light surged, and a hexagram took shape, solidifying the magic circle imprint beneath their feet. Visibly, a six-winged angelic phantom spread its wings above their heads. Angel Contract. Today, it is done. May the destined ones never part in this life. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An inexplicable aura spread out, and the six-winged angelic phantom suddenly transformed into points of white light, merging into the bodies of Liangxiao and Ivankov Mena. As the six-winged angelic phantom dissipated, the mysterious magic circle enveloping the two also vanished in an instant. As he browsed through the suddenly increased information in his mind, Liangxiao looked at the still, smiling, beautiful woman before him with a complex expression. He truly could not understand why this world-renowned goddess princess would treat him this way after just one encounter. What secrets are hidden behind this? It made him incredibly curious. However, curiosity aside, after forming the angelic contract with Ivanov Mena, he indeed gained immense benefits, and even the originally daunting banders didn't seem so terrifying anymore. There was no time to think about anything else. The urgent task at hand was to deal with the ancient beast before him. With this thought, Liangxiao released Ivanov Mena's jade-like hand, ignoring the astonished gazes of Bades and the kidney-deficient ghost beside him. In his eyes, it seemed as if stars were shining, a sign that overwhelming power was about to erupt. In the next moment, Liangxiao stepped forward, and with each step, it felt as if war drums were beating through the heavens and earth, shaking the soul. In an instant, holy light surged from his body like a roaring tide, its brilliance so dazzling that it seemed to transform this world into a realm of light. The light quickly coalesced behind him, as if woven by an invisible hand, and in the blink of an eye, formed a massive cloak. The cloak rustled, each fold flowing with sacred radiance, and amidst the flickering light, mysterious runes seemed to appear and disappear, as if telling of ancient and powerful forces. At the same time, his cultivation surged like a lit powder keg, beginning a terrifying expansion. An immense power radiated from him, causing ripples in the surrounding space as if it could not bear the weight. Early stage of the evil ghost realm. Mid stage of the evil ghost realm. Late stage of the evil ghost realm. Beneath his skin, light moved like a spirit snake, a sign of power surging through his veins. As his cultivation improved, his hair stood on end, shining like golden flames under the reflection of the holy light. At this moment, Liangxiao, in a state of angelic possession, resembled a war god emerging from ancient myths, exuding an aura that could destroy heaven and earth, causing everything around him to tremble under his pressure. After 6 steps, the aura emanating from Liangxiao had reached its peak. He had now reached the mid-stage of the red-clothed evil ghost realm. The oppressive aura that Banders had been radiating was instantly shattered, as Liangxiao stood ready to confront him. Confront? Equal footing? Liangxiao sensed the clash of their competing auras and couldn't help but break into a proud smile. What I want is to crush him with overwhelming strength. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Liangxiao fully activated his pure yang sacred body with the cultivation of the mid-stage red-clothed evil ghost realm. Rich vital energy flowed through his limbs and bones, an endless vitality bursting forth from his heart like a powerful pump. This explosive life energy caused Liangxiao to emanate a delightful fragrance. The fragrant aroma spread through the air, drifting far away. Within just a few seconds, the previously silent blood third hospital erupted into a deafening uproar. What a fragrant smell. I want to eat it. Is a heavenly treasure emerging? Otherwise, how could it be so enticing? Heavenly treasures. What heavenly treasures could attract us so terrifyingly? Is it comparable to the Ghost Emperor? Don't push me. I was already squeezed from the front to the middle. A series of strange patients poured out of the wards, rushing toward the standoff at a sprinting speed. Once close, these originally fervent-eyed strange patients hesitated and frowned. Is it the alluring attraction coming from divine Dr. Yang? What is that giant beast? Why do I feel a sense of dread just looking at it? It exudes the aura of an early-stage, red-clothed evil ghost. But why does it feel even more terrifying than a peak red-clothed evil ghost? Brothers, should we go help divine Dr. Yang? I think we need to help. With his medical skills, he might really be able to cure some terminal illnesses completely. Regardless of whether you help or not, I'm going to help. Just smelling the scent from divine Dr. Yang has me excited. I can't even imagine how high I'd reach if I were close to him right now. Many of the female strange patients on site looked at young Liangxiao with fiery eyes, their gazes simply insane, in the face of the fully unleashed aura of the pure Yang sacred body. The reactions of this group of unfamiliar strange patients were completely normal. After all, even Bades and the kidney-deficient ghost, who were beside Yang Liangxiao, couldn't help but look at him with longing, swallowing hard. Bro, do you think I could ask divine Dr. Yang for a bit of blood to drink? I feel like his blood might taste much better than Palace Jade liquor. Bades licked his lips and said, "Gulp." Hearing Bades' words, the kidney-deficient ghost swallowed again, then reluctantly moved his gaze away from Yang Liangxiao and looked at Bades with disdain, saying, "Are you out of your mind?" Chapter 94. So fragrant. Just smelling it has me excited. After Yang Liangxiao openly unleashed the aura of the pure Yang sacred body, Banders also displayed an extremely greedy expression toward him. However, Banders quickly reined in that sentiment. Its target now locked onto the strange patients who had suddenly arrived and were eager to take action against it. Although it had been dormant for a long time, that didn't mean Banders' intelligence had diminished. Witnessing Yang Liangxiao's inexplicable rise in cultivation, even surpassing it by a small realm, it naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to confront him head-on. This does not mean that he lacks confidence to confront Yang Liangxiao one-on-one. He simply feels that this method is too troublesome and can easily waste time, attracting the attention of the higher-ups in the strange world. In that case, everything would be over. So he had to act quickly and decisively, achieving the goal of killing Yang Liangxiao in the most convenient and straightforward way, and then swiftly escaping. Ironically, the simplest way to accomplish this was to first devour the group of ignorant and foolish weirdos in front of him, and then go after the delicious food ahead. With this thought in mind, Banders suddenly turned his body, and the ground exploded with debris as he crazily turned his head and pounced towards the patients. This is bad. Seeing Banders' actions, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia, who were closely monitoring the weird live stream, all exclaimed excitedly. They immediately sent an urgent message to Yang Liangxiao, urging him to stop Banders from slaughtering the patients. However, just as they issued the command, the three major officials present showed ugly expressions and said, "It's too late to send an urgent message now. It will take at least half a minute from the moment we successfully send the message until Yang Liangxiao receives and checks it." And for Banders, half a minute was more than enough time to easily devour all the weird patients present. It was conservatively estimated that after devouring all the weird patients present, it would at least reach the mid-stage of the red-clothed evil spirit realm. By then, with his actual cultivation equal to that of Yang Liangxiao's chances of winning would be very slim. As this was said, all the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia couldn't help but feel a heavy weight in their hearts. This is the reason why Yang Liangxiao did not join the official organization. Otherwise, how could such a problem arise? Alas, Yang Liangxiao, this prodigy, appeared too suddenly. The talents of the people from the Great Xia Anomaly Bureau are still lacking in sensitivity. Many high-ranking officials from Great Xia sighed in unison, including the head of the Great Xia Anomaly Bureau, Li Zhenghua. Compared to the size of the Great Xia officials, The high-ranking officials from various countries around the world were overjoyed. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. I almost forgot that this kid is a genius who emerged from Great Xia. The Great Xia Empire must not have had time to supplement them with so much knowledge. Foolish people of Great Xia. Such a genius should not appear in their empire, but only in our eastern country, where he can unleash his abilities to the fullest. Great Xia Empire, listen to the sound of disaster that is about to descend. But just when the high-ranking officials from around the world were reveling in schadenfreude, unable to suppress their smiles, their expressions suddenly froze, and disbelief appeared in their eyes. In the bizarre world at the third hospital of blood, just as Banders turned to pounce, a mocking smile flashed in Liangxiao's eyes. Stealing from me in front of my eyes? Do you think I'm a fool? In the next moment, an overwhelming aura of supreme yang erupted from Liangxiao. The rich flames around him surged like raging tides, the fire so red it seemed capable of burning through the soul, each inch roaring with violent power. The flames surged fiercely, as if wanting to burn a hole in the sky, the endless high temperature causing the space to ripple with layers of distortion. As if unable to bear the burden, he swung his arms vigorously, fully activating his abilities. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, and terrifying pillars of flames shot up from the earth like pillars of doom. These pillars of flame resemble fiery dragons that have broken free from the depths of hell, clawing and roaring as they surge toward the sky, intertwining and weaving a web of flames. On the pillars of fire, massive fiery vortices swirl like the eyes of demons, spewing forth flames capable of incinerating everything, with each rotation releasing a power that seems capable of crushing the stars. The columns of flames swiftly rose up in front of Bandles, forming a closed-off area. Bandles, you useless creature, are you too afraid to face me head-on? Liangxiao's voice echoed. Bandles turned its body, revealing a fierce expression as it locked eyes with Liangxiao. Roar! With a deafening roar, it suddenly spoke. Since you, a mere human insect, insist on seeking death early, I shall grant your wish. In an instant, the already intimidating Bandles fully entered battle mode. Every inch of its hard fur and skin began to emit a chilling aura. The aura, like a tangible black mist, spread outward in wisps, eroding the ground into a charred wasteland, and even the resilient air seemed tainted by this deathly presence, becoming heavy and oppressive. Bandle's eyes, as large as lanterns, burned with two balls of ghostly green flames, instantly locking onto Liangxiao. Then, Bandles opened its massive jaws and let out a thunderous roar. With heavy and powerful strides, it charged towards Liangxiao. Each step it took felt like a meteor crashing into the earth, causing the ground to tremble violently, with dust soaring into the sky like a tsunami, blocking out the sun. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying beast, Liangxiao showed no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit ignited even more fiercely. The flames enveloping his body surged instantly, bursting forth with brilliant and dazzling light like a solar explosion. Bring it on. Liangxiao's gaze was fierce as he fixed his eyes on the charging Bandles, and with a sudden sweep of his hands, numerous fiery spears shot through the air like meteors, whistling towards the beast. The flaming spears surged through the air with an incredibly fierce momentum, each one slicing through the atmosphere and leaving behind trails like fiery red meteors. As the spears passed, the air was distorted and deformed by the intense heat, producing sharp whistling sounds that pierced through to Bandles. Chapter 95. You don't find it annoying? I'm already annoyed. Seeing this, Bandles' massive body suddenly twisted, its scales, as hard as steel, glimmering coldly in the sunlight, resembling sturdy shields. The flaming spears struck against its scales, creating dazzling sparks and a thunderous clashing sound. Clang, clang, clang. However, this seemingly fierce attack only left a few charred marks on its surface, merely burning away the outer skin and causing pain, but not inflicting any substantial damage. Bandles endured Liangxiao's barrage of fire arrows and swiftly advanced like lightning right in front of him, suddenly slamming down a claw. The violent aura mixed with overwhelming killing intent surged towards Liangxiao. Although they hadn't yet made contact, Liangxiao already felt immense pressure. Just that gentle claw was filled with power that was definitely more than just an ordinary early-stage red-clothed evil spirit. There was a reason Bandles could stir up a bloodbath in the strange world 1,000 years ago. With thoughts racing, Liangxiao quickly focused his mind, fully mobilizing the surging essence and overwhelming ghost energy within him. Flame shield. Countless strands of fire intertwined in front of Liangxiao, merging in the blink of an eye to form a hard shield standing before him. The giant claw slammed down onto this flame shield. A terrifying white shockwave immediately spread out in a circular shape from the point of collision. That flame shield, which looked incredibly tough, only managed to block Bandle's attack for less than 2 seconds before numerous cracks began to appear. This shield cannot withstand the full force of Bander's claw strike. Liangxiao's gaze sharpened as he quickly urged the power of his pure yang sacred body once again. Billowing essence surged forth, rapidly transforming into terrifying flames with the assistance of the cold, ghostly energy. The flames blazed up, enveloping Liangxiao in a horrifying inferno. In that instant, as the fire rose, Liangxiao's power surged explosively. Facing Bander's fiercely aggressive eyes, a ruthless glint flashed in Liangxiao's own eyes. Come on, this kind of hard-hitting romance belongs to men, and I'm not one to back down from a challenge. With a roar, Liangxiao suddenly swung his right arm. His right fist, engulfed in pure yang flames, shot out like a cannonball, crashing down towards Bander's shark claws. Boom! Their palms collided with a thunderous sound. Instantly, a muffled and immense noise echoed, and the ground beneath them erupted with countless cracks. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to the cracked ground, the next second, bang! The land beneath Bander's and Liangxiao could no longer withstand the overwhelming force raining down from above, and the cracks expanded to their limits, instantly shattering the surface within a radius of several hundred meters. In just the first wave of collision, the ground had already collapsed by several decimeters. It's hard to imagine the terrifying strength that Bander's and Liangxiao possessed at the center of their clash. After a brief struggle of power, both man and beast retreated to their respective positions. With each step back, even the seemingly sturdier ground cracked under their counterforce. Step, step, step! Liangxiao staggered back over 10 steps before finally stabilizing himself. And what about Bander's? Its massive body only took 7 or 8 steps back before completely stabilizing itself. At this moment, it is clear who is superior and who is inferior. Perhaps it is precisely the advantage in size that allows Bander's to overwhelm ordinary anomalies or humans in pure physical strength. However, in terms of physical strength, Liangxiao is at a disadvantage. Does that mean he is definitively inferior in the first collision? The answer is obviously no. The brute force of this big dog is indeed frightening. Liangxiao gritted his teeth and stood with his hands behind his back, his handsome face showing no expression, maintaining a calm demeanor. But only he knew that his right hand, positioned behind him in a blind spot, was trembling continuously. This is not Liangxiao's Parkinson's disease suddenly acting up. It really hurts. But pain aside, as he looked at Bander's in front of him, Liangxiao couldn't help but reveal a smile. The message brought by the Eye of Insight was not wrong. The pure yang holy body he possessed had an absolute restraining and purifying effect on magical beasts like Bander's. It was true that he was at a disadvantage during their recent physical clash. However, during their close contact, he deliberately controlled the pure yang energy within him and frantically poured it into the wound he had created on Bander's surface. Without a doubt, Liangxiao could confidently say that the pain Bander's was feeling now was definitely many times more intense than the tearing sensation in his right arm. Just as Liangxiao had just revealed a smile, Bander's, who had been forcing himself to remain calm, suddenly showed an extremely grim expression. Roar! Bander's shouted angrily at Liangxiao, and anyone could feel the pain and anger in that roar. Staring directly at the bloodthirsty mouth of Bander's as it roared at him, Liangxiao couldn't help but curve his lips into a mocking smile. How about it, big black dog? Since you like barking like a dog, I'll make you bark like one. How does that feel? Dumb nunt. You're looking for death. Bander's spoke human words, his gaze suddenly becoming extremely sinister. "Don't you idiots have anything else to say every day? My ears are about to develop calluses from hearing it. If you're not annoyed, I'm already annoyed." While complaining, Liangxiao waved his hand again. The pure yang flame reappeared out of thin air, forming a huge net that enveloped Banders. Seizing the opportunity to strike while he was down, Liangxiao wouldn't give Banders a moment to catch his breath. As the massive fire net, spanning hundreds of meters, covered the sky, an endless killing intent flickered in Banders' enormous eyes. It opened its bloodthirsty mouth and let out a deafening roar. The roar seemed to have a substantial power, causing the fiery net that was lunging towards it to tremble slightly. However, the fiery net still descended irresistibly upon it, just as it was about to touch Banders. Its thick tail lashed out like a giant whip, striking the fire net fiercely. At that moment, where the fire net and the tail collided, a brilliant light erupted, filling the entire space with this intense radiance. Chapter 96. Terrifying Combat Power. Princess Mina must marry over. Amidst the flickering light, Banders' eyes, as large as copper bells, suddenly burst with a frenzied color. In an instant, its already enormous body began to swell dramatically, and countless forbidden powers surged from deep within its body under its command. The aura surrounding Banders became increasingly violent, each breath resembling a howling hurricane, as black smoke seeped from its pores, enveloping it in a terrifying atmosphere. Its already fierce eyes now flickered with a strange bloodlight, as if they could see through the abyss of the soul. Suddenly, black patterns spread across its surface like lightning, containing chilling dark powers. As the patterns expanded, the surrounding space began to twist as if it could not bear the weight. A terrifying aura centered on Banders surged outward like a tsunami. Wherever it passed, the ground was torn apart, creating enormous chasms, while stones and dust were thrown high into the air, crushed by that force. The roof was destroyed, and the eerie sky, shrouded in dark clouds, suddenly began to thunder and lightning, as if cheering for the impending eruption of violent power. Young Liangxiao, who always had his insight eye activated, sensed this power that seemed capable of annihilating everything, and his expression suddenly became serious. This guy is truly desperate. His heart sank slightly, but Yang Liangxiao showed no signs of fear. Instead, the flames in his eyes burned even more fiercely. He quickly formed seals with both hands and chanted an ancient incantation. The surrounding fire elements seemed to respond to his call, wildly converging towards him. His body was enveloped in roaring flames, which coalesced behind him into a pair of enormous wings, each feather made of the purest fire, radiating high temperatures that caused waves of heat to ripple through the surrounding air. Banders suddenly kicked off the ground, charging towards Yang Liangxiao like a collapsing mountain. Its speed astonishing, far faster than before. Its figure darted like a flash of black light, and only 2 seconds later could one notice that each step left a deep pit in the earth. Feeling the terrifying crisis approaching, Yang Liangxiao was undaunted, flapping the fiery wings behind him, and charged towards Banders like a burning meteor. Just as the two were about to collide, Yang Liangxiao swept his hands forward, and a massive wall of fire appeared out of nowhere, pressing down towards Banders. Wherever the wall of fire passed, everything on the ground was instantly turned to ash, and the rolling heat waves caused the space to ripple. However, Banders showed no intention of dodging, crashing straight into the wall of fire. The moment it made contact with the flames, black smoke violently intertwined with the fire, producing a deafening roar. The dark powers on Banders countered the flames, which continuously tried to engulf it, but the black patterns on its surface emitted a strong suction, actually drawing some of the flames into itself, greatly diminishing the flame's potency. Seeing this, Yang Liangxiao's eyes narrowed, and he raised both hands above his head before striking down fiercely. A massive flame spear shot down from the fiery clouds in the sky like divine punishment towards Banders. The flame spear contains the power to destroy the world, burning the air in its path to the point of creating a vacuum tunnel. Banders felt the deadly threat and opened its massive maw, spewing forth a thick black liquid that transformed in mid-air into countless black spikes, launching towards the flame spear. The flame spear collided with the black spikes, erupting in a dazzling explosion of light akin to a solar explosion, with powerful shockwaves spreading outward, leveling everything around. Silence. Stillness. As they witnessed the fierce battle between a man and a beast in this bizarre world, all the strange patients present were left dumbfounded. The people around the world, watching the bizarre livestream from the real world, displayed expressions of disbelief. They watched as the handsome man, whose mouth had been agape since the beginning, was now shut, while he clashed continuously with a massive black figure. Can you believe it? This damn young man, who is now having a fierce face-off with banders, and is not even at a disadvantage, is merely entering the bizarre instance for the third time. By the third entry into the bizarre instance, he has already gained the strength to fight on equal terms with banders, who is equivalent to a peak red-clothed evil spirit. Is this something a human can achieve? Bakayuru. Everything fake is definitely fake. Our great warrior Sasaki can't even handle an ordinary red-clothed ghost head-on. How can this useless young Liangxiao possess such immense power? A thorough investigation. It must be a thorough investigation. The owner of such power should be our Master Basolna, right? Damn it, can you stinking Indians have a little bit of dignity? Everyone don't panic. This foolish Daxia person must have cast some forbidden spell with that Princess Mina. Such a forbidden spell usually doesn't last long. Facing the overwhelming banders, he should soon reveal his true form and then die on the spot. Forbidden spell, you. A bunch of ignorant dogs, don't bark if you don't understand. You foolish Daxia people can only spew nonsense? Don't you have even this basic quality? Should we have quality when dealing with beasts? Brothers and sisters, it's time for us to get to work. Don't say the people of various countries are finding it hard to believe due to young Liangxiao's astonishing combat power at this moment. Even the high-ranking officials of the Daxia Empire are wide-eyed right now. Many high-ranking officials from various countries even stood up in shock. Several pointed at the big screen in front of them, excitedly stuttering for a long time without managing to utter a complete sentence. In the end, it was the right minister who swallowed a mouthful of saliva, cleared his dry throat, and broke the strange atmosphere by speaking. Everyone, don't be excited. This is the talent that our Daxia's unparalleled genius should possess. As long as the realm can rise, our Daxia's young Liangxiao is invincible at the same rank. As long as the realm can rise, he is invincible at the same rank. Upon hearing this, all the high-ranking officials of Daxia first turned their gazes to the Daxia Emperor. Facing the obvious looks from everyone, the Daxia Emperor took a deep breath and then, breaking his usual composure, slammed the table and stood up. Brother Ivankov, we must quickly finalize the marriage of Princess Mina to young Liangxiao. We can delay the matters we discussed, but the bond of marriage between our two countries must be established at the earliest opportunity after this bizarre national fortune instance ends. Chapter 97. The national high ranks are shocked. A national crisis level. Is this the combat power that a newcomer who has just entered the bizarre world can exhibit? A monster. How can such a person exist in this world? The emergence of such a monster in the Daxia Empire severely affects the global landscape. Countries around the world are suffering due to this newly emerged national fortune bizarre instance. While only the Daxia Empire can evade national destruction this time, and even continuously gain terrifying benefits because of young Liangxiao's presence, I cannot accept this. I strongly suggest that all countries around the world unite to pressure the Daxia Empire, ensuring they cannot designate young Liangxiao to participate in the national fortune bizarre instance. Meanwhile, all the high-ranking officials of countries around the world are horrified by the terrifying combat power displayed by young Liangxiao. The high-ranking officials of these countries had already known about the upcoming plans against the Great Xia, and the reactions of the high-ranking officials from the Eastern Kingdom and the First Empire were relatively calm. However, even though these two nations' leaders were fully prepared to strike the Great Xia Empire, upon witnessing young Liangxiao's astonishing and terrifying combat power, their expressions also turned extremely grim. In the highest conference room of the Great American Empire, the supreme leader in charge of the intelligence department reported loudly with the accurate intelligence in hand. As he spoke, all the other high-ranking officials of the Great American Empire turned their attention to him. Although young Liangxiao's rise in cultivation was certainly related to Ivanov Gmena, when considering other factors, His total time spent in the bizarre world was less than a month. He had only experienced 2 or 3 strange instances. And he forcibly increased his cultivation to possess such terrifying strength right away, being extraordinarily young and having not undergone comprehensive training from the Great Xia Empire yet. He already had such high combat talent and knowledge reserves. At this point, the supreme leader in charge of the intelligence department paused, then raised his tone and said, "All these factors combined, Liangxiao, this young man from Great Xia, possesses a talent that can only be described as unprecedented and unparalleled. His level of danger must be reassessed." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present felt a slight shock in their hearts. The supreme leader in charge of the intelligence department analyzed the situation with reason and evidence, and the various precise data analyses hit the nail on the head for everyone present. Coupled with the last sentence of his summary, it almost instantly garnered agreement from everyone in the room. However, as long as that guy Liangxiao exists, our future balance situation will definitely be disrupted. To put it bluntly, once the balance is broken by Liangxiao, our great empire will undoubtedly be at a significant disadvantage. As soon as these words were spoken, all the high-ranking officials from the Great Beauty fell into silence. Although this sounded somewhat alarmist, after witnessing Liangxiao's extraordinary performances firsthand, one had to admit that this was the reality. Before the strange world and the human realm intersected, it was absolutely impossible for one person to change the pattern of 2 nations. The idea of one person influencing a country was simply ridiculous. However, since the arrival of the strange game, more and more extraordinary beings, ghost cultivators, have emerged. Without mentioning anything else, just the emergence of a powerful player who can block a nuclear bomb with bare hands is enough. In just 3 years, such a monster has appeared. If the timeline extends further, could there be a presence capable of suppressing an entire nation? It is entirely possible. This is precisely the fundamental reason why Bernoulli II is so eager to target the Great Xia Empire, concentrating resources and power to eliminate Liangxiao. The Great Beauty Empire has thrived for so many years without any signs of decline. This brilliance must not be buried in his hands. He does not want to be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Sitting on the throne, Bernoulli II had a cold glint in his eyes and issued a low command. Raise the danger assessment of Liangxiao by another level, national crisis level. In the human world, all countries are experiencing undercurrents, but the mastermind behind this violent upheaval is still engaged in fierce battles in a strange world. Come again. With a loud shout, Liangxiao, already filled with passion and true fire, stepped down towards the ground, causing a deep pit to suddenly collapse. And he transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards Bandles. Roar! The tiny ants shall die before me. With a furious roar, Bandles charged directly at Liangxiao. The distance between Bandles and Liangxiao disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the two collided like 2 meteors traveling towards each other, unleashing an astonishing power. Bandles' massive claws, infused with deadly force, struck towards Liangxiao like blood-red lightning. Each claw resembled the scythe of death, slicing through the air and emitting a chilling shriek. The force of this grasp seemed capable of tearing apart space itself, as the surrounding airflow became chaotic, forming small whirlpools that swept sand and debris towards Liangxiao. With a resolute gaze, just as Bander's claws were about to touch him, flames suddenly surged around his body, creating a high-speed, rotating flame shield. The flame shield was as dazzling as the sun, with every flicker of flame seeming alive, dancing energetically. Bander's claws struck the shield, and the fierce power clashed with the fire power, producing a series of explosive crackling sounds, like countless firecrackers going off simultaneously. Amidst the flying sparks, the fierce power was burned by the flames, emitting waves of black smoke, but the flame shield also showed signs of cracks, as that black smoke had a corrosive effect, slowly eroding the power of the flames. Liangxiao squinted his eyes, seizing the opportunity to swing his arms vigorously. As pure yang power surged within him, countless flame arrows shot out from his side. Each flame arrow resembled a blazing sword, with the flames at the tip displaying an eerie blue-white color, indicative of the flames reaching their peak temperature. The flame arrows rained down towards Banders, densely covering a large area of the sky, the air distorted and deformed by the intense heat, appearing from a distance like a burning sea of fire in the sky. Chapter 98. Angel Flame Kill. The end of Banders. As he looked at the terrifying rain of flame arrows densely covering the horizon, Banders' enormous eyes narrowed slightly. And at the same time, his massive body shook violently, the black patterns on him glowing brightly, releasing a layer of black light curtain. When the flame arrows struck the light curtain, they exploded violently, each explosion resembling a miniature volcanic eruption, with many mushroom clouds blooming on the black light curtain. The light curtain trembled violently under the attack of the flame arrows, but it stubbornly resisted, not allowing a single flame arrow to breach its defenses. However, Liangxiao's attack did not stop. The fire serpents opened their massive jaws, spewing flames with astonishing heat that instantly melted the ground around Banders into magma. Banders was trapped by this sudden attack, trying to break free from the serpent's grip, but they tightened their hold, the flames continuously eroding its body. Damn human ants! At this moment, Banders' patience was finally worn thin, and a fierce glint flashed in its eyes as it unleashed a powerful surge of dark energy once again. This force surged out from within it, transforming into countless black, ghostly figures that rushed towards the surrounding flames. These black phantoms devour flames frantically whenever they come into contact with them, causing the flames to gradually weaken under their consumption. At that moment, Banders struggled fiercely and broke free from part of the fire snake's restraints. Kid, to be able to force me to this extent, you are already quite arrogant, but now you should immediately be frightened to death. With a hoarse voice, Banders roared and opened his bloody maw, unleashing a wave of black energy towards Liangxiao. Death Demon Wave. The black energy wave was filled with endless killing intent and malice, to the point that the energy beam was covered in a dark red hue. This energy wave contains powerful curse energy. Wherever it passes, both flames and the ground quickly wither and decay, as if life is instantly drained away. The power of this strike absolutely surpasses the level that the red-clothed evil spirit can achieve, touching the realm of the Ghost King. Feeling the terrifying crisis approaching at high speed, Liangxiao took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Have I finally reached this point? Liangxiao's expression rarely turned solemn, as he crossed his hands over his chest, gathering all the flame power in his body into a massive flame rune. At the same time, the angelic phantom that initially appeared behind him, due to Ivankov Mina's talent, re-emerged. Soon, the angelic phantom merged into Liangxiao's body, and as the brilliant golden light continuously burst forth, it rapidly surged into the flame rune in front of Liangxiao. The fatal blow that Liangxiao had prepared and anticipated for a long time was finally becoming complete. Just as the black-red energy wave was about to strike Liangxiao, a smile appeared on his face, and a hint of madness flickered in his eyes. Then, Liangxiao forcefully pushed the rune formed by intertwining flames and sacred light forward. Feel the perfection of your father's ultimate strike. This blow is called Angel Flame Kill, as the flame rune infused with the power of sacred light shone forth. The entire world seemed to be enveloped in its divine radiance. Within the light, the golden red flames intertwined with the pure white sacred light, wrapping around each other. The golden red flames were as hot and dazzling as the core of the sun, with a temperature that seemed capable of melting all substances in the world, distorting and boiling the surrounding air, creating a dreamlike visual effect. The pure white light of holiness was like a celestial light from heaven, without any impurities. It was gentle, yet possessed a penetrating power that pierced the soul. Each ray of light felt like the sword of divine judgment, imparting a sense of tranquility and peace, yet also an overwhelming majesty. The merged radiance was colorful and harmoniously unified, like the most brilliant nebula in the universe, dazzling to the point of being hard to behold. At this moment, the evil energy wave spewed out by Banders was finally sweeping towards Liangxiao like a surging black tsunami. However, at the moment of their collision, the brilliance of the flame runes surged forth, like a newly born sun, erupting with even greater power. The energy released by the rune pounced towards the evil energy wave like an awakened sacred giant beast. The golden red flames, like a galloping dragon, clawed their way toward the black energy wave, scorching the space along their path with waves of mournful cries. The white sacred light, like countless angels wielding light swords, severed the chains of curses hidden within the evil energy wave. The two complemented each other, forming an indomitable force. At the moment of collision, the heavens and earth trembled. A tremendous roar resonated deafeningly. Light and darkness clashed and pressed against each other, forming a massive energy vortex. Within the vortex, the golden red and white light violently rubbed against the black evil force, each impact bursting forth with dazzling sparks, like brilliant flowers blooming on the edge of destruction. The power of the flame rune surged like a raging tide, gradually gaining the upper hand, continuously crushing and dismantling the evil energy wave. The dark elements within the evil energy wave emitted a piercing scream under the purification of the sacred light, dissipating like phantoms in the air. The power of this flame rune, infused with the force of holy light, is beyond imagination. When it unleashes its power, the space seems to be tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand, resulting in intense fluctuations. Waves of energy, as if they were tangible, ripple outward in a circular pattern from the rune, and wherever they pass, everything is crushed by this overwhelming force. This force swept towards Banders in a torrent of divine wrath. At the moment it touched Banders, the power of the angelic flame kill displayed unparalleled penetrating strength. The holy light quickly seeped into Banders' body, dispelling the dark forces that had taken residence within it, purifying its cursed soul. Meanwhile, the fiery power burned fiercely within, beginning to disintegrate its physical structure from the inside. Every inch of muscle and every bone was destroyed under the assault of these two forces, and Banders let out a painful roar. But in the face of this holy power, its struggle seemed so powerless. Its defenses were easily breached like paper, and its body was gradually consumed by light and flames until it turned to ashes. Chapter 99. The Melody of the Wild Plains. The audience was shocked. With a piercing cry of pain, Banders was completely engulfed by flames. Its massive body was completely turned to smoke under the wash of holy light and raging fire, leaving behind a struggling soul lingering in the air. Everyone could see Banders in its soul form, its gaze towards Liangxiao filled with a terrifying bloodlust. But soon, intricate mystical runes emerged and intertwined, ultimately forming an impenetrable net that completely wrapped around Banders' soul. Buzz! Strange waves rippled out, pulling Banders' soul back into the dilapidated box. Swiftly catching the box, which was returning to its original state and naturally falling, Liangxiao secured it in his arms. However, after combining pure yang power with holy power to form the angelic flame kill, he could no longer maintain his physical state and suffered a huge backlash. Damn it! I need to play less recklessly in the future. Liangxiao forced a bitter smile, muttering to himself. In the next moment, his body seemed to be drained of strength, crashing heavily to the ground as blood poured from his mouth. His skin was covered in scars eroded by the malevolent, demonic energy, the wounds seeping blood like a grotesque centipede. At this moment, although he had successfully slain Banders, he was extremely weakened, his life force flickering like a candle in the wind. Due to his weakened state, even the pure yang power that originally restrained the malevolent demonic energy within him struggled to take effect, barely maintaining his body from being rapidly invaded by the demonic power. Just as Liangxiao was about to touch the shattered ground, a fragrant breeze approached. The sensation was not one of sharp pain, but rather a comforting warmth. Liangxiao, are you okay? Meeting the concerned azure eyes of Ivankov Mina and feeling the warm power continuously healing his wounds, Liangxiao forced a smile and said, I'm fine. Thank you so much this time, Mina. I'm glad you're okay. With a gentle smile towards Liangxiao, Ivankov Mina began to seriously channel her powers, fully dedicating herself to healing him at that moment. While Ivankov Mina was treating Liangxiao, The kidney-deficient ghost and Bader were almost dancing with excitement, constantly shouting, "Wow, God Yang is amazing. God Yang is invincible. Is this really my boss? He can even defeat banders from thousands of years ago head-on." The kidney-deficient ghost's eyes were filled with awe and admiration. Compared to the lively atmosphere where the four were, the distant crowds, whether upstairs or downstairs, were in complete silence. This group of monsters was originally wandering recklessly, clawing and gnashing their teeth as they surrounded Yang, Liangxiao, and banders. However, the scene just moments ago where banders was incinerated struck them like a thunderbolt, leaving them in a state of shock and stupor. A tall, muscular monster with big, bell-like eyes was wide open, the whites of its eyes filled with blood vessels, and its pupils contracted sharply. The malicious fire that once burned within was completely extinguished by the shock, leaving only endless bewilderment. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, but could no longer make a sound. Saliva dripped from the corner of its mouth, hitting the ground and kicking up tiny dust, but it was completely unaware. The nearby smoke-like monsters were no better off. Their eyes were hollow, as if their souls had been extracted, leaving behind a shell of utter astonishment. Some monsters with mutilated bodies dragged their decaying forms slowly, yet at this moment, they seemed nailed to the spot. Their mangled limbs no longer bled, and the maggots crawling from their wounds had stopped moving. In the one remaining eye, the unbelievable scene before them was reflected, and the ferocity and cunning that once shone in their gaze had vanished, replaced by profound shock, as if the entire world had been overturned in that instant. The group of monsters stood there, floating and stiff, caught in a silent, shocked stillness. Gurgle, gurgle. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of swallowing saliva barely broke the silence. Brothers, did I just see that correctly? Just now, Dr. Yang relied solely on his own strength to achieve victory in a direct confrontation, and even killed Bandles on the spot? If neither of us is blind, then it must indeed be the case. What the hell? With such terrifying combat power, are you telling me he is a physician? I can already imagine the look on Dr. Yang's face when he gets serious. General anesthesia? No. Fist anesthesia. I was still curious why the queue at the Third Blood Hospital suddenly became so orderly. It turns out it wasn't just because of that kidney-deficient ghost's influence, but rather out of respect for Dr. Yang himself. The patients from the strange world were all dumbfounded, and the citizens from the real world were not much better off. Although many of them had not personally experienced the strange dungeons, they had encountered ghosts or oddities that occasionally wandered in the real world, plus the widespread public education in various countries. Therefore, they had some understanding of the strength of human players. In their impression, local oddities were generally much stronger than humans. Under the same circumstances, the higher the rank of these local oddities, the greater the gap in strength compared to human players. But with Yang Liangxiao, this concept seemed to be directly overturned, as if it didn't exist at all. They all now knew the origin of that terrifying monster. Bandles. That was a terrifying existence that caused a bloody storm in the strange world tens of thousands of years ago. It could even forcefully kill several powerful ghost kings despite being at a disadvantage in both cultivation and numbers. But now, this terrifying existence, after a long absence, not only failed to exhibit its dreadful world-destroying power once again, but also appeared and vanished in less than half an hour. And the one who killed it on the spot was not a powerful being from the bizarre world's native realm, but rather a young man who had only recently entered the bizarre world, having barely experienced 2 bizarre dungeons, and whose cultivation had just entered the initial stage of the fierce ghost realm. This situation cannot be adequately described with the word absurd. Instead, it should be expressed as the melodies of the distant fields to convey their current feelings of shock and confusion. Chapter 100. Black silk bodycon dress and red high heels. After surveying the many dazed and bizarre patients around him, the weak-looking Yang Liangxiao cupped his fists and said to them, "Brothers and sisters, you all see my situation. So today's consultation will be postponed by a day." Hearing Yang Liangxiao's words, none of the bizarre patients dared to protest. After a moment of cleverness, they all flattered him, saying, "Dr. Yang, you should hurry and rest. Take good care of your injuries. Our minor ailments are not urgent." Yes. Nothing is more important than you resting well. Dr. Yang, I have studied nursing. Would you like my free companionship service? As she spoke, this female bizarre patient tugged at her skirt, and a pair of long legs clad in black silk immediately appeared before Liangxiao's eyes. Long, straight black stockings. If one were to ignore her appearance and upper body, it could indeed be considered a pair of top-tier legs. However, glancing at her scruffy look, Liangxiao's mouth twitched. He really couldn't overlook that part. Smiling politely at the self-recommending female bizarre patient, just as Liangxiao was about to say something, a fair and delicate hand immediately pulled him away. Thank you all for your understanding. Dr. Yang will definitely be on time for his consultation tomorrow. Now, I have to take him to heal properly. After saying that, without giving the crowd any time to react, Ivanov, Mina quickly disappeared from their sight while holding Liangxiao. Meanwhile, those who were intensely focused on the screen, locked onto the bizarre game live broadcast room of the Great Xia, suddenly froze in place. The reason for their stupor was simple. It was because the large screen before them had gone black again. They could no longer see any footage of Liangxiao and Ivanov. Mina, they could only see baddies, the little coal ball. The previous occurrence of the screen going dark was not unprecedented. That time it was triggered during Liangxiao's friendly exchange with Sadako. After he finished deepening the conversation and walked out of the room, the footage resumed. Now that the screen had gone black again, didn't that mean Ivanov? Mina and Liangxiao also. Realizing this, all the men in the world began to wail. Liangxiao, you really don't act like a human son. You said you were after the top beauties in the bizarre world, and I could tolerate that. But how could you now lay your hands on our Princess Mina from the human world? No, the current entertainment stars are purely playthings. They are not even a little bit idolizable. In the whole world, only Princess Mina is suitable for cross-national fandom. Don't ruin our only pure goddess in our hearts. Although we are all compatriots, I must deeply condemn your behavior. You truly deserve to die. In the real world, many men were lamenting due to their speculations. However, were Liangxiao and Ivanov, Mina really stirring up trouble in the bizarre world? In a luxurious bedroom, dense magical arrays were etched on the door, firmly isolating the space inside from the outside. Don't ask, just know that once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of ropes for 10 years. Liangxiao would never fall into the same pit a second time. After once again exhausting the ghostly energy he had just partially recovered, Liangxiao lay listlessly on the bed. While self-treating, he couldn't help but glance towards the bathroom. After helping him onto the bed, Ivanov, Mina immediately dove into the bathroom. What is this mysterious woman doing inside? Going to the bathroom? That shouldn't be the case. With his cultivation level, he doesn't need to use the restroom, and Ivankov, who is far above him in cultivation, certainly wouldn't need to either. So what on earth is she doing in there? At this moment, shouldn't she be the first to heal herself? Even though his injuries have stabilized? Just as Liangxiao was puzzled, a fragrant breeze rushed towards him. In the blink of an eye, a tall and captivating figure appeared before him. The newcomer was none other than Ivankov Mena. However, this time Ivankov Mena was completely different from usual. Liangxiao stared blankly at Ivankov Mena in front of him, dry mouth and tongue forcing out a sentence. Shouldn't we be healing properly? What do you mean by this outfit? Following the direction of Liangxiao's slightly fiery gaze, he saw Ivankov Mena wearing a body-hugging dress that tightly conformed to her body curves. Like a dark night flower tailored to her, it bloomed with an alluring posture. A pair of long legs, slim, white, and tender, were wrapped in mysterious black stockings, the delicate patterns resembling a spider web of the dark night, drawing one's gaze effortlessly. At the same time, she wore a pair of black high heels with red soles. Such an outfit, combined with her original beautiful face and noble, pure aura, created a terrifying visual impact with the intertwining of allure and purity. As if sensing the heat in Liangxiao's eyes, a few blushes appeared on Ivankov Mena's cool face. But she still spoke with an unruffled tone. There's nothing special about it. I just suddenly wanted to wear it. Let's heal properly now. As soon as she finished speaking, Ivankov Mena's figure appeared behind Liangxiao. She tightly hugged Liangxiao from behind, her long legs wrapped in black stockings directly placed in front of him. Just as Liangxiao was lost in thought, a pure light suddenly erupted from behind him. Threads of energy particles were released from Ivankov Mena's body and quickly merged into Yang Liangxiao's body. A warm sensation flowed through Yang Liangxiao's limbs, which was a manifestation of continuously repairing his internal injuries. Feeling the changes within, Yang Liangxiao gritted his teeth. "Aren't we sisters? Are you really healing?" Yang Liangxiao immediately shut his eyes tightly, forcibly stabilizing his mind, trying to work with the pure yang energy in his body to heal faster with Ivankov Mena's pure power. He is Yang Liangxiao, the most sentimental in Jincheng. How could he be tempted by beauty? Yang Liangxiao kept brainwashing himself and trying to focus on healing. But during this process, wisps of fragrance entered his nostrils. The extremely soft touch from behind constantly impacted his brain, and coupled with the long legs and black stockings within reach. In just 2 minutes, Yang Liangxiao suddenly opened his eyes. He abruptly turned his head to look at the innocent-faced Ivankov Mena and immediately pounced on her. This most sentimental in Jincheng. Whoever wants to take on that role can do so. Anyway, Yang Liangxiao couldn't resist temptation. Chapter 101. Crossing mountains and snowy peaks. He suddenly knocked Ivankov Mena down onto the soft bed, facing each other. The passionate atmosphere rapidly spread throughout the room. "Is it okay?" Yang Liangxiao tightly held Ivankov Mena's fair jade-like hand, his voice hoarse as he asked. In an instant, their lips touched and their tongues intertwined. Yang Liangxiao's hand moved like a swimming dragon, traversing mountains and rivers, almost touching the entire snowy mountain. Just when his clothes were about to come off and he was ready to take the next step, Ivankov Mena suddenly stopped him. "No, no." Looking at the princess in front of him, as warm as mutton fat jade, Yang Liangxiao's eyes widened. "What? It was fine just now. And now that we are at the last step, suddenly it can't be done. Isn't this just pure teasing? You. It seems like you understand Yang Liangxiao's discomfort." Ivanov. Mena added. "At least not now. Soon will be possible? Soon it will be possible?" Looking at the serious expression on Ivanov Mena's face, Yang Liangxiao was completely baffled. Although he didn't directly go to home base, he definitely wasn't losing out. The globally recognized goddess, reaching this point with him. Even if she had ulterior motives, he would definitely not be at a loss. Thinking of this, Yang Liangxiao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his own desires, and then turned to leave, saying, "In that case, let's heal quickly. I'll heal you right now." However, soon after he had just closed his eyes, Yang Liangxiao suddenly opened them with a strange expression. He looked at the woman who was focused in front of him, his voice trembling as he asked, "Didn't you say to heal now? This is indeed healing." In the next moment, Yang Liangxiao immediately narrowed his eyes and gasped. Hiss! In the morning, the skyline of the strange world still looked gray and dim. The reason he could see the sky as soon as he looked up was naturally related to yesterday's intense battle. The door opened, and Yang Liangxiao walked out with a refreshed look. That part of the area that had originally gone black was finally restored. The spirited Yang Liangxiao in front of him made the male audience from various countries in front of the screen furrow their brows. Not long after Yang Liangxiao walked out, Ivanov Mena also came out of the room. Ivanov Mena still exuded a noble aura, radiating a cold feeling that warned others not to approach. However, under everyone's careful observation, they all noticed something was off. Ivanov Mena's clothes were a bit disheveled, and even her fair swan neck suddenly had many red marks. Strawberry marks? This dog thief really did take advantage of Princess Mena. The male audience from various countries in front of the screen immediately clenched their teeth in anger and pressed the voice input button. "You dog day, Yang Liangxiao. My verbal banter with you is an eternal feud. Yang Liangxiao, Yang Liangxiao, I curse you to have kidney deficiency at 20, impotence at 30, and die on the spot at 40. Yang Liangxiao, can you be gentler at night? My heart aches." "Nah, bro. You." Yang Liangxiao had no idea about the harsh criticisms from the outside. He put on a clean doctor's uniform and took Ivanov Mena's delicate hand, walking towards his first medical room. Now, looking at the gradually approaching Yang Liangxiao and Ivanov Mena, the only medical team that had previously maintained neutrality, all showed expressions of relief and gratitude. The relief was because they witnessed Liangxiao's terrifying combat power alone and did not follow Basolna's group to their deaths. The gratitude was because they didn't have to worry about the performance assessments that Changshan Yin had mentioned at the beginning. Even if they hadn't attended to a single client before, they wouldn't have to worry. After all, in the entire Blood Third hospital, even counting the fleeing Basolna, there were only 3 medical teams in total. These 3 medical teams actually don't need to do anything to successfully clear this bizarre national fortune dungeon. This easy win is all thanks to Basolna, Ichiro Sasaki, and Wayburn, these 3 foolish pigs who led everyone to surround and kill Liangxiao. Thinking about it, they not only have to thank Liangxiao, but also those 3 stupid pigs. Just as Liangxiao and Ivankov Mina were about to step into the first medical room, baddies suddenly appear behind them, asking, "What do you want to do?" Baddies' muscles bulged, and he immediately entered a combat stance. He stood protectively behind Liangxiao and Ivankov Mina, glaring at the few strange figures that had suddenly appeared. Sensing the commotion behind him, Liangxiao raised an eyebrow and turned to look. In front of him, Baddies was blocking several staff members dressed in uniforms, wearing masks with cold, sinister expressions, preventing them from getting any closer. Seeing Liangxiao turn his gaze, the leader of the strange figures immediately pulled down his mask, revealing a mouth full of maggots. A flattering smile appeared on his face as he said, "Doctor, you don't need to be nervous. We have long heard of the great reputation of Dr. Yang. You are indeed the pillar of our Blood Third hospital. How could we employees possibly harm you?" Liangxiao released Ivankov Mina's hand, pushed aside Baddies, and personally approached the strange staff member to ask, "So what do you want from me? Don't dawdle, just say it. Since Dr. Yang speaks frankly and is so decisive, I'll dare to speak directly." The strange employee leader first offered polite compliments, then got straight to the point. "Dr. Yang, although you are our top physician at Blood Hospital number 3 and deserve special treatment, the damage caused during your battle yesterday affected too many buildings. Don't you think you should provide some compensation to our hospital's maintenance department?" At this point, the strange employee leader paused, then seemed to think of something and immediately added with a smile, "Most of the maintenance expenses will go through the normal reporting procedures. You only need to contribute a little, just enough for me to explain to my subordinates, right?" Looking at the surroundings that were originally in shambles but were now operational, albeit not fully repaired, Liangxiao showed a look of realization. So that's what this is about? He thought the fight would never end. As long as it can be solved with money, it's a small matter. With a slight smile, Liangxiao flipped his hand, and a full 500,000 ghost coins appeared in his embrace. The moment the 500,000 ghost coins appeared, the strange employee leader's eyes widened in disbelief. 500,000 ghost coins, and in cash. When had he ever seen so much cash? 500,000 ghost coins could completely cover the repair costs for all the buildings destroyed during Liangxiao's battle, and there would still be plenty left over. Gulp. The strange employee leader, with difficulty tearing his gaze away from the 500,000 ghost coins in Liangxiao's hands, said with a slightly hoarse voice, "Dr. Yang, you've given too much. You don't even need to go through public funds for this money." "Did I say you should use public funds for this money?" Liangxiao replied. "What do you mean, Dr. Yang?" The strange employee leader's pupils slightly contracted. "Sure." As soon as this was said, the strange employee leader broke into an extremely bright smile, and his brothers behind him all bowed in gratitude towards Liangxiao. "Thank you, Dr. Yang. Dr. Yang is generous." Wishing Dr. Yang smooth sailing and wealth, and may there always be someone caring for you day and night. All right, you can get back to work. I have to go work too." With a smile and a wave of his hand, Liangxiao was about to turn and leave. But just as he turned around, one of the grinning strange employees suddenly lunged at him. "Dr. Yang, quick, dodge." Badass's eyes suddenly narrowed, and Ivankov Mina immediately conjured a golden staff to intervene. "Be careful, boss," shouted the kidney-deficient ghost from a distance. "Dr. Yang, watch out." The strange employee leader, closest to the action, couldn't stop the sudden movement of this employee, let alone the others who were farther away. The attacking employee was incredibly fast, and they could only watch anxiously as he lunged forward brandishing a dagger soaked in poison aimed straight at Liangxiao. Just when everyone was extremely tense, the seemingly unprepared Liangxiao suddenly erupted with a solid flame shield. The poison dagger struck the flame shield, creating a blinding spark. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the dagger was knocked out of his hand. At the same time, the previously turned Liangxiao instantly appeared in front of him and grabbed him by the neck. "Grandson, did you really think I didn't notice you?" The intense flames surged, and Liangxiao burned away all of his disguise, revealing a face that was deeply memorable. This person can't be anyone else but Bisolna, who escaped earlier. Just as he pulled out 500,000 ghost coins in cash, Liangxiao noticed something was off. Normally, this group of construction workers, who shouldn't have high salaries, would show some signs of greed upon suddenly seeing such a large amount of cash. And indeed, that was the case. Even the strange leader of the workers showed a shocked expression. However, among this group of strange workers, there was one exception. It was the strange worker disguised as Bisolna. From the moment Liangxiao took out the 500,000 ghost coins to the decision to hand over all the money for them to distribute, the strange worker disguised as Bisolna never revealed any genuine excitement. This is also the key to Liangxiao's suspicion. His natural turn was actually to test this point. Isn't this? Just by trying, a rotten rat that escapes at the last moment is revealed. Feeling the pure yang flames continuously burning away his own flesh and blood, Bisolna couldn't help but show a look of pain. But there was no fear of imminent death in his eyes. Instead, there was an unprecedented joy in those murky eyes. You don't really think that this old man, a dignified black-robed voodoo master, has gone through so much to escape only to turn around and sneak up beside you just to stab you with a dagger, do you? Liangxiao narrowed his eyes slightly and instantly activated his pure yang holy body with all his might. Annihilate! Just a second before the endless flames completely engulfed Bisolna's body, he suddenly spat out a mass of dark purple mist. Due to the extremely close distance, even though Liangxiao reacted quickly, he couldn't help but inhale some of the dark purple mist. Seeing Liangxiao show a hint of pain, Bisolna, engulfed by the flames, revealed a brilliant smile. Just as Bisolna's body disappeared, a loud, arrogant laughter suddenly echoed from afar. Turning to look, one of the strange patients had their eyes fall out, replaced by a pair of elderly human eyes. Ripping off the ghostly skin from his face, Bisolna's visage reappeared before everyone's eyes. He was willing to take risks with his life, but how could he possibly trade lives with Liangxiao? He was someone who valued his life. After confirming that he had enough distance from Liangxiao and his group, Bisolna suddenly laughed wildly. "Ha ha! Liangxiao, my little brain is above you. I can't kill you, nor do I expect that mist to kill you. But that doesn't mean my precious mist doesn't have the ability to let you touch the hidden rules. You just prepare to have a fierce battle with that old ghost here." Listening to Bisolna's wild laughter, Liangxiao gradually calmed his wildly beating heart, using the power of Ivankov Mina to quell his restless emotions. Then, with a teasing smile, he looked at Bisolna, who was quickly running towards the door. "I have to say, your plan is indeed perfect, but unfortunately, not only will you not escape, but your hopes will ultimately come to nothing." The moment the words fell, the laughing Bisolna, who was preparing to escape, suddenly froze in place. Because at some point, the originally open door had already closed tightly. At the same time, he was surrounded by strange patients on all sides. Moreover, the way these strange patients looked at him was no different from how they looked at a clown. "You are strange. How can you listen to a human's words? How can you help a human do things? You." Before he could finish speaking, Bisolna immediately turned his head to look. When his gaze fell back on Liangxiao, his pupils instantly constricted to the size of a pinhole. Chapter 103, Bisolna. Torturing Changshanin. Following Bisolna's gaze, in front of the first medical room, a slightly hunched figure appeared like a ghost. As soon as his figure appeared, a terrifying killing intent erupted. He gazed at Liangxiao in front of him, a brilliant smile etched on his face that resembled withered skin. It seems like he's been looking forward to this for a long time. The terrifying figure that exuded a murderous intent aside from the old ghost Chang Shanin. Who else could it be? However, in the face of the suddenly appearing Chang Shanin, not only did Liangxiao and the others have no reaction, but even the many bizarre patients who were still hoping for Liangxiao to cure their ailments showed no signs of panic. Glancing at Chang Shanin, who was about to make a move in front of Liangxiao, the bizarre patients surrounding Barcelona mockingly said, "You a quack doctor? Don't really think that just relying on an ordinary mid-level red-clothed ghost can pose a life threat to divine Dr. Yang, do you?" As soon as the words fell, Liangxiao's lips curled slightly. "In fact, I was also planning to find you if you didn't come looking for me." Boom! A circle of holy light appeared, and with a thought, Liangxiao successfully tapped into the power of Ivankov Mina to enter the angel possession state. Liangxiao's cultivation began to surge again. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the mid-level of the red-clothed ghost realm. At this moment, Liangxiao's cultivation was completely the same as Chang Shanin's. What? The sudden change in Liangxiao made the once smiling Chang Shanin stiffen. Clearly, he could not comprehend why a mere human could elevate his cultivation to such a terrifying level in such a short time. Even secret techniques shouldn't have this kind of power, right? What kind of secret technique can instantly elevate one's cultivation by an entire major realm without side effects? Compared to Chang Shanin's confusion, Barcelona from afar was in utter shock. How is this possible? Before he could finish his sentence, the many bizarre patients present had already surrounded him to kill. "Brothers, don't waste time with this waste. Let's kill him first. This treacherous guy actually dared to plot against our divine Dr. Yang. How is this different from cutting off our escape route? Hurry up and kill him. Just looking at his ugly face makes me sick. Yes, kill him quickly. Many of the little ghosts in his body smell quite delicious to me." Young Liangxiao. The wretched and unwilling roar suddenly erupted but quickly ceased. Thus, in this second bizarre national fortune dungeon, all those who wanted to target young Liangxiao were dead. The contestant Barcelona from the Taiqing Nation has died. The Taiqing Nation's national fortune bizarre dungeon has failed to clear, and disaster will descend in 3 minutes. Please prepare. Listening to the chilling announcement that echoed across the world, the barrage from the citizens of the 100 nations was not particularly abundant. After all, many representatives from their countries were also part of the earlier group that wanted to eliminate Yang Liangxiao. Now that the last person from the alliance to exterminate Yang is dead, they inevitably felt a sense of loss. However, at this moment, the citizens of the 100 nations around the globe may have little to say, but that does not mean the citizens of the Great Xia Empire, the Bear Empire, and the Bustan Nation had nothing to say. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. How could anyone dare to conspire to kill a team that includes our Princess Mina? Isn't that like an old immortal eating arsenic? We, the people of Bustan, are always the most loyal and steadfast friends of the Great Xia Empire. I want to say anything else. I just say this. Yang Liangxiao is forever God. In the bizarre world, young Liangxiao, who had entered the angel possession state, slowly focused his gaze on the stiff Chang Shanin. Prey and hunter? Yang Liangxiao pulled the corner of his mouth and coldly smiled. "I'm sorry. Now, the roles have reversed." As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Liangxiao's body disappeared from the spot. With flames and holy light energy intertwining in both hands, he quickly approached Chang Shanin and, without saying a word, delivered 2 punches. Just these 2 effortless punches had already caused the once imposing Chang Shanin to have his chest caved in and his momentum deflated. Bang! With a heavy crash against a wall, Yang Liangxiao slowly walked closer to the extremely pale Chang Shanin. Looking down from above at Chang Shanin, whose aura was plummeting, Yang Liangxiao's face was filled with a cat-and-mouse kind of mockery. Chang Shanin's race, or talent, was far from the top echelon of the bazaar. His only advantage was being a red-clothed ghost with a relatively solid high-level cultivation. But now that Yang Liangxiao had also risen to the same level of cultivation, Chang Shanin before him was completely like an ant, no different, easily crushed. As for the current teasing, it was simply Yang Liangxiao's way of venting the immense pressure that Chang Shanin had previously put on him. "Stinky old ghost, weren't you very good at showing off? Now show off for me again." While saying this, Liangxiao raised his fist again and swung it towards Chang Shanin. Fajing Yanlin was in Zhoming Bunch. Chang Shanin gritted his teeth and summoned all his ghostly energy to counterattack. However, with each punch that connected, the previously invincible Chang Shanin had already shown signs of decline. There was almost no stalemate. The power that enveloped Chang Shanin's fist was instantly extinguished by Liangxiao. Liangxiao narrowed his eyes, and with just a little more force, he easily shattered Chang Shanin's fist, then followed up with another punch that sent him flying. However, after knocking Chang Shanin back again, Liangxiao did not leisurely walk over to continue his attack. Instead, at the moment Chang Shanin's body was flying backward, he stepped forward and instantly flashed to his back, delivering a fierce kick. Bang, 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 accompanied by painful grunts and the sound of fierce collisions. This results in Chang Shanin being kicked around like a floating ball. Brutality. This is a one-sided massacre. Every time Chang Shanin roars and tries to cast a spell, Liangxiao immediately interrupts him with a big move. After all, he still has to treat patients later. He doesn't want to exhaust his energy, allowing Chang Shanin to unleash his strongest power only to be killed on the spot. He is not someone who has nothing better to do. The one who should be full is Ivanov Mina. Chapter 104, Chang Shanin dies. A crisis arises again. Besides, if he really wants to torture Chang Shanin while simultaneously crushing his spirit in the most cruel way, wouldn't some verbal attacks do the trick? You old ghost. Being trampled like a dog when you were young. It's bad enough that your uncle doesn't care and your grandmother doesn't love you. But why are you still acting like a sewer rat as an adult, being useless and leaving nothing behind? Now that you're old, even your proud cultivation is crushed by a young man under 20. If I were you, I would just run into a wall. Don't doubt it. I'm mocking you. You, a pure social revenge, old ugly ghost, deserve to be laughed at and toyed with, don't you think? Damn little brat. I will make you die. Chang Shanin's bloodstained body was so furious that his veins were bulging, showing just how angry he was. Hearing Chang Shanin's roar filled with endless resentment, Ivanov Mina and the nearby ghost both showed surprise. Why didn't I know before that Yang, the great god, had such strong verbal skills? Truly worthy of being my boss. As a little brother, I'm simply in awe. Listening to the exclamations from the person and ghost beside him, the originally aloof Ivanov Mina suddenly seemed to think of something, and two blushes suddenly appeared on her white cheeks. Amidst the roar, Chang Shanin endured the pain from Liangxiao's strikes while gathering all his ghostly power to charge toward his heart. At this moment, Chang Shanin had no thoughts of self-awareness or sacrificing himself to attack Liangxiao. His only thought now, to seek liberation as soon as possible. The only way to accomplish this was to self-destruct. Damn human ants go. Before he could even utter the word die, it was completely stuck in Chang Shanin's throat. The reason was simple. Just as he was mobilizing all his strength to charge his heart, Liangxiao immediately sensed this. Want to self-destruct? A slight curve appeared at the corner of Liangxiao's mouth. If you can successfully self-destruct right under my nose, wouldn't that make me look foolish? The moment the sound emerged, Liangxiao's gaze sharpened, and brilliant holy light and scorching flames converged, forming an extremely sharp